We've been getting a lot of errors today, haven't we? Everything has been going wrong this morning, but that's okay. We'll play a video game. It's not what I wanted to play. So here's what the plan was supposed to be. I was gonna open on Dragon Ball GT. Then I was gonna move over to Gex 2 because we played Gex 1 during the previous stream. And then after playing that, kind of cool looking, this opening. It's a shame apparently this project was a nightmare to work on. But then I was gonna branch off into Ape Escape because I figured that would then transition for 3D platformers. So Ape Escape was gonna kind of be the plan for this morning. But we're not gonna be doing that now. I'm gonna playing n64 as a backup plan. Maybe next stream we'll move on to Super Nintendo. We haven't played a lot of Super Nintendo games in a while, have we? So maybe there's that. But, this game is kind of a zany one. You guys want to go look up the cutting room floor page on this one? And in terms of the PlayStation 1, we'd like to do it again, but yeah, that's gonna have to come much later. We're already trying to budget for a lot of things, and we're not gonna get, like, a replacement system at the moment. But I guess let's just do Marathon for now, because, I know the way that you unlock stuff in this game is by, just playing through a lot. There's weird mechanics in this. Like, I know you can make those gigantic pieces. I don't know how you do, though. Or if Marathon even lets you, or I have to pick a specific mode for it. But this game is an okay Tetris game. It's not bad. Whoops, I didn't mean to put it there. In terms of what makes a good Tetris game, though, it's kind of interesting as a discussion, because I saw... It's probably because of how YouTube works that it keeps trying to recommend things related to what you already watched, which is kind of counterproductive because you already watched it. But it was trying to recommend a video to me where it was someone trying to rank, like, the best Tetris games. And I guess, to be fair, I didn't watch the whole thing, but I already got kind of pushed out of it because they opened by just saying the only thing that really makes a difference between Tetris games is, like, the presentation and nothing else. I have to try again, actually. Let's start over. Oh, not guessed. Here we go. But, yeah, they said that it's just about the visuals, and that's not true at all. If you don't play a lot of Tetris, or you play it very casually, you probably wouldn't be able to pick up on differences between a lot of these games. But there's a pretty big difference. If you go back to some really old Tetris games, for example, you're going to notice it immediately. Old Tetris games were really nasty about where you're allowed to put your piece and how they controlled. Old Tetris games are very stiff. The way that people got better at them was just getting good at tapping the button really fast. And there's just a lot of issues that eventually were, like, figured out. Kind of through those, those Eureka games seem to really be doing a lot of it. All the heavy lifting around how to make Tetris feel better. This has the instant drop. This also has hold pieces, which is nice. I don't like hold pieces very much. I don't mind it. It's a modern mechanic. It will be in every Tetris now because of how the Tetris company operates, but that's at least a sign that they're starting to, like, update the rule set for what a Tetris game should include. Because, yeah, that's a thing that people might not be aware of. The Tetris company exists. That is a thing. I know people will get into the whole thing about, oh, politics aren't in everything. What about Tetris? Tetris is inherently, like, just insanely political, even if you don't want it to be, because of where it started and how much of a mess that was trying to bring it outside of there. So Tetris has had really... You can't T-spin on this. Tetris has got really weird history. And at least it's at a point now that it's not as messy. The Tetris company is more of a stable thing, kind of than a country getting mad and just saying, you can't take this out of here, we own this. But, yeah, that's the thing with it. Tetris Company's kind of got its own weird thing going too, because the Tetris Company, they have their own hard rules for what a Tetris game must include, like, mechanically. And you wouldn't think that's that big of a deal. Whatever. Okay, so you have the pieces, they rotate and they fall. That should be it, right? No. Actually, it's about, like, every little tiny thing. They get really specific about what you need to be doing to adhere to their rule set. Which is why some Tetris games didn't get localized in some cases. It's why some Tetris games were kind of made with a little bit of defiance in mind. And it's why some Tetris games were insanely popular, even though the Tetris Company didn't seem very big about them. The obvious one that I'd be pointing at with a lot of that is something like Tetris Grandmaster, which is probably one of the best Tetris games, period. And yet one that got messed up so badly by the Tetris Company, because they didn't like the fact that it was doing all of its own stuff, and that they kept making more and more demands about the rules that it was supposed to follow, rather than them really carving their own path for what that game is. And it's a shame, because that game is so solid. It was made by people who very clearly have an understanding of, like, what goes into playing Tetris. But, yeah, weird history with all that. And it's why a good Tetris game, it's not just about presentation, God no. That's what some people would think, and at least for casual players, that's all they're going to really pay attention to. But a good Tetris game is that you have it actually able to do a few basic things. Wall kicking is kind of important. If people don't know what that is, it's kind of an odd one to explain. But basically, when I'm putting these pieces down, imagine there's a big invisible grid around these pieces that I'm allowed to kind of rotate into. And if there's something blocking my path, the game is going to then try to calculate and figure out where else my piece could go if it's not able to go into the exact position that I rotated into. And that's what a lot of, like, Tetris games after Eureka really started doing. That they started really paying attention to, okay, could you technically be able to rotate here? Even if, like, by raw game logic you shouldn't be able to, should you be able to, though? Because there is an opening for you. So the game tries to, like, think around that, it tries to open things up for you, tries to give you more options that you can take advantage of, and that's fantastic. That is absolutely what a Tetris game should be doing, because what that means is it's functional. It's working even better. You can make faster decisions, you can do more with that, and that's always a good thing for a puzzle game, that you can do more. You can think harder, you can plan harder, you can do a lot more to play. But, that's some stuff that would be great for Tetris games to have, mechanics like that. There's a lot of weird stuff that came out of, like, Eureka games that... Some of it I'm not the biggest on. For example, in Tetris Grandmaster, it's really weird. If you want to lock a piece into place, you do it by pressing down. You don't press up to do it, because instant dropping is in a lot of Tetris games now. People might be familiar with it. You press up to instantly drop a piece. Tetris Grandmaster has it, but decided that that doesn't lock the piece. You need to press down after pressing up to lock your piece in place. And I'm not against that. It's got its own feel to it for sure. But it's also incredibly limiting how you're going to go about playing it. For example, it's been ported to the Switch now. Good luck with that port, only because of that being a little bit of an issue with it. Switch D-pad is notorious for how finicky it is, and if no one believes me on this, I've shown it on stream before, but we can go into that. If you go into the deep menus of the Nintendo Switch, you can open up a control test screen where you can, like, press different buttons on your controller and it'll show you a timeline of all the inputs you made. Try scrubbing left and right really fast with your D-pad, and you'll immediately see what I'm talking about. Nintendo Switch D-pad is horrible on almost all controllers. I think people said a few controllers are a little bit better. Somebody said, like, the Xenogears controller is better, but I don't think that's necessarily true. Because I've used a lot of different controllers, and I haven't really noticed much of a difference. But, yeah, the D-pad is really slippery, it's ultra-sensitive, and what happens is, on the Switch, if you mash left and right, it's going to keep saying that you pressed up and down, too, when you didn't. It's really annoying. And it was so annoying that Eureka, man, they are geniuses when it comes to making Tetris games. They actually figured out a good workaround for it. When Tetris 99 came out, they patched it right away to include a new option that if you turn it on, you have to be holding a button down for more than one frame for it to register. And while that does impact the gameplay a little bit, it's very small. It barely impacts it, and it's such a good solution to make up for the fact that the controller can be kind of crappy. Unfortunately, the port of Tetris Grandmaster doesn't seem to do that. So, just something to be aware of if you're going to be playing that on the Switch. But something else to keep in mind as well is that it was designed with like an arcade stick in mind. And that actually is a thing that matters in Tetris Grandmaster, which is really weird. Tetris Grandmaster, there's like, I don't want to call it fighting game moves. That's how I've seen a lot of people refer to it, but it's kind of true. Some maneuvers require you to spin the joystick around and do like 270s on it, which is really odd. Thanks to the fact that you have to hold down to lock in a piece. So yeah, there's like weird maneuvers you can do, and it's to your benefit, it's all good. It's cool you can do it. But some stuff like that got figured out as time went on to make those options more accessible to players, rather than them kind of getting a little too complicated in terms of control scheme and having to figure out like certain maneuvers that you have to do when it could be a little more straightforward. I would say, for me personally, the thing that does it to make like a Tetris game good, one is their instant dropping. I really need it. I don't like when Tetris games don't have it. I'll put up with it, but it's very, very missed when it's not there. And that didn't come for a little while. Whoops, that was almost bad. But what I would also say is, can I actually rotate a piece against a wall like I just did there? See this? Some Tetris games don't let you do that, and that really sucks. Playing Sega Tetris on Dreamcast again, I kind of forgot, oh no, there's like all sorts of arbitrary barriers for where you're allowed to move the piece, because it's very raw in terms of how it's being handled as a Tetris game. Very literally, if the piece cannot find a spot to move into, like, it'll do one check, and if it can't find anything, you can't move. Newer Tetris games are way better about that, which is great. But that's another thing that I kind of need too. I need a control scheme that's a little bit responsive, because some older Tetris games feel very clumsy to play. You have to, like, really, really, like, tap over and over again to move the piece, and if you have to hold the arrow down to move the piece, some old Tetris games, you have to be waiting and holding, like, left or right for, like, a solid second before it moves the piece. It's kind of frustrating that they set it up that way. Newer Tetris games got a lot better about it. You can be a lot more instantaneous about moving your pieces around. For example, me holding left and right, look how slow that is. Not a good thing. At least this game never gets that fast from what I recall, so it's not that big of a problem, but it's an issue when you're playing Tetris games that are actually designed around like speed and efficiency. But yeah, there's actually a lot that goes into making a good Tetris game. It's not just as straightforward as it looks nice. There's actually a lot that goes into the gameplay of Tetris. And it's kind of crazy realizing just how far it's come as a franchise over so many years. Even if it's kind of begrudgingly so, because they were trying to push back really hard at one point against any progress being made with it as a series. Some rules were just getting ridiculous too. For example, the Tetris Company was starting to make it a rule. If you rotate a piece, I'll show it here. Oh, I guess you can't even do it in this one. The Tetris Company came up with a rule that if you rotate a piece after it's landed, you can keep rotating it and basically make the piece never stick to the ground if you just keep rotating. And for a brief period of time, the rule that the Tetris Company came up with is, it's infinite. You could just do it forever. That means that you're never going to have a Tetris game that can truly get that difficult if there's going to be a limit like that. I shouldn't say a limit, more so there isn't a limit. You could just stall the game out forever if you wanted to. They got better about that, thankfully. That's not quite a thing now. Now the way it works is kind of like a more toned-down version of Grandmaster. There's an invisible time limit. That once a piece is down, certain actions that you make, you can kinda stall the piece, but only kinda. In fact, their browser version is pretty nifty the way they do it. The game will darken pieces to indicate when they're about to click down into place, so you can kind of see visually if you're not allowed to do anything to stall the piece anymore, which is nice. That's not in every game, though. But I'm trying to think of anything else. I don't know. Is this interesting to even hear about, I guess, or am I just being a nerd right now? Probably both. No, probably just the nerd one is what I would assume. Because, I don't know. It is an interesting subject to me. With a lot of games, if you just play them at surface level, you'll just hear people kind of act like it's only about the presentation, because that's how a lot of games tend to go. If people don't really get into games or take an understanding of like their rule set or anything, a lot of people think it really is just down to the presentation. And to be fair, I kind of get it. We were playing Twisted Metal on stream a little while back. That game is all about the presentation. The first Twisted Metal is really sloppy with its gameplay. You're playing it because you think the idea of cars fighting each other is cool. You're playing it because you like the characters, or you just like the general like atmosphere that it's got. It's not necessarily about how it plays, because how it plays is you driving in circles a lot and just trying to find people, and then after a fight, having to wait for like a health station, or just figuring out exploits. Like, there's not a lot to it as an actual game. It was really popular for what it was about in its presentation, and that goes for a lot of games. A lot of people aren't really looking into how they play. In fact, they'll get mad at you if you do. That's where people would start saying you're being sweaty because you understand a game better than them. And somehow now you're supposed to feel bad because you did well, and apparently that's a bad thing, depending on who you're around. Kinds of people that would like throw controllers across a room and then say it was your fault. That's a thing. There are people like that within games. But I always thought games, like, I always was hoping more people would work better and better understandings with games as time went on. I feel like during a brief period, we were getting there. Beginning of the 2010s, we were sort of getting there. People were starting to get a little more familiar with games and getting into them. Remember when Twitch as a platform was primarily about gaming? Gaming was really viable. Gaming, like, content videos and everything. And then as time went on, the money wasn't quite there the same way, and it became more personality-driven. It wasn't so much about, you know, an understanding or a love of games. It's kind of, it's background noise now. Or, you know, stuff like IRL took over on Twitch, IRL streaming. I think that's what they call it. It's not so much about just games now. You gotta figure out some kind of hook. Now you have to make games interesting again. It can't just be people are interested in games. So that's why, once again, getting back into a subject about, like, I kind of get it why some people can be a little more surface level about how they take in games. I mean, if you're playing them casually anyways, yeah, you don't probably care that much. But if you're playing them casually, it can become a question eventually. If you're playing them casually enough for long enough, what is it specifically you're getting out of it as a player? Because if you're at least having a good time, that's all that matters, but at least recognizing on your own end what is doing it, though. Like, if you're someone who really likes Tetris, but you could never get past, like, level 3, what was doing it for you? Was it just that, you know, the general feel of it's nice, but you never really wanted to push yourself too hard? It's just a nice little time waster, and it's the kind of time waster you enjoy? Or is it a game that maybe you would want to get better at, but you kind of feel like you can't, and you don't really look into it very hard? Because that's all it really takes with some games. It's just about looking into it. Some games, if you can't figure something out, there's communities everywhere, and obviously at this point a lot of them are very messy. Gaming communities were always messy, but like now more than ever they seem to be like probably at their messiest point. But there's lots of documentation. That means you don't have to interact with people getting into an argument about whatever. At least you can just read the notes that they took down. There's ways to find out how to like do stuff in these games, and it's what got people into a lot of games in the past. When Melee was getting really big, for example, it's because people were watching videos of it and going, I want to do that, that looks cool. How do I do that? That was getting people into a lot of games. I don't know if people quite feel that the way they may have used to, because to be fair, game design's changed a lot too. AAA gaming, it's not really about doing flashy, cool things and saying I want to do that in some cases. You're playing like the new Tomb Raider, which is not new anymore, I guess, to be fair. What, it's like a decade old at this point? But if you're playing games like that, there isn't really, it's not the same kind of thing. It's not the same kind of idea. It's trying to tell a story in a lot of cases. It's not so much about the actual, like, gameplay. So that might even just be a foreign concept to some people. If you're not familiar with games that are driven around gameplay, then it might become confusing to even hear about gameplay. But sometimes with a game, something kind of feels off. Something might be off. If something feels like Just something about it. You can't put your finger on it, but you can tell. Something about it doesn't seem like it's working. Maybe it's not. That can happen. There is a lot more to a game than just how it looks. But it also is a territory, like I said, that gaming right now, very hostile. A lot harder than it... I shouldn't even say than it used to be, because to be fair, where it used to be was also pretty ridiculous. In fact, man, during like the 90s, I feel like you weren't going to find very good discussion. You would have people getting into it and everything, but you would have a lot of people... This is the time period that people would start yelling about like moves in a game being cheap. You had stuff like that. Playing Street Fighter 2 as a kid, and I remember it the first time. Fighting against somebody, they're using Sagat, and someone else goes, oh man, that guy's cheap. And me having to be like, what does that mean, cheap? You know, like, he's being lame the way that he's playing. Oh, is that a thing? Being cheap? People were already coming up with terms that were supposed to, like, shut down play styles and things that people were doing. You go, you're not allowed to use this character, he's cheap. You can't use that move, he's cheap. And at least with some games, I understood it. Some characters getting banned in games made sense. When, for example, like, South American arcades are putting up little stickers saying, no Omega Rugal. I get that. That's not confusing to me. But when it's something like, you're not allowed to use Zangief because I've lost to him before and I hate throws. What? Zangief? Really? That's... okay. You'd run into it. You'd run into people who would say, like, oh, I mean, man, we can even go far back to, like, Smash Brothers, because that was a good taste of, like, a more casual-minded crowd getting into a game like that. Remember, like, the joke about, like, oh, Ike's so cheap, where it's like, Ike? What on earth? What about Ike? Huh? Did you play some kind of game that, like, I can't even imagine in my mind what happened to you against an Ike player? Getting into the idea of Sonic's so cheap. Sonic? In Brawl? Huh? He's not terrible or anything. You can make some stuff happen with him, but what? Huh? But experience to experience. Some people aren't very knowledgeable with the game, and they can get argumentative about it. I've seen it in recent years. I've seen people getting into it saying, like, very recently, why is Zelda considered so bad in Brawl? That one move she does hits really hard. So, what's the viability of the character overall? I trust people who consistently play the game more than someone who played it with, like, their little brother, and then they try to speak about that as if it's, like, gospel or something, but people do it. People are really bad at taking notice of other people's experiences. They only really relate to their own, so when somebody comes in to tell them, like, oh, actually, like, there's a whole scene and there's a whole community and everyone figured out that wasn't the case, that can make somebody feel challenged or threatened. That can make them upset or angry. They go, that's not true. In my household, we're a Zelda household. Okay, but people have also figured out this game, and you can't really deny what Meta Knight is doing here. But it's what happens. It's what happens with games. It's what happens with discussions. And that's how it starts evolving into getting mad at everybody else, too. And then people ripping each other apart in communities. But, yes, there are things like that in games. I forget the name of the YouTuber. I think I've referenced this video a few times now. Because while I don't like necessarily the attitude of, if anyone ever asks you about this as a subject, send them this video. No, I don't like someone just directly saying that. I'll at least give credit. It was probably the best argument I've heard towards the idea of why are there tier lists. Their video is them talking about Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3. And they talk about Scorpion, and they talk about Human Smoke. And they talk about it because Human Smoke is basically Scorpion, but he has more moves and his combo does more damage, so he's just a better version of Scorpion. Would you now say that Scorpion can be a better character? You could say you could win with him, obviously, but would you say he's, like, if you weigh it in, he's a better character? The literal difference is that there's an alternate version of him that can just do more and is better. And that's where it's like, does it hurt to have to admit that, or can you just admit in some cases that can happen with a game? Games are not flawless by design, and by the way, a lot of games are being made under intense crunch, so it's not like they were sitting down and getting to playtest extensively in some cases. Let's go back to Mortal Kombat as an example for that. How many revisions did it have to have, because there were so many ways to make that game crash? I remember I had a friend when I was younger that he's like, hey, check this out, and he knew. He memorized a bunch of different ways of trying to softlock a Mortal Kombat 3 machine. That he could, like, tell what revision it was based on certain glitches if they worked or not. So someone could just walk up to a machine and break it by doing that. Which, obviously, you would piss off the arcade operator for doing that. They're not going to be happy that you just broke their machine. But, you didn't break it, but now they have to come in and manually reset it. But, yeah, like, balancing in games, that's what you used to have to do. You couldn't just roll out a patch. And it wasn't like, oh, so it's all really well thought out, though, because of something like that. That's a modern thing I've been seeing people do. They want to treat it like it was the good old days and everything was flawless back then, but no, the truth of the matter was, that's why so many older games are ridiculously unbalanced. It's why people figure out more and more ways of breaking them. And with some of the stuff that people do in, like, old Capcom fighters, some of it is actually getting around their band-aids. Some of it is actually getting around stuff that they put in that were supposed to be hard limits to prevent you from breaking the game, and now there's exploits with those systems so you can break the game even harder now, in ways that they very clearly didn't want you to do. There's a lot of weird stuff that comes out of games like that. And if you're someone who's just playing them and you're disconnected from, like, communities and everything, I think you would just understand that, and it'd be as simple as that then. You just kind of go, okay, so that's just an understanding of the game. Games all work differently, and not all of them are going to necessarily be fair or balanced, but that's just kind of how they go. And if they're not, you can take note of that, and you can, in a lot of cases, take advantage of that too, depending on game. Some games, it might just be a problem. Like, some games just come down to randomness, which I'm never a fan of, but if you're really heavily engaged in gaming communities, though, you've probably heard a million discussions about why actually all of these things are very troublesome, or why they need to be a huge argument, or why you're not being honest while playing, or what other terminology people need to come up with. And it's a shame, because it should be about a love of the game. It shouldn't be about trying to make rule sets and everything to close people out. It shouldn't be about figuring out ways that you can only play this game the true way, even though someone else is playing it. You're playing the same game. Even if they're doing things you're not used to doing, that's not them doing it wrong. I guess if they're losing and they're getting a negative, like, effect from it, maybe, but if they're doing something that you're not doing and they're actually, like, getting better results than you, then they might understand the game better than you. They might have figured something out. But yeah, like I said, that makes people uncomfortable. That's always been kind of a problem. And thank God we're at least far enough along that Smash Brothers Brawl, I think that was one of the messiest areas I could ever think of people just getting mad about games. And if you really played those games, you'd have an understanding immediately based on the way that people would talk, if they knew what they were talking about or if they didn't. And it shouldn't have to turn into that either, because that's like a judgmental area to fall into. That you can just be like, okay, you just used this term, I know that you're not being serious. But it would happen. It was happening, I mean, it's always going to happen with Smash Brothers because it is also such a massive casual fan base, also kind of acting like they're not casual about it, but then also acting like they're casual about it. So when they do well against their friends, they act like now suddenly they're a pro, but then if they actually play against someone and lose, now they complain about how this is a game that shouldn't be taken serious, but then they want to take it serious, but then they don't want to take it serious, but then they do, but they don't. What a headache to even have to keep up with any of that. But, no, it's a franchise that's kind of like, I would say, to me at least, it feels like notorious for that. Its community is just all over the place. There is no consistency. And you're going to have people get really uppity about basically anything. Which is a shame. It's such a great concept for a game, Smash Brothers. But Brawl was a nightmare back in the day when it came to discussions around how it actually worked. And I remember people really not wanting to do anything about Meta Knight for a long time either, because to be fair, character bans in a fighting game, it's so unfortunate when that has to happen, but at the same time, I think about like Pet Shop and JoJo, that was pretty quick as a process to understand, this is just unreasonable, forget this. Although, I will say, too, Kakyoin took a long time for people to finally just go, okay, get him out of here. He's just not fair. It took a while for them to finally just go with that. I guess because people just had to see enough fights against Kakyoin to have to, like, understand that Kakyoin is just... He's ridiculous. He's faster than everybody. He can take advantage of stand crashing in a way that others can't. It's a very good character. At least New Kak is there, so that's nice. You can still use him. And hey, he looks cooler that way anyways. He's got sunglasses. But, Brawl was a really weird area for discussion. Casual level, people didn't really know what they were talking about, and they would get very uppity and anal with you and act like they knew what they were talking about, and those were the memes that you started getting. Oh, Fox only Final Destination. Actually, that's not how they play it competitively. They play on Battlefield. Also, Fox is not always the pick. Actually, a lot of people go for Marth because Marth is all about spacing, Fox is about execution, and a lot of people are not actually that consistent with their Fox execution because it's so fast and demanding. But that was the stereotype, and that was the joke. No, Final Destination. It had, like, reaction images made. And when you have an image made, that means it's true. Same thing when there's a webcomic made about it, it's true now. So that shaped a lot of the discussion. But people getting into tiers, too. Followed by making a comment about tiers, while also saying a character is cheap, where it's like, I don't know if you picked up on it, you just said kind of something defensive of tiers, while also saying tiers don't exist. How did you pull that off? How did you do both? How did you act like they don't exist and they also do exist? So this character's cheap, meaning to you, you see this character as better than others, and that it's not cool for that. But then you're also going to say that there's no tiers and there's no characters who are better than anybody else? In which case, why are you even saying the character is cheap? Shouldn't you just be getting better then? Why is that even a discussion? Because it's not a real discussion. Defensiveness really started impacting discussions around games. Especially because they were becoming competitive. People don't want to admit the mistakes that they make. People don't want to acknowledge if maybe they're doing something wrong. And if someone is presenting them with new information, a lot of people are just never going to be naturally, just by instinct, I guess, just aren't going to be receptive to the idea of new information. This is how we played it before, and if you're gonna tell me that Bowser in Melee is not good, you're wrong. He turns into a tank. That's so cool looking. I wish he was good, because I agree, it is cool looking. Maybe at some point someone can figure out an exploit to really bump him up there. People have been pulling off, like, miracles all the time with that game because, hey, getting back into it, that game was developed in a really short period of time, Melee. A lot of the things that worked out for Melee were very, very happy accidents. They were not things the team intended on, but man, some of them, it's kind of a good thing they're in there because that was what allowed certain characters to actually become viable. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been as worth using. The roster is becoming more and more viable in that game, which is pretty crazy. People really wanted to speak little of Yoshi for such a long time, even though it was being proven, no, you can do some crazy stuff with them. It's just about needing to, like, figure out how to really get that going during, like, a lot of matchups in a high-intensity situation like a tournament. And it's happened now. A lot of characters are finding their viability, which is cool to see. And that's an exciting thing, at least to me. That's cool to me that it also gets to spit in the face of that a little bit. If people are going to come in and go, okay, well, the tiers are completely objective and they're not going to change, they're always going to change. They're going to change based on where things are going. Who's figuring out what. And that's why if you feel like, oh man, metagames are lame, it's so lame that there's just an optimal way of playing, that's not true of every game, because that's the thing too. It will feel true until it changes, and it will change. These things change a lot for games. Over the years, some games are still having active, dedicated scenes, figuring out newer and newer things to do, which is really cool to see. But some games really are just going to be timeless in that sense. Yeah, maybe it's because of bugs, maybe it's because of glitches, maybe it's because of little exploits, but man, whatever. If it's making the game do more, that's cool. And it's neat to see that games can keep extending their, like, I don't know, their length by doing that. There's always more and more to offer. A lot better than the mentality currently, where a lot of developers are just thinking about kind of just what can we get out of it for the moment that it's hyped up and being marketed, and then how do we cash out and leave. after about a year because that's when people aren't going to be talking about it anymore. I'm not getting at that because I'm saying the people making these games are feeling that way. Actually, no, they're not. A lot of the developers working on these games would love to be able to do more with them. It's because of how companies have been operating for a long time now, and that business decisions tend to be the thing kind of like dictating that. I've told this story already before, but the last time that I was working at a place, it was week 1 we were working on a game that they started bringing up the idea of, hey, so what kind of DLC roadmap we got going here? Where it's like, we don't even have the game, like, running yet, and you're already asking us about DLC. That was your first priority as, like, the head of this as a project. You don't care what the game is going to offer its actual players. You just care about how you're going to cash out and then expect it to die right after because to you, longevity just comes from, like, microtransactions. And that's kind of the problem with modern gaming at the moment. I also made a really grave mistake here. So I might lose in a second. Let's see if I can hang in there. Probably not. I think I'm out. Yeah, I could get the piece over there. Something about... Ooh, sorry, I'm stretching. Something about Tetris, and getting back to that as a subject, though. The biggest thing that I could bring up that I don't like about older Tetris games is that older Tetris games, in some cases, are actually just completely random. Meaning, if you're waiting forever for a straight piece, you may literally wait forever. You may never get that straight piece you need. Ever. Which sucks. Eventually, Tetris games figured out having pseudo-random, which is great. And that's why a lot of newer Tetris games, if you want to ever make a comparison between the two, you'll see a major difference. Because, yeah, some old Tetris games... I think a Game Boy Tetris with that one. Game Boy Tetris, to me, is, like, the one that I really would not want to play. I had it growing up. I had it with my Game Boy. But, man, yeah, the randomization in it is a pain to deal with. Someone said the whole microtransaction thing is bled into every part of society. I mean, to be fair, that's how a lot of things have been operating for a long time now. It's not necessarily new. It's just, when it came to technology, it was an escape for a lot of people. If you were growing up through internet, for example, internet was an escape from, like, where life was at, and some of the inconveniences that were also being peppered around within life. And now you can't look away. If you're hoping to escape from any of that, there's nowhere to really go to escape from that now. So that's why it probably feels like, man, nowadays it's like everywhere. It's been everywhere. It's just now it found its way in here. It was starting to already develop very quickly back at the end of the 2000s. I mean, the 2000s in general. It's where gaming was really starting to get looked at by companies and businesses. Rather than thinking of how do we shut this all down as a new, like, medium, it became, how do we take advantage of this? How do we exploit this for our own benefit now? So, it is happening a lot now, too much. But at the same time, it's gotten to this point because also, it was a slow rollout. We've talked about horse armor on stream before. But horse armor was an indication. It was an indication of where things could have gone. It was very greedy, and people recognized it and made fun of it accordingly. You're gonna really make us pay money for a stupid thing that your horse can wear that nobody can even see anyways because it's a single-player game? Are you kidding me? What are you gonna start charging money for now? That was when people started getting into the idea of, like, DLC. Games aren't even finished at launch anymore. And now you basically have to buy an expansion pack, which actually is the game. And even then, people getting into, man, I miss expansion packs. Because DLC wasn't really being treated like an expansion pack in a lot of cases. Sometimes you'd see it. I was actually shocked that Nintendo did it proper with Splatoon. Octo Expansion actually feels like a proper expansion pack. So kind of cool on that, but No, a lot of DLC doesn't even feel like what an expansion pack would have been offering you. Expansion packs for a lot of games back in the day could really feel like it's just a new game, and it's also merging in the content from the previous one, too. Sometimes because space constraints. Well, you already installed the first one, so, you know, doubling up all that content in here now is not as big of a deal. You already have the first game installed. It'd be a nightmare to have to package everything together from the first game all over again. But it could be greedy in some cases even back then. Man, I still remember back to... Screw Attack videos really didn't age well, did they? I still remember back to when Street Fighter 4 was about to come out, and them getting excited going, man, can you believe all the re-releases they're probably going to be able to do? Like Hyper Fighting, the World Warrior? Man, I can't wait. What are they going to do with this one? And it's like, man, is that what you're asking for right now? Did you actually just ask them for, how are you going to re-release this game a bunch of times? I'm glad that you, like, had nostalgia for that, but that's not necessarily a great practice. Back then, it's just kind of what they had to do for rebalancing purposes and everything. It was being played in tournaments, but it wasn't a great thing, and then, yeah, they started doing it. And it was way more expensive, and it was kind of frustrating in some cases, because you had something like Street Fighter 4 Arcade Edition, where Yin and Yang are so ridiculously overpowered that they had to kind of come in and apologize to people for it. But that's the thing. People were getting, you know, very, like, starry-eyed with that. They're getting really excited that it's like, oh man, all the potential that we could do things like that again. Remember that? Or what if there's like DLC characters and all this stuff? People getting really excited about it for some reason, and then it rolling in and people slowly and eventually getting to a point of, wait, this kind of sucks. I can't afford this. And also, like, this makes it harder now to get in? So wait, there's like 10 DLC characters and they're all like $3 each, but that means that if I buy this, I can't just like play it with friends. I have to like grab a bunch of stuff, and my friends want me to play this with them, but does that mean I have to spend a bunch of money on that too? Because one of the characters I want to use, I have to pay for. Yeah, that's where it started going. It started getting messy. It's kind of weird to think back to it with like Skullgirls of all things, that Skullgirls at least had one good approach, which was, hey, if we're going to be doing any DLC, you can at least use them in training mode. You cannot go into actual matches and use them, but at least those characters are available in training mode, so you don't have to be completely blindsided by them when you run into them. At least you can get yourself ready for that. That's something. That's at least you thinking about the game experience, rather than going, whatever, pay up. But it is very commonplace now. And, I mean, the one that killed me back at the time, Julian brought it up last stream, but when I was talking about multiverses a few years back, when it first was, like, you know, openly playable to people, Warner Brothers spent a ton of money on paying people, popular streamers at the time, to talk about it, say great things about it, and some videos weren't even disclosing the fact that they were on contract to talk about it. And I think people at least have a frame of reference now. But keep in mind, this was before any numbers were there, anything was really coming forward on it yet. Just, it was the new thing. A lot of people were calling it a Smash Brothers killer. A lot of it... Didn't the Game Awards give it, like, Best Fighting Game of the Year or whatever, and then it shut down literally the next year? The player base for that game dropped, and I'm not even really exaggerating here, I think it was like 98.5% was the number, within just a couple of months, because the contract's expired. No one is getting paid to have to talk about it anymore. And even all those people who said they were going to stick by it and they're going to be playing it every day, they weren't playing it anymore. People got swept into the hype initially, and what they really were hoping for was those microtransactions. They were hoping all those microtransactions were going to make it all worth it, because Warner Brothers is insanely greedy as a company, especially if you go look at them over in gaming. They have been super greedy when it comes to Mortal Kombat. Super greedy when it came to Injustice. Very, very greedy the way that they operate. So, not a surprise that Multiverses was a similar, you know, thought process with greed. We own all these franchises and properties. People just like seeing a million crossovers anyways. People love that Ready Player One movie. Put the Iron Giant in there as a playable character. People think they're like supporting the original creators of these characters when actually we've owned these IPs for a long time and they have nothing to do with the creators anymore. And there were a lot of discussions. There was a lot happening at the time of people trying to figure out things to be positive about when, in truth, you could kind of see it since the start. They're hoping to just make a bunch of money off of this. It's not about the gameplay. It's not really a big, like, labor of love. In fact, I feel horrible for the people working on it. I had a few people that I knew that were working on it at the time, and it stunk hearing about it, that it was like, yeah, they're kind of planning on shutting the whole thing down because they forced us into, like, zipping ahead with development on this when we weren't ready, and then they decided to make it go public when we weren't ready, and now it's not viable, and it's falling apart, and they're telling us that we either have to, like, just scrap the entire thing and start over, or we're done here. Well, that's what happened. They scrapped it and started over. That's why anyone wondering about why it looks different and feels different, yeah, that's what happened. That's why some stuff is even missing now. The game didn't even have... that's what I would need to say, too. The game didn't even have hurt boxes that were anything beyond a pill shape at the beginning. If anyone knows anything about fighting games, you would understand. That is such a major oversight. That's just going to be a mess for a game, that it's not even, like, taking account of that. That attacks don't even have proper balancing, like, applied to them. There was a lot of discussion about it being the Smash Brothers killer and being, like, the best fighting game ever, but it was very short-lived because all that money eventually dried out, and it's a great example of seeing how marketing can really buy a conversation. It's why I'm not surprised Meta's doing that thing right now, wanting to register a bunch of fake accounts. It's been normalized enough. We're getting to a point that these things have been normalized. People have been putting up with it for long enough that they're seeing, look at that, they just put up with it every time. Look, I'm hitting this guy in the face and he's just sitting there and he doesn't care. People put up with it for long enough that they feel like they can get away with a lot. You know, the whole thing about boiling the frog. But, yeah, we're at probably one of our greediest points for sure when it comes to games and, like, monetization practices. We're not getting any cheaper. And gaming is probably going to become inaccessible to certain people again because it's going to start getting too expensive. Lord knows I can't get into a lot of games right now when that's the expectation, is buy a bunch of DLC, and by the way, you might not ever play it again. That effect that can happen, because I've talked about it on stream. I wasn't sure if it was just a lot of the people that I was kind of around, but it seems to be kind of common. A bunch of people get excited for a new game coming out, and they beg you over and over again and even tell you, it's going to be different this time, man. I know that we all said we were going to play this one, and then we stopped playing it after, like, a few months, but really, man, we're going to all be getting in on this one. We're going to go big with this one. And then you buy it, because you're thinking about it, and you're like, I don't know if I really want to buy this, it's pretty expensive, and you're telling me I get all the DLC and everything too. I don't know if I really want to do that. And then you get it, and the same thing happens again. Everyone plays it for like a week, and then they abandon it, and you wasted a bunch of time and money on a thing that wasn't going to be worth it, and you were already second-guessing it to begin with. Now more than ever, that's like extra horrible, because yeah, these practices and everything, the fact that there are so many expected day one purchases to go with even hopping into a new game. Now it feels like the game itself is acting like your friend circle that would normally be the ones doing that. And at least with them, they want to have a good time. They might have been suckered in by some hype. They might have had like just too much eagerness, and then they end up realizing maybe it's not even a game for them, and it's too late. There's a lot of reasons why that can happen to people. Feeling of missing out is a big one. But at the same time, too, yeah, it's becoming just ridiculous. It's becoming way too expensive, just way too unmanageable for a lot of people. And it's unfortunate because, once again, going back to multiverses, that was the thing I was most afraid of. I was upset enough already about the shady practices going into marketing and everything and being very dishonest with people about it. But I was also, by the way, that randomness, really would love a straight piece, but it's not going to give me one. It came way too late. But that's what I get for trying to build for Tetrises, I guess. You really can't just keep doing that, because if people are making less and less money and they're barely hanging on and people are living paycheck to paycheck, then why is something frivolous going to be what they start dumping all of their money back into? There's a limit. There's like a balance, and I feel like that balance has finally been kind of like offset in a way that it's noticeable. People are starting to finally notice, even though it's a little bit too late, that this stuff should not be bleeding you so dry of money just to play a game. But Multiverses was a part of that. Everything in it was supposed to be driven by microtransactions. People were making jokes at the time just about how funny stuff in it was, and that's why they wanted to pay for the outfits or any of that. Becomes a vicious cycle. And by the way, comedy is the flimsiest justification I could ever see for making a bad decision. And it's a common one. You'll see it a lot. Something bad will happen, and you'll go, why'd you do that? And they'll go, oh, because it was funny? Which isn't really an explanation. Because, obviously, you can start out with just, okay, comedy's subjective. Also, comedy, laughter, it can come from discomfort. It can come from a negative place, too. But ultimately, that's what I would assume what it is in some cases, is it is uncomfortable. And that's why funny, I guess, because it's kind of funny when you think about it. Someone spends a shit ton of money on TF2 hats and thinks that they're going to cash out big when the year is going on. And then, how did that go, I guess? There were points that you probably could have cashed out for sure, but yeah, a lot of those, like, item economies fell apart, and people were thinking it was going to really work out for them, kind of like Beanie Babies. And that just having your takeaway be, I don't know, I guess it was funny? Was it? Was that funny? Was making a mistake and things kind of going wrong again funny? Because on my own end, I wouldn't want to laugh at that. If anything, I feel like you should be getting angry at that. You should be understanding that wasn't funny. That was fucking stupid, and that's irritating. It's not funny giving into practices like that. Because the person who's going to have the last laugh is the company that made off with your money. Buyer's remorse is a thing. But going back to it again, too, it's so borderline impossible to have discussions about gaming right now. We've hit a really, like, bad period where people are kind of focusing on things that have nothing to do with games anymore. You have people wanting to, like, take real-world arguments into it and act like things are being threatened when they're not, or things are happening that aren't. Or really just blowing things out of proportion, where the truth of the matter is, if you want to know about the rough underbelly of, like, what's actually happening with the game industry and all the business around it, you probably wouldn't even want to hear it if you're watering it down to just character designs or something being the problem, because you're going to hear about, oh, it's just business people being greedy. Ugh, I've heard that story a million times. Yeah, I know, it's probably not the story for you, but it's what's happening. Maybe that's why it needs to be about things that are more whimsical or much more fictional. Maybe that's why people can notice that there's a problem to some extent, but can't quite put their finger on what's doing it and then have to arbitrarily shift the blame off onto something that has nothing to do with it. Someone going, I don't know, I think it was that character designer's fault. I don't know, I think it was the audio engineer's fault. I think it's because the programmers clearly just hate all of us, or maybe it's something to do with that statement they made about having to work under crunch. I do hope something can change, because if anything, this might be the year of change. This might be the year of just people finally getting fed up and exhausted. We're only a few weeks in, and I'm pretty exhausted. I think a lot of people are pretty exhausted already. And doublespeak and bad faith isn't really going as far as it used to. It's kind of showing its cracks. It's kind of starting to fall apart a little bit. People are starting to pick up on the idea of, wait, have you just been lying to me every moment that I've ever known you? People are starting to recognize that that's a thing with some people, or companies. People are starting to pick up on that more and more and more, that no, people can easily utilize language against you and they're not going to be honest, and just begging somebody and saying, come on, isn't always going to be good enough. But with games, that's like a big thing that probably needs to start happening, is people not being so fully supportive of these practices. And unfortunately, while there's room for that to change, it hasn't happened yet. In fact, I mean, if we want to tie this back to different entertainment industries, you can kind of look at what just happened with, like, Disney. I didn't even realize Moana 2 came out, but apparently it made a ton of money. That Lion King movie, oh, people are laughing at it and noticing how absurd it is, but it still made money. It's still making money. It's contributing to kind of a problem. You had a lot of people saying that they wanted to see new stuff, but then they ultimately kept going back and supporting just doing reboots over and over again. And that's the thing, people can say one thing and do the opposite. And when it comes to that whole thing about feeling and missing out, you don't want to miss out on what everybody's talking about recently, right? For example, I've got zero interest in that Marvel game, but that's the conversation now. That's why a lot of people are going to hop in, even if they're not necessarily into Marvel. It's a multiplayer game. That's where people are going to be socializing. You don't want to miss out on the conversation, do you? And I think that's why multiplayer was partially getting so prioritized. Although I could give the second part of it that was actually very direct that I could just get into. Esports scene was a thing because that was actually companies hoping to make a lot of money off of it. Outside sponsors were coming into it. That's why there was a lot of focus around esports for a while. That's why multiplayer games were being given so much attention. Esports was super, super, super profitable at the very beginning. And I mean, when it was like, not when it was MLG. That was a starting point, but it was also a lot of, like, bad reads by them as an organization alongside who was sponsoring and what games were getting featured and a lot of that. Really, it was when Twitch started getting big that you noticed the biggest influx of, like, okay, esports are big now. Because League of Legends got big through Twitch. Through kind of shaky purposes. I don't know if anyone even remembers this. Back at the beginning with Twitch, used to be the #1 game on Twitch. It probably still is to some degree. But part of that was because they were view botting back at the beginning. It was a subject. It was a conversation people had briefly. And I mean briefly. I feel like they stopped talking about it after like a month or two of it happening, and people just kind of forgot and just slowly accepted it, and then it worked its way in. View botting is, by the way, insanely common, but typically it's also this thing of people doing it when they act like someone else is doing it. Because you'll see that on, like, all these social media platforms at this point. Someone will accuse someone else of it, where it's just like, I'm just saying that because you don't like the fact that someone is disagreeing with you right now. And then we're going to find out later that you were actually view-botting, like, the whole time. Not view-botting there, I guess, like engagement botting or whatever. But whatever, bots are, like, everywhere. The internet's polluted with that. Just expect it, like, every turn now. But, no, like, Twitch was getting a lot of esport attention. People were starting to play it in bars and everything. Like, it really was catching on. Esports became very big. MOBAs were really popular. To go with also just people were watching, like, StarCraft and everything. Esports were really taking off. Sponsorships were everywhere. And while it always existed as a scene, early 2010s is when it was hitting, like, a really high point for profitability. And then things kind of rolled out after 2016, and people didn't have quite as much money by the end of the 2010s. And then specifically 2020 happened, and people really didn't have money or means of, like, doing things anymore. A lot of scenes started falling apart. If people remember EVO, almost immediately when 2020 rolled through, everyone calling each other out and revealing how there were all these massive problems behind the scenes that everybody was well aware of, and they just let it slide. I think back to Kotaku, starting to talk about all of Activision's shady practices, but then they knew the entire time, which is kind of a major component in that as a story, because why were you withholding that information? Why are you only now acting like you care? Is it because you think your cash cow's running out, so now you're going to call it out? And then the problem with that, too, is the second part of that one was people then getting into, oh, man, so you're like, you're calling it out now? Wow, look at you. That it's like, okay, so which way is it? Are you supposed to be mad that they're doing shady things? Or do you get to go, well, it's too late now, and that you just accept it? Because that's what people started doing with Activision. They went, well, you can't complain about it now because you knew about it in the past, and you let it slide. No, that doesn't forgive it. If anything, everyone could be in the wrong on that. You should be upset, like, between everybody there. You should be upset that people were letting it slide for so long without saying a word. And you should also be upset that it's happening. It shouldn't be you forgive one end of it completely. No, the whole thing was bad. It shouldn't have gone that way. By the way, Bobby Kotick took a bunch of money and quit the company, and that lawsuit, I don't even know what happened. It got, like, stalled out. So, oops. No one got punished, and all the stuff was, you know, there and visible. The Bill Cosby suite. Go figure. But I also partially get why. Call of Duty is, you know, getting funded from some pretty, pretty major places. I don't think they're going to allow the company necessarily to take the hits it did. Microsoft came in and basically soaked up a bunch of that, and that's what was able to stall things out, and we all know Microsoft isn't so great right now either, so it makes enough sense, doesn't it? It's unfortunate where so much is going with gaming. Specifically, a lot of it is coming through, you know, the West going really hard with all these business practices. Because, to be fair, the West was starting to really get its eyes on gaming around the end of the 90s. It was always here, obviously, but in terms of, whoa, wait, we could actually, like, get something out of this, that was being a lot more felt by the end of the 90s, because, man, the PlayStation 1 was a good example. Runaway success, made a ton of money, and it was really starting to shape an industry, and people were becoming familiar with video games. It wasn't getting poo-pooed the way it did for a while. There was a point in time where people were frowning upon games and that you were looked down upon for even engaging with them, where it's one of the most profitable industries right now, because why shouldn't it be? It's interactive media. That should be exciting. That should be a thrilling thing. And that doesn't have to be exclusively like a nerd thing. It could be something cool and fun and engaging. And we're still seeing good things coming through. There still is good stuff being made. But that was why multiplayer was getting focused on so hard for a while, why you had companies making weird, like, venomous statements sometimes about it, about how you actually don't know what games you like or whatever. It was about trying to keep that all alive and going. It's about trying to, you know, shut out any kind of legitimate, like, discussion. And when you can get everybody arguing about breast sizes, that also makes it easier, too. Makes it easy to keep people away from, you know, where some of the core problems are. It'll take some time for people to like, get a better read on all of that and actually be able to kind of knock this stuff down and, like, push against it more. I hope it can happen, because, no, gaming is getting ridiculously, like, shamelessly, too, greedy. And a lot of the scene around it, thanks to influencer culture, and, I mean, even what was happening more recently, we talked about Honey on a recent stream. A lot of these YouTube sponsorships, big surprise, a lot of them were coming from really shady places that nobody even bothered to investigate or read into or look into. They were just kind of taking money for their channel because it was growth. They didn't question it. Except taking money and not questioning it sure could lead to problems. I know Tim Pool was trying to bail his way out on that one. Thankfully, everyone has the, like, really weak attention spans at this point. So even if something like that happens, it goes away within, like, a week. But with games, I can see them improving as an industry just because indie games have been growing more and more. It's starting to get to a point that people don't even have to really label it as its own thing. Some people are starting to treat them like they're their own games. And when it comes to animation right now, fuck, like, actual animation industry, it feels, like, outright doomed at the moment. But that's why independent animation is getting so big, and it's getting so big that it's actually exceeding what the actual animation industry was ever pulling off, because it was always looking down on its own work that it had. It never took its own work very seriously, it never took its own workers very seriously. So, probably really shocking getting a kick in the rear like that and getting to realize, oh shit, if you actually, like, commit to this, and you actually show some love to this, that goes over better than just canceling things immediately and constantly fucking over creators and also butchering what their vision is. Maybe it's sometimes better to, what are the kids saying? Something about cooking? I think they say, let it cook? That doesn't sound right. Let it die? That's the one! I think that's what the kids are saying, right? Let it die? Let it die! Let it die! Huh? Why are we losing more money? No, seriously, let them cook. Let them fucking make what they want to make, god damn it. Stop doing this shit. It's so stupid that all of these things have to be arbitrary roadblocks. Just because some jerk at the top who's not even paying attention to anything coming through him wants to make the most money. So now it's a game that everybody has to play with him while trying to get something made where they have to, like, make him feel happy by distracting him or trying to convince him, no, you're making money because of this. And then trying to sneak good things, like, through on that. And then eventually getting caught, and then they try to burn down the good thing that you did. It is a really, really tough struggle right now if you're trying to compromise and work with an industry. It already was getting really bad in the 2010s, but it's become completely unmanageable in a lot of cases at this point. It's become such a frustrating mess. And it's gonna be hard to overcome it. It really is, but there's room to do so. It can happen. I guess we'll just have to see. Another part of it that doesn't help either is if you have a discussion like this, you'll probably have somebody eventually get into, man, why is this a talk for like more than a minute? Talk about being like pessimistic, where it's like looking at the reality of a situation is not pessimism, especially if you're trying to figure out how to navigate it to lead towards something more positive. It's what you need to do. And if anything, I think people have been trying to look away for too long. You need to be able to acknowledge these things to even understand what is going wrong so you can fix the problem. But, like I said, I think there are things that are starting to get in there to do it. And I'll also say this too, from firsthand experience from people that I know working within these industries at the moment and talking to a lot of people. These industries absolutely have egg on their face right now. For example, when it comes to independent animation at the moment, man, a lot of them are feeling embarrassed. Getting to see that they could have seriously been making it, like, that big, they could have been having that much success if they didn't keep fucking with their creators. Yeah, a lot of them are feeling really embarrassed. Not that they're gonna admit it, and not that they're gonna really change their practices. If anything, they're gonna try to, like, strike back at these people to try to, like, force them back into their power structure, but no, there's a lot of embarrassment being felt. There's a lot of mistakes being made, and there's a lot of panic decisions being made. Warner Brothers right now is insanely panicked that they have no idea what the fuck they're doing anymore. It's basically just getting ready to burn everything to the ground and just cash out. That's what a lot of people are thinking about. I mean, Jeff Bezos actually just sold off like $1 billion worth of stock in Amazon. A lot of people are getting ready for just cashing out. But, a lot of people are also figuring out how you can still make something happen, and it's insanely hard because one of the biggest steps is having a sense of community. And right now, people are not really on board for community. Everyone is very occupied with ripping each other apart, and that's going to be the hardest thing about getting new things going and getting new startups going and kind of reshaping an industry that's dying. You need that. That's what's going to keep it alive, is allowing it to keep, like, stay alive. Now, everyone's going to keep figuring out new ways that they can divide each other out and just close each other out and just shut everything down. You're not going to be able to get to that point. People are going to eventually have to start getting past really petty squabbles over nothing to start really, like, setting their sights on what's important and how to keep things moving. And it's slowly, like I said, happening. We're slowly getting there, but man, is it slow. And I'm hoping it speeds up soon, because there's not going to be a lot of time left if people keep choking up and hesitating here. For example, those animation protests that have been happening, it's way too late, and with some of it, it's even a matter of what I was just talking about earlier with Kotaku. Some of the stuff that's been coming out, it's, you guys were aware of this the entire time, and you didn't do anything about it when it was happening. You'll hear horror stories now about stuff that was happening at these studios as of like a decade ago, but nobody did anything, and nobody was there for each other during it, and a lot of people left each other to just kind of burn out through it. We watched it happen all the time when we were living back in LA. We watched it constantly, that bad things would happen. Everyone was well aware of it, but the people who would remain in there would just pretend it wasn't happening until it impacted them, in which case now it's real. And that's why I hope something can happen, but I think it's way too late with that. Way too late. All the damage was absolutely done. And for people hoping to go back to their jobs, those jobs don't even exist anymore. Some of these places don't function the way that they used to. A lot of these people are not in these places anymore. They're asking for things that aren't necessarily there. For example, if you're going to ask Warner Brothers to, like, give you a bunch of money right now, I think they're kind of struggling to figure out how to stay profitable at the moment. They're not going to have that money to offer anyways. That's why some of the decisions maybe don't make sense to people that they're making, but if you're thinking of it from the perspective of, actually, this company has been hemorrhaging money like crazy, and it's just not being very open about it because that would ruin it even more, maybe that can explain the decision-making a little bit more. It's still horrible decision-making, but boy does that start explaining it. You don't want to let people know that you're doing horribly at the moment. That's why you're cutting everything down and shutting everything down and staying so quiet about it, but that's why this stuff happens. That can happen for sure. The things that you are being told by a company is going to be, in a lot of cases, like marketing being done, PR agents getting in there to like manufacture a statement. You're not going to be hearing what's really going on. And what's really going on is not there's some evil boogeyman, it's business. Business is what's happening, and business is really struggling to figure itself out these days. At least with subscription models, it's been a useful method of tricking a lot of people into repeatedly paying for the same service, and then they don't know how to cancel in some cases, so at least that's ways of making money, is by figuring out ways to just frustrate people or annoy them so they can't get out, but that's a band-aid, and that's not an actual solution to the problem. And that's why we need new people. The truth of the matter was we needed new startups for a long time here. The 2010s should have been a big period for lots and lots of new startups, and we got some, but we needed more. And to make the 2020s here go in that path, you're gonna, like I said, just need a lot of people to actually be there for each other. You need artist communities to actually be able to stand by each other. Not everyone figuring out how to monetize a video to rip each other apart. How do you actually be there for each other? How can you actually start growing a scene and a community and make something happen? Actually feeling like you have people there for each other. Not someone saying, don't worry, man, we got each other's backs, and then someone gets offered money and they immediately cut everybody else down and run off. I mean, for God's sake, I've been seeing that happen recently. People are trying to recontextualize what happened with Minecraft, where it's like, no, that was what happened with Minecraft. What happened with Minecraft was that Notch got offered like $2 billion to basically sell the company and everyone attached to it who he considered to be friends to Microsoft, and he gladly and happily hopped right into that and took the deal. And then was confused immediately after why all of his friends didn't want to talk to him anymore after selling them to Microsoft. People were doing that a lot. They were cutting each other down a lot in favor of business. Sometimes I just don't even get it. Rebellious artists then working with Disney and then later going, I don't get it. Why did Disney screw me over? Because Disney does that to like everybody, and there's a million nightmare stories about it, and you just thought you were going to be the exception case. People can get sweet-talked. They can get suckered into that very easily, that they are treated like they're going to be some exception case. But like I said, there is a lot of room for it right now. We're seeing starting points. It's a little shaky because some of the places where it's coming through are kind of turning into their own vicious, like, power structures. But some places are growing and more creators are starting to get chances, and that seems to be the most viable place to make that happen right now. It's going to be a lot of these independent scenes not really being treated so much as independent as they are just new startups. There are going to be new companies, new groups, new people getting things going. And I've been pretty excited about some of the stuff coming out. I don't pay attention to a lot of like gaming media outlets at this point because I know I'm not going to be hearing about the things that I tend to care about, but like UFO 50 last year, for example, great game, and while it's getting some attention, nowhere near as much as it deserves, but I understand why it's not going to. It's still coming from, like, indie scene, and still going to be treated like that. I had seen people leaving reviews on it calling it an art game, where it's like, I guess you could make that argument for it, but all these games are very, like, very much in terms of how they play, very much pure gaming experiences. If you played old video games, this should be completely, like, what you'd be into. There's a lot of great stuff that's been coming out. I think this is going to be a nightmare year, unfortunately, for a lot of developers because people are barely able to get by anymore. I think it's going to be a really, really rough one. But like I said, if people can actually be there for each other, it doesn't have to be. But that's easier said than done. I mean, I remember when, like, Kickstarter first popped up that everybody wanted every project to be doomed because they hated the idea of having to pay for something like ahead of time. Where it's not you're paying for it ahead of time fully, it's also the realistic aspect of rather than going out and seeking investors from like major corporations and companies that also they're very familiar with these scummy practices and business-minded like decisions, you can find people who care about seeing the thing just get made coming to support you instead. In an idealist way, because that's the thing. A lot of Kickstarters, you had people take advantage of that in some cases. In other cases, it was also just people not paying attention. Ouya will always be that to me. It said very clearly what the Ouya was supposed to be, but that didn't stop people from talking it up big and trying to treat it like it's going to be the indie gaming console to end all gaming consoles, and then what the hell, it's just a phone in a box? It said it was going to be a phone in a box. It was there on the Kickstarter. That's not new information, it's just everyone got ahead of themselves and didn't even really listen to what it is they said, and then they rolled with it, which that was their mistake. Rolling with all the hype and making it very clear they didn't really know what they were doing either. But then people trying to, and I think this is the other problem that we're really dealing with right now and why it's going to be hard for new startups. People reducing everything. How often do you still see it right now that if someone gets into an argument with a random person, they have to now call that person Twitter? You talked to one person, but now you've decided to call them the entire website? And now is it any surprise why people are getting so, like, ridiculous with how they hold conversations? You can't even look at people as people anymore. They all have to be symbolic of some larger structure for whatever reason, rather than just being able to pick up on the fact that that was an individual. That was not Twitter, the website, talking to you. That was one person. Someone going, oh, Reddit. That wasn't Reddit talking to you. That was one person. But if people are also going to be adhering to mindsets like that, that's not going to help. That's not going to do any favors, because if there's a need right now for people to stick by a lot of creators and allow these scenes to grow and blossom, well, one thing is going to go wrong. You're eventually going to get a bad egg in there, and then it's going to be up to people to either have the maturity to understand that's one person here that shouldn't have to soil the entire thing, or more realistically, what's going to happen is everyone's going to say the whole thing is flawed and the whole thing can't work now because one person proved that you can test limits and break something. Which will always happen, by the way. In every area, it will always happen. There will always be someone who tests limits intentionally and tries to just be exploitative. But if you can understand that, that's why you shouldn't fall for it. You shouldn't treat it then like, okay, so that means everything is just doomed inherently, or, man, the whole thing is now ruined because of one person. You can't let that happen. But that's going to be a tough one. That's just, once again, I think that's just a natural instinct for a lot of people. It makes it easier for them to understand the situation when you do that, you break it apart that way. That you go, oh, you know, it's Twitter though, man, you know? And even with that, that was frustrating to watch as it played out too, because it's like, man, it's double speak too, once again. You're saying Twitter because you don't want to actually say what you see Twitter as and what you're actually complaining about right now. You're still doing a thing of lumping everybody together, but you're lumping together people for a specific reason that you don't want to say audibly, because if you do, maybe people are going to roll their eyes at you more. So you have to kind of sneak your way around it and just say Twitter, even though, hey, Twitter isn't old Twitter anymore, so what are you actually talking about? What do you mean by that? You know, Twitter is just, you know, people getting overly sensitive about, like, social values. Is it? As sure as hell it hasn't been that for 2 years now. You sure about that? I could probably click over there and immediately tell you that you're wrong about that. It still exists, sure, but that is absolutely not the image of the platform or the guy running the platform. And isn't that an awkward one to end up with? You used that as your label. That was your crutch for a long time. And now it doesn't actually represent that anymore, so now you get to sound like an old man if you keep calling people Twitter. Same with calling people Tumblr. But that's a thing people are going to have to learn to shake. You're going to need to actually shake that off and understand people as individuals if you want to get to the point of people being able to make some progress. It just has to happen eventually. And right now, like I said, there's not really any demand to do that. We're still going to have a tough time with that. Like I said, too, I think it is a natural instinct for a lot of people. Reduce things down, treat it like you're talking to a website and not a person, because that makes it easier. But if people are going to be able to push back against companies, which, by the way, want to be seen as people, so when you're reducing people into things like a website or a company, that's not helping, you're doing the opposite. It's going to strengthen all that, too. I'm hoping we can see progress, though. Like I said, we've seen some good steps forward. We've seen a start happening. If people can start being there more for each other, we can definitely have, like, some major pushback to a lot of this and maybe get things being a little more interesting again. You guys can see some more variety with art coming through again. You guys can see more entertainment being produced again. You can see people who want to make these things getting out there and making these things. Not because there's some promise of fame around the corner, not because money was the thing in mind, but it's that a lot of people just want to make things and do things, and they're not going to let anything really stop them from doing that. And there are a lot of people out there. If you guys haven't been seeing it, I can at least let you know. There are a lot of people who are dedicated like that. There are a lot of people still trying, even if it may not be felt sometimes. It is still happening. It's going to be really tough, like I said, but it is happening. It'll just hopefully become, you know, stronger as an effort as time goes on. But it would be very foolish to pretend a lot of these things are not happening at the moment. Or just dishonest. I'd probably lean more towards that. I think a lot of people just don't want the discomfort of recognizing a lot of this stuff has been kind of an issue for a while. Because with a lot of the things that we even just talked about here, this is stuff that we've talked about for a long time anyways, and if people remember when we were first streaming and talking about these subjects, man, there was an unwillingness just outright to even get into this even slightly. And I get it. That's when a lot of this stuff seemed to be at its best point. People didn't really understand that behind the scenes, actually, a lot of it was starting to crumble, and a lot of exploitation was starting to come through. That wasn't really visible to people yet. So it was just pure optimism. If you had anything to say about something bad is starting to happen, people would just think that you're talking crazy. I haven't been hearing it from everybody else. I mean, I know they're being paid not to talk about it, but I haven't been hearing it from anybody else. Well, yeah. There's more context at this point now. And even going back, it doesn't just apply to games. Entertainment in general has just been taking a lot of hits. But, it's been weird, because of the process that's also just been coming of that. We knew a lot of people when we were living back in LA that, oh yeah, they would look the other way when people were getting hurt, bad things were happening. They shut each other out really hard. And at least with some of them, I've been seeing they're starting to mature. They're starting to actually realize that that was really pointless to do to one another, and that it's going to have to be important for people to stand by with each other now. At least that's a major step forward. I never would have expected it. Like I said, I think it's too late with some of this stuff. Like, man, I think Cartoon Network, for example, may just be doomed. But at the same time, Cartoon Network hasn't been what people were fond of for a long time anyways. Just, you can go be the new Cartoon Network if that's what you're so concerned about, because it was what a lot of people at the time were concerned about. It was people who grew up watching Cartoon Network wanting to work there to say, hey, I worked at Cartoon Network. Cartoon Network doesn't mean what it used to mean and hasn't for a long time now. Nickelodeon is similar. Maybe at one point that would be a thing that people would be like, you know, saying is like, oh, you know, the channel that had like all that, and like Rocko's Modern Life, and you know, like Invader Zim and all that. I want to work there. You want to work at the place that reruns SpongeBob over and over again, and kids currently, that's all they think of it as, is the SpongeBob rerun station? No, I want to work at the place that made Hey Arnold. Okay, Hey Arnold's been canceled for a very long time now, so that place doesn't really exist. You can work at the place that's run by, you know, new people, and that's what they're prioritizing, but if you're looking for that, you're not going to get it. And that was part of the issue, too. There was a lot of that happening. A lot of people were turning a blind eye to what was happening to their like fellow employees and everything, and all the abuse that was coming through these environments. And when I say abuse, I'm not just talking about just directly like, oh, like harassment and stuff. Oh, sure, that was happening, but also just outright from like a business sense. People not getting paid enough to get by. People having to like desperately room with each other. That you have a household of like, it's an apartment that has like 5 or 6 animators living there because nobody is making enough to even like afford basic ass groceries in some cases, because it's supposed to leave you dangling. You always have to find a new job, and you're desperate to just get anything you can find, because this is where you have to live to work at these jobs, but they also never pay you enough to actually survive out there, so it's an ongoing struggle. That was what a lot of animators were dealing with. That sucked. But a lot of animators were also willing to put up with it or make an excuse for it, acting as if like this is this shows strength and character. It's kind of like the equivalent of someone going, "Look at my hands. These are working man hands." That's what a lot of them were treating it as if like, well, this is how it gets done, though. But now you're noticing it's not getting done anymore. It's actually not how it gets done. It's how they were doing it. But it wasn't the right solution, necessarily, towards getting better things made. It was a solution towards putting a Band-Aid on it to be sure people can still be making their money and whatever. At least we're not letting any of these guys, like, get a big cut out of that. Even though we're struggling, at least we can stay afloat, even if our workers can't necessarily. At least that puts pressure on them so they'll keep working. It was a really big mess. Even though we're struggling, at least we can stay afloat, even if our workers can't necessarily. At least that puts pressure on them so they'll keep working. It was a really big mess. And like I said, we were witnessing it during the 2010s. We had friends working within it. We were living within it for a while. I'm glad to have seen progress made, and some people who I never in my life would I ever have thought they were going to speak out against industry, they're starting to. That's progress to me for sure. I never thought that day would come. I never thought some people would be finally willing to admit that maybe some things could actually, like, improve. Rather than being the guy who pops out of the well saying, yet you participate in society. And that's the thing, too. I feel like that's the best point of criticism that's going to come from somebody. If you were tangled up in all of it and you witnessed it directly, then you're going to be the most familiar with it out of anybody else. So people who are even within there are also able to offer their criticisms, then you know something is probably going on. What's weird to me is when I see people do this, like secondary thing that they go, but isn't it suspicious just how literally almost everybody working there said there was a problem? Almost enough so that that means all of them are lying? People make some really weird logical leaps sometimes to try to drown out, you know, situations like that. But like I said, too, I think it's becoming harder and harder to do that when it's kind of impossible to, like, not see the impact of these things after all this time. And if you need to know, too, yes, some of it was very intentional. No, it wasn't just as simple as the company literally thinking, this will not make us much money, get rid of it. That's the thing people will say sometimes for comfort, but it can get deeper than that. It can be negative relationships between, like, networks and the people working. It could be, hey, you're not a name that we trust, so we kind of want to get you out of here. There's a lot of reasons this stuff can happen. That's why a lot of the names that were supposed to be big names, I guess, during the 2010s aren't exactly so big right now and aren't even being given opportunities. It's why a lot of the people in the past were similar. Craig McCracken had a speech about how, yeah, he tried to pitch, like, I don't even remember the number he said. Was it like 16 or something? New properties? And that none of them got approved, and then he just suggested a Powerpuff Girls reboot, and they went, okay. And that was the only one he could get through. Because they don't trust new properties, they don't trust creators. They just trust seeing a product continue to sell itself. We're in desperate need of a lot of new things. And maybe that's why even culturally things are kind of weird right now. We don't have a lot of voices coming through in terms of just what's, like, where things are at, what people are kind of growing up around, or what they're living through at the moment. And we're going to be opting for machines to write that stuff. You're really not going to be getting anything, like, in tune with people. So, thank goodness for independent scenes always existing. I'm glad that there are artists who really are thinking of their work as art and trying to prioritize it as such. And what I mean by that is literally trying to get it made. Just trying to get it made, even if they're going to have a bunch of roadblocks, just trying to do it anyways, no matter who tries to stop them. I'm glad that's still a thing. I'm glad there's still an effort made. And to anyone here, if you're hoping to get into this stuff, while it is really rough right now, that's at least the thing that you would need to keep in mind and try to keep prioritizing for yourself. Put up a fight. Don't just lay down. Have some confidence in what it is you're trying to make and do. Just don't bail, don't back down on that. You're also going to be the one to make your thing. So that's why it's important to also keep up with what you're doing. Oh god. Speaking of up, I stacked up too high here. Only for 40 minutes. That immediately built one of the structures. Do animators from the US ever move over to Europe? In some cases, I would say half of my friends have usually ended up like leaving the States to go work elsewhere. I knew a lot of people that ended up moving out to Canada to do work because at least it's not as great now, but like a few years back, oh my god, Canadian animation scene, it's like rapid fire. Things are being produced all the time. And it's because the government also funds a lot of the things that are being made over there, so that's a big piece of it. Oh, look at that. Fancy. Interesting game. Like, pushing the hardware. Oh, there's a toucan. But right now, if you are stationed in the US and you're going to be working with US companies, it's going to be really, really, really rough. Like, just ridiculously brutal right now. A lot of these places don't have the money to throw around, and when I say that, they kind of do. Yeah, the CEOs don't need to be taking like $60 million raises every year. If they hit the brakes on that, they probably could easily fund things to still be produced and put out there, and they could be making some money again. But that gets in the way, and that's not what a lot of them are really caring about. So, oh, cool! Does it show which accounts in the game built the structure? That's neat. This is a cool game. I wasn't big on this one when I first played it, but the more I've played this one, I've been appreciating it. I'd still rather play Magical Tetris. I mean, that's an Eureka game, but this is pretty good too, though. I like this one. Oh no, someone just said, I think the lack of dialogue comes from fear, too. That's what it really comes down to. If you want me to get into it, that's what it comes down to. It's why we've had people act very, like, psychotic to our own ends over the years because we've talked about certain things, where it doesn't feel like it should have to be a big deal. Why is just talking about wanting to see games improve or for people to make more things, why is that an issue? Because it could also be challenging something or threatening something, and it may make somebody have to feel like they need to actually eventually get you to a point of not talking. That's why NDAs are a thing. And that's why some people are in a position they can't say anything. They signed an NDA, and now they just have to watch all the pain be felt, and they can't do anything about it. Unless they want to have a gigantic lawsuit against them. But some people are not on NDAs for some of these things. And they're afraid to say anything because what, that gets them thrown out. We've talked about this in the past. We got blacklisted from some places, and we're not with some of them anymore. But it was really silly how it worked in a lot of cases because all it took was one person going in and kind of throwing that around, and that's all it takes. So if somebody is trying really hard to get ahead of Cartoon Network right now, you're both working on a show together, and you end up publicly making a criticism about the company, which now makes them awkward because, but I wanna get promoted. Maybe now you need to respond publicly and say, actually, I love the company. I don't know what this guy's talking about. It's happened a lot. A lot of the pointless conflicts that we had back in like the 2010s came from some of that. People very clearly brown-nosing and saying things because they wanted to keep their jobs. At the same time, it's why pushing back against people who are being a little more genuine and open was a little bit confusing within itself. I get not wanting negativity, sometimes people were just being petty. And you can tell. For example, when someone's complaining about the CalArts art style, I don't think you're being very genuine. I don't think you're actually coming in because you want to see more things getting made. It sounds to me like you're somebody coming in actually because something very surface level rubbed you the wrong way, and you're not very invested in a lot of this, and you're more so here to shut things down. You're here to act like you're the person who has like solutions or answers for a lot of this when no one really does. And that's why the best anyone can really do right now is be there for each other. And that was really hard for a lot of people to get together and do. But it's why I was saying there's hope. People have been improving with a lot of this, and some people are even just saying, fuck it, I don't care if there's an NDA. I don't care with a lot of this stuff. It's gone too far. That's what the animation protest stuff is. Like I said, it's unfortunate that a lot of it was also coming from a position of, in the past, a lot of you were witnessing all of this and did absolutely nothing, and in some cases even let people completely, like, leave and have to just disappear. But, yeah, things are certainly improving. we're getting to a better point. I also just realized this game has a noise filter over it, doesn't it? I'm seeing it right there. I don't tend to see that in n64 games. I know, that's not my video cable. I'm using S-Video. That's interesting. Yeah, there's like a noise effect on the screen. Cool. That's why that kind of thing even... I mean, that's why it was even the power structure that it was. A lot of these industries, like animation industry, gaming industry. If you're somebody who is... There's a few layers to it, and I've talked about some of these before, but like... For example, if you're a cleanup artist, this is how a lot of people were starting their work in animation industry. I've done cleanup even on some stuff, because I'm not much of an artist, but cleanup is at least an area that you don't need to be much of one. You're working with other people's material. But some people then come into it... Let's see what Ultra is. Some people come into it hoping that it's like, hey, you know, I'm going to start out here, but I have an idea, and I have a big show I want to eventually do, and I even have ideas for, like, a spin-off series, and that it's going to have, like, comic books that also tie into the universe of the thing. Everyone has, like, a huge in-depth... Everybody does, by the way. Creators all tend to have things like this going. Maybe some of them are a little more modest or smaller scale or understanding limits, but a lot of people get into this territory of, like, I want to have, like, a legacy. I want to do, like, the biggest stuff ever, and there's going to be video game tie-ins, and there's going to be a movie. I think a lot of people dream of that kind of thing. But then the reality is, with all this business stuff that we've even just been discussing, how are you going to be able to do all that if these companies already don't want you to be doing any of that? Even if you may have the most viable product ever, they still might not let that even through. People are ready for that kind of thing, so they're coming in, working at, like, you know, basic job, clean up, they're barely getting any pay to do it, and they go, but that's okay. I'm eventually going to get promoted, because then, when I'm promoted, I'll be coming up with the stories on the show, and then after that, they'll get to see, wow, you've got great ideas, and then I'm going to be a showrunner. Actually, what's most likely going to happen in almost all situations, there can be exceptions for sure, but in a lot of situations, what's going to happen is they're just going to hit you with more cleanup work, because why would that give you experience towards running a show? That's something completely different. And also, you got hired for cleanup because they see you as like a grunt worker. They would just roll their eyes at you and go, yeah, your dream show. Yeah, of course. You're working for somebody else and you talk about how you want to make something and go, you think you're going to surpass me one day? So, this hopeful dream and not getting it realized. For example, Over the Garden Wall, this one still screws with me. I remember Channel Frederator of all things. Anyone even remembers that being a channel. Which, by the way, they gave up on animation to do clickbait videos because they weren't making enough money through their animation that they were doing. Frederator had a video up, I remember, that they were talking about Over the Garden Wall. And they went into a thing with it where they said, look at that. If you stay at it and, you know, stay focused and stay true, you eventually get your thing. They didn't. Over the Garden Wall is massively compromised. That's why if you want to listen to the music in full, you gotta go get the soundtrack. It's why it's a mini-series, and it's, by the way, not the first mini-series. They tried a second one because Cartoon Network, what they learned through Over the Garden Wall wasn't, wow, people really like Over the Garden Wall. They learned that much later as time went on. What they initially got out of it was, wow, this experimental format worked, let's just keep doing it, it saves us a lot of money. And then the second one didn't really work out. I don't think anyone even remembers Long Live the Royals or whatever. But they've been doing it more than that, even. There were more shows planned to kind of go with the mini format that just ended up getting the plug pulled on them. And when the company was switching up its ownership around 2020, which, by the way, I don't even remember how many times, like 3 times or something within a span of like 2 years it switched its hands, Cartoon Network, they canceled literally everything. Every last project that was greenlit and was going to go through got canceled, so it's already enough that people are getting to find some leaked pilots or just getting to hear from creators that's like, oh man, I was looking forward to the show and it got canceled too? Well, that's what I can also lend to you guys. There was more than that. There were a lot of shows in development that you've never even heard of because they didn't get to get past development. Once the company switched hands enough times, basically they came in and just gutted everything. They just went, forget it. Whatever you guys are currently doing, I'm not aware of any of it, so we're killing all of it. There's a lot of weird decision-making that was made because you had so many hands switching around, and it's not a surprise why, once again, getting back to Cartoon Network specifically, why it's kind of the mess that it is right now. They really didn't know what they were doing. They weren't familiar with it. They walked into a thing that they hadn't worked with prior, and they didn't really care either. But, by the way, I don't know what the difference with Ultra is here. Seems kind of the same to me. Yeah, what is the difference? This is gonna make a big block? Yes. I don't see the difference. It's gold this time, it's not silver. At least I'm understanding how to make these. But yeah, during that time period, it was also what some people were doing. It wasn't just that people getting the wrong hopes, like, towards where these things were going to go. They work on cleanup for a show, and they think they're going to get a show, but then they never do, and now they're working there for 10 years, and now they're confused. Why didn't I ever get my big break? Wait, why is that guy getting a show? He's literally never even worked in this industry before. Wait, why is that guy getting a show? Everybody who works here hates him, and they're disgusted by him. Oh, well, he's actually friends with, the head of the company? Oh. Oh, so is it just like... Is it really just a whole thing about schmoozing and climbing a ladder, and it's just about being friends with these people? Yes, that was actually a big part of it. That's why LA is what it is for some people. That's about schmoozing around and trying to make connections. That's actually a big component of it. And it's a thing that would offend a lot of artists to have to find out about, that that's actually truthfully where a lot of this was at. That it never was about what you were making or what you were doing. It was about who you knew. But that is a big component of it, unfortunately. And that's why you can get trapped in a loop. That's why you might get stuck doing this for the rest of your life, that you're hoping eventually you're going to get your chance and you never get it. There are so many sad stories of animators with that kind of thing. Getting stuck working on shows like just Family Guy as like a cleanup artist or something, and never getting to go anywhere beyond that. And that's your whole life. There's a lot of stories like that. Some of these people don't want to create a story. Some people do see it as just a job, so they can be content with that. But so many of these people are creative people and are always hoping that they're going to be able to have a chance to throw their own like perspective in there, and then just never get that opportunity. But that was part of it. Part of it is also, I don't want competition. Some people thought of it that way too. When they hear one of their fellow workers talking about wanting to go start their own show, what, you think you're better than this? I'm not sure about them. We might have to do something about that here. That would happen too. Showrunner overhears somebody saying they have future plans of things they want to make, and now they're shaking their head thinking, I gave them everything, and this is how they treat me? They're gonna leave me? Well, maybe we don't need them around here. That kind of thing can happen too. Oh, I won apparently. Was it just to see how fast you could get to that, I guess? No, I can go faster than that, I bet. Let's see. 150 lines, how fast can I do that? Thing is, I need those big blocks if I really want to do it. No, it doesn't count as a big block. That's going to be a little bit down to luck now that I think about it. I shouldn't even say a little bit down to luck. That's going to be really down to luck. It's just going to be what pieces it decides to give me. Whoa, look at this background. A little too bright. But ultimately, there were a lot of reasons that people were kind of keeping each other down. And that's why it's been also kind of difficult for a lot of creators and artists right now, thanks to that. But the biggest part of all of it, someone bringing up the idea of, it seems like it's because of fear. Fear is the biggest component. And that comes down to even things outside of just this. This is like entertainment industry at its core. Fear is such a big component. YouTube has that going on as a thing. Mr. Beast is like one of the biggest channels right now, for example, but you still see him getting into arguments all the time about anyone giving him like any bad attention. That he has to go and like attack small communities for posting anything negative, that he's like constantly got his eyes on anything that could hurt his image. Fear. That's coming out of fear. That's not coming out of power. It partially is. It's the power of you have a big audience and you can make them do what you want. But it's also out of fear. The fear of, I don't want to lose this. Don't you dare take this away from me. Fear is a big thing that finds its way into a lot of this. And with YouTube, I would say that's the big one I've seen. Fear on YouTube is fear of, you're not fucking taking this away from me. I'm going to burn all of you to the ground if you try. YouTube seems to be the most hostile end I've ever witnessed. Because to be fair, YouTube also figured out a way of making people be able to run a company and have money where they wouldn't have been able to otherwise, because they don't have the social skills for it, or they've never actually worked in professional settings, so they don't even have the experience to really manage something like that. YouTube, when it was doing its best, it was basically a computer that people were reprogramming every day and tricking into spitting out money. So it didn't have to come from having any kind of understanding of anything. You didn't have to treat people well. You didn't have to be making anything very genuine. If you knew how to screw with the algorithm so it would pay out, you knew how to do that and you could exploit it. Going back, because we've talked about this many times on stream, that's why you had like Elsa Finger Family videos and stuff. That's why you were getting that kind of content. People figured out how to hit the front page and it didn't matter what you were making, it would pay out. But with, like, Cartoon Network, NDAs were one of the biggest parts. NDAs and not wanting to rub other animators the wrong way who are technically higher up on the food chain. Because some of the creators who are in the bigger leagues are the ones that also are lashing out the hardest. Because they might feel threatened that they could lose their own position. Some of them might let it get to their head a little bit, that they feel like they've earned a little bit more than might have actually come from the people around them. There's a lot that can go into it, but fear, like I said, that was always the biggest component that I always witnessed. No one wanted to do things because they didn't want to lose their own job, and if someone was just going to have to eventually go away, everybody would just make their peace with it and go, well, I guess you have to go then. I can't count the number of times I heard people back in LA say the whole thing about not making it out there. Where it's like, that was your friend. How do you say that to your friend? How do you make that, like, even sound human? That your friend is having to move away and that you go, oh, well, I guess you weren't good enough. Oh, good enough. Is that how you're measuring the people you know now? But you would see it a lot. It would come up a lot within animation circles. It would come up a lot between people that were working at Cartoon Network, Nickelodeon, all these places. The truth of the matter was, a lot of these guys weren't there for each other, and they were ready to jump ship on each other as soon as they were given the opportunity. Some of them were developing that out of, like, necessity for survival. They felt like they had to do it. Others could have just been really cold people. Some of it was just learned over time, being in that environment for way too long and not knowing anything else. But it wasn't good. It shouldn't have had a... Yeah, I couldn't make a big block out of that. Let me see if I can get better rolls on this, what pieces it gives me. But yeah, fear. That's the big one. Whoever said that, you hit the nail on the head. That's why, as disgusting as the behavior can be sometimes, I can partially get where it's coming from. I'm not going to excuse it. It means that somebody was still weak-willed enough to get themselves there. But if someone learns, you can't fault somebody for learning and growing. If you fault somebody for that, that means you yourself don't believe in growth, and that's kind of a scary thing within itself. You don't want to end up like that. You don't want to end up in a position that you yourself don't know how to grow, so you're still behaving like you did when you were in, like, 5th grade or something. Growth is, like, a necessity, and it's just a part of life. Things are always going to be changing, and if you can't adapt to a new environment in some cases, that means that you're not going to be able to survive. And with a lot of these industries at the moment, they've been in desperate need for something to change because they're no longer in a position that people can survive. They're not working anymore. But even if those animation protests don't end up going anywhere, it's at least something that finally an effort had been made. There's finally a starting point. I would just hope that that energy is never lost. That if it doesn't work out, there's still an active fight that's made, and there's still an active effort to try to, like, platform other artists. Not just your own friend circles, not just the people you know because you're hoping you're going to be the new power structure. I mean actually being able to get into a point of opening things up and everything being, you know, a world of promise and excitement that all these artists are really here for each other. No matter who's going to try to keep them down, who's going to keep them out, they always have some kind of support network to fall back on. Honestly, what I would blame for that a little bit, because there was actually something like going in the 90s. Believe it or not, there was actually a lot of that going on during the 90s. There was some exploitation for sure. John Kay, I would say, is the worst of that I can think of when it came to exploitation and kind of making it into something miserable rather than fully being there for everybody. His blog was just exclusively about knocking everybody down, saying everyone was bad but him. Which I can lead that into something else, I guess. But no, a lot of scenes. A lot of people are sticking by. A lot of the people who are working on The Simpsons, then branching out to other shows and trying to be there for each other. A lot of people who are on Rugrats, for example, kind of standing by each other and then leaving eventually and going off and starting new projects. You had some of them finding their way on Recess, for example. You had some Simpsons writers finding their ways onto a lot of shows. You had people kind of branching out and getting around. I'm trying to remember. Craig Bartlett, right? Hey Arnold? It's not Matt Groening's sister, right? I don't remember. Daughter? He was dating one of them, or is even married to, I think. But just that, yeah, there was like a scene. There were people. And during that time, it was a lot of people kind of standing by for each other. Does anyone remember Scud the Disposable Assassin? Probably doesn't mean anything now, but back at the time, independent comic scene was really trying to be there for each other, too. There were a lot of names really trying to stand by for each other, and things like that could actually end up becoming a hit, even though comic books were starting to find their way out a little bit. And when I say starting to, not really. There was a really strong point at the beginning of the 90s, like super strong point. It was starting to fizzle a bit by the end of the 90s. The viability was dropping out a little bit more, and I'd say the 2000s is when really they weren't sure what to do with comics anymore. Webcomics became a scene, and now webcomics, because webcomics were a scene, a lot of people were advertising each other and promoting each other. A lot harder to find. You don't have people doing that as much of that as they used to. When a competitive nature comes into these areas, that seems to be when people don't want to be, demonstrating a sense of community anymore. When people see viability, they now see competition. And when people see competition, they'll do whatever it takes to be the ones that come out on top or to get some kind of control over that. And that's where you can find the demonstrations of people who might have a weak character then. The kinds of people would say, don't worry, we're all going to be there to the end, man. And then they abandon each other immediately. But what I'd say really kicked that off, I think web artists, honestly. It kind of sucks saying that because at least we're getting some new good things coming through a lot of web communities in some cases, but man, I remember back to DeviantArt. I remember LiveJournal, where some people were like being open as artists off to the side. I remember all the petty squabbles, all the fights, who needed to be the most popular on the DeviantArt, and treating that like that was going to equate somehow to the real world. And then a lot of those people never really finding work until eventually they get to be a cleanup artist like 15, 20 years later on something that doesn't even get to come out. People were arguing all the time, and web communities were really weird about that you either had really great areas that people were coming together, or you had these artist circles where they pretended that they were great big friend circles. Oh, we all get along great. We all know each other, except it's a circle of about 300 people. I highly doubt you've all been talking to each other. I highly doubt you all actually know each other super well, and then you find out, no, they didn't. It was a lot of people kind of putting on a nervous smile because they don't want to fall out of line, and they have a couple of friends there, but actually nobody really sees eye to eye, and everyone expects that there's going to be a massive fight one day, and then when that fight happens, no one's talking to each other anymore. And then they all kind of go their separate ways. I've seen that happen to so many artist communities, so many times. Over the course of, like I said, 20 years here, I've seen it happen over and over and over again. That kind of bled over into these professional settings. Web mentality started just becoming real life mentality. And that's not just applied to this, but boy did it become a thing. If people can get over that a little bit, I don't think we're going to have as much of a problem. And like I said, we're seeing it. People are starting to. They're starting to realize the severity of the situation and how it is important to stand there a little bit more for each other. But needlessly turning everything into a competition, probably not a good idea. At least when it's a game, it's a game. When it's people trying to make art, art shouldn't be a competition. Never should it be. I want to see more perspectives. I want to see more things that people want to do and make. I want to see more variety. And I think we're, like I said, I think we're starting to see a beginning point for that. It's just going to be about people being able to overcome some of this, though, that they've developed in like the past 10 years, and understand how to be a little more open with socializing again. Hearing all the stuff about loneliness lately isn't really helping. Not that people can't be lonely, but more so a lot of people not picking up on why they even are. Some people not understanding that sometimes their own behavior may be pushing people away, and they're expecting everyone else to have to change for that, when they're the one getting aggressive. Having to understand you're always going to be in a world inhabited by other people who will not be the same way as you, and just having to come to terms with that and get past that. Some people just can't. In some cases, it's because people don't feel like they can even talk to anybody. They're friends with people, but in a way where they kind of feel like people are just putting up with them. That they may play a video game together, but past that, they wouldn't be able to talk about anything. Someone slightly exposes the idea of, oh yeah, I've been having kind of a rough time with family lately, and everyone goes, I don't care. Shut up, dude. That's the end of it. And when that happens, obviously, I get why you're feeling lonely, because that's not even like a friendship. That's like being an acquaintance. You don't actually have faith in your own friends. You feel like they're going to kick you aside, and that shouldn't be happening. But that was getting back to, even this as a subject, that's why I'm bringing it up. That's what was kind of happening to a lot of artists and animators back at the time during the 2010s. A lot of people were being that dismissive to each other. The kinds of people who you would think wouldn't be doing that. You would think they were going to care about each other more. They always would talk like they do. Then everyone goes out and you see them making like dirty faces at homeless people, and you're kind of like, oh, maybe that's a sign of something. They always talk about being there for people and caring about people, but then I watch them get grossed out when people kind of need them. Thing is, that also developed a really unhealthy mentality. That started developing the people who go, well, I've been burned one time, so I've learned my lesson. What that means is anybody who's nice is actually all evil and bad. There's only evil people. So the people who are at least honest about being evil are the good people now, because at least they told me how they're gonna hurt me. No, that's, if anything, that could be like even trauma. You might have had such a bad experience with somebody that now you can't get over it, and you're trying to make like blanket statements about humankind off of it. That's not good for you. And that's the thing, too. If you're admitting they're being bad, how is that the solution is to just be bad? No, not everybody is bad. It's definitely hard to find better people, but if people can't even have conversations with each other right now, how are you going to even be able to find that? How can you even locate that or spot that? Yeah, that one took a lot longer. Does that count towards my total? I don't know if it does. Yeah, it downgraded my level. I noticed that, too. Here, let's focus. Let's just go really hard. Whoops. We can talk more about creative work after this. Or not. Because we've also talked about these subjects plenty on stream. Part of the reason they just come up a lot is because it's where things are at, and nothing is changing in some areas, so obviously it still needs to be a discussion. But also because there's always new people coming through. And I feel like it's probably important to just get that out of the way in some cases. That's where we're kind of at with things. Just so there doesn't have to be an expectation towards something else. People are really good at creating an image in their own mind of who somebody is or where they're at. And will kind of commit to that story like perpetually until something proves them wrong, in which case they may not even accept it. So if anyone's wondering, at least with a lot of this that I've just been talking about, yeah, if it's not clear, I'm not very thrilled about how business interferes with art and entertainment. I don't care so much about what's good for investors. It probably even explains some of my behavior in the past that I was fine to throw myself down for other people when it came to that. Not really caring about consequence, because yeah, I've always felt like it's more important for people to be able to be there for each other as like creators than it would be to be caught up on something small. If it's big enough, I get it. I mean, some really insane shit comes through these communities sometimes. Last year, specifically, like, I remember we were out in LA when it happened. I don't remember what we were doing. But I remember when the 12 Forever thing, for example, came out. It was like, holy shit, are you kidding? Are you seriously kidding? Wow. I could believe it, I guess. I shouldn't say I couldn't believe it. I believe it, but it's just like, are you fucking serious? Really? And a bunch of people seem to know about this and just weren't going to say anything, and we're going to let that go by. Some people had a long track record going, like what happened to Loud House. But what I would get into recently was the Mighty Magiswords one. What the fuck? I had no idea. And oh my god. It's the thing that a lot of people I knew even said with it, where they were just like, I just thought the guy was an annoying dork. I didn't think it went as far as that. So there's bad stuff that can come through, for sure. There's really bad stuff that can go on in these areas. But that's what's even scarier to me, is that sometimes people know and they just let it go. They just let it slide until it's no longer viable, and then they say something about it. That one was a big one for that. A lot of people that we knew back at the time who were familiar with what was going on, but it acted like everything was completely fine, and not like, oh, something is up, but they won't talk about it. I think only 3 friends that I knew of brought that up. That they were working on it and quit later and admitted something really bad happened, and they couldn't really get into it because NDA. But with others, complete opposite. People treating it like absolutely nothing was wrong and it was all wonderful and great and everybody there was so nice, and then getting to hear absolutely that is not what was happening. And I already kind of figured as much. I was hearing mixed stories. Why do I have a few friends working on this that some of them I know are saying really, really bad things are happening? I should even say friends I know. I guess acquaintances is more like apt in this one. But people that I know working on this saying it's either horrible or everything is fantastic and nothing is wrong. Scary. Very scary. So there is a limit. There is a limit for patience on that kind of thing. When everybody was standing by for Schmorky, like years back, it was really confusing, because it's one, this was somebody who was being so hostile to their own communities in a lot of cases, which didn't make any sense, but also just how predatory they were, and people knew, and they gave it a free pass, until eventually it couldn't be ignored anymore. People let some really vile stuff slide sometimes. And lately, you're seeing that with a lot of the people who are trying to be like super shocking and edgy, that you get to find out, oh, the edginess was never actually a joke. I'm still baffled by some of the stuff that people gave like room for when we were living like back in LA, but yeah, all I'm getting at is there's a limit. There is a limit, and that's when I feel like something should absolutely be done. But that's also when it can be people then abandoning you because you think that something should probably be done. For my own end, that's at least where I almost immediately tune out with somebody, where I'm like, I'm done here. I'm not going to even, like, try to give this, like, any space. When I hear somebody is, like, screwing with the heads of a younger audience or doing something like any of that, But not even just that. It could be something with a younger audience where you're selling merchandise to them. You're trying to market to them a certain way. Or that you understand that you have a lot of young people coming through, and that you're hoping that you can kind of signal to them in a way where you really fuck with their perspective. That they don't even know what the fuck the world around them is going to be anymore because you've been yanking them around so much. I've seen people do that a lot. I'm still really, really confused why, like, as much as people were complaining about social media so hard, it's not a thing that people want to hold full accountability for, like, parents in regards going into, why are you letting your kids use this shit? Stop it. Knock it the fuck off. If adults are going insane doing all this, what do you think what's going to happen to kids? By the way, how many times as an adult are you arguing with a kid right now and you don't even realize it? It's crazy how people will say that they care about these things and then do absolutely nothing towards it. Hey, isn't it kind of fucked up that a bunch of kids are watching this right now? Yeah, but that's like the parents' fault. Cool. Anyways, isn't it kind of fucked up that a bunch of kids are watching this right now? I already said it's the parents' fault. Great, but what about the kids that just got impacted by it? We just leave that? We just let that slide, I guess? Maybe it's because this is coming from somebody who grew up on the internet at a really young age and getting to, you know, witness so much insane-ass shit, knowing this absolutely fucks with people. This absolutely does a number on people. It is scary. A lot of people, when I was growing up, they were trying to, like, desensitize themselves intentionally. Like it was a game. And eventually it worked, and then they ended up insanely depressed, or you get to hear that they got arrested. It's scary. It's really scary. But, yeah, I have my limits, and I think that those are areas, at least to me personally, they feel pretty reasonable to want to do something or make something stop as a problem. But if we're not falling into that, if it's not directly people are getting hurt, you just don't like the thing that somebody is making, or it's kinda cringe, or just, I don't know, they like... They're from, like, this state, and I don't tend to like people who come from there, or, I don't know, like, they grew up in LA, and I don't like people from LA. When it gets into that territory, I don't really care. None of that matters to me. If anything, it's just like you're looking for problems at that point. Whatever. If they're being polite and respectful to you, then there's no reason of starting a conflict there. But, oof. When it comes to actual harm, somebody better fucking do something or say something. Because getting back into the subject of people letting bad things slide, holy shit, did people let a lot of bad things slide. And that's why I've also been saying it's kind of too late with some stuff now. Damage was done. And it sucks that damage was done because people were not willing to say something sooner or do something sooner. Some cases they did. For example, going back to something like a Loud House, at least that eventually went somewhere. And not even just a Loud House, going back to the 12 Forever one, that was taken care of as early as possible. The show literally just started, and as it was being developed, they kicked the creator off because they found out about it. And it does seem like animation is the commonplace for it, which is very scary. But I don't know, Julian and I have had discussions about that too, because on his own end, he's even said, like, what the fuck is with it? Why does it seem to happen so much in animation? Why do so many people not seem to have a fucking, like, limit with that? And they don't even think about it anymore, that they're just going and hurting people with that kind of thing. I don't get it. I would assume that's either things getting to their head or just, no, I don't fucking know. They're just someone absolutely vile deep down. There definitely are just people who can be vile like that. I do think it always, like, comes from somewhere. I don't think evil is, like, a trait that you just happen to, like, learn. Or, sorry, not learn. Learn, I do think is true. I think you can learn it. If you're in an environment that's only negativity and nothing else, and that's what you've grown up around, and that's it, that's been your whole life, that's all you've ever been exposed to, oh, no, it can be learned. But I mean more so, it just being embedded into you at birth or something. I don't think that's true. But, yeah, some really fucked up shit has also happened in some of these communities over the years. And that's why pettiness and small-scale stuff I don't really care about compared to actual, meaningful, big, scary things happening. And that's going to be a thing, too, that if people are trying to stand by with each other as artists, start weighing that in. Start weighing in your fights. Are you getting into a fight with an artist right now because you don't like their art style, or, ugh, the story they want to tell is so annoying because I don't relate to it? Or is it something like this artist is legitimately going out and hurting somebody? If that's happening, do something. If that's not what's happening and it's something petty and surface level, no. It's petty and surface level. Maybe a conversation can come from it. Maybe it needs to be discussed depending on what it is, but that's kind of the thing is, I just saw an unwillingness to have any form of conversation. Everybody was afraid of each other. Everybody would let most things, like, slide. And the people who would recognize something was wrong, they usually would just end up disappearing eventually. And now there isn't really even, like, an industry or a landscape for a lot of this anymore. And going back to the Magiswords one as an example, the reason that some people put up with all that and made nice and enabled it, they're hoping they were going to benefit from it. They're hoping that if they act nice to the person who's hurting everybody right now, maybe that person who's hurting everybody won't hurt them and that they can gain something off of it. That's what a lot of people are looking at it as. That's how a lot of people look at jobs in general. They think about how it relates to them and what they can do to get ahead. And if you can't get ahead, well, you're just doing it wrong. That shouldn't be coming through in so many of these places. That's not the mentality that should be developed. But, I don't know. It's January. Beginning of the year here. I guess we'll see where this year goes. It's going to be an insane year for sure. And if anyone would say, no, it's not. To be fair, I don't think anyone would, though. I don't think anyone... Unless you're just trying to screw with people, I don't think anyone would legitimately say that at the moment of, it's fine, nothing's happening. We're not even, like, at the end of January yet. And already so much has happened. It's going to be an absolutely insane year. Just buckle up. It's going to be. I'm not going to pretend it's not. So at least if anyone's nervous about it, don't worry. I'll happily acknowledge it and even talk about stuff like that here on stream. I'm not going to pretend. But that's why I think it's important for people to also figure out a path forward and what can be done, knowing that it's going to be as rough as that. What can be done to mitigate some of it? What can be done to try to, like, improve a situation or better it? What can be done to kind of get through a hellscape if it's going to turn into a hellscape? And that's why, with a discussion like this, hopefully, at least on my own end, some of this makes a bit of sense of where I'm coming from. I would like to see people be there more for each other. I think that's going to be one of the biggest components here. Not how to hurt each other, not how to use each other as stepping stones, not this really panicked fight for survival. People actually learning how to be there for each other so they don't have to feel as afraid. They actually feel like there's a network. They actually feel like they have people who care about them. And if something does happen or there's an emergency, people can actually look out for each other. If we can get there with this stuff, I think we got a pretty good future on the way then. Yes, there's going to be, you know, nightmare scenarios, obviously, like even with, like, what's happening worldwide at the moment. The fact that all the tech bros want to take everything over right now, too. Zuckerberg trying harder and harder to look like fucking, I don't remember his name, because I've never even watched his stuff. I actually stayed completely away from him. What is his name? Is anyone know who I'm thinking of? Paul? Is it Logan Paul, or is it other Paul? Whatever. Zuckerberg's trying to clearly make that his appearance now. He's hoping that he's going to, like, cater to that audience. Oh, that was faster. Whoa, that's a lot of lines they want me to get. But here with these streams, if you guys have also taken notice that at this point, we're fine to talk about pretty much anything, Julian and I. We don't really care at this point. The only reason we held back on it in the past is just because people did, react very strongly to it, and I didn't want to give people necessarily a bad time. Things were starting to get rough, and I was getting kind of nervous myself that it's like, am I making this more of a problem? But I don't know, the more that Julian and I have been talking about and the more that we've been doing streams, I feel like it is a lot better to just be open about like all these things and just have these discussions because people are already getting fenced off. Fear is already dominating a lot of people, making them not want to talk about any of this. I don't want this to be a place where people have to feel afraid. And it's going to be important for people to get past some of that fear too, so more people can feel safe having discussions about these things. Sometimes it doesn't have to be an issue to just tell someone you're not doing well, or that something is going wrong, or that something rough is happening. If your company is really struggling and it's not going well, rather than smiling and ensuring to yourself, don't worry, I'm going to get to work on, my dream show at Cartoon Network one day, getting to acknowledge, maybe not, but that doesn't have to be a bad thing. Because as long as I'm still making things and I have people around me who are also still making things, maybe it won't be through Cartoon Network, but at least something is still being made. I'm hoping we can get, like I said, a lot of that really going. I really do. Which is why I'm sure having a discussion like all this still is going to be the thing that make people feel cynical, think that that's like cynicism or something, where, no, it's not. It is coming from an optimistic perspective. Because, in truth, I always kind of knew that about everyone anyways. It's why during streams I've always told people, too, with like games and everything, don't just push them aside, give them more of a chance. Here, I have to tie it to something kind of nerdier, in case this was getting too out there, I guess, but even with games, people get put off by a lot of them. There's a lot of things in games that people are afraid of. There's a lot of games that people feel like it's just impossible, you can't do it. Even though they've watched somebody do it, they feel like they are incapable of doing it, because they weren't born with talent, they don't have the time for it, a bunch of other things, but ultimately, a skill set is a skill set, and it's something that's learned and developed. Someone didn't come out of the womb, and they immediately got Grandmaster status in Tetris Grandmaster. Someone didn't come out of the womb, and already they're handed a trophy for winning, like, a Smash Brothers Melee tournament. That was a skill that they had to learn. It's a specific thing. It's a thing they had to sit down with and give it time and understand how it works inside and out, and that's how they get better at it. You're not going to get better if you figure out ways to make excuses, or you figure out ways to kind of block out your vision and your hearing and do whatever it takes to just silence everything because it makes you too uncomfortable. Sometimes you have to come to terms with maybe you're not very good at something, or maybe you don't understand something enough. But that's not a bad thing. You do more research. You try harder, because if it's a thing you actually want to do, then naturally that would be the response to it, wouldn't it be? If you really want to ride a bike, you ride a bike then. Rather than saying bikes are like designed against you specifically, and you know what, I don't even want to use the example of a bike because I can actually talk on personal experience on that one. I know how to ride a bike. I did it a bit when I was younger, but actually I have a weird like spinal thing. Bike seats actually hurt my spine a lot. So I would have to put like a cushion over it if I was going to do it. But even then, there's like solutions. And what I'm kind of getting at is, if you are somebody in a position that you want to learn a skill, you will be the one to decide if you're going to learn that skill or not. Are you going to be able to properly like apply yourself so you can pick up on it and get it going? Or are you going to give up on it and then have to kind of come up with justifications for yourself why you gave up on it? If you want to get good at something, just keep trying at it, because eventually, even if you're not doing great, failure is how you learn and grow. Despite what people might tell you, because I know a lot of people seem to hit that idea off of you can't actually like get better at things. You need to get it right the first time or you failed. I know Julian said when he was growing up, he got told that a lot, that everything he did had to be like right the first time, which is completely unrealistic. No, you have to make mistakes. Mistakes are how you learn. And if you do something perfect the first time around, who's to say you're not going to make a mistake the second time because you didn't run into a problem that was inevitably going to come up and now you don't know how to deal with it? Anytime that you make a mistake, anytime you play a game and you lose, just consider that progress, because it is. Imagine that there is a meter or something, whatever you need to do to visualize it. Imagine there is something that just ticked up a little bit, that even though you just failed at something, you got a little more experience with it. And as that experience builds up over time, you're going to get better at it, you're going to become more familiar with it. It applies to art, it applies to like driving, it applies to like riding a bike, it applies to playing a game, playing an instrument, anything. It's all kind of like that. And if you can also come to terms with that and get, more used to that as a concept, it's also how you can start understanding the worth of the work that you're also doing, because if that's being applied to creative areas, that's what's going to keep you motivated. It's not necessarily going to be about, oh man, but like, I'm not high up in the industry right now, and I'm not a recognized name at this place yet. Who cares about any of that? Because if you're trying to make a piece of art, what you should start developing and learning is, you're trying to make a piece of art. You're trying to make something that's personal to you. Who cares necessarily about where everything else is at in relation to that? You want to tell your story, or you want to make your comic, or you want to make your cartoon. That's what's important. And that's what's going to be important for things to keep moving ahead. That's what's going to be important for things to continue making progress. Not getting caught up on little distractions, or seeing somebody else's power structure and going, ooh, I want to empower that by being a stepping stone. Thinking about what it is that you can do and what it is you want to do. Because I think that's the most impressive thing with people and what they can accomplish. They can do a lot, especially with softwares and technology now. One person can do a lot. So those things that people would have dreams about, wanting to conjure up a whole world and environment and everything, you can kind of do that now. There's room to do that kind of thing now. There really is. So to anyone who's coming by here, please don't give up, is what I would just want to say. Do not give up. Keep making stuff. Keep doing stuff. Keep sharing stuff. And these websites are going to be drowning it out right now. Algorithms are very blatantly, at this point, steered against the things that are not familiar to them already. Like Twitter, for example, I don't know if you guys noticed in the settings, they have a whole list of things that it recommends to you, which, by the way, is data shared with stuff from Google anyways. So if you click to a website and then go to Twitter, Twitter will recommend things based on even browsing history that you have. Very creepy, but whatever. Tracking is everywhere. People always downplay how much they're being tracked. What I'm getting into with all that, though, is the way that Twitter does it is there's a gigantic list of, like... I'm trying to remember. It has a giant list of, like, is it interests, they call it? That it shows a bunch of subjects. It understands that. It has a bunch of them that'll say, like, oh, entertainment, automobiles. But then it'll be very specific things like Fat Albert. And that some of them are related to current trends, and sometimes they even have multiple entries on the list. But let's say you're making a new game and you want that to be shared with people. Well, that's not on the interest list, so I guess that's going to get drowned out pretty hard. Maybe, depending on, how your account already got recognized and how it's factored into all this, maybe it'll pop up for somebody under, like, independent game creation as an interest. But it also might just get completely buried. Some people coming in very optimistically, making a new account, going, okay, I know I have only like 2 followers, but that's what you got to do. That's how you start out. And if I keep streaming or if I keep posting, eventually, no. With the way that this stuff works currently, that does not happen. You are not going to have 2 viewers and then just suddenly one day you have 500 and people found it. You are going to get drowned out harder and harder with every passing moment with these platforms at the moment. That's why it's especially important for everybody to share between themselves. It's very important, because at the beginning of the 2010s, why so much stuff was catching on, sharing was prioritized. Part of the reason that people were on Tumblr is because it was so easy to share. Twitter was being used because people were using retweets like crazy. Sharing was a really important thing. And now that's getting controlled, and that's getting drowned out really hard. So if you can't make it on these platforms currently, don't let that make you feel bad either. A lot of people are struggling. If you haven't even noticed with some of the major YouTube channels, viewerships have even been taking hits. What used to get 5 million, 6 million views now may get like 400,000, which is still a lot, but you're noticing that's a pretty major decrease. And that's because of how the platform's working. It's working in a way where it doesn't actually work anymore. And that's doing a great job of drowning out any new voices, any new stuff being made. Please, for the love of God, keep sharing stuff between each other. Keep sharing as much as you can. And if you don't like your timeline just being a bunch of negativity, because, for example, I'll bring up Blue Sky with that. I've been hearing some people start saying to me, like, oh man, but that website's so negative too. I literally have not seen any of it. because I have not been structuring my account to see any of it. I'm not following anything I wouldn't want to be following. I'm not searching for what everyone is currently getting into a discussion about. I'm prioritizing what it is that I'd like to post there, and I'm also looking up anything I would like to see on there and leaving it at that. So, if you want to also have a better feed, try to prioritize stuff like that, because that's what I was doing on Twitter before I got bought out, and you couldn't really escape it anymore. I remember I switched my trending tabs to Japanese, which, by the way, doesn't matter anymore. It undid that. I did a bunch of stuff so I don't have to see all these weird social elements where you're trying to get me engaged with things I don't want to be engaged with. I was just prioritizing what I knew I wanted to see and what I cared about. And if you do that, your time online is going to be a lot more pleasant, too. It's going to be a lot more pleasant if you can just see what it is you really want to see, rather than feeling like all these other discussions are happening, and then you get the algorithm to shove something in front of you that wasn't actually really relevant, and maybe only has like 20 likes on it or something, but then you're like, oh, but now this is everybody. It just starts going from there. It's addictive, it's unhealthy, and it starts making you think a bunch of things are going wrong that may not be going wrong because of what posts start getting recommended. Or it starts getting you feeling like there was something you missed out on. There's some conversation you weren't a part of, and I guess I need to be a part of this now. I guess this is the thing we're all talking about. If people can prioritize better the stuff that they want to see, it also guarantees it's going to get shared around even more, too. If people want to see more interesting games, then keep sharing interesting games between each other until that's more of a norm. And if that's more of a norm, now it's going to be easier and easier for people to find them. Now it doesn't have to be so hard. Even if an algorithm is going to try to drown it out, well, tough shit. Enough people that I follow are sharing it, so I'm going to see it even if you don't want me to. There's ways to push back against it. And there's some starting points happening. We'll just have to see how it goes. But for now, we played Tetris for a while. PlayStation broke. Rest in peace. Thank you, Dragon Ball GT. You killed my PlayStation. I still can't believe it. At least that's a story. That's a story to take home. Of all games, the one that broke our PlayStation was Dragon Ball GT Final Bout. Go figure. But I'm probably going to switch it over here. And we'll read messages. We'll wrap up, I guess. Julian will probably be up soon, too. Today, what I was going to be doing was just kind of finishing up the puzzle game that I was working on. Honestly, playing this right now was kind of a good thing to even see. It made me think about a couple of things. But I don't know, maybe we'd even come on later. I guess I'll talk to Julian when he's up. He's going to be up soon. I don't know when he'll be up. He came down earlier, but it was just because he wanted to get a snack, and he went back up to bed. So we might stream again later today, I don't know. But if not, I'll probably just be working on that. And if people haven't been seeing that, that's probably going to go up. I'm hoping, like, next week here, because I forgot there's one last thing I did want to put in. I need to put in, like, leaderboard stuff. And not, like, online leaderboard, just local. But for a game that's about score attacking, it's kind of important to be able to see, like, your best stats. And that shouldn't take very long. But I'm going to give it a week anyways, just to be safe. Because I would love to say just a few days, and then that would be wrong. You don't want to ever give a date for something like that where you're thinking of the optimistic route. Where you think of, well, if everything fell into place exactly as it should, yeah, it would only take like a day. Okay, expect the worst, though. Something could go wrong. And some things have. I had some bugs come up that I had to fix. But it should be sometime within the next week here. There's only a little bit left being done on it. If I had more time, I would want to put proper music in there, but the issue is, don't have a lot of room for that, and it's a free game anyways. I at least put in the option that if people want to put their own music in. The game has a song directory, and you can make it play songs by level. You can also change a configuration to just make it play random songs for, like, their length. So it's just like a playlist. So at least there's that too. There's options, but whatever with any of that. I'm going to switch it over here. We'll start reading donations. We'll rechat, wrap up. So give me 1 second. Oh, and because I just saw it in the chat. Hagen, I'm really interested to see how people are going to respond to this as a puzzle game. I know it's not going to go very far. Like, a lot of people still probably don't even think we have, like, games when we just had the summer resort, and this is going to be another one, which is pretty cool, actually. I'm hoping maybe we can keep a pace like this going. Trick or Treat is aimed for this year. We'll see how that ends up going, because I hope nothing chaotic has to come up within our lives. We've been on a good pace right now, and I don't want to lose that because of some stupid, like, nonsense again. Had that happen for too many years now. But, having, like, 2 games in less than, like, half a year is pretty nice. 2 free games. But also that if we do get Trick or Treat too, I mean, that's like 3 games in almost the span of a year. That's pretty nice. I feel like we finally, got into a good groove with this stuff. What's also been helping, I guess, though, is at least with the Summer Resort and this puzzle game, these have been a little more personal as projects. Not very demanding. They're a little bit easier to kind of pop down and do. I can kind of carry all of it on my own if I need to, even. For example, this puzzle game, Julian didn't do a single thing for it. Because he's been busy with Trick or Treat stuff, and that's what I'm going to be getting back to with them. I at least set up, engine and everything for that, but smaller games like this are a possibility for sure. It was something I already was kind of thinking about. That this concept that I posted, I want to make it an HTML5 game later. It's probably going to be after Trick or Treat is out, but I would like to make it a free HTML5 game too. So that way people could play it very easily, very openly. But I don't imagine many people are going to play it. It'll be probably just a little small thing for anyone who's following us, but I'm interested to see at least what people get out of it, because I've been playing it and testing it a lot. It worked out really well as a gameplay loop. You can actually keep it going for quite a while, and it gets pretty difficult by the end, so I'm sure people will come up with really cool, flashy combos that I couldn't even dream of doing on my own. The combo system is very opened up in it. There's a lot of cool stuff you can do. But yeah, let's switch over. Well, everybody, it's that time. It's time to read messages. So let me pop this all open. Let me adjust this a bit too. By the way, I need to update this. This is heavily outdated. Probably some more art I could throw into it. It is really easy to modify this too. I could probably throw some art, more art in there. But I was thinking of redoing this as a screen anyways. This was the old one I had. I've been thinking about maybe just getting a compilation going of old game footage. Honestly, what I would love to do, I would love to get something going kind of like... 'cause if I say retro game stores, people are going to think of modern. There was one that I went to, and I wonder if I could find anything about it. There was a retro game store I went to back in, like, Ohio, of all places, back in 2009, I feel like, that the outside of the building looked, like, very sloppy. They painted over the windows with black and really rough artwork they tried to do with video game characters, but man, I loved it in there, and their website was really charming. Had an alien on it, had, like, a space background, everything was, like, themed purple, very old internet looking. But they were passionate. They cared a lot about what they were doing. And what I loved about it was they had like 8 different CRTs, little mini CRTs all stacked on top of each other. They were all hooked up to game systems and were basically rolling through little demo sequences that they had like 3 games on each one. And it was cool. I really liked that. Being in a store like that and getting to just see all sorts of games and getting to hear all sorts of games is kind of cool. It'd be fun to set something up like that. Just have like a bunch of little monitors just displaying random different games while doing this part of the stream, but whatever. This works for now. But yeah, this is pretty outdated. A lot of these are like very, very, very old. Some of these you probably can't even find as images anymore, to be honest. And I'm sure people have like... Ooh, my mic was really loud, wasn't it? I'm sure people also have like different names that they go by now. So these names may even be a little bit inaccurate. Oh, there's the G4 video. When was that? Was that 2020, the G4 video? You know, I always get a little bit nervous when I have somebody tell me that they, like, recognize something from my own end, because it could mean so many different things, but it happened recently. I talked to somebody, and they did recognize something, and I got kind of nervous until they told me what it was. They said it was the G4 video. I actually felt a little bit better. We actually had a big talk about it afterwards, that they said, like, oh, yeah, no, everybody that I was working with, like, we were following the whole G4 thing and how much of a mess it was. It's kind of funny to look back on all of that. That video is also a good example, I guess, of the kind of thing that I tend to do. I tend to talk about things way before they even make sense to people publicly, and that I probably look really weird about it, or that I look like I'm being bitter or something, and then some time passes by and it probably makes a little more sense. Likely the laser died in the PlayStation. That was not the issue. The laser was a part of it, but it was also... Something is just wrong with it. The audio had been messing up since December. And now it's just going to be unusable. Just too bad. Once again, it was at least funny what game broke it. Final Bout is a really, really bad game. So it's funny that that was the one that broke it. We'll look into doing something about the PlayStation. Maybe after the puzzle game comes out, we'll look into that or something. Puzzle game's gonna be completely free, though. If anyone's wondering about that. Because we've had people be patient for quite a while here. We've had a lot of chaos in our lives, obviously. We don't need to go into that. But we really did start getting our footing as of only just, like, recently. So it's kind of nice just being able to put some free games out there for everyone to just go and enjoy. And I think I talked about this last stream, but man, ideally, I would love to just be in a position that we don't even have to really think too much about that kind of thing. It would be great to just put out free games, and that's all you have to do is free games, because you can just get by. You don't have to worry about, like, survival. You don't have to worry about, like, oh, what about bills and everything? But that's obviously not the position that we're in right now, so... What I'm hoping is that after Trick or Treat, though, we'll probably have some room for doing a little more like that. Really, what I'd love to do, get more HTML5 games up. Zora, that's not correct. Ruffle is there. It doesn't work great. In fact, a lot of old Flash stuff, if you go through and it's stuff that was beyond a certain point in terms of age, it just won't show anything. You get a white screen and that's it. Very used to it not working. It's there, and it doesn't work great, and even to begin with anyways, isn't it a little bit absurd to even think about? Wouldn't it be great for someone to just be able to install an old Flash Player extension into their browser, except all the browsers decided to arbitrarily block that, so now people have to emulate the thing? But what about the emulator? What if the emulator has vulnerabilities? Now we have to block the emulator. It shouldn't have had to even get to this point. Why is your browser telling you you're not allowed to willingly use an extension that you installed? It was very much a business decision to get rid of Flash. But, no, Flash emulation still has a long way to go. Your best bet right now is actually something like Flashpoint, or if you want to use something like RetroZilla as a browser, at least that allows you to install Flash Player and use it the way that it used to work and everything just fine. There are ways to still just utilize Flash Player. You can still do it. It's just a hassle, because that was the point. Make it a hassle, make it a pain in the ass, make people just not want to do it, so eventually they just accept that it's gone. Which also means a gigantic chunk of internet history having to be lost with that, which is not a good thing. There's ways to still access Flash stuff, but Ruffle has a long way to go. It's not great. It's gotten better, kinda. There's still a lot that doesn't work with it. But best bet if you want to go back and revisit Flash stuff, Flashpoint. And definitely check it out. Oh my god. If people here have not been playing stuff with it, go back. I kind of forgot because, you know, you didn't think much of it when it was during that time. Oh, Flash games are everywhere. There's browser stuff everywhere. Websites can be literally anything. People didn't really think about just how good it was, but now that it's all gone, looking back on it, it is kind of tragic. There were so many games, there were so many websites that had like unique functionality and everything too. And sometimes they only ran for like a year or two. It's a shame that so much of that stuff is just gone now. And then you have to go find an archive like that to re-experience it. I was playing Dino Run again, I was having a lot of fun. I was playing the original House of Dead Ninjas again and was loving it. I forgot how good of a browser game that one was. I was going back and playing... some of them are really basic, like Robot Unicorn Attack, but I had fun playing that again. I went back and... Rest in peace, Adult Swim Games. That's another thing that had to, you know, kind of become a mess, but... there were a lot of fun browser games. I was playing some Java stuff too, I remember. Some Shockwave stuff I even went as far back to play. I remember I was going back and playing some E-Zone games all over again. And if you have ProtoWeb, you can actually go back to E-Zone. If you have ProtoWeb, you can go back to like Newgrounds circa like 2002, 2003. Pretty neat that you're able to do so much like that. And it's fun to look back on so much of that too. There really was a different mood. There really was a very different feeling about internet and how people handled the stuff that they made on here. So yeah, if you want to play a bunch of games, if you want to have a day just having fun marathoning games, go look up Flashpoint. You'll find some good stuff for sure. There's a lot of great stuff on there. Amazing Channel said, remember when YouTube ran on Flash? Hey, remember when your Nintendo Wii could even use Flash? And then everybody was converting their games over to work on the Nintendo Wii and how goddamn exciting that was, because it was? Holy cow. Our little browser game can actually work on a proper game console? And all you have to do is just click to the page to play it? Wow! It'd be a shame if a certain phone came out that decided that arbitrarily now Flash should be dropped because it has its own app store. And then it would be a shame if Google tried to introduce their own app store and then wanted to do the same thing. Oh, no, wait. Oh. But, yeah, no, it was really cool. It was great. Old flip phones could even support Flash. It was really nifty. They had a lot that it could improve on. When Adobe bought it, they sure as hell didn't care. They weren't taking care of it at all. Macromedia, they cared about what they were doing. Adobe sure didn't. But, I don't know. It's really sad that happened. The stupid power move basically fucked over a lot of the internet at its core. Oh, someone said I still have a URL saved to a Wii-friendly game page. I want to dig around if I can find my old Wii somewhere. I would love to see what I still have on that. Because, yeah, I mean, the SD card would have to be in there, but I remember having so many Flash game websites bookmarked, and man, back in the day, maybe this was being too plugged in, but I remember specifically having Wii browser going with YouTube, and then doing picture-in-picture, so I could watch YouTube in the corner, and I was an Xbox 360 party chat with other people who were doing the same thing, that everybody was basically watching videos together while talking through Xbox Live and also playing, like, Halo at the same time. I remember, like, how crazy that is to even think back to. Because that wasn't being an adult doing that. That was just high school. Being able to do something like that. But I have really fond memories of it. We were still using the Wii browser when I first moved in with Julian. For the first year that I was living with Julian, we had a little mattress on the floor, a tiny little CRT that had a Wii hooked up with a coaxial converter so the Wii could plug into it. And that we were just watching stuff on YouTube through that. So laying on the floor, huddled around a little TV. But still having that option, at least. It was cool just how much you could do with Flash. And it was cool how open so much of the stuff was. People were really excited about the internet. Once the internet was put in everybody's pocket, then it was just all about how do we exploit this thing and make people go insane. How do we hit them with enough images of, like a pig eating bread that it makes people go insane and want to, like, strangle each other. Turned into a weird social experiment to these companies once everyone had it in their pocket. Smartphones really paved the way for a lot of that. And I talked about this on the previous stream. Maybe anybody, I don't know, is anyone here maybe familiar with what I'm talking about? When I was growing up, because I was going to go for A+ certification when I was younger, I forget why I didn't end up doing it. I probably could go do it, but I was in a class for that and everything, and I was ready for it. I was supposed to be even the first one who was going to go, that we had like a first group in the class. I imagine it was just, I probably was stressed out about it or something, but the point I'm getting to is with it, we're all learning about what you need to know to go head into a test like that. You had to be memorizing like pin counts and everything. You need to know what certain ports on a computer were, hardware issues, how to deal with them, things like that. And getting into all of it, we got to watch a documentary when we were in class one day. And it was a documentary where they're interviewing a whole bunch of different tech people within the industry. They're talking about the open source movement and everything, with some of the big business people scoffing at it, where it's like, there's no reason that this should be scoffed at, but fine, whatever. But specifically, there was some guy who, he was at his house and he made his backyard look like a Japanese garden. And that they were interviewing him because what he was talking about was that in the future, he was hoping that everybody would have a little thing in their pocket and everybody would be connected to the internet. And that was going to be the peak point of the internet, is everyone is now connected everywhere all the time. And hearing it as a kid, shouldn't even say kid, teenager, I guess, but hearing it at the time, I thought to myself, like, that kind of sounds bad. That doesn't fully sound like a good thing. And the reason we were watching it was because after we finished watching it, this is when the iPhone literally had just come out. That the teacher had to go, hey, and isn't that interesting? You know, we all have, like, smartphones now. I didn't. I only had an iPod Touch. But he was pointing out, like, oh, you know, everyone's starting to adopt it. And we now have the internet in our pocket. So kind of interesting that he brought that up. Well, all that tells me is that was the plan since the beginning, and that's why I guess business went in as hard as it did. They were leaving it alone for a long time because there's no viability seen through the internet. There was an attempt. That was the dot-com bubble. Didn't really work out. That was just kind of a creative period online. People just kind of doing, you know, whatever. But then everyone was connected. The 2010s is when everybody flooded into the internet. So it changed a lot. But I want to find that documentary again. I don't know what it was. But Take-Cat, it's like crazy right now. We're at a point with internet that I think the average person, if you brought it up, business is already going to be in their mind to some extent. People do not see this as quite the same thing anymore. That was why growing up with the internet, there were all sorts of like horrible things on there, sure. But what I can still say is it was exciting. Remember Stumble Upon? I know people really hate their Reddit, but hey, remember when it was dig.com and then everyone switched over to Reddit? Remember when it was, during that window? Remember how people were very anti-business back then and very open about it, and everyone was actually standing by with each other on that one too. Until someone kind of trickled some money in there and then made everybody fight over themselves, and now people are fighting to defend the businesses that they were once against. Internet was very different. At the very end of the 2000s, internet was very different than where it is now. I mean, really, it's always been kind of changing over the years. 90s internet doesn't really resemble the beginning of the 2000s of internet. I think the 2000s don't really resemble the beginning of the 2000s, but all that early internet, at least it kind of falls into a similar ballpark. Modern internet, I would just imagine if you grew up with this right now, like you're not familiar with anything prior to YouTube, you're probably just thinking to yourselves in a lot of cases like, so the internet's just a thing that makes people angry. That you wouldn't be thinking about excitement or the potential. You'd be thinking about, oh yeah, I'm going to click on and I'm going to see a bunch of things that make me angry. That's not what it used to be, because you were the one choosing what you're going to be looking for. You didn't rely on a technology that's run by some of the richest people to tell you what you're supposed to be looking at. You would go look for that stuff on your own. Communities got together to even like pool together things that made it easier to find things. Like, there was a big effort towards just sharing, like, creativity. It was exciting back then. It was like being on a safari. You didn't know what you were going to run into, and it was cool for that. It's not like that anymore. No one's venturing out. People don't want you to be venturing out. Search engines are just littered in ads now. And when I was talking about it, like, 2 years ago, I remember that was people getting into a thing, too, of like, oh, you're being too hard on this stuff, but I think you guys are seeing it. It's once again one of those things of maybe I'm just speaking a little too quickly about these things, but when I notice something is happening, like, I want to do something or say something about it. And it's unfortunate this is just how so much has gone. I can't really do much. But it's why at least what I'd like to present people with here is if you want to remember some better times with old internet, as much as, like, Congress is trying to fight things with Internet Archive, which really sucks, ProtoWeb exists as a service, and it's wonderful. If you want to just look back at old internet the way that it kind of was, go get yourself set up. They have their own built-in browser, but you could also just go use like RetroZilla or really any browser you want. All you're doing is connecting to a proxy server. But if you go get their IP address, you can connect to it. Boom. Old websites right there for you. Some of them are even completely functional again. Like Newgrounds, man, they didn't even have to go above and beyond the way that they did, but they did. If you search for something on their archived versions of Newgrounds, it works. The search actually works. You can look for things. It's actually functional. That's pretty cool. They have their own video player service, which just hosts videos from YouTube at the beginning of YouTube. And that they tried to archive a bunch of videos the way that they were when they had been uploaded. So like the same description. Sometimes they even screenshotted like comment sections. So if you just want to go re-experience YouTube from like 2006, 2007, 2008, they have that. You don't need to see everything when it turned into a big monetization pit. You can go back to the very beginning of that if you want to go see that again and kind of remember what that was like. So if you need to re-jog your memory with anything, great way of doing it. But also, I don't know, if you just want to have some fun or see some positivity again, could be something worth checking out. And it's great that it works the way that it does, because even with stuff like the Dreamcast, you can even hook that up to ProtoWeb, which is pretty cool. You can put it upstairs. I'll be coming up in a bit. Do you want to do anything today? Okay. Julian was making some breakfast. Someone just asked, is DuckDuckGo still decent as a search engine? Not so much. It's getting worse. I forget what it is now. There was another one that I had recommended that seemed to work better. But no, it's a little shaky. A few years ago, it was great as an alternative. Then they reveal that some of their data is coming through Bing, which is not a good thing at all. And now I can actually end up struggling to find stuff on it sometimes. I still tend to get better results than Google, obviously. Google, like, everything now. You go to the image section, 90% of it is, like, AI images. I'm not even exaggerating. You're going to see so many AI images now. It polluted everything. I figure it's why they're spending so much money on it as a technology. Isn't that useful to drown out actual conversation until eventually you replace it all with, oh, I don't know, say what Mark Zuckerberg is doing right now and just making a bunch of AI bot accounts? So that could be your new way of marketing and advertising. We can cut out the middleman here. You don't need an influencer anymore. Now you can just create a fake audience pretending to be excited, and you can pay money to make them get excited about whatever it is that you need. Just register a bunch of fake, AI accounts. They'll start saying how great your thing is, and boom, you got people who think that was real people having a discussion. Oh, it's horrible. This is the greediest point that I think I've ever witnessed within, like, my lifespan here. And not only one of the greediest, one of the most shameful, and just one of the biggest exploitations of technology that I've seen. Not prioritizing how we get better things or improve things for people, just prioritizing how you can rot people's minds with it and exploit them and take advantage of them because they've grown too reliant on it. It's a really weird time period. But at least there's ways of, like, circumventing it and getting around it. I don't know where these platforms will continue to go, but obviously if you want to have a cleaner time this year, you probably don't want to be on some of the bigger websites. Money is finding their way in really hard. They're doing plenty to gut them, and you're going to be seeing a lot of things that you probably didn't want to see out of intentional design, and you're probably going to be getting a headache or getting frustrated when you could be trying to just seek out the things that it is you're looking for. And I know there was a convenience built. Having a timeline that actually at one point did function, it makes people want to go back to that. It makes them want to believe that maybe there's, like, ways to still, like, maybe if you download enough extensions and you do a bunch of stuff, maybe you can trick it into kind of being what it used to be. Every time I do a YouTube search now, I always sort by date. I do it every time now because at least that kind of circumvents their system, but only kind of. I often search for things now that have to be older than, like, 2020 because that's when AI technology wasn't really coming through yet. There's ways you can try to navigate it. But if you at least have in mind what it is you're looking for, you can probably get to the bottom of it and get to what it is you need if you're willing to commit some effort to that. There's more effort that's needed to make the internet work right now to, like, whatever favor it is that you have in mind. It used to be a little bit easier than this. Now you're kind of wrestling against these companies a bit to kind of get back to what it is you were trying to do. And they're going to make that wrestling match a lot harder as the time goes on. But if people are at least aware and they know how to navigate it a bit, it doesn't have to be the worst thing. And once again, too, if you want some of those good experiences back, you can go get them. They're not completely gone. Like I said, there's still an effort to try to completely drown them out and bury them. I mean, what, Elon complaining about Wikipedia now of all things? But, by the way, if people didn't know this, Wikipedia, if you want to back that up on your own hard drive, because hearing that, even me starting that, I'm sure somebody would instantly go, okay, no, that's ridiculous, no one could do that. Hear me out, it's not as big as you think it is. It's still very big. It's still ridiculously big. But I did do it. I downloaded it and I put it on an external. I forget how many gigabytes. Is it like 38 gigabytes, 40 gigabytes or something? It's very large. But they have a truncated version of it where it tries to cut out a lot of, like, images, its basic formatting and everything, so it's not as bad as you might think. Something probably worth keeping in mind as well. Because if they keep coming after Internet Archive and it just disappeared one day, like Wayback Machine just no longer works, do you know how messed up that would be? That's like just history basically being deleted. Just gone. People already struggle to remember what a lot of earlier internet was like. Could you imagine the day that just happens? There's a hearing, they finally find in favor, like, against Internet Archive, and now it's just all gone. You need to kind of prepare yourself for that, I think, to some degree. Because Flash died very abruptly. You need to kind of prepare yourself that thanks to the fact that all this business is in here right now, all this corporate interest has really been, focusing in on internet as a tool that you can kind of control people with it. Yeah, if you want to preserve at least a little bit of a sense of sanity too, you might want to hold on to some of that stuff in case it does go away. It would be insane. And there's already talks about some of it, so that's why when I hear somebody bring up the suggestion, I know that's not just being felt around with. Somebody brought that kind of thing up for a reason, and that means I probably have to go and save that. I probably have to save a backup of that, because they're talking about this for a reason. And that's at least an easy thing that you can always keep track of with a lot of these companies and, like, PR spokesmen and, like, I don't know, even just the big, like, tech bros themselves. If they put a suggestion out there about a thing, it means that they've been probably staying up about it every night. It's been a thing they've been thinking about for months, and they're teasing the public briefly about a thing that they're about to go in on. I tend to take that kind of thing serious when it happens. So, like I said, with Wikipedia now getting some threats, probably worth saving some of that if you haven't. Man, it's really good. Julian got a A&W root beer, and it's really, really tasty. You know, I hadn't had, and nice thing is no caffeine in this either, but I hadn't had root beer in a long time. And I quit soda and everything, and I honestly had a sip, and I wanted to actually, like, spit it out. I had a few sips of a Diet Coke like a couple of weeks ago, and I kind of looked at it and I was like, that's what it tastes like? I thought I remembered it being sweeter than this. This tastes like medicine, and I think it's just because it's out of my system. I'm not used to it anymore. But I will say that root beer is just really tasty. Just really, really good. So that's a nice little surprise. I guess it depends on what kind. Specifically, the best root beer I ever had in my life was Dog and Suds. Really, really, really good. But I know that's probably, like, next to impossible to get at this point. Someone said diet soda is also just awful. The thing is, I don't like regular soda either. I hate the aftertaste of Coke, or, like, especially Coke Zero. Coke Zero is really nasty to me. I always feel sick if I even have to have it for a little bit. I think I'm just not actually that into soda. The thing with something like what I was getting was Diet Dr. Pepper is what I was drinking when I was drinking soda, because at least it had some flavor to it. But yeah, it's a different kind of sweetness it had, and at least there was that. It wasn't the same kind of aftertaste. But ultimately, I think that's just what I picked up on, is I don't think I actually really like soda. I think I just got used to drinking it too much. And I was drinking it a lot because back when we were in LA, I got used to drinking it too much. I had to be pulling all-nighters all the time. I didn't get time for sleep. So I kind of needed to be staying awake. And if it wasn't that, I remember people bringing in, like, big cases of Monster Energy, all this stuff that I didn't really like any of it. But at least it was there to kind of keep you energized while you're working. I don't have a reason to do any of that anymore, and that's why I was able to hop off of it. It took a while, though. Caffeine, oh my god. I hate it. It takes like a month. If you've gotten used to caffeine, it takes, like, seriously a month to get used to not having it again, because severe headaches, that's what you get first, lasts like a week or two. Really, really severe headaches. Enough so that you can't focus on anything. And then while that's happening, you're also getting tired more often. But then after a few weeks of not having any of that, it kind of fades away and goes away, and then you start feeling a little bit normal again. And it's just kind of out. But, I can at least say root beer is tasty. I didn't have to have a whole bunch of it to, like, numb myself to it or something. No, it's just good. So that's nice. Thank you, Hand of Jokers, for $5. They said, hey, what's your favorite type of cheese? As a small child, I was obsessed with that industrial-grade cheese powder that came with Kraft... Oh. Now, as an old man, I realize I'm lactose intolerant, but still like cheese regardless. Did you realize you're lactose intolerant, or did it develop? Because I also know lactose intolerance seems to be a thing built into most people, and that it kind of comes through more and more the older you get. But I also know it's a little bit of a cultural thing, too. I know that some places are more used to dairy than others, depending on like food that people are kind of picking up on and having. So if you didn't have a high dairy diet when you're younger, you also may not be able to handle it very much. So I know that can vary. Like Julian, it's a shame. Julian loves dairy. He used to have it all the time, and now he is lactose intolerant, and like violently lactose intolerant. It hurts his insides really badly, and he used to bleed, which I don't think he's bled in a long time, which is a relief. It was the kind of thing that we really wanted to get him looked at by a doctor. But in terms of that powdered cheese, I kind of get where you're coming from. Kinda. I remember when I was a tiny little baby, they had the Super Mario Brothers macaroni and cheese, if anyone even remembers that. And I remember playing Super Mario World as a kid, and sometimes having bowls of that while playing it, because I was very young. I was like, probably like 4 or 5 at the time. I think when did it come out? Let me look up. When's Mario Macaroni? Mario... I'm kind of curious about this. Macaroni Craft. When they do it. Oh, don't refer to it as the 90s. Tell me what year it came out. Gosh darn it. Wow! I was able to guess it. 94. Because I was going to say 95, 94, but it's like, no, 94 because Super Mario movie. Okay, makes total sense. Okay, cool. Well, anyways, yeah, so I was about 4 or 5 having it. But, yeah, I liked it a lot as a kid. And then there was something about it that I thought to myself, like, it's those character shapes. They just taste better than other forms of macaroni. They soak up the powdered cheese better or something. And then as time went on, just kind of realizing, no, it's because you have to make it with butter. That's also kind of part of it. It's also the preparation kind of goes into it. The milk that you pour in and the butter is kind of what's giving it actually like some taste. Although in terms of Kraft, I like Velveeta. Like, it was very creamy. I like that about it. I used to eat Kraft singles when I was younger. I remember going to like daycare and they had Gumby on TV and they would be giving out Kraft singles to everybody to eat. And what the kids would do is they would fold the Kraft singles over and bite into them and make like snowflakes out of their cheese while eating it. But at this point, I don't know. I don't tend to have a lot of cheese. Sharp cheddar is really, really, really good, but I don't know how common that is for a lot of people. I grew up in Chicago, and sharp cheddar was just like a staple. You go anywhere, they're going to have cheese fries, and you better believe it's melted sharp cheddar, and you better believe, too, it's like a pound of melted sharp cheddar. It's going to be like drowning whatever food it is you just got. But it was amazing. I always liked it a lot. Pepper jack is really good. Swiss cheese is pretty good. It's got a flavor to it that I like. It complements things well. But, oh, mozzarella's good. But I don't know. I don't have, like, a specific favorite, and I don't have it a lot. And like I said with Julian, he can't even have dairy at this point, which really sucks. Sometimes I'll try to push it. He has, like, medication he can take for dairy, but it only sometimes seems to help him. It doesn't seem to always work, which is too bad. It started happening to him around the time, actually, that I was making grilled cheese for him when we were back at the old place, because we couldn't afford a lot with groceries when we were back in LA. But at least that was a consistent thing we would get. Julian would always make casseroles out of whatever we had. And I would always be making, like, grilled cheese sandwiches and stuff. I try to do sandwiches a lot. And I remember what I taught him was... you get, like, some marinara sauce off to the side, or just, like, some tomato soup or something like grilled cheese. Very tasty dipping that in there. And I remember he really, really liked it. He had, like, a big smile on his face when he bit into it. He's like, that's so good! And just as he learned about that, it was, like, a year later that he started realizing he was lactose intolerant, that it started kicking in. He used to be able to have it, but he really can't do it now, which is too bad. Man, that sounds good now. Making some grilled cheese actually sounds pretty good right now. We've been trying to cut back really hard, just so we can have a lot here in terms of groceries that'll last, so we don't need to spend as much. We have a lot of canned foods now. Or a lot of dry stuff that you boil some water for. I mean, it's also insane what just happened, too, with, like, prices, which are going to keep going up, obviously. It's crazy that some fast food places are now seriously expecting you to pay, like, the price that you would be spending to just go to a regular sit-down restaurant. I wonder what's going to happen with that. I feel like a lot of places are going to start going under the next 2 years or something. I don't get it. They don't want to spend $8 on a Big Mac. I don't get it. The people who grew up during a time where it was 45 cents for a cheeseburger don't want to spend $5 on one. It's too bad. But at the same time, hey, we're cooking a lot, which is nice too. And even then, fast food wasn't like a thing we would get often. It was just because it would be cheap sometimes. And really, it was back in LA that we got it the most. Because we'd be out a lot. We'd be walking a lot. So it sometimes just made sense. We went to Carl's. We went to Jack in the Box. I'm trying to think of other places that we would walk up to. We told the story about it, if anyone remembers it. I wonder if he's still there, or if it's even still open. There was a specific Carl's Jr. that we would walk up to, and we would get food there. It wasn't a great place or anything. Kind of messy, but whatever. We would go there a lot. But specifically, there was one guy that was a regular, and he would always be sitting in the corner. And we just kind of knew him as, like, the belching man, because that was all he did. One time we went in, and Julian, when he goes to the bathroom, it can take anywhere between, like, a couple minutes to, like, 20 minutes. He had to go to the bathroom, so I had to sit there for a while waiting. And, as I was waiting, I was just trying to, like, look at my phone, just kind of pass the time, and I kept hearing belching over and over again. And not mild belching. Can I force it? Hang on. Let's do this. Let's see if I can force something similar. No. I don't even know if I can do it anymore. Am I getting this old? I thought getting older means you're going to be gassier more. Yeah, maybe I can't. I used to be able to. I'm just going to make myself sick? Maybe. I'm trying to use this root beer. Come on. Let me channel him. I need to channel the belching man. Come on. Man, I can't. What on earth? I can't do it anymore. Holy cow. Julian could even tell you this. I used to be really good at forcing it if I had to. I can't do it anymore. Oh my god. I can't believe it. Can you lose that? Can you, like, lose that out of your body as a thing you can do? The whole story is going to be ruined. Come on. Wow. That wasn't it. Imagine that, but amplify that like 8 times over. But he'd be doing that a lot. They'd be going over in the corner, and it's just like, what's going... What? Someone burping? More than once? And I looked over, and yeah, he looked like he was like, I don't know, like 400 pounds or something. He was wearing like a red shirt, and he was like reclined backwards in a way that he was like hunched, like he was like hunched backwards, like he was just laying back in his seat, but he was looking over at me, and as he was doing it, he was looking at everybody. He was just looking at everyone with his mouth wide open, just belching infinitely. And everyone was just trying to tune him out, obviously, but it's like, okay, I guess he comes here to do this? Because he didn't leave. And he wasn't eating either. He was just sitting there belching. Eventually, Julian came out of the bathroom when we left. But I remember we came back during, like, that winter that we went there to have some food, and he was there again, and the same thing happened. He was in the same position, doing the same exact thing. Just endlessly, and it's like, what's going on? What? This guy comes to the Carl's Jr. to recline in the corner and infinitely belch while staring at everybody. So that was... It's like the Shrek game that there's like the belch button that you keep hammering. That's what it was like. I wonder if he still goes. I wonder if the belching man is still there. But, yeah, we used to go to a few places back in LA. We used to go to Carl's. We used to... You know when I'll burp? I'm going to burp when I don't want to. That's when it's going to happen. So get ready for that. I'm going to be speaking, and then you're going to hear... I'm going to struggle to say something. I'm going to have like a Rick Sanchez moment. But, yeah, after we moved, we didn't have a lot of choices with food the last place that we lived, but more recently now, it's mostly like we do a lot of like... Over the holidays especially, we're doing a lot of cooking. And over the holidays, man, it was exciting. Specifically, Christmas. Julian fried up a whole bunch of menchie that he made on my own, and I made curry sauce, and it turned out, like, so good. I was surprised. Maybe I'll post it later today, actually. Would anyone be interested? I have a photo I took of the Curry House menu literally from the day that, like, the day before it closed. We very coincidentally happened to go to Curry House the day before it closed because we were visiting LA. This was right around the time that COVID was happening and everything. Like, it just started a little bit after, but we went there, and we noticed they even reverted to the old menu and everything, and right there, they had the listing of all the ingredients, so I looked them all up. We tried making sauce like it over the holidays, and it turned out great. It actually tasted really close, and that was what I picked up on. Cashew butter. It's not what I would have expected. That's where the flavor was coming from. That and, like, apple paste, which I kind of knew. Tomato paste, I kind of knew that. But the cashew butter, I wasn't really expecting that that's what was really doing it. That was what was making it taste much more like Curry House. I'm going to have to measure it out if I'm going to give, like, a recipe for that in the future. We'd have to make some more again. I was just tasting it a lot to try to get it right. But, yeah, we kind of figured it out. So I could at least post the ingredients if anyone's curious about that. I'm glad I took that photo. And honestly, that was kind of why I did. I figured I was never going to be able to go to Curry House again because we had moved. And then, surely enough, it closes right after, so... I'm glad I at least got to go in one last time. These aren't cheap ingredients. Not really. Depending on what they are. At least we were able to get some of them fairly cheap, but that's because we have certain markets here that just seem to be good when it comes to variety. Like that specifically wasn't that expensive to get. We have a ton of it now, though, so I've had to try to work it into other stuff, but I'm fine with that. Honestly, that can be a fun thing to do. Sometimes it's fun to, like, try dropping a little bit of something extra in what you're making at the time. Honestly, I would love to do it this summer. I hope everything doesn't go to hell. I hope that weather is not going to be completely fucking insane, because last year it was way, way too fucking hot. But I want to make some burgers. I want to do that again. It's been a while. We were making burgers for a while. We were grilling stuff for a little while. It would be fun to do some stuff again. No, but whatever. Food is food. Someone said N64 games PS1 logo. I changed the thumbnail, I thought. It's supposed to be an N64 now. Unless YouTube just didn't update it, in which case, oh well. That's your fault, YouTube. Technically, we're not even playing N64 games anymore. Mushroom burgers, ooh. That sounds good. Cowboy, it's still really weird to me what happened with, like, Curry House. In general, I still don't even fully get it. What happened with Curry House was when we first went, it's because Julian had a friend that had recommended it to him. And it was almost completely empty there when we went. Not a lot of people there, but it was very cozy, it was very small, and it was amazing. The food was so good. I really, really, really liked it. And Julian liked it a lot too. We had a really good meal. And yeah, there was only like maybe 3 people who were there. It wasn't very packed, very small place. It was great. And that was what happened was later on, I forget who we first took there, but we took some friends there. And as time went on, it started getting kind of strange because it became like a destination. It became like a spot that more and more it was becoming packed. Lots of people were showing up there, and specifically big groups of people who were tied to like animation were showing up there a lot because it's in little Tokyo, I guess, go figure. But yeah, it was not such a small place anymore. You would actually have to be waited, like you have to wait like 20-30 minutes now to get a table there. It started getting pretty packed. They were getting a lot more business. They started getting like marketing tie-ins and everything too. It was growing, and I mean, it was exciting, but that was also kind of what led into what happened. They got acquired by some Texas-based company who then immediately questioned all the workers that were employed there, and then wanted to cut back on their menu and close off a lot of what they could do, and then just very arbitrarily one day shut the entire business down. Every single location that they had opened in the US simultaneously closed the exact same day without any warning. None of the employees knew, nobody knew, and they all had to put signs up on their doors just saying, "We've unexpectedly closed." And it was to get some money back or whatever. I don't even remember why the Texas company did it. Apparently they have a history of doing this, acquiring things and then like shutting them down and making a bunch of money off of it. Really sucked. Really sucked that happened. But yeah, if anyone thought that curry house, because now you're not going to be able to even take that in as like a piece of history anymore. If anyone's ever heard old discussions about curry house and everything, just keep that in mind. It's not like it was some major massive thing. It was a small little place that was in Little Tokyo, and a lot of people were going to Little Tokyo, and we happened to go there quite a few times. So I don't know. It kind of grew, and then a lot of the people that we knew started going, and then it started becoming more and more packed as a place, and it became like a hot spot. People started going there a lot at Little Tokyo. We got to watch it happen too with Kura Sushi when it first opened, which the sign used to say Kula. They changed it to Kura later on. But we went there very early on, I remember. I think we went there... I think it was our... I'm trying to remember when we first went there. It was sometime, I think, in 2017 was our first time going there. But it wasn't very packed. Very small place, too. And it was nice. It was good. And then kind of similar, telling friends about it, and now, oh god, now there's gigantic lines, and now a lot of people that we recognize are, like, going here all the time. We wanted to show places to friends, but it was, I guess, something I didn't really keep in mind, how much that could kind of spread outwards until now, like, these places are harder to get into because so many people are trying to flood into a tiny little location. But at least with them, I don't think they're as packed these days. I know they've also opened more locations. And they are good. I like them a lot. They're a really nice revolving sushi place. I don't know what Little Tokyo even looks like at this point. The video we did when we visited LA is literally from like almost 3 years ago now. We filmed that a while back. And honestly, maybe it's kind of a good thing we did end up posting that video a little bit later, just because some of it can be even a flashback to stuff that's not around anymore. That Halloween store we went to, that's gone. That got closed down only a little after we filmed in there. Ain't that just the way? It keeps happening. The last time that I went to Fry's... Am I cursed? Because I remember somebody made a comparison to Cassandra before, the idea of like being able to see horrible visions of things happening and getting ignored. But no, more directly on this one, because that one, whatever, that's jokey. This one is a little bit weird to me. We've gone to a lot of places where we happened to go one of the last days that they're opened. We went to Fry's Electronics when we were visiting friends in a state at one point. And as we were walking around and I was looking at everything, I thought to myself, like, man, this place is a dump. Because it was abandoned. There was nothing on the shelves. The bathroom had a wall missing, and somebody seemed like they were living inside of one of the stalls. And we went there because we were just going to get a basic cable. And it was really hard to find that cable because it seemed like all inventory was gone. And as we were there, I kept bringing it up to Julian that I said, I think they're about to close. Like, seriously, no, look at everything here. You don't come back from this. I get the impression they're going to close down soon, and I know it's Fry's Electronics, but it doesn't seem like it's going to last. And then it did. I think it was literally like 2 or 3 days later, it closed down. And it was heartbreaking. I loved the Fry's back in LA. The one with the giant ants outside of it, the spaceship and everything, the sci-fi theme. I loved that one. Fry's was a good store when, you know, it was at its peak. It was really charming. I love that all the locations had different theming too. But it's happened a lot. It's happened a lot of times now. There was an arcade we went to and it closed like only a week later. It keeps happening that we go to places and coincidentally they just happen to close a little bit after. I assume it's because also people just don't have money. Economical, you know, crisis. In quotes, because I don't know, those trillionaires seem to be getting richer. All those billionaires and trillionaires seem to be getting richer and richer. No one else is able to get by, but that's interesting. I would assume that's a big part of it too. But yeah, it's happened a lot now. I feel like there's like 7 or 8 stores or restaurants that we've been to where we're there like literally a day or two before they close permanently. I hope it doesn't keep up. I don't like it. It's a gross feeling. Hey, listen, because someone brought it up that they said, as someone who grew up in small Midwestern city where iconic places suddenly close a lot, we just carry this energy with us. Hey, well, kinda. I can remember actually a lot of places when I was younger that closed down pretty quick. There's a specific like hot dog place I remember I loved, and people went there all the time, and it just arbitrarily closed down because someone wanted to buy the building to just tear it down. They didn't even want to do anything with it. I remember that happening a few times, but what I will say is, hey, there's still Giordano's that still exists, but that's not really a small place. Fry's isn't a small place either, though. But, no, I guess it is true. A lot of places have closed down, huh? Places that it sucks to me, too, because when you get older, it blows dick when that kind of thing happens. You as a kid, you're like, oh, man, I can't wait to be older, because then I can come back here all the time, and I can, like, check it out and everything. I'm a kid right now, and my time here is limited as well as my money, so I'm only allowed to look at this for maybe a few minutes. But when I'm older, I get to come back and experience... Oh, it's gone. That was, like, the worst feeling. I remember as a little kid, I was too short to play the X-Men arcade game, and I kept thinking to myself, well, this arcade, I love this arcade, and it's going to be around for a long time, so when I get a little bit older, I'm going to be able to actually stand up and be able to see this game and play it, because everyone's crowding around it. I can't wait to... Oh, the arcade closed down. At least with that one, I can go play it elsewhere, but... No, I remember that was like the first time as a kid getting hit with that, where it's like, that's not fair. I did everything I was supposed to. I'm older now. I can see the machine. Why did you close down? But it has happened a lot. Some of my favorite pizza places have closed. I got to hear about it from family. Is it true? Can someone confirm this one to me? Did Pisano's in Chicago, did that close down? Because, man, that place was actually pretty decent. I don't remember what their relationship is. They're, like, tied to the owner of Lou Malnati's? Is it their son? But it was good. I liked it a lot. I thought it was pretty good pizza. I heard it closed from them. Maybe I should just go look it up, but yeah, that would suck. I like them. I would be surprised, too. People were going there. Someone said the GameStop at my town closed down. That one makes sense to me, at least. GameStop has been a failing business for a long time now, and I'm kind of shocked that it's still even... I guess that's the thing. It's partially afloat right now because it's a bunch of weirdos hoping that it's going to be their ticket to being a billionaire or whatever. But no, as a company, it's been failing for a long time, and it's not a good place to go for games, and eventually it just started to become like a Funko Pop warehouse. I miss... like EB Games, and more specifically, I miss Funko Land. Game stores are nowhere near where they used to be, but at least there's a lot of retro game shops now. They seem very common. They were a little bit of a novelty at the end of the 2000s. You couldn't find too many of them. But they're pretty commonplace now. They're not that rare, and some of them actually make good business and can stay open just fine, which is pretty cool. We wanted to go there in the California video. We wanted to go. Gigantic gaming warehouse in LA called Game Dude. I know, everyone's going to make the joke. Get it out of your system, I guess. But no, seriously, cool. Really cool place. It's enormous, gigantic. Lots of old stuff in the window that has all been unfortunately damaged by sunlight, so it's all turned blue. But lots of old standees, promotional material, just gigantic warehouse of old video games. Although what I will say is the last time that we went, they didn't have as much, which was kind of sad to see. Gigantic place where you basically could go and get anything, and then a lot of the inventory seemed to have left. Maybe it's gotten better, I don't know. Gaming content became a trend in the mid-2010s. Used game market became a nightmare. If someone released a video, you could expect a price on a game to shoot up arbitrarily. And at least on our own end, I was glad that we were able to grab some stuff before that happened. Mario Artist, I am so thankful that I grabbed, because it was already pricey as a thing. But at least 64DD was a thing I was looking into ever since I was younger, so I had bits and pieces of that kind of going. I was so thankful that we went ahead and got some of that when we did, because, oh my god, that stuff is insane in terms of pricing now. I remember back to when I was in high school, there was an eBay listing for a full 64DD set with like 6 or 7 of the games in their packaging and everything. The system itself, like the little weird like RAN net or whatever adapter, all that stuff was there for it. Like basically everything you needed, and it was for like $300, which that's a lot. And that's why, as a kid, obviously, I didn't go on that or something. I don't have money like that. But looking back at that and kind of looking at it where it's at now, that it's just like, oh my god. Imagine if somebody was in the position to be able to grab that back then. Holy guacamole. But we grabbed a bunch of N64 mice when we were doing Mario Artist. And it was such a good idea to do that, because as soon as we did Mario Artist and a video went up, oh my god, the prices just shot up. And it happened with a lot of things. Wild Woody was another one. That game is worthless. It doesn't matter. The price shot up. Let's Plays were kind of like good and bad for video games. Good that it could expose new people to games they might have never played before. That's obviously the best thing to come out of all of it. But the bad thing is, the used game market has always been very greedy and very nonsensical. A lot of people seeing, what can I get away with? And boy, did Let's Play set up a huge marketplace of what can I get away with. This guy's making like millions of dollars off videos. I bet I could trick him into spending $2,000 for this controller that only cost me $10. Started turning into stuff like that. That's why I'm thankful I had a collection like ahead of time with a lot of this stuff too. Specifically from just being younger. And also going in, like people, this is how old I'm getting, by the way. People going in about DK Oldies in the recent years. Did you guys know DK Oldies actually dates back pretty far too? I was in high school when that was a website, and I remember not wanting to use them because they overpriced a lot of things back then. I forget if I ever told this as a story. There was an old website called Goozex. Does anyone remember that one? It had a little gray dinosaur as a mascot. Didn't last that long, I don't think. And it was an interesting idea because it was not a website for just buying old games. You could spend money to add credits to your account, and that you can make offers to see if people are willing to trade your game for points on the website. So it was all about them just making profit, ultimately. You're buying points so then you can trade games with people, or spend your points to get a game someone will trade with you for your points. But when the website first started, they did one of the most insane promotional deals I have ever heard of, and oh my god, I can't believe they did it, and I wish magic like that would happen again. What they decided to do was, if you registered a new account, because it had only just started up and they wanted to get people interested, they gave you a free, like, I forget, like 500 points or something on your account. That's a free video game. That's a free video game. You literally are being given a free video game for registering. And not a thing of, oh, just a random game or something. No. You specify what game you want. As long as it's 500 points or lower, you just scored yourself a free video game. Crash Bandicoot 1 on PlayStation was like 100 or 200 points. Crash 2, same thing. On my own end, I did something really nutty Because they had it in their listing that they had Dance Dance Revolution 3rd Mix listed, where I was like, there's no way. That's a Japanese-only game, and that's so obscure. People were playing like 5th Mix. I doubt I'm going to be able to get a copy of this. I would love to play it again, obviously, but that's not going to happen. So that's what I put my points towards. I put it towards DDR 3rd Mix, and I was like, this is never going to happen. A month went by, and it ended up in the mail, and I couldn't believe it. I couldn't actually believe it, that it worked. It worked, like, exceptionally well. I couldn't believe it. And I knew friends who did it, too. Everybody was, like, getting free PlayStation games and everything. It was so cool. But that was the thing. It was cool because one hell of a great promotional deal, but why would you use the website if it weren't for that? That was kind of the problem. But it was amazing. It was really cool to have that as a promotion. I doubt anything will ever pop up like that ever again in that kind of way. That you could just score yourself either a free game or multiple free games, depending on what you were asking for. Do you want a few copies of Crash Bandicoot 1? Or do you want one game that's a little more obscure? By the way, I feel stupid for it. The other game I was thinking about picking was Slap Happy Rhythm Busters on PS1 because it was also worth the same amount as DDR. I should have went with that one because if I ended up with that, that's not a common game to come by. We do have it. I was able to get it later, but yeah. But yeah, I don't know. Used game market has always been a nightmare. It's always been really hard to navigate. It's always been a mess. And after Let's Plays and Twitch and everything, it just didn't even make sense anymore. It already didn't. Someone's selling you Donkey Kong Country for $30 where it's like, this is a common game. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. It's one of the most common Super Nintendo games. Almost everybody had this thing. Well, but that's what... It's in high demand. Is that why you have 5 copies of it on your shelf? I don't think it's in high demand. Is that also why I noticed you have a cartridge of Super Donkey Kong, which, by the way, that's a little bit harder to get because that's an import. And I noticed that you're selling it at half the price. That was a common tactic with the used game market. Hey, does this game have very little text in it anyways? Just go import it. It didn't used to be that way, but it sure is that way at this point. Just go import it. Are you trying to get games for the Sega Saturn? Import it. Don't even bother with the US versions. People are going to jack those up to $200 when you could just go get a copy of a game for like 10. Maybe it's not 10 anymore. But whenever I was looking at Saturn stuff, when I was like, I guess to be fair, it's pretty long ago now. But like 12 years ago, 13 years ago, it was like anywhere between $5 to $10 for a lot of imported Saturn games compared against, oh, you know, about $250 for the same game. But hey, it's in that really tall US case, so I guess that makes it worth it or something. Robble, it's weird, right? That they said, isn't it weird that people think that good games means it's worth more money? No, it is really strange. I'd be willing to pay it in some cases, but that's why they do it too. They do it because they do know there's a little bit of a truth to that when it's like, that's not how any of this stuff was marketed. And if we're going to go with actual, like, you know, logic here, there's no reason this should be expensive. There is no reason why Donkey Kong Country on Super Nintendo should be expensive. By the way, anyone who maybe was eyeballing a cartridge for it, just keep that in mind too. It's one of the most common Super Nintendo games. I think Super Mario World is the most common because it came bundled with consoles, but Donkey Kong Country also came bundled with consoles later on in some cases. And not only that, I mean, it was a major game when it came out. Everybody was talking about it. It was a really big deal. So there's a reason why a lot of people have it. People will always jack up prices on really common games, but they're well known, so therefore I bet I could get away with it. The GameCube marketplace was really evil, and I assume it still is. Melee, I kind of understand it. There's a competitive scene, you're trying to exploit them, and that's why you're jacking up prices on their stuff. Cool, great. I've been there. Bimani scene, hi, I've seen you. You guys do that too. Not as much these days, but back then at the time, when it was at, you know, maybe it's most like intense and judgmental point. Oh yeah, people were charging a lot. A controller that you probably could have gotten for like $50 prior is now being listed in some Chucklefuck's auction for like $450 for whatever reason. And now in modern times, it's like gone back down to like 60, 70, 80 in some cases. I mean, you can find the Pop and Music arcade controllers, the ones that they sold. Not the homemade arcade ones, or not like someone gutting an arcade cabinet. I mean like the ones that they used to sell, the really gigantic green ones that they used to sell. You can actually find those at affordable prices now when you didn't used to be able to. That used to go for thousands. But with GameCube market, it is just like really, really, really evil. And I wonder if I could find maybe I could post photos of it. Why would I? What's the point? Well, whatever. I don't need to prove it, I guess. I think it's just because I got really used to that in previous years. That people would act like literally anything we said had to be challenged. But, yeah, I got a copy, because this is when GameStop was clearing out all of its inventory of older game systems, which either meant sending it off to a warehouse or just breaking the discs in half and throwing them into a dumpster. Their whole thing that recently they're trying to pretend they care about game preservation, where it's like, you fuckers, no you don't. You're GameStop. You would cut cables in half. You would rip out the insides of game consoles. You would just break discs in half on your knee. You guys did not care about gaming preservation, not one fucking bit. And any of that stuff you didn't break, you threw into a warehouse in the middle of nowhere that probably burned down at this point anyways. No, they destroyed so many fucking games. GameStop. They really fucking suck for that. But as they were purging their old inventory for GameCube games, which is, I don't know, like end of the 2000s this was happening, I bought a bunch of them because I figured, well, I'm not going to get this chance again. May as well go in on this. Beautiful Joe, I remember getting for $2. And I'm not even kidding. Paper Mario 2, it's like $12 or something? And I had the sticker on it because I remember I had to send a photo of that to a friend like a decade ago. That they went, there's no way you got that game that cheap. That goes for like almost $100-something now. And I had to show them, like, no, there's the sticker. These games were not overly priced at the time because, remember, the GameCube was hated at the time. It wasn't hardcore enough. It wasn't badass enough. So a lot of people slept on it, and a lot of people treated it like it had no worth. Then some time went by, and now it's one of the most valuable consoles, and oops. Maybe it wasn't so bad. Maybe people got a little bit blinded by military shooters for a bit. It sucks. Because, yeah, man, there are so many good GameCube games, and that's going to keep people out really hard. I guess at least Dolphins come a long way, but doesn't that suck now, too? That a lot of people, if they're going to be playing these older games, they can't really just do it so easily on real hardware anymore. And not even because the hardware is failing. Some of it is. Some of it's not. Our N64 is working absolutely perfect. I don't think I've ever had an issue with an N64. Over all these years, I don't think I've ever once had a problem with an N64. It's because it's cartridges, but still, hey, it lasted. But some stuff is going to be dying. Xbox 360s, I'm kind of surprised some of them are even lasting at this point. They were made so poorly. The PlayStation, I'm not surprised ours just died on stream here today. Some of the stuff is on its way out, but it's really sad because emulation still is not perfect. And for certain game consoles, it's really not perfect. God, is it far from it. N64, for example, is still very sloppy with some emulation on it. And people now, when they do videos, I can blatantly tell that they're emulating. I can notice little things like, hey, why is there purple around that texture in the background? I'll tell you why. That's because that's supposed to be transparency, and this emulator breaks that and doesn't handle it correctly. Sometimes. I can actually bring up a fun exception case. This is how much of a dork loser I am. Clay Fighter 63 and a third on the N64. Go into the graveyard level and look at the fires in the background. There's purple around them. Somebody fucked up when making it, and that just found its way into the game. That was supposed to be transparent, but that does look that way even on the real hardware. But for a lot of games, not quite the case. Someone's emulating Smash 64, good way of knowing. Just weird texture issues. Specifically, stuff not getting alpha transparency applied. For the longest time, at least that's been fixed up because people use better like video plugins at this point. But for the longest time, Smash 64 footage, if you saw a black box around those little bubbles to show like somebody's off screen, yeah, it's emulated. The game would hiccup on occasion, wouldn't be running at the right frame rate, audio issues. There's a lot of stuff that can get in the way, and obviously input lag is one of the biggest things that gets in the way when you're emulating stuff. It's still not perfect, and it doesn't help that some of these scenes have become a lot more aggressive as time has gone on. We've even lost some people. Like the BSNES creator's gone now. There's a lot of stuff that kind of ended up just kind of up in the air, and some emulation projects were closed source and then the creators disappeared, so that's just done with. Model 2 emulation, for example, there's someone who's done a really fantastic job. He actually has one of the best scores in the world for House of the Dead 1. He's done an amazing job of decompiling that game, breaking that game apart, hacking that game, putting things back into that game, adding additional features to that game. He knows so much about it. Dumped all the textures, he's gotten everything out of memory, like he knows so much about that game. And that he was even able to pinpoint why that emulator is not doing what it's supposed to be doing, that it doesn't make the game look correct. Well, that's your best bet, because that emulator is closed source, and that person disappeared. The Model 2 emulator has not been touched since, like, 2010 or something. I think, like, 2012. It has not been touched ever since, like, the Xbox 360 era. So if you're hoping, well, maybe emulation will get better for House of the Dead, it won't. No, it just won't. It won't. There needs to be an active effort, and there isn't really anyone who's willing to come in and start from scratch and get that all going again. MAME can emulate it and does even worse than the Model 2 emulator. Model 2 emulator, at least you can play it. Horrible latency issues and a bunch of other problems. Texture issues, colors are all wrong, but at least you can play it. MAME really messes that game up. It's almost unplayable. And that's a game from like 1996. 95? I think it was 96. Pretty old game. There's still a lot of progress that needs to be made. Emulation will not always be the answer, unfortunately. And at least there's been some great stuff for preservation. People made, like, you know, N64, for example, has the EverDrive. I don't remember the names of all of them. They all have, like, goofy names. Like, the Super Nintendo one's, like, what is it? SD to SNES? They all have, like, different names, but there's lots of, like, cartridges like that if you just want to back up your own, like, ROM files, dump them to your PC, and then put them onto an SD card, you can do that. Some consoles, it's going to be vital. For example, with a Dreamcast, those lasers are all going to eventually fail. They're all going to die out. So if you end up getting the one, I forget what that one's called. Is it like GDMU? I forget the name of it. If you get that going, you can just swap out your disk drive with an SD card reader, and now all of your games on the Dreamcast load faster. You can just store them all in one place, and now this system is like your best friend. It's cool you can do stuff like that. There are at least things that you can do to kind of keep preservation going with the real hardware. That's probably your best bet for playing a lot of these older games, because now you don't have to deal with latency. You can hook it up to a proper television. You're on the real hardware. You're using the real controller. You can get that all going. But sometimes that's just not going to be viable, especially for certain games. Sometimes that's just not going to be something you could realistically even go and do. And that's spooky, because that means that certain parts of gaming history are just going to be lost. They're going to be forgotten. We're getting to that point. I mean, how many websites did Nintendo go after? Companies are doing a really good job of trying to close out a lot of history right now, and it is scary for that. And used game market isn't really doing favors either. But at least there's still options. At least there's still things you can do. And if anyone's going to check out some of these older games that we've been playing, I would always recommend the real hardware, obviously, but like I said, easier said than done in some cases. But some systems are actually very ideal for it. Some of them are actually cheap enough that it's not bad to go look into it, get it hooked up, and even, like, modify it if you need to. So then, boom, you just got everything there. There's choices, there's options. But what I would say, what gets me about emulation stuff, is when it's integrated into videos and you can tell, and they're trying to act like it's not, or more so, that one doesn't matter that much to me. Where it matters to me is, I think I brought this up, somebody was doing a comparison video that they're trying to show different ports of a game. Problem with it is, they started admitting that they didn't actually have the real system to play it on, so they had to play it emulated. And then they start bringing up graphical problems that I can speak from my own experience of playing that game on a console. Those don't exist unless you're playing it emulated. But they're speaking about it in an objective sense, saying, this is what this port is like. No, it is not, because you played it emulated. That's misleading. But I get it. If almost everybody is now switching to emulators, it's going to feel like that, and now the history is going to change to the idea now of this is how this game always was. When no, emulators are not perfect. There's still issues with them in some cases, depending on system. Some of them are so far along that actually it's not that big of a deal. sorry, let me try that again. BSNES, which what did it become? Hegan or whatever? That one's actually, like, pretty solid. They figured out a lot with it, and it's actually very, very, very accurate. I remember the beginning of the 2010s is when they started adding all the support for, like, bonus cartridges and everything. And, man, do you want to know something really crazy? We talked about it, actually, back last year. I don't remember what month it was. Maybe it was August or something, but I remember bringing up how hotels used to have those little Super Nintendo controllers where you could rent games. And those hotels, they did have unique games. I remember specifically renting one when I was younger. It was called Noughts and Crosses. Guess what it is? It's just tic-tac-toe, but on Super Nintendo. Yeah, not really worth it, but they had a few of them. One of them was like Postcard Puzzle or whatever, which I never played. I at least knew there were some more, though. Noughts and Crosses was the only one that I had played. Did you know that got dumped recently? And when I say recently, I mean like only a few months ago. I didn't know that. Because, yeah, I found the ROM was out there. Only for that one, not the other LodgeNet games. That one was out there, but I couldn't believe it that just thinking about it again, just so coincidentally, hey, people were just looking into it. It actually happened to get dumped. I hope they do more with that because, yeah, there's probably some interesting stuff they can get out of all of that. There might even be some stuff worth like looking into by reverse engineering some of the LodgeNet versions of games. There might be some interesting data in there, but that was cool to find out. People are still making like big leaps forward with like finding obscure things or dumping certain things or getting emulators along further. But emulator scene has always been weird too because people choke each other out a lot. People get into weird nerd arguments and fights. People get weird about their projects and then decide, actually, I'm closing all of my source code now. Or people just getting weird and just deciding we're not allowed to do anything with these versions of it. Like I remember ZSNES had that happen. ZSNES is not great. There's no reason to go back to it these days, but back at the time, that was the choice for a lot of people because at least it had online play and it kind of worked because you could resync with the other person by sending a save state over. Until you couldn't. Because for whatever reason, everyone who was handling it as a project decided to gut it because they didn't like working with netcode. And rather than just leaving it there and leaving it untouched, they just decided to strip it out. So a lot of ZSNES versions just don't even have one of the core features that people liked about it anymore. That kind of thing could happen too. Project 64 never got very good, and then they also started just packaging it with like spyware, which is horrible. And I don't know, a recent example I could kind of compare it to, that Pokemon leak that happened. I don't know if you guys have been seeing how some of the people who were presenting the information from that leak have been acting, but they've been like just getting into insult fights and trying to take credit for a bunch of things around it where it's like, who cares? People just want to see the Pokemon stuff. They don't care about whose name is posting the Pokemon stuff. They just wanted to get information in history. Whatever with any of that. But they'll do that a lot. These communities infight all the time, unfortunately. Nerd communities just do it. And with emulation, that's not any different. People who are working on emulator projects will get into a lot of arguments too. And sometimes a really good project would just come to a close because of that. Sometimes it might actually switch to better hands. Or sometimes you get the worst outcome of all, where the creator just completely disappears, and that's kind of it now for the project, because they got tired of seeing all of it, and they just went away. So it's a shame on that. But, oh no. Someone even just brought up, I've noticed original GameCube hardware is really suffering. No, ours is too. The laser on ours doesn't work very well. We were thinking about maybe doing something to the system so we could at least, like, be able to keep playing games on it, because GameCubes are not... GameCube should be cheap! GameCubes were $99 with a Wavebird, with Smash Bros. Melee, turning the end of its run. They should be cheap. But, no, I have noticed the GameCube is not holding up great as a piece of hardware. A lot of old lasers for systems are failing. And the Xbox 360 just had its preservation kind of killed off last year. They shut down servers around that. Not technically. Actually, you can connect to the Xbox Live servers just fine with the Xbox 360. It's that they put up a weird, like, arbitrary barrier. They had an update that the update makes it now that if you're not connected to the internet, you can use your dashboard fully on the 360, but as soon as you're connected to the Xbox Live like removes everything from your screen, so you only have one menu open to you anymore. Okay, that's really forced. You guys didn't have to do that. And the reason they did is because they don't want you finding the store page again so you can buy old games that are listed, which you can kind of still do it. Kinda. If you go through the website or if you use the Bing search, you can kind of navigate around it, but only kinda. I showed it on stream, and I'm going to imagine a few other people probably did. I don't think Microsoft picked up on the fact that I did it, but a few weeks after doing that on stream, I noticed they got rid of it, that now the Bing search doesn't let you pull up games anymore. But it did for a few weeks. You could still get to those old game pages and buy the games again anyways. But yeah, they closed that all off, and it sucks. There were some Xbox Live Arcade games that were never listed anywhere else, and that was your only way to play them, so oops. Oh well. And I knew it was coming on that one. Ever since I was younger, ever since I first got the Xbox 360, I knew I am not going to be able to play these in the future, right? They're going to start delisting these games, and I'm never going to have access to them again. Even if I bought them, I'm going to still need to have an internet account, and if I lose my account, I can't play them again. Yep, it's already happened. I can't go back and play Marvel vs. Capcom 2 because it's on my old gamer tag, and I don't know how to get onto it anymore because it's tied to an old email address that I don't have access to anymore. So I probably have a bunch of games I just cannot play anymore because they're just not listed anywhere anymore either. They're just gone. At least with that one, Marvel vs. Capcom 2, we got a better port now. So, at least there's that. But for the while, that was your modern port. Was that Xbox 360 PS3 version. And Xbox Live indie games are also really nasty what they ended up doing. I don't know if there was a recent change or something, but you need to be connected to Xbox Live to even play them now. It didn't used to work that way. Now it does. Meaning when they shut down the Xbox Live servers, you cannot play those Xbox Live indie games anymore. And all these decisions, they don't really do anything to benefit the companies beyond we saved some money because now our servers are not getting tapped into as much, I guess. We can start closing down some of this infrastructure later. But ultimately, it's just inhibitive and frustrating and annoying. I was thinking about it earlier. I wanted to play some old DS games again. I was looking at Tetris DS, and I was remembering, like, oh yeah, I love Tetris DS. It was super fun. I loved it when I got it when I was younger. And I was like, oh, and Mario Kart DS would be really fun. Oh, right. That was a Nintendo Wi-Fi game. I'm not supposed to be able to connect to that anymore because Nintendo told me so. Because that would stop you from playing the new Mario Kart, even though they don't play the same way, and maybe there's a reason why you'd want to play an older game in some cases. Yeah, very frustrating. I don't like that it's been happening so much, but that's the last major component of what's really messing up like game preservation too. So many experiences with games now are going to be limited like that it's just going to be a thing in the future that you have to say to people, you just had to be there. And it shouldn't have ever gotten to that point, because if I pop in a Super Nintendo game, I don't need to say that. I can pop in a Super Nintendo game and go, yeah, I'm on the hardware, I'm playing it with a controller, I'm on a CRT, this was how it worked. It's not a, you just had to be there. I guess it is if we're going to get to like the broadcast satellite games. You did just have to be there for those, but I didn't want that to become the norm for video games, and it sure has become the norm. Experiences just disappearing. I don't even remember the name of the game last year that Sony put out. That they sank all that money into and they shut it down immediately. Some games do just fall into a fate like that. I don't like mobile games, but I know like Simpsons Tapped Out just closed. That charged people real money for microtransactions to buy things in game. How do you think those people feel? How do you think they felt that they spent thousands of dollars on their little phone game that they had been playing for like a decade, and now just the rug is pulled out from beneath them? They can't even go back to it, and all that money is still gone. It's happened a few times. I had one on my phone called Rhythm of Fighters that it kind of functioned a little bit like Cool Tune on Dreamcast, but as an iPhone game, which is kind of weird. But with like King of Fighters characters. They knew what they were inspired by, though. Cool Tune actually has like, it's a stage from Neo Geo Battle Coliseum they have in there that shows the Cool Tune characters in the background, and also it has Has a couple of songs from it. Well, I shouldn't say a couple. Has Yellow Dog, I know, is in there. But yeah, it was a game you had to pay money for, which sucked. You had to pay 99 cents to get the game. But oh well, at least you own it now. Nope. Actually, they shut the servers down for it within like only a year. Meaning you had to buy the stupid thing to play it. Oh, and also there were microtransactions attached, and also you can't play it anymore. But thank you for the money. That might be the worst I've ever seen is mobile gaming. Mobile games just don't care. And it feels like evil. The kind of thing where it feels like there needs to be some kind of regulation around it or some kind of law, something, but it'll never happen, especially with where businesses are focused right now and how they're inconveniencing everybody. No, if anything, they would want to make laws to, like, ensure that you can do that, make that like a signature, a staple. It's a requirement. I would see the opposite of convenience happening with that. But it's so unfortunate. I know there was a Sonic game that they took down that a lot of people had spent money on. I know they have newer ones, I guess, to replace it, but no, there's a lot of old mobile games that you just can't really even go back to anymore. It doesn't help that iOS also kept updating, so some games just don't even work. I'll never get to play my copy of Revolution 60 on my phone again. Although specifically there was a phone game I really wanted to play again because it was something so weirdly specific that I know there's not going to be any way for me to ever like check it out again. It was a game that was made in Click Team Fusion. It was called Zorby, and it was a really weird game. It looked nice. It actually had a really great presentation. That you were this guy, and you would throw an axe into birds to kill them, and then you would eat them when they hit the ground. And that there were a bunch of different stages. There were different kinds of birds that you would throw your axe at. There were power-ups and everything. It's a very basic game loop, but it looked really nice. Had really nice presentation. Some of the music in it was kind of fun. And it wasn't some kind of thing that was all about you throwing money at it over and over again. It was just kind of a fun little game. And I got that on my phone back in, like, I'm going to say, like, 2010 or something, or, like, 2011. It was 2011. It just doesn't run on any phone now. And even the phone I had it on, which, by the way, I can't really use as a phone anymore because it's too old of a model, which that sucked. I was hoping to keep using it, and I eventually got told I'm not allowed to use that model anymore. That really sucked. But yeah, they updated iOS on it, and now it doesn't run. So I literally cannot go back to that game. I liked it. I wanted to see it again. I have a lot of memories of playing it, but that's a shame. It's just closed off like that. I hope that doesn't become more and more regular. I really don't. It is right now. It's the norm. It's what everyone's gotten used to, but I really hope there's going to start being more pushback to that kind of thing. I hope it gets to a point of people being inconvenienced enough that they're just not going to have the patience for it anymore. I really do hope on that one. That's why gaming has become, like, sad to some degree for me. Because once again, I can pop on my N64 and Super Nintendo, all the stuff whenever I want to. I can play my Dreamcast whenever I feel like it. But I can't go back to some of this stuff. After we hit a certain point and things were now connected to the internet, there's no going back to some of that. Being attached to the internet is the thing that made it very limited in terms of what you could get out of it. And even then, I can go back to my Dreamcast as much as I want to, but I can't go back to a lot of the online-only experiences. Until now. God bless, like, everybody who worked on the Dream Pie. Seriously. What an amazing fan project. I am so happy the old SegaNet servers work for a bunch of games now. I am so thrilled that we got to actually experience it proper, and it was the thing that made me realize, oh my god, Sonic Adventure 1 is actually a pretty good game. I always thought it was fun. It's buggy. It doesn't hold up maybe quite as well now, obviously. Like, there's issues. But if you're going to be playing Sonic Adventure 1, play the Dreamcast one. Don't play Director's Cut. The one that got ported literally everywhere and made people think the game was a lot buggier than it was. And in some cases, uglier than it was. No, just go play Vanilla on Dreamcast. It still plays well. I played through the whole game and only, like, had a single death, I think, or, like, 2 or something. Same with Julian. He played through the whole thing and only died, like, once or twice. It's a game that's very playable if you're playing on the original hardware, like the actual proper release. But something that was missing was that online stuff, and now through fan servers, you can do all of it, and holy cow, it adds so much. It makes it feel so much different. Being able to do leaderboards for levels, that's cool. Did you guys even know there was a code you could type in on the main menu that if you hold a button down when selecting your file, the game pauses for a little bit and makes a beep sound effect, and it creates like a save file, which is all your data that you can then submit to the internet? I didn't know that. That's cool. We got to do it on stream. We did the we got to do the Famitsu challenge, where it was the photographs of hedgehogs that you had to find within a time limit. We got some downloadable chow. It was so cool getting to actually take advantage of the whole internet side of it. We downloaded the different voices for the menu screen. Stuff like that. Man, it made it feel like so much more cool as a game having all of that. And that was completely closed off to people for such a long time. When people think of Sonic Adventure, who's bringing up the fact that you could download challenge missions for it? I guess what I'll say is they would bring up the Christmas thing. You'd always see people posting photos of the Christmas event, because it is really charming. We probably should have played it on Christmas. I don't know if Julian's ever seen that. The two lovers are playing Sonic Adventure on like a Christmas night message or whatever, because it would have been applicable. But I'm so happy. I'm so happy that you can actually do all that now. It's so cool you can tap into that. And those fan servers have been stretching out pretty far now. ProtoWeb exists. You can play a lot of old Dreamcast games online now, which is really cool. You can hook ProtoWeb, not ProtoNet. Don't get the name mixed up. You can get ProtoWeb working on your Dreamcast. That's really cool. You can run ProtoWeb on your Dreamcast. That is so cool. There's a service that people created that tries to screenshot modern websites and break it apart in a way that they can run on old browsers. So someone showed a video of it. They ordered a Domino's pizza with their Dreamcast, which is insane, but that's cool. People are figuring out how to get a lot of older technology kind of doing what they should be doing again. That's pretty cool. So in terms of preservation, at least there's that. That old internet side of things is starting to get some preservation, which is cool. Some of that Dreamcast stuff doesn't have to be long gone and forgotten about. And some of it is currently functional in a way that you can just have new memories with it. I'm glad a lot of that's happening. But yeah, they're trying to get the N64 stuff working, the 64DD stuff with like RANDNet or whatever. They're trying to get that working. X-Band of all things, they're starting to get working again, which is great because I was following projects for a long time trying to reboot all that, but they never really got anywhere. No, they got it now. They're starting to figure it out. It's very limited what you can do with it, but they're getting it going again. Some of that stuff is starting to get like rebooted and revitalized, although that's the thing. Expensive to look into in some cases, unless you have a Raspberry Pi and you kind of know what you're doing about that and you got like the right cables for it. But also just very closed off how many people are tapping into some of that. At least the Dreamcast Online community, it's insanely small. But there's a few people. If more people actually adopted it, you could probably get a whole scene going. You probably could. Worms is on there, and it's actually a really good port. And it works really well. You could get like a Worms World Party group going on like Dreamcast if you wanted. What I'd say to that is, what's the point? Worms Armageddon's still around on PC, and still is supported, and still works with all the old content that I have from 1999, so that's pretty cool. It was one of my favorite games back then, and it's still one of my favorite games, and it's still being supported. That's pretty amazing. But there's other stuff on the Dreamcast that's a lot of fun to play online, too. And some games that people never even got to really check out. What was it called? Alien Front or Alien Storm? I don't remember the name of it, unfortunately. But it's pretty neat. It's a game about being either in tanks or you get to control like weird alien tanks and that you're fighting another team. And that was very much supposed to be an online-only kind of experience. You can play it offline. There's not a lot you can do. But you're supposed to go online and play it with a whole bunch of people. And it was only there very briefly before everything was closing down anyways, so no one really got to. Now they can. Now you can actually go and play that online, and it's actually pretty fun. It's cool that a lot of this stuff is getting support. I'm glad. But when it comes to some of these things, it's a little bit harder than it should be, and it's the kind of stuff, too, that you know these companies are probably waiting to just shut them down, even though it's not any kind of threat to them. Just because they have to throw their power around and kind of, make it look a certain way. I'm sure if Nintendo found out about the 64DD thing, they get angry about it very arbitrarily, where it's like, come on, you didn't even release this outside of Japan anyways. This isn't doing anything to you guys. I'm sure some of these companies would be very, very upset about it. But I'm thankful that there still is a lot of effort with that. And man, when it comes to fan projects, even though the communities maybe have gotten a little more intense and hostile than they used to have been, at least technology has also come so far and people have learned so much that people are making some of the most amazing fan projects that I have seen, like, period. It's still crazy to me what people have done with Mario 64 at this point. Smash Remix is still, without a doubt, the craziest thing to me that exists, and I'm so happy it does. If people have not played Smash Remix, definitely go check that out. That one's a lot of fun. Nintendo themselves saw Shotgun Mario. It was just a little joke, like, fan hack that was made. And Nintendo tried to delete the video and, like, get the guy in trouble for even uploading it. But it's okay. It's out there around again and everything, too. It's easier to find now than it was back at the time. And it's really fun. It's really good, too. Shotgun Mario is super fun. It's really, really, really fun. And now it's just a funny thing that you can add that on as a story that you can say, also, Miyamoto might have potentially have seen it. Probably not Miyamoto, probably just business executives working at some division of Nintendo, but it's a funny thought. Somebody at Nintendo had to see it and go, no, that's wrong! Mario's not supposed to have a gun! But I hope that it keeps being a balance. I keep in hopes being a thing of these companies keep trying to close off what you're allowed to look at, and that communities will always be there to push against it and give you that preservation no matter what anyways. I hope. Weaponizing people through monetization has been pretty effective at killing communities. I hope that it doesn't stay effective at killing communities, because I would hate to see a lot of this stuff just kind of die down because someone gets, like, money waved in them the right way. I don't know if anyone remembers back with GGPO, but Third Strike got removed from there because of Third Strike Online Edition. And it kind of feels like that was why Capcom was even looking into doing it. It looked like they were looking into doing it so they could make money off of the fact that there was a big scene for that, while also having to tell the free alternative to playing it to go away, so you have to pay money for it again. Even though they weren't showing it a lot of love previously. I mean, what, your best bet for playing it back at the time was either... It had only just recently been supported for emulators. It was like Main++ or whatever that supported it. And prior to that, Street Fighter Anniversary Collection, I guess, where it doesn't even run correctly. If you super jump, the game's frame rate halves itself for no reason. Red parrying is, like, literally impossible to do in it because the red parry window is, like, so tight and there's already input lag in that game on that port. But yeah, I have a feeling it's also what happened with the Model 2 emulator. There's been an effort to kind of close that kind of thing off, and it never really benefits anybody. It benefits the company like very temporarily that they can make some money off of it, but in the long term, it doesn't benefit anyone. It's really inconvenient, and then eventually that history is just going to be forgotten because someone momentarily made some money off of it. I hope there's always going to be some kind of pushback to that. I do. Because, like I said, this is the greediest I've ever seen the game industry be. Cowboy, thank you for $10. I said, good morning to you. I'm a bit of an aesthetic focused person myself, so I was wondering, how would you describe your aesthetic? Clothes or just vibe-wise? I don't know what vibe-wise would mean, but just kind of what I'm familiar with, I guess. I don't know. When it was the 2010s, I feel like it was seen as kind of like grotesque to some people. That a lot of the stuff that we do, we very intentionally try to design the stuff that we do with the kind of looks that we saw when we were younger. Not just 90s, but also 80s. And not 80s where it's a pink grid with low poly palm trees, which, by the way, I don't remember that being the 80s. But everyone seems to think that's the 80s now. No, I mean like all sorts of variety of like styles that came together into, you know, the kind of looks that you would see. Why certain brands made certain looks even popular, because people, for example, those old paper cups, people really like the patterns that were on those, but that pattern is because it was a specific paper cup made by a specific company, and they were the paper cup of choice until eventually Solo came in and took over. So now everything is those really unpleasant, boring red plastic cups that you see. But I don't know, like old malls, places that we used to go to, old like store branding and everything too. On my own end, there's also a bit that just came from like the old look of like hip hop and everything when it was like end of the 80s, beginning of the 90s that you would see. MTV a little bit for that too. Liquid television was something I loved when I was younger, even if I was probably way too young to be taking a lot of that in. Toe Jam and Earl obviously is a big part of that, but Toe Jam and Earl is influenced by a lot of the same, like, similar things, and that's why there's a little more to it than just that. Although Toe Jam and Earl is probably one of the best examples I've ever seen in a video game and trying to capture that look, like, as well as they can. Toe Jam and Earl 1 is very stylish, so is the second game. And then it kind of loses its style after a while. The new one that came out kind of has it, but it's because it's trying to awkwardly like bring back some of the visuals they had in the past. But I don't know. I'd have to really think. There's a lot of different things. Julian has a lot of his own stuff going too. We both have kind of a different thing going. At its core, we both have some very similar things going. We're both inspired by a lot of the same looks and a lot of the same like styles and everything. We grew up around a lot of the same stuff. We're the same age. We're only off by a little bit. So we're familiar with almost all of the same exact things. Julian has like the horror side of things though that he's really, really, really inspired by. And also cartoons too. And on my own end, I don't know. There's people don't get to really see it because I don't post a lot of my art. I was thinking of posting something soon, at least, that I had drawn, but I needed to clean it up a little bit more because it was pixel art, like super high resolution pixel art. But I wish I remembered their name. That kind of discredits this a bit, I guess. Creator of Super Milk Chan did the designs for Busta Groove. They've been attached to a lot of different projects over the years, but a lot of their art back at the time when I was younger, I really loved it. I really liked the look of it. I really liked the varying line widths. I really liked, felt very Y2K to me back at the time. That's like, ooh, this is the millennium and this is how it's going to look. Really slick designs. Characters are going to be, you know, like stylized really hard. We're going to have people at like weird angles. We're going to have lots of curves mixed in. We're going to have a lot of like varying line widths. We're going to have things taper off. A lot of that I was kind of looking at the time. And when I used to draw, I used to only use diagonal brushes, and then I would like clean it up after because I wanted to be sure I could get like all sorts of varied like tapered off line widths and everything. But I don't know. There's a lot that kind of goes into it. And at this point, I think it's just a hodgepodge of almost everything that I've just kind of seen and grown up around and just what I've taken notice of. Some stuff is just kind of subconscious when it's being done. Some stuff is very directly meant to be references, but it's probably references that people aren't even going to pick up on. The Summer Resort is still probably one of the funniest to me, was that when that came out, because we've always had people be really weird about things over the years. It's never really in good faith anyways, but with that one specifically, there was a very early attempt at it that didn't really go anywhere. But trying to get into the idea of, oh, look at this, tiny pixel art, and it's just a browser game, and all you do is walk around. Yeah, that's the point. You did it. Congratulations, you picked up on it. That was the point. It's supposed to look like the Cartoon Network Summer Resort. No, I wasn't trying to like grow it and expand it and give it modern art and 3D visuals. No, it's just supposed to look like an old browser game because that was the point. And that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to very accurately capture it. So was Julian with the stuff that he did for it. And honestly, I'm blown away by how good of a job that Julian did with stuff towards it. I think we got it feeling very, very close to what it kind of like looked like, with a little more polish applied to it, and also some stuff to make it a little less inconvenient than what those games used to be. But that's the thing. Sometimes when we're trying to aim for accuracy like that, it might seem counterproductive. Sometimes we might want to do like an art style that's supposed to look a little more limited, and that would be the kind of thing that would make people maybe roll their eyes or feel like, oh man, come on, that's lazy though, where it's like, no, that's the thing. There's a whole artistry that goes into it itself. It's why whenever I have CRT stuff, I'm usually filming that off of an actual CRT. I'm not just doing some filter. And if I'm trying to make something have to look that way, if I really do have to do something like that, I don't just run a filter, I don't just look up a random VHS, like, startup sequence and just overlay it on a video. I also kind of have an understanding of why it looks the way that it does. I look at things very closely. I try to go frame by frame on a lot of things. I try to look, like, super, super close at stuff, why they look the way they do. That's a really common one, de-interlacing. Well, more so interlacing and how TVs had to then start to account for de-interlacing. There's a jitter. It's important if you want to make something look like it's on an old display, because even if things ran at 30, the display itself is often still adhering for something like 60. So a lot of images from older television screens will jitter. They will shake up and down. They move up a pixel for a frame, then down a pixel for a frame. Pixel in quotes. There's a little bit of jitter to it. So if you want to make something look accurate to that, that's a thing you can do. Colors bleed a little bit. That's a thing you can do. Noise is being applied. You don't want to go overboard with that. You want to be very slight, but that's a thing you can do. The slightest amount of blur that you could do, because it's just how old displays kind of blow up images. People go overboard with those effects sometimes. You'll see people do scan lines and make them way too visible in a way that you've never seen it look like that on a TV before. There's a lot of stuff that can come out of that, but typically I'm trying to look really closely at that. Usually if there's a style that I'm trying to go for, I want to be as accurate as I can be with it. I don't want to just have it seem like it's kind of like a nod at something. I want it to feel like, no, this was actually like within that time period, or this was actually utilizing that, or in best case scenarios, which we do pretty often. I think we filmed off of this TV a lot now. Actually just running it through the old, technology and going from there. But yeah, I don't know. That's why aesthetic, it's like, I wouldn't say I necessarily have a specific aesthetic. I'm sure people would tell me I do. But it's just kind of, like I said, a hodgepodge of basically just everything I grew up around, what I'm interested in, and it all just kind of finds its way into things. Some stuff that I do probably is going to look like graphic design that you would have seen in a game, because I just saw it in a lot of games, and I probably picked up on it over time. Like, applying gradients to text. I do it a lot, and I do it a lot because old games used to do it a lot. And even then, I don't try to overuse it. I try to use it in the places where it feels like it could kind of work or make something pop a little bit more. But obviously that's where most people, like, their aesthetic is coming from. I don't think people just see something and, well, I shouldn't say that. I guess people probably do. They just see something and want to imitate it just directly like that. It's not necessarily that I want to imitate things, it's more so I want to understand how things work, and I want to see if I can recreate things within those areas then. I want to, like, sometimes force myself to work within restrictions. If we're going to be doing something that's supposed to look like a crappy old browser game, it better be looking like a crappy old browser game then. If these characters were 32 by 32 pixels, then the ones that we do also have to be 32 by 32 pixels. If they're going to be compressing their audio and using MIDI files, then we need to be compressing our audio and using MIDI files, that kind of thing. Like I said, it can be to your own detriment, but on my own end, that's kind of where some of the satisfaction also comes from. It's a neat feeling when you're able to understand kind of a look well enough that you can recreate it kind of down to every last little detail on it. That's why I'm not surprised that some stuff that we had posted in the past confused people. I don't think I ever talked about this before, but when I posted the G4 video, I actually had a family member text me thinking that, oh my god, I didn't know you were working at G4 this whole time, and I had to tell them, did you look at the footage? Think about this a little bit. Think about this a little bit. I was in school when G4 was on television, and you knew that about me. Does that really make sense to you right now? But it's happened. We've had that happen on occasion. Oh, Hypnospace is a great example, Meta. Hypnospace is so accurate. It does such a great job. And yet it's in a way that I know would be alienating to people that don't exactly get what it's aiming for. You would have people say, like, why are you doing that? That looks ugly. Why does it sound like that? That makes it sound goofy. That's what it's supposed to be doing, though, because that's what it's trying to capture. That's the spirit that it's trying to get in there. You don't want to abandon that, because then what's the point? You're not really being true to this then. No, I love Hypnospace for that. I really love Hypnospace for that. I know they even licensed, like, keygen music for some of it, too. And they even went out of their way to contact, like, old GIF artists in some cases. They had a lot of people make their own assets that they threw into it. They did such a good job with it as a game. Something really special. I hope we can get more things just as special as that one, because Hypnospace is so, so great. So it's a dang, I didn't even like G4 in its heyday. Don't worry, I didn't either. I put up with it. I wanted to like it. No, G4 was the thing that, what people would probably call, like, cold and jaded about game industry. That was what did it. I was really thoroughly embarrassed by where the game industry was going at the time. G4, I was in love with it when it first started, because I also just liked Tech TV. Then the merger happened. Then all the good programming was gutted. Then it tried to turn into Spike TV. And it was so obvious as of, like, year 2 of G4 that already, okay, it's a gigantic commercial and you guys don't really know what you're doing with this. And a lot of you don't seem to really actually care either. It's just kind of about letting the money roll through here, and a bunch of interns are kind of being pushed to do this. Oh, maybe the intern part I didn't pick up on as a kid. I think that was later. It was like end of high school I was realizing that. Specifically, that's when I talked to a friend who was working there, and they brought that up to me. But, yeah, as it ran its course, that's what I started seeing. I was like, why are they doing this? This just hurts the industry. Why do they keep prioritizing this? What's with all the Hollywood celebrities? That's not going to get people into this as, like, a new medium or something. It's just going to make them kind of confused that it's like, what? So I'm, like, I'm watching Extra right now? Like, what are we doing? Oh, wait, no, that is what they're doing. They think by having, like, Magic Johnson hold up an Xbox that's supposed to make everybody go, oh, the Xbox is cool now. Oh, no. They're not going to stick to that, are they? Oh, no, they're doing it again. Oh, no, now Spike TV is just doing what G4 was doing. Now they're hosting the Video Game Awards. Now they're doing the Spike TV VGAs, and now there's Samuel L. Jackson, and he's in Angry Birds. It felt embarrassing. It's like the game industry had its pants down the whole time. But at the same time, no one would tell them that their pants down. I guess it's more fitting, isn't it, just saying the Emperor's new clothes? G4 was out there completely in the nude, and all of their yes men were there to say that they looked great. When on the outside of it all, or people who were actually, like, at least had some respect for games were just looking at it and kind of laughing because, no, you're out in the nude. No, literally, you're groping somebody's breasts on television right now. It's true, he did also do Gangnam Style in Minecraft. I'm glad you remember that. Because those clips that I posted of, like, the Spike TV VGAs, those are becoming harder and harder to find. So if anyone remembers Samuel L. Jackson being superimposed over a baby, or Samuel L. Jackson being in Angry Birds, or Samuel L. Jackson doing Gangnam Style in Minecraft, eventually all of that will be drifting its way out of public consciousness, and I think Jeff Keighley would especially want you to forget about this award show that he was attached to, and it was basically called the exact same thing that he was leading on, and it was being handled the exact same way too, taking all the sponsorships and everything. I think he would be a little bit upset if people remembered where it started and what so much of it was, and how a lot of that is still kind of staying true to this day. Probably wouldn't want that. But, no, it's true, yeah, the VGA stuff, it's hard to find, and Samuel Jackson doing all of that. You could find that. You could find Jack Black coming out on stage to introduce us all to Brutal Legend, but then he doesn't say anything about it. He just has a flamethrower and keeps going, Brutal Legend! Brutal Legend! Brutal Legend! And it cuts to the crowd, and half of them just look kind of confused. You can cut back to them bringing out women in skin-tight suits that are labeled with games, and they're supposed to be the awards themselves. Then a couple of years pass, and then suddenly the guy who plays Shazam is out there saying how they would never condone such behavior. then they ping pong back to doing it again, but then they also pretend that they're not going to do it again and that they keep changing because they don't know where the public is at and they're awkwardly trying to adhere to whatever they think is going to make them money. There's so much history around the Spike TV VGAs that I hope one day something just gets posted where someone just goes like, oh, hey, I actually recorded all of them in full and here they just all are. That'd be great. They were very protective over it. Back in the day, if you were on Ustream, they would actually shut down any streams that were broadcasting it. Spike TV really didn't want people preserving those. Which, by the way, Fortnite was first announced at the Spike TV VGAs. That's a pretty important moment in gaming, isn't it? You know, the introduction to Fortnite. By the way, isn't that kind of fascinating that it took almost a decade to get made? And that it changed so drastically, too. They had an initial game, and then the Battle Royale mode was kind of an afterthought. Then Cliffy B leaves, and now it's a breakthrough, and Cliffy B is probably looking back at it going, why did I just do that? There's a lot of fascinating game history, and it's all getting drowned out really hard right now. And the best that you're going to get in a lot of cases is people kind of scraping wikis, and that's only going to get you so much. Some of it is, once again, that thing of you just had to be there. You needed to be within all of it to kind of remember what that was all like and what was sort of going on with it. Someone said, I remember a G4 episode that had Jeff act as a panty thief. That sounds in character. I bet you guys could easily find this one, but there's an Attack of the Show episode where I don't remember the male host's name. It's Olivia Munn, right? I only remember that because people kept bringing her up over and over again. He comes out and he just squeezes the sides of her breasts. I'm not even kidding. Holds them for like 2 solid minutes straight. And initially she's going with it because it's like, well, this is the job I signed up for. But you can start kind of seeing it in the expression of, okay, this is getting really fucking annoying. Can you stop already? Are we done with this? That kind of thing was insanely commonplace. And that's why it's not a surprise that there were kind of like behind the scenes, like lawsuits starting to form around some of the people who were involved with G4 at the time. I forget which host it was specifically that it was like sexual harassment. They had like a thing go forward with them. But with Attack of the Show, it kind of kept going from there then. Attack of the Show then became a Twitch channel that nobody was really watching, and then they view-botted and got in trouble for view-botting, but then tried to make a bunch of PR statements about how it was okay that they view-botted because they were just trying to drive up traffic, which isn't really an excuse. That's just you fully admitting to doing what you're doing. And then all those same people happened to work with G4 right when they were trying to do the reboot. Because that Attack of the Show thing, the view-botting, that was like a year or two before they tried to reboot G4. So it's not a surprise that G4's new numbers never were consistent, and it seemed like they were view-botting. Probably were. There's no direct evidence of it is the thing. Like, there's no smoking gun element. With Attack of the Show, they admitted it, so that was what kind of did them in on that. But I wouldn't be surprised. It seemed pretty obvious. They were not getting good numbers, and they had to shut down completely, and the TV channel for the new G4 was the lowest TV viewership I think any channel had ever had, period. Man, that new G4 backfired. Talk about not knowing anything about what you're doing. And then the worst part of the whole story, the narrative got muddied on that one too. People kept saying it was because of Frosk. That had nothing to do with it. No, it's because the initial plan was supposed to be esports. They were opening an esports arena. It was like, I don't remember what his like family relationship is, but somebody who was younger attached to people within Comcast wanted to give it a second pass because the hope was we're going to make this a big esports thing and we're going to get it on esports and it's going to be very profitable. Gaming is big now. So we revitalize this and we open that esports arena and we have all of our own hosts talking about esports. We can all tie it together and now we get a big chunk of this and now we control a big chunk of gaming again, and it just didn't pan out. Everything was falling apart, and by the time that Frosk thing happened, it already had fallen apart. Nothing was working out for them. Everything was already hemorrhaging money. There was no interest. The Frosk thing was desperation to get people to pay attention again. And technically, it actually kind of worked. They did get numbers for a brief period off of that. Very big desperation move, because it had absolutely nothing to do with anything that was going on, but it was why I tried to be preemptive about that in the video that I had posted. It's why I tried to come at it with both boob and, or are you guys going to pretend to be progressive when you're not? Yeah, they did both. They did both. And it's kind of what I thought they were going to do. They're going to try to lean into it on one end, but then try to be performative for a newer end, but then fail at being performative and then try to fall back on the other end and it's too late. It was just a big mess. And with G4, anyone who was excited for it would be the people who were masturbating to a video game channel instead of proper pornography. So the Frost thing was kind of a guarantee of, you guys really don't know what audience you have here. You think you have a dedicated, like, wide, broad gaming audience here, but you don't. The people who are tuning in are either here because they recognize one or two of the people who were on here, and are already admitting the whole thing about the interns, which, by the way, everybody already knew. Anyone acting like that was surprised that got revealed? That's been knowledge for ages. I had been talking about it for years already, that interns were writing everything on G4. Hey, those reviews that you don't like on X-Play, where they're shitting on Japanese games for being Japanese, I'll at least say this. A lot of people go, man, fucking Adam Sessler. No, go backwards more. GameSpot TV was a thing, and Adam Sessler was on there, and his takes were not as ridiculous as the ones on X-Play. X-Play was written by a bunch of interns. Adam Sessler was not writing his own reviews for a lot of it. That's why it could be so ridiculous. That's why it also seemed like the reviewer really just didn't care. They got paid $200 for a month's worth of work. Of course they didn't. But no, it was always a mess, G4. Since the very beginning. Rebooting it again was a bad idea. Their plan was already falling apart from the get-go. And it's not a surprise that it died. That's why that video, if anyone saw that as a thing of like, wow, why was this able to, like, be so accurate? It wasn't a prediction. It's that thing again of, if you're just paying enough attention to things, you know how it's going to go. That's not being psychic. That's not having, like, weird future vision. That's just as simple as you were paying attention. Of course you know how it's going to go. You saw how it went previously. You know who's attached. It's as simple as that. You would get confused by that kind of thing if you're going to bring up Frost and you go, I don't know, it's something about feminism. That had nothing to do with that. If anything, if they started by trying to market that way back at the beginning, maybe it would have even, like, had a little more consistent of an audience for them or something, instead of trying to appeal to one end, then appeal to another, then appeal to one end, then appeal to another. No, they just went straight boob route with it, or they opened that way initially with G4, and then they were just doing it again. That probably would have been fine for them. But, no, that part really had almost nothing to do with it. They were already failing at that point, and that was a desperation move, hoping to get some attention brought back onto them. Someone said, I grew up in a dystopia without even realizing it. I mean, a lot of people were making the jokes about, like, dead internet theory, where it's like, it's not even a theory. It's been happening for a couple of years now. Same with the idea of, like, all this stuff with the game industry. People were noticing it now, but man, this stuff was happening since the beginning. This was happening for a long time now. None of this is new. If people are getting annoyed with Jeff Keighley, guys, he's been doing this stuff ever since back in the day with G4. Since, like, 2001. And Jeff Keighley, there was some stuff he was attached to. He was a little more passionate when he was younger. I can at least say that. He would express a little bit more. He's a little more varied with the stuff that he did. But by the time of the Spike TV VGAs and, like, the end of being on G4 and everything, too, not so much. He was just kind of going where the money was, and he was trying to live his life like he was a rock star or something. The problems of, like, yesterday when it came to the gaming industry are still well and alive today. We almost got past it. The 2010s, we almost got past it. Gaming content was becoming popular, and a lot of people actually just wanted real information from people who were passionate and interested and were willing to commit a lot of effort into that passion. Then sponsorships kind of came in, and Twitch kind of changed its model, and gaming wasn't as viable, and people kind of got bored with games, and we're starting to want more of a personality side to it, or esports took a little bit more of a focus, went in a lot of different directions, but ultimately, gaming is not quite the way that it was during that point, during the 2010s. There was a brief moment of people were legitimately really just getting into games, and now it's kind of a half and half. Some people are still really, really genuinely invested in games. Some people have now become mostly invested in the most surface-level parts of it, like which company is failing so you can point and laugh at them, or this game doesn't look realistic enough, so I'm not going to buy it. Then in their mind, they're thinking to themselves, ha ha ha, I was never going to buy it anyways. I sure am fooling everybody right now, except nobody looks fooled in the room. They're just kind of rolling their eyes at the person. There's a lot of that happening right now. There's some people that you can kind of tell, maybe they're just not even really into games, or they're kind of getting bored with them. But there was a really exciting point during the 2010s, at least early on. A lot of people started signing up on contracts, a lot of people started taking money, and a lot of the passion started fizzling out. Where said never see Jeff sip a Mountain Dew once. I haven't seen enough of Jeff Keighley, I guess, but yeah, I don't know. Did he ever drink one directly on camera? Imagine like the head of Mountain Dew one year giving them like the biggest donation for the VGAs. I just called it the VGA. Sorry, Video Game Awards. Or is it the Game Awards? I don't remember what we called it. It's the Game Awards. Sorry, it's not the VGAs. It's the Game Awards. But imagine like that's their biggest investor is the guy from Mountain Dew, and that he has to come out on the spot because how many times has this happened that they don't like check anybody ahead of time? They comes out and just takes the mic away from Jeff and goes, "Okay, Jeff, this has actually been a setup. You have been loyal to us for years, but we have never once seen you drink even a drop of Mountain Dew. Sorry, Mountain Dew. We keep it shorter. We don't say mountain anymore. You need to drink it right now." I wish it got to a point like that. The investors just growing like dissatisfied with it as an event, having weird outbursts like that. The developers have it happen all the time because no, they're very miserable. Last year there were I shouldn't say last year. I guess technically now it's 2 years back. But there were protesters outside the event because of all the layoffs happening. At least last year he showed us a spreadsheet or something and then started advertising Catley and all the people that were also responsible for all the layoffs. No, like I said, these issues have existed for a long time. Very long time. If you guys were ever wondering why some of the stuff around modern gaming can annoy me so much, this is the stuff that was getting to me. Business side of it's always been frustrating. It's always been very performative too, and there's always been a really strong effort to keep people in the dark about what actually goes into making these things happen and what the priority for a lot of these companies tends to be. But we've had these discussions before. There's some new people here, so at least I'm fine to talk about it again. Some people are getting into G4 stuff, but yeah, if you needed a roadmap as to why we're at where we're kind of at and why things have become so greedy, there's your answer. Been a long, long, long road of doing this. And honestly, the beginning of the 2000s, we're starting to almost get as greedy as we're kind of doing like right now. I shouldn't even say the start of the 2000s, really the end of the 2000s more than anything. Start of the 2000s was becoming a problem. End of the 2000s was really becoming a problem. It was getting pretty shameless and greedy around the time of like the Spike TV VGAs. I don't know. I'm happy that at least, like, the truth of the matter is when it comes to AAA gaming, they've been struggling and panicking for about a good decade now. The only innovations they can think of anymore is how do we try to get money out of people in new ways. They don't really know what to do right now. And I feel like that's going to be a very strong advantage for smaller games kind of popping up. Because some of the best releases I've been playing in recent memory tend to be coming from an independent side. I think people are picking up on that too. At least there's something a little more personal going into those kinds of games. And that if you want something that feels more akin to a Hollywood movie, in the sense of it can also be kind of schlocky and it's not sometimes very involved or very deep. That's what a lot of AAA gaming was kind of focusing itself around. Narrative experiences that don't, in some cases, have a lot of replayability, but that's what all the microtransactions are for. It was inevitably gonna hit a point that it couldn't progress forward much more. And I think that's where we're kind of at. It seems like it's hitting its peak point of, I don't think we can grow this anymore, but everyone wants to keep growing it. What do we do? And gaming audiences, in a lot of cases, not even knowing what it is that they even got into to begin with. People now feeling like it's about character designs, where it's like, I don't think that's why you fully are playing a video game. When people were playing Pong back in the day, I don't think they were thinking about how they were going to pop a boner while playing it. I think they were just playing it because it was a fun game. It doesn't always have to come down to sex. It's not. I know that sometimes maybe it would feel like it's the fun option that you could say that's the cause of everything. It always comes down to that, but no, that's kind of nerd culture speaking. It's kind of taking priority over reality. The truth of the matter is there's a lot that's been going on. There's a big mess that's been happening business-wise. And that's why a lot of companies are eating each other up and a lot of people don't know what to do anymore. So at least we'll be in for a few more years of weird, confused, struggling, and panicking. How do I shot web? It's been weird to me on that one. I was really surprised by the fact that Five Nights at Freddy's is still very much like a cornerstone, although what I believe on that one is also just because a generation grew up with it. Kids grew up with that one. Kids were really into it, and that's always kind of the secret for business success from what I've at least seen on my own end, and why I figure a lot of these companies also don't want to let new things in and just want to keep milking the same franchises over and over again. If someone grew up with a franchise, that's now a part of them. They will have nostalgia for it. In fact, some people, when it comes to gaming, may have only grown up with a video game console in front of them. They didn't have a lot of socialization with others, or maybe they were very closed off with their family. Some people were raised by a television. Some people were raised by a computer. Some people were raised by a radio. Some people were raised by a movie screen. But some people were raised by a video game. And those people raised by a video game, kind of holding out for the long run there, that you wait a bit and you kind of know then that you're going to have new market influxes coming from when they're older. There might be a little bit of a period where they're going to fall out of it for a tiny little bit, but then some time will pass and nostalgia will come in, and then they want to revisit it all over again. Five Nights at Freddy's feels like it's going to be perpetual thanks to that. But I mean, I would also say the designs that they're doing, I don't think they're hiding it. That they're aware of what their community is. Some of the newer designs I've seen, it's like, you could never tell me for even a moment that you're trying to just make it look like animatronics and how they did. You're very clearly starting to design them in a way that you're hoping people are going to draw fan art of these. Which is really odd to me. The Showbiz Pizza Bear, people aren't drawing like weird art of him. Well, maybe they are. I guess I never looked into it. But even then, people can have fun with those games, obviously. I don't have any issue with people liking them or anything. But I never thought it would have something that would last this long, considering it never changed itself up that much. And back at the beginning, I don't know, I was a little bit nervous about it. Everyone's been copycatting it, obviously. Horror games have evolved now that it's not about a story or a narrative and you're playing a character in that story. Often it's about you self-inserting and there's a slasher killer who's after you. Kind of looking at what happened to horror movies even in the past. Everyone getting inspired by Halloween, and now it's all about slashers and having an iconic mascot killer. That seems to be a thing that a lot of horror games want to do now. They all want to capitalize on the same idea. But Poppy's Playtime, I was actually really shocked that one caught on. I thought it was a little too obvious. Especially with the NFT stuff. I have to keep in mind that doesn't impact anything. Five Nights at Freddy's, if anyone even remembers back to the first year that it came out, I remember telling people about this too. They were showing previews for Five Nights at Freddy's 2. And I remember telling friends back at the time, because I knew a lot of people who were really into it. I don't have anything against it. I was never super into it. I thought it was interesting, but it wasn't necessarily a game I was big on or anything. I thought it was just kind of a fun concept. When I saw the sequel, I was a little disappointed, and I told friends, I think he's just going to be putting these out every couple of months, to be fair, because that preview trailer he just posted, that looks like it's the final game. It doesn't look like he's changing it up very much, and I know the software he's making it, and it's ClickTeam Fusion. It's very quick and easy to work with. I kind of figure he probably slightly modified the original game, threw some new assets in, and is just going to be doing this for a little while. And I had a lot of friends at the time insisting to me, that's not true. You're just being pessimistic again. Trying to be down on this because it's a popular new game. You don't like things. And it's like, well, no, I'm not even saying I dislike it. It's just I'm looking at this and I can kind of recognize it. I think he's just going to start releasing these every few months. And surely enough, it was only a few months later and the second game came out. And a few more months, and the third game came out. And it's at least a good thing that he changed with that schedule. Does anyone remember when Friday the 13th could sometimes have 2 movies in a single year? It was feeling kind of like that. You're getting in on this way too overboard here. You're going to milk this for all it's worth. You got to slow it down a bit. And he did. It was probably a very good move, like I said, to slow it down. Some stuff from that period is almost completely forgotten now. Remember Bendy? Remember Bendy and how he was playing with fidget spinners? Remember every video game character was playing with fidget spinners? Remember that? That was the name of the game, right? It was Bendy and the Fidget Spinner, I think. Someone was bringing up, I think it's just a lot of people wanted to have their own like OCs with something. Oh no, that's definitely a part of it. Homestuck figured that one out with the trolls. They really understood the idea of fan community and OCs and like shipping and everything, and just taking advantage of that. Five Nights at Freddy's seems like it kind of does it with some of the designs that they've been doing lately, but Poppy's Playtime, I don't know, all of it's kind of interesting to me because what it tells me is, when I was younger, I've talked about this as like a phenomena. We were making jokes about it on a previous stream. Somebody having an avatar on like a message board, and it's Yoshi, but his skin is he's got like red eyes. He's got like a black color scheme, and he's wearing like a big trench coat, and he's got like a samurai sword on his back. No, two. He's got two katanas on his back, and he's got like two big guns in his hands, like 9-inch tails, stuff like that. I felt like the reason that was kind of commonplace at the time wasn't just that, yes, this was the stuff that was popular, new metal was getting big and everything. It also felt like it was people who felt like they had to like impress the idea of, no, I know I'm a little kid, so of course I like Nintendo, but I'm cooler than that. My Yoshi has guns. My Mario has a sword and he's messed up. No, I don't like the Care Bears. I like Five Nights at Freddy's because it's scary, but maybe I kind of like the idea of it too. It feels like people have to put that as like a mask. They can't just enjoy some of this stuff. It has to be demented and screwed up and messed up and twisted, so that way people can go, whoa, that's cool now. I was going to make fun of you because you liked a thing, but if it's like twisted and messed up and stuff, I guess that changes it. I didn't realize there was blood in this. I remember kids doing that kind of thing all the time. Specifically, I remember when Pokemon was getting big, being at a kid's house, and that his parents sounded really mad about it, that he had somebody over to play Pokemon. They seemed to really hate Pokemon. Parents loathed it back at the time. We've talked about that plenty on stream, but I remember him trying to like desperately plead with them as to why it wasn't a bad thing. And it kind of feels like that. It feels like weird bargaining towards adults who shouldn't care so much about children's media even being children's media. So you need to make yourself be pumped up and more amped up and more hardcore, because you couldn't just admit to somebody that maybe at a younger age you like these things. You have to like it because it's screwed up, and that's the secondary part, is deep down inside. You also probably just like these things, but at least this is a way that it can be taken a little bit better. Maybe that's part of what made it really land. Someone said, the classic Zoshi discussion. I need to draw Zoshi at some point. I need to make like a fake sprite edit. I bet I could do it. You gotta like compress it. You gotta like save it as a JPEG and like squash it and then stretch it back out again. Make it look like it's been through a billion forms of compression. Does anyone even remember that? Back in AOL back in the day, it would compress images automatically, and it didn't even tell you. It didn't even start with a web browser, but when it introduced it, it would compress images heavily, and I remember being so screwed with that when I was younger. People would post images online. I was like, how did you do that? They'd be like, what are you talking about? I go, that image you posted, that looks different than when I saved it and I posted it. And I went, yeah, because I don't know what browser you're using. I'm just using Internet Explorer, or like I'm just going through Netscape. So that's what I had to start doing. If you were connected to AOL, I would have to run another browser just so that compression didn't get applied. AOL would just do it by default. It sucked. But you would see it all the time. People would have like fan OCs and that they were really compressed and you could barely make it out. We need Zoshi in Summer Resort. That's not a bad idea. Maybe there needs to be like a new metal room. You can go hang out with Fred Durst and like the guys from Korn. And Zoshi is in there. Remember watermark sprite sheets? Yes, I do. That you would always have a little thing in the corner that would say, give credit or else! Give credit or die! Or die? Really? So who am I giving credit to, Nintendo? You'd always see like a weird little character off to the side. It'd be Wario, but he's wearing like what was his name from WarioWare? The like Professor Krygor or whatever. It's Krygor, right? He's like wearing that on his face. He has like a little visor on his face, but he's just Wario otherwise. And he's in the corner and he's looking at you and he says, "Give credit or else you will suffer. You will suffer consequences." And then in the corner, there's like a really, it's like Mario, but like his head has been removed with like the box tool. And they use a bunch of spray paint red all over it to make it look like he's bleeding everywhere. And they draw X's over his eyes. I was about to say that would have been funny if that actually ended up going somewhere, but you know what? I'll hold back on that because modern times online, it's been really proving to me it's not so funny. It was funny when these things never would happen back in the past, that it would always be like limited to someone would type something really zany or someone would post an image that's zany, but it doesn't go further than that. Modern times, because I don't know, this is weird to think about now, isn't it? At the beginning of the 2010s, I remember if somebody ever got a threat online, they would just assume it was a joke. Kind of by default, in almost all parts of the internet, because no one would ever take anything too far. That's not the case at all anymore. God, no. No, not one bit. And it's weird to think about that. That was only a little over like a decade ago. But no, it shifted hard. Not one bit. That's what I was going to say was, I guess I wouldn't be surprised in a modern setting if somebody had one of those give credit or dies, that you would eventually have someone telling a whole story getting into like, oh yeah, someone didn't give credit and he actually tried to find them. What? That would be zany, but at the same time, it wouldn't be surprising. In a modern internet setting, no, people have done like dumber for smaller things. That wouldn't even be a surprise anymore. Back at that time, you could at least laugh at it, and it's something kind of cute to look back on. Wouldn't be so fun now. Someone said it's been almost 2 decades now. I wouldn't say that. I would say, because I mean, I guess we're in 2025 now, but I would say around like 2012, that stuff still wasn't taken very seriously, and it wasn't very common. 2013 and 2014, it started really picking up some steam. And by like 2015, 2016, it was starting to become a norm, although no one wanted to acknowledge it while doing it. Usually you would have somebody do something completely ridiculous over the top, and just something that makes you look deranged. It doesn't make you look like you did something meaningful. You just look cuckoo. But they would do it and then act like they didn't do it and act like these kinds of things don't exist. That was kind of like 2016 window. Then at the end of the 2010s is when it was becoming just much more normalized. And eventually now at this point, it's like, I don't know. Everyone was laughing about, for example, I don't know anything about that Boogie guy. He was very popular on YouTube back in the day. And to be fair, everything I've seen of him, I'm not surprised why people, make fun of him. He seems like he's absolutely just acted like a really, repulsive person. We're not getting into a whole discussion about that because, like I said, I don't even know enough about the guy. I know I don't like him. But what I was going to get into with that was, when the person showed up and he fired the gun in the air, it was really stupid of him to fire the gun in the air, but at the same time, if that part wasn't in the story, keep in mind someone drove across, the entire country to go do that. That's kind of weird within itself, isn't it? And to be fair, in a modern setting, probably not to people. I think now they'd just be like, no, it's just what crazy people do. I think if anyone's doing this stuff, we've talked about that in previous streams, somebody had brought up, I think this is just normally what happens to anyone in any position creating things, but keep in mind, during the 2010s, back at the beginning, no it didn't. This was not commonplace. This did not happen all the time. No, actually, it was not common. It started becoming more normal because people became crazier. People went harder with this stuff. There was more of a dedicated effort of going above and beyond, and people would root for it. We've had some really, really, really strange cases. Some stuff that it's... because someone even made a joke about, I think this is too scary to talk about on YouTube. I was actually about to mention one that probably is getting into too scary of a territory. I was going to bring up the thing with... what was it even called? I don't remember. Does anyone remember the Danny Phantom thing that had happened? Because that one never left me, because that was very clearly somebody who grew up very exclusively online. And it was just so bizarre to hear about because it's the kind of stuff that people look at like DeviantArt and comb through that stuff and not think too much of it. But this was actually something nightmarishly bad that was there the whole time, and people didn't look into it enough. People didn't take it serious enough. And then it went about as far as it could have. After that happened, I would say that was the measurable point on my own end for, okay, people are definitely starting to go insane through use of the internet. And people are starting to take these things way too far into real life. That was around, like I said, like 2016, 2017. That's when it started becoming a lot more normal. That's when these things started becoming a lot more common. And people would still downplay it and act like these things don't happen, while repeated instances of it would start happening. And now it's accepted. People know it happens. People know it's common. But it's also kind of treated like it's a normal thing. I mean, it just happens. I guess it's just what happens. But it didn't used to happen. That's the thing. It really didn't. Things never went this nutty. Things never went this far. Remember the expression, internet serious business? Except now there's money, and now there is serious business. So I guess it is actually serious business at this point. It was a lot more laid back. As insane as it could be, people still had a limit. And that limit seems to be gone. And that's pretty scary. I mean, you don't have to type it in quotes, normal. That's what I'm getting at. It's not normal. It's getting normalized. But no, it's not a regular thing that should be happening. It's not what should be happening. It's getting normalized because it's happening so often now that people are just trying to accept it because it's what a lot of people are kind of trained to do. If a bad thing happens enough, eventually they just go quiet about it and go, whatever, I guess that's just where things are at now. So it's become a lot more normal. It's become a lot more common. But it shouldn't be treated as normal. It shouldn't be normalized. And it is really, really, really scary that that's where so much has started going. I guess so. Someone said that too. Faster internet, faster insanity. It's a joke, but at the same time, you're not fully wrong. When I was using ProtoWeb, I was kind of remembering that about it. I was looking at a bunch of old websites, and what I was thinking to myself was, wow, and I can browse these so quickly. I couldn't do that back in the day. Oh, wait. But you know what that's revealing to me? How small so many of these pages are. I used to go and find Pokemon websites when I was really young. I wanted to find more... There's the burp. I knew it was coming. I knew it was going to come like an hour later. I used to look up Pokemon stuff all the time because I was a kid. I like Pokemon. I want to find more information about it. So I go to Pokemon fan pages all the time. That's where people made up the Pokegods. That was the Pokemon factory. There was all sorts of stuff that came through all that. But back at the time, it took forever to connect to any of those web pages. I would print out the images sometimes because I wanted to have them away from the computer because it would take so long to get there, and also because you were getting billed by the hour. I wanted to take the full advantage of any of those brief moments I was online. I wanted to get whatever I could and then get out. I remember having to ask to use the computer to use like cheatcc.com, if anyone remembers that website, Cheat Code Central. That was a very common one back in the day. People go there all the time. Then you go on the internet and that you would you go look up some cheat codes for the game that you're playing. It would take a little bit. Probably take you like 10-15 minutes to get to the page that you needed to get to. But then you'd get there and you'd have it, and then you'd be kind of done. If you could browse all of that website within an instant, you kind of realize it's not as big of a website as it used to seem like it was, because it took so long to have to click between pages. Maybe that is a big part of it. Maybe everything speeding up so much also did allow for this to become more of a problem. Although, obviously, that's not a thing of the speed is the problem. It's more so, it wasn't as much of an issue prior because people couldn't, like, let it overtake them as much. They couldn't be as overwhelmed by it back then. Now we have auto-refreshing websites. Being online is naturally being overwhelmed at this point. So that probably is a component. Someone said, I think I printed Thomas the Tank Engine wiki pages. Did anyone do Papercraft? I remember that was fun. You had to have the right paper for it, unfortunately, but I remember that caught on for a while. Everyone was doing Papercraft. Wherever said, I remember an anti-They Might Be Giants website. Man, really? There were anti-everything websites, I remember. Pokemon had a really big anti-Pokemon movement online. There was one I really wanted to find again, and I doubt I'll ever be able to find it. There was an old website called, like, Hecklers or something. I remember nothing about it. The only reason I remember it is Pokemon hatred web rings were really, really, really big. And it usually came from the people who were trying to look like really twisted and hardcore. So it'd be animated GIF images of like a crosshair on Pikachu, and then use the erase tool and fill in with a bunch of red spray paint tool and MS Paint and go, look, I shot Pikachu. He's dead. Gotta hate them all. Gotta hate them all? Yeah, like gotta catch them all? Gotta hate them all? Are you listening to yourself? But there was a lot of that back at the time. And I remember they did one where it was a Pokemon parody, and it was like 10 different animations of Pikachu getting like murdered. And I remember that being on like the front page of websites. There were a lot of like hate web rings, but at least back in the time, that was typically what you would find. There were really bad places. If you really dug deep, you could find them. But they were so closed off from the rest of the internet, and people didn't welcome them into other websites anyways, that they usually stayed off in their own corner and no one could really stumble upon it anyhow. That was maybe getting a little bit closer to that, but even then, it was still very childish because you could tell it was usually kids posting that stuff. Or weird-ass adults that were getting mad about a children's property. There was plenty of that at the time, too, and there's still plenty of that today. But yeah, there was a lot of anti-Pokemon stuff. So I'm surprised to hear they might be giants. I'm not that surprised. Like I said, anything was common back then, but they might be giants. I can't even imagine what a webpage like that would be. You do like parody lyrics for one of their song, but replace words with like poop and die. So it's like Pika crap gets a mate. You're remembering. Yeah, there was a lot of anti-Pokemon stuff. Maybe some people here have memories of it. I don't know. As someone who was trying to look up a lot of the positive Pokemon stuff as a kid, you also got hit with a lot of that. And I remember it was really weird getting hit with a lot of that. Because it was a thing of like, I don't get it. Why is it like all violent? Is that just like a part of the community, I guess? People had a discussion recently about bronies and how that made it really uncomfortable if you were the intended demographic for My Little Pony growing up with it at the time. Because now if you're going to be looking it up, you're going to be finding a lot of stuff from the weird fan base and the adults that are into it. And then you're going to start seeing things of them like dressed up as soldiers and like getting maimed and murdered, or like parodies and cartoons that you're starting to think is more tied into the actual material than it is. And how that messed with a lot of people. And, I mean, to be fair, it kind of happened there with Pokemon. Those Pokemon hate rings were really easy to find if you were just trying to find Pokemon anything. And then you could stumble on some really weird stuff with it. At least as a kid, I always backpedaled out of it because I just wanted to see what I liked about Pokemon. And all the Pokemon hate stuff, all I really got from it was, oh, I get it. It's because parents are always complaining about this. So probably, like, parents are just complaining on here, too. That's how I at least usually took it as a kid. Because a lot of it was made by adults, the weird Pokemon hatred stuff. But some of it was kids. The really shitty animated GIFs. Web pages that would just say, like, Pika crap. Pokey die. Stuff like that. Or those small fluffy ponies. Those were called something else. I don't remember what those were called. And that's a really weird one, because initially people thought the person doing all that was deranged, because they probably were to some extent. And then as time went on, trying to downplay it and take it kind of more in, where it's like, well, it probably should still be looked at for that when you're making so many of those. I don't know. It's really weird thinking about old internet history. We've been talking about it a lot. It comes up on a lot of these streams, and I never have an issue talking about it anyways, because, I mean, I like thinking back to, like, what was kind of charming or fun online, or where things were kind of at, or how we got to the point that we did. I think it's all pretty interesting, but getting all that as a subject, I mean, it's still weird to even think about that one. Newgrounds is on ProtoWeb. And it's the design of the website from like 2002 or 2003 or something. And right there in the banner, here's all these ads with anime girls telling you about where you can go buy illegal drugs. Or the featured submissions, they have Miss Dynamite in the top corner, which is about conflicts within the Middle East, but also she has big boobs. Porn games were really popular on there. The website was known for like celebrity torture games, and the whole category was referred to as assassin. And it's really weird that all that stuff is still there. It's still within the website. But on the new website, if you're registering, it asks you about age, kind of, not really. That there's just a little bit that says, you must be 13 or older to use this website. Ask your parents, and that's it. Where it's like, that's it? I remember what the history of this website was. It's a little weird to see it acknowledged with, I don't know, if you're 13, though, I guess it's all right. Is it? Because even back then, it sure as hell wasn't back then. And it did mess with a lot of people. I knew a lot of kids in school who were getting into that stuff through Newgrounds. And on my own end, at least, it was usually video game parodies, and that was what I saw for the most part. People were into a lot of that. Gaming parodies were really popular. The edgier stuff, while it had an audience, it's not necessarily what everybody was clicking over to the website for, as much as they keep pushing it in front of you. It wasn't what everybody was coming for. Not everybody was crowding around to play Pico's School. It was on the website, it was there, it existed, but it was kind of just a content hub. Same with like Albino Black Sheep. There were a few websites like that people would hop between. E-Bomb's World sucked, but at the same time, that's also what that was kind of being used as, and it was a good example of people don't care who the creators are in some cases. They just want to find a website that has a bunch of things on there for them. So even with all the edginess and everything, it's why people could still dig through and just find some stuff that they liked that didn't really tie into any of that. But I remember in some cases where I went further with people. I knew people developing some weird habits through it when they were younger, because clearly they're too young to be using the website. So it's really weird that the website that had all that with the reputation and everything is kind of opened up to that now. It is really weird to see that. That's such a young age. Oh, someone brought up You're the Man Now Dog. There's a classic. There's still too many You're the Man Now dogs that I still think are really funny, and they're going to be really hard to find again. I think about... Man, there was a really funny one. Maybe people can find it. It was, someone did, like, I think I've talked about it on stream before. It's a summed-up version of the Pac-Man Christmas special. That's Christmas in Pac-Land, and it shows the title card, and immediately it just cuts to Santa going, oh no, all the presents have been stolen, and Pac-Man going, don't worry, Santa, we'll find those presents for you. No, it's too late, and now Christmas will have to be canceled. And it cuts to showing all the characters one by one going, aww, aww. Everyone feels bad, and it cuts back to Santa, and he's holding his face crying with the baby Pac-Man crying, and they're just weeping. And then it immediately just cuts to the credits. And it was a really great way of just chopping that down. Because it's a miserable Christmas special, and they would air it all the time on television. I think some people still probably remember it because they aired it way too many times for what it was. I've seen it like 5 times when I was a kid. They kept airing it. So it was funny seeing it cut down like that. YTMND really stuck with me. There were some really funny ones on there. I think the website's still around, right? But I'd have to dig for some of this stuff. I was telling Julian about, like, No Was a Meme. The Star Wars movie had just come out. That Star Wars movie you might have heard about. Where Darth Vader says the line. Palpatine goes, say it. Say the line, Vader. No. No. You did it wrong. Do it. Say the line correctly. But, everyone was making No memes, and I asked Julian if he had ever seen it, because he didn't. That was a YTMND. Was Noller Coaster. It was really popular at the time. It's them going through a loop on a roller coaster that goes, no! It was people just having to get funny and creative with the little bit in front of them. You had an animated GIF and a sound clip. And by the way, you only had so much space. You can only make so big of an image. So do the best with that you can. It was only later that they introduced a method for syncing it up. But, so it's the least funny meme from the prequels, to be honest. You gotta keep in mind it literally had just come out. And to be fair, it's gonna feel like it's the least funny, because also so much time has gone by, and it was one of the first memes that came off of it. And the reason that it was one of the first memes that came off of it is because it's such a ridiculous way to close a movie out. Specifically, that trilogy. It's like the dopiest kind of writing you could do. Someone being told someone died, and they shout no to the heavens, and it's even delivered the way that it is. But even with that as a response, it's kind of a weird one to go with, that you would have to be like, there's better memes. Okay, I won't argue with you on that one. There's definitely way funnier. But no, it was funny at the time. I don't have anything against it. I remember that happening when I posted a really shitty, like, Mario and Zelda puns that Nintendo Power had. All of them are really groan-worthy. And I remember someone responding with, like, fuck this shit, the Sonic ones are way fucking better. People made so many better memes off of it. And it's like, okay, relax. Take a deep breath. I don't disagree with you. Those Sonic ones are really funny. But why is that the first thing that you, like, leapt into with it? At least with that one, you didn't come at this, like, with hostility or something. It's just, no, there's funnier memes. And there are. But no was funny. It's just, it got milked way too hard. A thing that doesn't necessarily exist with memes anymore, by the way. People are still using soy jacks. We're what, like 11 years in, 12 years in now? We're still relying on that. River Rage comics, that went away actually fairly quick. Although that's also what kicked off a lot of weird cultural stuff online. The reason that you still hear everybody to this day go, fucking Reddit, you fucking Redditor, is because 4chan was doing that initially. Rage comics made them really angry because some of that stuff was starting out over there, and then it found its way over to Reddit, and then they basically just formed a gigantic vendetta off of that. Treating it as if, like, Reddit was E-Bomb's world, which I kinda get it. Reddit used to have some really horrible guidelines. That's why, as much as people are shitting on it recently, where the fuck were you guys, like, a decade ago? There used to be guidelines where you weren't allowed to post things on Reddit unless it was someone else's work. I remember when playing Dota 2, there was somebody who was doing data mining posts where they were finding what the new updates were going to have, and eventually they referenced their own blog in one of the data mine posts, and then got banned from Reddit. Because they referenced their own blog. You can't do that. There's a quota. You need to, and I forget what it was, that it's like over 50% of your posts must be other people's content. But there's a karma system. Are you literally telling people right now that this is going to be enforced? You are going to ban people if they don't steal material and try to get popular with it? That doesn't seem to be a thing anymore. They don't seem to give one flying fuck about any of that anymore. But back at the time, that was a thing. You could get banned for literally posting your own content. That's stupid. But, yeah, no, that was a thing. We've talked about that too. If people hate rating systems on websites, which I get it, it's stupid that popular opinion is just supposed to take the priority. That really hurts a conversation, that you can attach a number to social cues that never should have had a number attached to it. I think that's done I don't mean to make a joke with it, I guess, but I guess that's done a number on socialization in general. People have now been seeing weird, like, meaningless, like, analytics attached to something as basic as saying why you like a movie. Then now conversations have to come with a weird amount of pressure that didn't exist prior. But if you don't like rating systems like that, I'll bring it up again, Newgrounds. That was the first one I'm familiar with, and it was weaponized from the get-go. It was not a system that was just there to be kind of fun that you can give ratings on stuff. No, if you had a low enough rating, you got taken off the website. With a big flashy animation to say you were the one that killed the submission, so people would rally together intentionally to try to ruin each other's, like, good times. People would try to vote stuff down collectively. It had a whole thing around it. So if people don't like weaponizing, like, dislikes or whatever, that's where you could actually trace a lot of that back to. Blam this piece of crap was a thing. That dates back to the 90s. But, no, it really is a frustrating thing that so much of the internet at this point has to have, like, all this stuff, like, strung along with it. You can't just get a conversation. You know what I at least like about this with the chat right now? There's no likes on all of the chat messages. There's no likes and dislikes on all the individual messages. If this was in a comment section right now, there would be. But in this chat, there isn't. So what that means is everything is at least being able to kind of come through like a conversation, rather than something gets elevated to the top of the conversation, and now everything's thrown around into a random order based on that. Meta, I wouldn't agree with that fully. Once again, we've talked about this on stream. Reddit is going to vary between every single subreddit. There is no god of Reddit necessarily that indicates how every community is going to be acting. And it's a practice that I want to get people more familiar with. The idea of don't lump everybody together. Stop speaking to individuals like they are a website. Don't tell people they are 4chan. Don't tell people they are Reddit. Don't tell people they are Twitter. Because that's it feels like a tool that's being utilized very intentionally right now to create more division and to make people really tune each other out. With Reddit, it depends on where you're at. What communities are you interacting with? Where are you? Because anytime that I've ever had to go over to Reddit, it's usually for like support, and at least there's like a fringe community of like 20 people talking about a very specific subject. And all the posts are related to it, and there's not much else beyond that. There isn't some kind of weird like structure happening. There's not some big power thing going. That can happen in popular communities for sure. But if you're just looking for stuff like that, no, it's not every single part of the website does it. That's who are you interacting with and what communities are you interacting with. It's a very broad website. Some subreddits literally have like 4 people in it. That's why, at its core, there's a lot flawed about Reddit. And there are a lot of like very, very goofy mentalities that have been developed through it as a website. But I would never say literally the whole website has an overall problem with how people socialize when you don't know that. Have you socialized with literally everybody on it? That's why making sweeping generalizations don't tend to work. If someone's actually going to have to make you then have to like give all the evidence, you can't just do one screenshot. No. You said everyone, so show me now everyone. Cherry picking is a tool. It's what people try to utilize for that, but that's the truth of the matter. If you really need to confront somebody on that someone's utilizing hyperbole, act on it. Go in on it then. Okay, show me everyone. You said everyone. But with your message, you didn't say necessarily everyone. You're just kind of hinting at the idea of like there's an overall thing with Reddit that people can act this way. And no, it can happen. It can be common. It's why if I'm ever going to be looking up something on there, it's because search engines have failed me. And I have to fall back on it because at least that's somewhere to find it without going into a Discord, which could be an even bigger mess. Really what it comes down to is we just need more websites again. Because if we had more websites again, I doubt we'd start calling everybody Discord, and we'd stop calling everybody Reddit, and we'd stop calling everybody Twitter. Back in the day, people didn't call each other AOL Instant Messenger. People didn't call each other Skype. But with Discord, people do that. They go, oh, fucking Discord. You use that? Yeah, what are you doing with it? What are you doing with it that's making you so angry? I think it helps to broaden that a little bit. But I'm not going to lie and say Reddit doesn't have some issues with that. No, it does. Some communities, based on where you are. It doesn't help either that document already got leaked out, though. In terms of like trying to push for a lot of misinformation coming through online, Reddit was one of the big targets. I forget what all of them were listed. It came through the Tim Pool thing that happened. It was Reddit was one of them. 4chan was another. Gaming communities was like a specific one that they had mentioned. So that's part of the reason why some of these areas are also the most chaotic right now. Bot accounts, AI, all this stuff, they're very focused in these areas too. People are just naturally more aggressive in these areas. That's why I don't think they notice in some cases. It just blends in really easily. Remember the first bot that was on Twitter? And then immediately within like a day it became a racist and they had to close down the project? I assume that's why they're kind of just going alongside that now. They've taken notice of it. But yeah, Reddit was a big one. That was a big target. So if you're hoping to escape from a lot of that stuff, at least that's where I guess the rating system kind of works. People do notice it sometimes and completely purge out if someone really is obviously blatantly a bot account. But even then, not always. Yeah, on Twitter, you can't do shit about it. Go ahead and report it. Go ahead. I wonder when they'll get back to you about it, if ever. The internet is really at a weird point, like I said. It's in a very strange position right now. And it's messing with how people socialize and how they look at each other. But in the future on stream, I'm sorry if that's going to seem like a little bit of a nitpicky thing or a weird thing to do, but I am going to kind of throw that back in some cases if I see that happen, where someone tries to label like every last person who uses the website as something. I wouldn't even do that with like 4chan. I know there's multiple boards. I wouldn't do that with a lot of these areas. Something awful I wouldn't have done that with. There was a lot of horrible behavior on there for sure. It was a community designed for it. And even then, people escaped from that website, or people were growing within that website and eventually walked away from it. It's not all the same thing. There's lots of individuals and lots of different personalities coming through. So if anyone is ever just not going to click on reddit.com because you needed to find information about your operating system and there's a really specific thing that you need to mess with, but that's the only thing that came up was a subreddit having a discussion about your subject, and that's it. So now you're not going to click it because Reddit. Don't think of it that way. Seriously, don't. Don't do this weird, like, allegiance thing. Don't do this weird shutdown thing. Because if you're going to start treating it that way, you really are starting to treat it then like corporations are people, and people aren't people anymore. They're just corporations. That should not be where it's going, because that's the reason why corporations operate the way they do. They aren't supposed to be people. I figure it's why AI is even getting adopted the way that it does. Hey, if something goes wrong now, you can't hold somebody personally accountable for it. You go, I don't know, the text said it. Go fire the text, I guess. It shouldn't be getting to that territory with actual socializing. It really shouldn't. But I don't know. That's also just weird to me too. Like I said, it's so weird that I hear everyone go grr curses Reddit in the recent years, where it's like, once again, where was all of that? Like, I remember when that was catching on within these communities like over a decade ago. Is it just because YouTubers that came out of there are now catching on, so people are starting to pick up on that or something? Because I know a lot of popular YouTubers at the moment did come out of 4chan. That would explain a lot, I guess. But it is weird to me that it's only in recent years that I started hearing Reddit everywhere, where it's like, I only used to hear that on image boards. That's really unusual now, just hearing that in like everyday conversation. And that's where it starts getting even weirder for me, because I don't even get it in some cases. Now that I hear like Discord, where they go, fucking Discord, where it's like, I thought everyone's using it for messaging. What do you use? Well, I use Discord. Well, why are you complaining about it then? Because, you know, there's bad people on it. Yeah, no duh. It's one of the most common messaging services. Of course there is. There's bad people using google.com. Are you going to stop using that? I wish. It just feels like a logical fallacy. It just feels like a big mistake to look at things that way. Yeah, someone just typed, grr, HTML. I could see someone doing it. I could see someone doing that. I seriously could. I could see someone going, fucking CSS. Everyone going, I don't know what that is, but he sounded mad about it. Yeah, fuck CSS. Why is every web page now just white with black text? Oh no. Kongfei said, my friend calls any game that's mainstream Reddit. What does that mean? What does that even mean? Swap it around with like any other website name. Like, what does that even mean? Oh, you're playing that? That's very Google of you. What? Sorry. Let me break it down in terms you would understand. That's very AOL of you. What? How do you not understand? Like, are you stupid? Are you, like, mentally ill? I just said that's very Google of you. How do you not get these things? No, I didn't get the memo. What? What do you... What do you mean? crying and told the teacher that someone called him a sussy baka. But I don't know. Maybe it's, once again, just getting older about things or something, but hearing someone get referred to as a soy boy, when I heard it in person, my response was not, oh, how horrible, or, oh my god, that's really insulting. No, it was just like, did you just say soy boy? It's not a term that feels easy to take serious, and there's people who want you to take it serious, where it's like, how? It's just so ridiculous inherently. In fact, it gets more ridiculous when I have to then hear that you're taking it serious, too. You think that's going to be like a gut punch to somebody. Hey, man, I could follow it up with a slur. Oh, I was on the internet during, like, the end of the, like, 90s, beginning of the 2000s. I'm used to that, too. Soy boy? That's where we fell back onto things? But, I don't know. Maybe it did work. Maybe it was very effective at one point. So instead, I feel like it's just a funny insult. To me, it feels embarrassing to even be the one saying it. But to be fair, I'll also say this too. Most of the time these days, when I hear someone refer to something as cringe, usually I'm more embarrassed by them saying the word cringe. And then also kind of getting a sense of where their perspective is at, that you go, but you're really boring. So that doesn't mean anything to me. Someone who's obsessively sharing a story about nothing, where it's like two people arguing about like Yu-Gi-Oh or something, and they don't like Yu-Gi-Oh, they're above it. I hate Yu-Gi-Oh, these guys are losers and nerds. But dude, so did you hear about like the newest Yu-Gi-Oh drama? Someone like that then going cringe, where it's like, I don't know, you already demonstrated to me like why I shouldn't be caring about where this is coming from, but okay. Cool to know that there's more things that you dislike, I guess. I don't know, it's a weird one to me. It's a very weird one. If people were, because they already have been getting goofier and goofier, I guess, with their terminology and the words that people are using, but like, Scrimblow obviously is not supposed to be like an insult people are whipping around. That was supposed to be mascot characters, which never made any sense to me as a term anyways. Oh, it's like what mascot names were, you know, like Scrimblow the Bimblow. No, I don't know what you're talking about. Can you go find a copy of that game for me? That's a Tim and Eric bit. That's not a video game. That's not a mascot character. You mean like Sonic the Hedgehog? Sonic because like supersonic? Or do you mean Crash Bandicoot because he crashes into things? Do you mean noun? Word that exists and that's their name? I'm not used to Scrimblow. I've never actually seen a character really named like that. What, Gubble maybe is getting there? And I don't think of that really as a mascot character. But if someone was whipping around Scrimblow as an insult, let's just say that's what the term meant. Maybe we'll make up a new one here. Someone's saying like, oh, you wombobulous wart. How could I ever take that serious? No, you don't get it, man. There's like a whole community. You don't want to go to the wombobulous community. There's something else, man. They're messed up. They're called the wombobulous community. It's why when I've had people be dismissive, that's like, his name is Ding Dong. No, that's how you should be responding. That should be the response. It should be the idea of, yeah, it's a little hard to take some of this stuff serious. No, because it kind of is. No, the reason I keep doing the, oh, you know, is because I have been presented with the, oh, you know, so many times at this point that I have to always say that immediately after. I have to always prep myself to go, no, I don't. That's why I asked a question. What the hell are you talking about? And then usually our response being, you know. No, I don't. You don't just keep saying you know and then the person knows. I don't know. Why are you calling people Baba Ganoush now? What's going on? Why are you saying succotash to people now? No, I didn't pick up on it. What's happening now? Oh, actually, the meaning of that changed. Okay, that part doesn't happen. People don't even acknowledge that. Oh, no, actually, like, it used to mean cool, but now it's actually about this community and how they're lame. And then it kind of spun around back into meaning cool. Okay. I mean, that's just terminology. That's just language. It evolves. But in a lot of these cases, based on the sound of it and what it's being used towards, I'm probably not going to take it too serious, depending on what it is. I'm not going to ever take soy boy seriously. I'm not going to take, like, something like calling somebody, like, a sussy baka. I'm not going to be able to take that serious. I can laugh about it. At least it can be in fun. But you will run into people very often where comedy to them is actually getting angry at something and acting like they're not, you know, doing that. You go, I did because it was funny. Why'd you say that so defensively? I'm not being defensive! I thought it was funny! Then why are you so angry? Is your form of comedy yelling and shouting and being mad? That doesn't sound like comedy. I think you would be laughing at some point. But, somebody using that and saying that it's supposed to be like, oh, it's funny, man. It's just so funny. Well, no, you just called the guy that, and he laughed at you, but then you seemed angry afterwards. I don't think you were trying to be funny. I think you were hoping it was going to be an attack. And you're hoping you could justify the attack by saying it was a funny attack. But the attack didn't land, and now it's kind of falling back onto you and making you look kind of awkward here. So now you have to backpedal into, it was funny, okay? It was funny. Shut up, it was funny. Why do I have to shut up? I thought it was funny. Let's start laughing. People get really weird about this stuff. That's why an old lady calling someone a soy boy, I'm not surprised by it. But at the same time, no, I can't take it serious. Oh, fuck. And now I have to imagine working in retail and having that happen. I ordered my food 2 minutes ago and I still haven't received my food yet. Okay, ma'am, just be patient. No, listen here, you soy boy. Oh, okay, ma'am. Having to work in, like, retail or something, have to work in customer service and then being hit with that. I bet it's happened. Although probably not just from old people. More so, it's probably that guy who has a gigantic beer belly, but he's wearing sunglasses and has like a shaved head, and he's wearing a hat on top of his shaved head, and that he's trying to clench his fists while in line at the McDonald's, and that you're just asking him for his order, and he's breathing hard, acting like something is already wrong because he just showed up to make a problem, and then he would probably be the one to do it, to go, listen here, you soy boy. And then he tries to throw a chair, except it doesn't get anywhere, and immediately everybody stops him, and then he tries to run out the door. That's where you would probably, I guess, realistically hear it. Probably not from the elderly, but I could see it. If I heard one old lady say it, I'm sure others have. Maybe they'll think it's an endearing term. Maybe they'll have, like, grandchildren over and go, okay, gather around, little soy boys. Little soy boys and soy girls. You're not doing it right. There's no such thing as soy girls. Oh, I wanted to welcome it all in. You want to welcome things in? Grandma, you don't get it. I wish you were like, the last generation's grandparents that they didn't welcome anything in. It's gonna be really fucking weird when we're all like in retirement homes. It's in a more badass version of that happened in a Waffle House. The one that I had heard about a while back was some guy just throwing chairs and stuff, and he looked like he had a walker too, but he set his walker aside to start picking up and throwing chairs, and no one took him serious, and they immediately just called the police on him, and then he tried to run away with his walker, trying to make it look like he's weak and pathetic when he just demonstrated, no, this guy is just here to, like, make problems, and that was all that happened. No one took him serious, nobody cared, he just made an ass of himself, and then he tried to run away and act like he didn't do anything. Which, that's usually what I tend to see with a lot of this stuff in recent years, too. People really trying to pretend they didn't do anything after everyone knows they did, and then laughing about it initially because they think they fooled you, except no one's fooled, and then that eventually shifting from laughter to complete anger and starting to be threatening because you witnessed the thing they did and they're hoping you don't remember that they just did that 2 seconds ago. I remember there's that stupid Disney line thing that the guy was trying to fight with the person in line, and they kept going like, I'm famous online, dude. Go ahead, post it. Well, maybe don't post it. Well, I actually... And then it's like, why did you start a fight? What are you doing? What was any of this supposed to be? Were you hoping like your friend group was going to think this is cool? What, that you shouted at somebody in a fucking Disney line? What is that to write home about? You're going to gloat about that? That's one of your accomplishments in your life? You got into a fight in one of the dumbest places to get into a fight? It could be dumber, I guess. It could be like lining up for like an outhouse or something, I guess. Could be at like the premiere of like the Sonic movie. No, not that. I could that one maybe doesn't feel quite as ridiculous to me. What I'd say is maybe the screening of like the Oogie Loves or something. You went to go see like the Care Bears movie and a big fist fight broke out. Fighting at the Chuck E. Cheese is pretty ridiculous. But yeah, I don't know. That seems very common these days. People just starting fights in the dumbest places because they just want to start a fight. Skona, it's more so that they double down on it. So, by doubling down on it, it becomes a thought process. You try to start a fight and you're hoping it would just go by, I guess, and that you're going to be cool or something, but then it doesn't just go by, and now you do have to think about it, and they commit. They overly commit to it, rather than just, why don't you just walk away then? And that's where it turns into, I don't think it was just a thing that they did without really thinking about it. It was knee-jerk. That's what makes it feel like it was a little more planned out. That's what makes it feel like, no, there was more of a thought process here, and that's why you're getting weird and defensive, and you won't just let it go in some cases. You clearly had something in mind of where this was supposed to go, or what it was supposed to do for you, and it completely backfired, and now you kind of look ridiculous with it. I don't know. Like I said, it's probably me just getting older. I can't really relate to that. People never went as far as that in the past. That's why a lot of this stuff got kept on the internet. When people started taking that stuff into real life, people would laugh at them pretty often and not take them serious for it. That video that got popular a while back, the broccoli hair guy trying to interview the guy about, like, gay rights or stable economy, and then he just keeps going, both. He goes, no, you can't do both. And he starts getting really mad. It's like, you're messing my thing up. I was supposed to look like I own you with facts and logic. And then people for a brief period are like, wow, this guy is like a hero, look at him. Where it's like, he's not really, though. All he ended up doing is just what people were used to doing like 10, 20 years back. Someone does something really stupid and they sound like an idiot for doing it in a public space. I guess that's why you post it online, though, huh? You take it out of the public space where people probably aren't going to side with you and try to get it in the, like, field of view of people who would, for some reason, take that serious. So I guess that kind of explains it a bit more. Makes a little more sense. That's why it's got to be for a video, in some cases. No, exactly. He just didn't want to answer a stupid question. A stupid loaded question that's supposed to be, I'm doing this because I want to make you look foolish for my video thing. It's so goddamn obvious. And it took no effort to just shut it down. So I said I love that guy, though. No, I do too. I don't have anything wrong with that guy. No, I thought it was a really funny video. I'm glad he did it. I love the desperation of the video editor trying to zoom in on the guy's hands as if, like, look at his hands, though. He's got cringe hands, see? Look, he's got, like, a ponytail. I win, okay? He's got broccoli hair. I don't care. I heard what you said. And I watched how it backfired and was funny every step of the way. But I don't know. At least something like that gives me hope that in the future, a lot of the stuff that's kind of being done currently is just going to become the new cringe videos. People looking back on this where it's like, oh yeah, remember when we were younger and all we ever did was try to start fights at, like, the Starbucks? And then most people weren't receptive to it and just kind of laughed at us anyways. I hope it could be something to look back on. I hope. I hope it doesn't keep getting stronger. It sure is getting strong right now. So it's like, you have broccoli hair's the new soy boy. It's more so you're able to do something that can feel ridiculous to other people, so don't think that you're going to be able to put them down by treating them like they're ridiculous. Someone calling someone else cringe, but their pants are down right now. Some guy wearing 3 baseball caps backwards with, like, 2 pairs of sunglasses and 3 cigarettes in his mouth, trying to call someone else cringe when it's like, what are you doing right now? Could you try any harder? The kind of thing of, no, you're going to make yourself look ridiculous in some situations because everyone is always going to look ridiculous to some extent, to some degree. Everyone's always going to be goofy to some extent. And that's why getting mad about those things doesn't make any sense, especially if you're going to call that, like, humor. It's not humor if you're angry. You already failed the, like, test on that one. But it's even weirder when it gets into that territory, where it's somebody going, no, this makes me, you don't get it. You misunderstood. I'm stronger than this person right now. Are you? I see one person here who's at least kind of being themselves, and one person who's kind of a product of the environment around them right now that they're really desperately trying to fit in with. No, I can tell who I'm probably going to take a little more serious during this, like, interaction at the moment. But that's why the broccoli hair thing. That's like, no, if you're already kind of like trying to front in that kind of way, then I'm not going to necessarily be like suckered in by it. No, it feels like somebody really insecure. Someone said cringe hands. No, that's what I thought. I figured that was why he zoomed in on the hands, that it's supposed to be. Look at his hands. He's moving his fingers. They're cringe hands. Cringe at his hands. Look at them. That's why he's embarrassing. People get fucking desperate. It's also why giving people power like this to upload videos and having editing tools like this, it's people wanting to recontextualize moments that happened in their lives in a lot of cases. You have to use a bunch of editing to try to make it look more ridiculous, and it didn't even work. No, you're supposed to side with me. I should have put on, like, angelic music when I spoke, and I should have had, like, booing sound effects when he was talking. What did Elon say? It was actually about 90% applause. Even though the footage was there. Why do you have to prove you're stronger? I mean, that's the question I'm kind of getting at. Why does it matter? It's really weird to me that that's been so much of a priority in recent years. People really needing to make themselves look like they're the tough guys, where it's like, I mean, for example, in video gaming communities, it's video games. Why do you care? It's just video games. Dude, this is kind of cringe, though. Yeah, that's why everyone's having fun and loving it. And it's, like, not good to be having fun? What's wrong with that? It's, like, embarrassing. Right. And so is probably getting mad about that kind of thing. Everything's going to be embarrassing to somebody. Make the most of the things that you want to do. Have fun. Life's not going to be fun when you're looking for all the things that you're supposed to avoid. You should be looking for the things that you actually care about and want to do. But that's never going to go away. And that's not even a new problem. It's just on the internet it's become much more of a problem lately. People seem to forget how to have fun. Thank you, Kaj1GA, for $10. They said, nice to see you stream as always. You probably know this, but you can always use a free... Oh, on the Japanese PS2, you have to play all of your US games region free. Yeah, we could, I guess. I guess I could look into that. I haven't messed with PS2 stuff necessarily. When I was younger, I remember like Swap Magic or whatever was really popular. But there probably is some kind of option with that. The thing is, though, that would still cost money. And that's kind of part of the problem. And I imagine something like that probably is not as cheap as I would hope for. But I guess thanks for the suggestion, at least. It was really sad that the PS1 broke today. This stream, I was going to be playing a lot more games. It kind of backfired here. That's why it's mostly been just a talking stream. I did not expect the PlayStation to break on me. I was going to play Gex this morning. I was going to play Gex 2, and I was going to play Ape Escape. And then I had to fall back on Tetris, and just... This is where we're at now. I'm sorry, PlayStation. I'm sorry you died. I'm so sorry that you died. But thank you, Kaj. Thank you, Mobius Drip, for $10. They said, always happy to catch a stream, and the N64 is one of my favorite consoles. Take care. It's pretty good, right? There's a lot of fun stuff on it. Library's really small, though. People still have kind of interesting discussions about it, because if you grew up with it, you probably felt like there was a bigger library than there actually was. In North America, I don't think it was even beyond, like, what is it? I feel like it was less than, like, 140 games came out over here or something. Maybe it's a little bit more than that, but I know it's less than 200. PlayStation 1, oh my god, the library is enormous for the PlayStation 1. Huge, gigantic. That's why it's not a surprise to me that it ended up winning that console war at the time. There's some really fun stuff on the N64, like some really fun stuff. But the N64, the list of games that I'd want to play on there is probably around like 20, 30-ish games, when the PlayStation 1, oh god. That list could get bumped up to like almost like 100 games probably. And with some of them, there's such major grand scale experiences and everything too that the N64 could not handle games like some of those. Because lots of cutscenes, voice acting, or just lots of textures being stored that N64 cartridges didn't have a lot of space. A lot of reasons for that. But the N64 still has some really good games. Some really, really good games on it. Nintendo obviously had some pretty good offerings of their own, but there's some pretty fun stuff that other people were doing on there too. I had fun with that Tetris game I was just playing earlier, and I like that a lot more than the one that was on the PS1. It's the next Tetris on N64, and it's the new Tetris on PS1. Thank you, D-Rez, for $5. They said, evil Tetris. It wasn't that evil. But thank you. Thank you, Q, for $8.36. They said, had a wild day with the heating oil refill guy spilling diesel all over the backyard. Oh my god. I'm sorry. Jeez. That sounds really frustrating to deal with. I'm really sorry. Holy cow. I hope they got taken care of. I can... You know, talking about people being weird and stubborn, I can already imagine how that probably went. I'm really sorry. They said, but at least there's a stream to help me relax. Hopefully it didn't make it worse. Because nothing went according to plan here today. But thank you. Let's see. Thank you, Stanco, $5. They said, hey, I learned about you guys through YouTube and just recently started watching streams. Oh boy, here it comes. Here it comes. It's coming. Remember that burp I told you guys about? I was going to do my impression of the burping man. It's coming. That wasn't it. Never mind. I guess I can't do it anymore. I'm not going to be able to do a, proper impression of the belching man. I'll never be able to recreate it. You just had to be there. You needed to see the belching man at the Carl's Jr. You just had to be there. They had souvenirs. They had one of those pennies that you could press. You would press it between his folds, and that you would get a little souvenir of the belching man. They said, I know you do some game dev stuff, but I don't see it a lot. Is it all Patreon exclusive? Yes. Namely because most people who come by don't tend to be interested in the things that we make or do anyways. So a lot of it has always just been over there for the people who are being, there who are supporting, keeping up with all of it. And also because we didn't want to properly make major announcements for anything we were doing until we were properly at the point for it. Which this year is actually going to be really interesting for that, because Trick or Treat, we're almost at that point. So probably around summertime, we're going to have to start thinking about how we're going to go about some of that. But yeah, that's why there isn't proper trailers for anything. We're always in development this whole time. And in the past, it was pretty rough, because it was why we moved away from LA. We were barely getting by in LA, and we barely had time to even work on anything. So moving at least opened that up a little bit, kinda, until COVID rolled around, and the town that we moved to ended up becoming a lot more hostile and aggressive than we were expecting. And then very unexpectedly, we got thrown into a position that we had to move again, which was okay. It actually worked out fantastic. And I'm glad we were able to pull it off. But recently now we've been making a lot of progress with everything. So if you want to play a game even, because a lot of people don't seem to be familiar with it, and I get it, it got buried pretty hard too. There's a free browser game we put out last year. Not even that, I shouldn't even necessarily say just last year. It was last year, but really it wasn't even half a year ago at this point that we put it out. Still fairly recent. Julian's computer broke a little after it came out, but I think it was in the very end of July it went up. And I made more posts about it within August that it had gone up. But yeah, there's a free browser game. It's not very long. It's a couple of hours to finish if you're playing it the first time. Might be an hour if you're able to follow along with it. Seems to vary between people. Some people seem to pick up on the writing immediately and kind of know what to do. Other people seem to get lost a little bit or think there might be more things to go and find. But ultimately, it's not very long. Just a little fun browser thing. We were supposed to put it out a couple of years ago, and since I got asked to stop in favor of working on other things at the time, things that I think people would have cared more about, that was why I got put off to the side. But we finally put it out last year. I have another game that's going to be coming out probably within a week here, which is a little puzzle game I've been working on. And if anyone wants to follow stuff, I have been a little more open about what I'm working on now over on Blue Sky. You can find some of it. I do share a little more about the process of what we're making because it is the thing. We do have it a lot that people think that we just aren't doing anything. When we've had stuff even come out, there's stuff that you could go check out. It's just we don't usually have the algorithm pushing it very hard. We don't have people sharing a lot of it between the people who come by and tune in and everything. So it probably doesn't reach a lot of people outside of the circle who's already looking for it. That's completely fine. But if you're new and you did want to find that stuff, yeah, it might be a little bit tricky for that. Dingdongvg.net, you can go play the browser game. Works on phone, too. Even has like a little fake manual and everything to go with it. Puzzle game I'm probably going to be hosting on our own website as well to go download, but I'm going to probably list it also on Itch. Itch.io, I don't know which way you're supposed to say it. I'm probably going to list it on there, too. It'll be free. So 2 free games for people to go check out and play. But bigger project, we are working on that, and we've been making a lot more progress towards that this year. And we've got some other stuff. Bippy was what we wanted to be, focusing on entirely, but things just got rougher and rougher in terms of budgeting and everything, too. We always needed to be able to have, like, a proper art team together for that. And we did have one for, like, a year. And then the budget got so tight again that now we can't properly afford to have an art team, which is why it's in a position of, well, we'll do what we can and just try to make whatever we can work here. Bippy is a project that probably is just going to naturally need to take a little bit of a backseat, even if we still make progress towards it every week or so. I'll still do some stuff for it. It's also a project that it's going to be probably after Trick or Treat that we can see where we can really take it here. And Trick or Treat is aimed for this year. We did announce that over on Patreon already, but yeah, Trick or Treat is supposed to be for this year that we're going to be doing it. We're hoping to get it out by, obviously, Halloween time. But we'll see. Something could go wrong. Could be a big bug with the game while we're making it. It might be that we need a little more time to put together some art for it or something. We'll see. But that is the goal because it's a game that was already basically done back at the time, and we took it back into development because we both weren't really satisfied with it. And it was also supposed to be through a publisher back at the time who I'm kind of thankful we didn't go with them. So, we'll have more on that soon, and if you're on Patreon, you've probably been seeing already a lot of the stuff being done for it. Julian streams work on it every Tuesday and Thursday over on Twitch, so tomorrow you can expect another stream where he's going to be working on art assets for Trick or Treat, and we've been doing that for years now. So if you're new to the streams, you're probably not familiar with that, but we do work streams pretty much every single week. We've been doing it. We had some downtime last year because Julian's computer broke, but otherwise, yeah, every week it's Tuesdays and Thursdays. He'll show what kind of art he's working on, and on occasion I'll do like a programming stream so people can kind of see what we're focusing on at the time. But we've always been very open about it as a process in that regard, if you come over to the streams for it. And otherwise, yeah, it's mostly on Patreon. But like I said, even recently I've been posting some of what we're doing over on Blue Sky. Puzzle game I've been showing a little bit of, and don't think of that one as a major game or anything, it's really not. That puzzle game was something that I was literally noodling around with on, like, Christmas as just kind of an experiment. And that, it was enough that I was like, I may as well just post this. It's really rough, it's just programmer art, it's very basic as a game, but I may as well just share it. Kind of see what people think of it, if it works as, like, a game or not. So that's on the way, too. So, within the span of, like, I don't know, just a few months here, we are going to have 2 free games for people to play, which is nice. And hopefully things work out with Trick or Treat, so you guys get a big one, too. 2 little fun things for free, and then something a little bit larger. I shouldn't say a little bit, much larger, but a more focused game project. And one that I'm a little bit thankful, even though it's been a mess just trying to be in a stable position to be able to just focus on work without the chaos of the world having to impact anything that we're doing. I'm at least thankful that we were given time to think about it more. Julian has picked up a lot about games over the years. I think I've realized a little bit more, too, about what I'd want to be doing. And I think both of us are really figuring out in full what this game kind of needed since the start. Because we both weren't satisfied with where it had started. And Julian wasn't too sure, in some regards, where to take it, or how to kind of approach it. He wanted to make it bigger, but he wasn't sure how, especially if we're already struggling with some of that. How are we supposed to make it bigger if we have so little to kind of work with? But it's not quite like that anymore. And even then, that's what we've been figuring is, well, who cares about like making it super big? It doesn't need to be. It can be effective for what it is, and we made so much already. We already drew so much. It's just about figuring out how to kind of like tweak that and make that work. And we got something pretty good going. It's pretty, like, it's not fully where I want it at yet. I'm still tweaking it, but it's getting pretty close to where I'd like it to be. It's actually feeling much better to play. And because we played so many games together and we've picked up on so much over the years too, it's been a lot easier to think about. Julian's familiar with shmups now. That's helped a lot. He didn't know too many. When we first started, he was only familiar really with like a couple of games. He played Smash TV. He played Total Carnage. He played some twin stick games. But he wasn't super familiar with that as like a genre, nor was he really familiar with shmups. So being more exposed to that, it goes a long way, because when you're mostly familiar with like the visual end of things, it's a little bit tricky coming into a game because you might not fully understand how you can then adhere those things to a game. At my own end, when we first had started something like Trick or Treat, I just wasn't satisfied with how it played. I really didn't like know what to do because the characters were very large and the screen space was very limited. So for what kind of game it was, I was kind of struggling a bit how to make it feel energetic, and it was just too easy was the issue. I didn't get any satisfaction out of it. I think everybody would have been able to have finished it and played through it, but there wouldn't have been any reason to really come back. There was a scoring system, but it wasn't great. But now, I think we've really figured out like a proper game loop for it and everything. But yeah, I don't want to spoil too much with that, I guess. Just wait for the coming months here. Unless something insane happens. If some weird weather thing happens and that our home gets impacted, or something insane happens and we get attacked, or whatever. Who knows what's going to happen anymore? The world's in such a chaotic state. But we're going to keep people at least, up to date with everything that we're doing. We always try to, for anyone who's looking over. We're not trying to make a big deal out of anything we're doing, though, because we know it's not going to appeal to a lot of people. We do want to keep it more focused to the people who do care. That's why it's usually been closed off in these areas, and I didn't make an active effort to try to, go promote it around heavily, but you guys will be hearing more. You guys will be getting more updates, and you will be seeing more of Trick or Treat this year, and we're going to start doing more public things with it. It's one of our games finally in a position to be ready for that we can start showing a lot more of it publicly and having a proper trailer for it and everything. Been a long time coming. That's why I'm hoping at least giving you guys some free stuff to play can also kind of make up for the fact that it shouldn't have had to have been this much of a process. I'm frustrated that it had to be. Some of the insanity that we also had to deal with. I'm mad that Roblox even had to get arbitrarily created in some cases. I'm mad that, I don't know. I don't need to go into all that, I guess. But I am really, really, disappointed that we got yanked around a lot in the past. And we always were just barely scraping by until only, I'm going to say 3-4 years back. And at least that's when we started really making progress with everything. We were trying to take side work. We were trying to do a lot of stuff off to the side to just keep things kind of moving. With the Patreon back at the beginning, we only made enough for rent when we were living in LA. But it started seeing more support. Kinda. It saw more support a couple of years ago for absolutely the wrong reasons. A lot of people felt inclined to back because they had heard about the things that ended up impacting us, and that they were hoping to kind of hop on board just for that and sort of turn it into a thing of oh, we want to get back at people. And we had to tell people immediately with that. That's even when I was starting to close up all the accounts and everything. That's I do not want this to go this way. I told people, one, drop that. I don't want anyone going after anybody. We've just been wanting to move on this entire time. That's all we ever wanted from the start, was just to be able to work on the things that we're doing and continue to be the people that we are. We didn't want it to be any more complicated than that. But I refunded a bunch of people, and I know that made some people feel uncomfortable or there was a problem, where it was more so, when I refund people, I do it for them. I refund people because I don't want people to spend money if they feel like they're going to regret it, or maybe they're even coming in for the wrong reason, so in the long run, it might be a problem. somebody donating thinking that this is going to be going towards some specific thing, and then they find out, oh wait, this is just going towards your games, and then there's like a disappointment felt. It's happened. We've had people asking us, like people who would come and back, asking us to drop what we're working on to go and do videos again and just abandon the projects, where a bunch of people who are there want the projects, and that's what they're there for, and it's what we even told people from the start. Only go in on the Patreon if you guys want to see like the things that we're actually making and doing. If you don't, there's no obligation for any of this, and I wouldn't want anybody to do it. I am always open to the idea of refunds and everything. We're always fine for that, but yeah, it was only recently that we did get some of that coming through. We refunded a bunch of it. And then coming off of that, I feel like it was 2 years back, it also came like caving in really hard. We were finally in a position, at least, with some of the people who did come through, the people who did want to stick by and actually were there because they wanted to see the things we were making. We were able to afford an art team. We had a couple of artists on board. It was a little shaky. A couple of the artists are just very busy, so it was a little hard figuring out the schedule with them. But it became shaky because basically the way that our budget works is, it doesn't matter what we do or what we make or what we kind of post or what we share. We can kind of just expect that every month we're going to take a hit. So after last year, even though we got the summer resort game out and we're going to have this little puzzle game for people to play and everything, both of those are free. And because of that, all we would really need is just if things can maintain themselves the way that they are, we're fine. We can keep making stuff. It's not quite happening at the moment. We actually have to probably start talking to our art team. I shouldn't even say start talking to. I already did. We're not really in the position that we can go as broad with the art team as we were hoping for, because now it's getting back into a rhythm of, I think we're going to have to start doing some side jobs again, just so we can be able to pay for a little bit of work, but then it's only a little bit of work, and then we have to take more work off to the side again that we have to either do like art commission stuff or I have to do like some freelancing with like coding work for people. Julian has done like animation stuff for people in some cases. Having to look around and just figure out more things to do to keep things afloat, so then we can eventually have enough that we can then pay the artist again to help out with the things that we're doing. And it becomes like a weird vicious feedback cycle, just because obviously you'd want to ensure everybody who's working on these things can survive and be able to get by. But if you can't ensure that, we sure as hell don't want to have an expectation for people to work for nothing, and it's not a thing I would ever do to anybody. If anything, I just kind of give people a heads up of, hey, we're not in the best position with like budget at the moment. We're going to get back to you probably next month. We can get you a little bit towards this, but I guess just expect it's going to be a little bit up and down for a while. So that's where we're kind of at right now, and that's why we're doing Trick or Treat. We don't need anything additional for Trick or Treat. We already have basically all of it. And even though Julian had a whole bunch of sketches in his notebook of how he wanted to take the game further and grow it into something down the road, it's probably better to just do it now. And off of that, hopefully we can see where we can go in the future with projects. But usually we were making enough until only recently that we could just get by. Back in LA, because we made the number on the Patreon visible to everybody until only recently. They changed their stuff. Patreon, can I also complain about this? Patreon, what the hell are so many of your updates? They broke formatting on the website again. They started changing how their pay model system works, and then they said that they're going to shut things down for you if you didn't manually go in and have to like go along with certain things. It's been going all over the place. Free members are a thing, and then free members take priority, and it's the first thing listed, so it misinforms a bunch of people into thinking, okay, I'm going to be able to see all the posts for free when you're not. Patreon is becoming really, really sloppy as a website to use. But we always had it visible to people because we wanted to be transparent about that kind of thing. And the thing that we learned with transparency is that means that you're also just giving the people looking for ammunition more ammunition. They can corrupt that and do whatever they need to with that. Like, for example, changing the currency rate and trying to pretend that we're making more than we do. Or also trying to neglect the fact that it was taking a cut. But we are doing a lot better. We are in a much better position. The past 2 years, I think people have been understanding us a lot better. I wouldn't say 2 years back necessarily. When we first started coming back, it was iffy and shaky, and we had a lot of conversations that I know were uncomfortable for certain people, because it's the idea of, I just wanted you guys to be YouTubers. I didn't really care about any of this. But to be fair, you got to keep that in mind when you tell that to somebody, too. When you're saying that to them, you're also telling them very directly, I don't care about what you care about. I want you to do something that wasn't a priority to you instead. Can you kind of give up the things you care about in favor of that? No, not really. We appreciate that you like the stuff that, you know, we were attached to prior and everything, but at the same time, it's not really what we're here to do or what we ever wanted to fully prioritize. We'll do streams for fun. We'll do stuff over here, but YouTube was not what we wanted to have as like a full-time thing. Julian wants to draw and wants to animate. I want to do game stuff. So it's what we've still been trying to focus on. It's what we've been trying to prioritize. And at least it has been getting better with that. Understanding is getting worked a lot more. A lot of the people who are here seem to have like understood us better. And even with the stuff that we're showing, we've got some stuff out now, and we're going to have a little bit more just coming in like a week here. Things feel like they're in a pretty good position, but there's always room for things to go wrong. We've always had some weirdness in the back, and I shouldn't even say some. Back at the beginning, it was pretty out there when we were living like back in LA. Getting stopped in person was definitely weird. And in the best cases, it was just people, you know, who recognized like videos that we were in. They heard our voices and recognized us. It happened a few times, and that was a weird one. I guess my voice is weird enough that people can just notice it. But no, the people doing it where it wasn't attached to that. There was one night that we were leaving a place, and we could see someone had their camera phone out, and we were, you know, at a place with a friend, but he said to us, like, I think they're filming us right now. And I had to go, no, they're not. Then they approached us when we were leaving, and actually they were filming us. And then they were trying to look in what direction we were going when we were leaving. So it could get pretty weird. People could act very strange. We had people even show up on occasion. So we've had a lot of nutty behavior over the years. We've had people go very, very weird about things. It took a while to shake some of that. It's still there. It's never going to go away. But it's also in a position of we don't really necessarily care that much anymore. We're going to keep making things regardless. We're not going to really stop. And kind of the worst end of all that's already happened. So we're going to keep it up. We're going to keep going. And I hope you guys end up having fun with, for example, like the puzzle game going up. I hope people have fun with that one. I hope it's not too hard. There is an ending to it. There's a way to finish it. But I kind of set it up in a way that there's like multiple paths you can end up going down. It's kind of set up like Tetris, that there's a few levels that you go between, but the final level of the game is not normally accessible. You need to do a bunch of things in your playthrough to unlock the final level, and the final level is ridiculously like hard. The pieces drop instantly. There's no animation of it scrolling to the bottom anymore. They snap instantly to the bottom of the screen. So it's just going to be about being really fast and thinking really quickly. There's some stuff you can do. There's some little tricks you can do to kind of like get an advantage on that, so you can still kind of plan a little bit. But yeah, I'm going to imagine most people are not going to be able to do that. But I'm hoping that at least the core game there makes enough sense to people, and that they can probably get to the normal ending and not the secret ending. I guess we'll just have to see. I don't know. How much do people play puzzle games at this point? I don't mean like Bejeweled or something. I mean like Puyo. Stuff like that. Do people still play a lot of those kinds of games? Because I love them. I love like versus puzzle games. We played them a lot on stream in recent like years here. Dr. Mario 64, I've been hooked on. Julian and I played it all the time. And Julian got really good at it. He got really good at it. Like, I was impressed when we've like been playing it. He knows how to do combos. He can see them. He knows how to set them up like every time. And he's done like some really big ones. He got really good at it. But yeah, hopefully if people enjoy any kinds of games like that, this could be something kind of fun. Will Puzzle Game be released on Patreon? Yeah, we're going to make a post on Patreon about it for sure. But it's going to be a public free game for everybody to play, so it's not just for people on Patreon. It'll be for everybody. Patreon people are going to be informed about it first, but it will be a public post. I'm going to be listing it in a bunch of places for people to go grab it if they want it. I doubt I'll post a video for it, because I also get the impression if I did, it's not what people would want to see. Typically, if we ever post anything related to our own projects, to our channels, they don't, like, tend to reach people. Like, even the people who are subscribed, they don't get informed in some cases. A lot of people didn't even know about the Summer Resort game. It's why I did a video. I was hoping that was going to reach more people, but it didn't. Actually, the other posts I made about it reached more people than the video did. People probably didn't even know there was a game out. But something like the puzzle game, yeah, if I'm going to post a video for it, I probably need to figure out how I would go about doing that. Because if I do it to my main channel, it's probably going to just be a lot of people just kind of like, being like, I don't know, well, why isn't Shrek burping in this? Something like that, probably. It's going to feel like out of place. At least the Summer Resort game was related. This one isn't so much. It's just kind of a fun little game. Do people still play Magical Drop? Someone brought it up in the chat. Magical Drop's pretty fun. I knew it had like a little scene for a while. People were playing it. Where is the Patreon? I didn't even know about this game. To be fair, it's because I usually try to keep the Patreon off to the side as well. I always felt kind of weird about bringing it up too much anyways. It became a thing that we would at least try to end streams mentioning where you can find updates on our stuff really quick and then we would leave. But when we used to do videos, that was actually a rule I had set for myself. I never want to bring it up because I don't want people feeling like our game projects are supposed to be some YouTube thing. We were working on these things beforehand, and this would be really unfortunate if like a storyline that we're writing or something that we're making and doing kind of gets reduced down into that. It happened anyways, but I would try not to mention that stuff too much. I would try to keep it kind of off to the side for the people actually looking for it. But we're actually going to be even like, I'm going to see if I can change the URL of it. We're going to be rebranding the Patreon actually pretty soon here. That's a little more opened up. We're going to be talking about projects in general that we're doing, but still focus primarily on the game stuff. So that way, just in general, it can be an easier place for people to keep up with what we're doing. And that if anything is kind of happening or coming up, we can also have more of an excuse to make a post for it. So it's not much of a rebranding. Just kind of a different name for it. We're either just going to shorten it down to Wanwan, because Wanwan Dev is the Twitch channel, which is WANWANDEV. We're probably just going to make the Patreon just Wanwan by itself or something. But we'll see. Something we have to still kind of get going. But it's Wanwan Games on Patreon, WANWANGAMES. Every month we tend to have a big update post just kind of going into what we've been working on. Once again, Twitch streams, it's Tuesdays and Thursdays. Julian will do work. Last update post we made, we talked a little bit about the puzzle game, and Julian showed some of the stuff that he's been working on for Trick or Treat, as well as an example of what the sprites look like now, because yeah, we have a new art style kind of going for Trick or Treat. All the characters have a line boil on them now, so kind of makes it look a little more spooky, a little more Halloween-y, which will hopefully help, especially for readability. There's a lot of bullets in it. It's a game with a lot of bullets. You're going to be dodging a lot of stuff and making really precise like movement to get around it. So having that kind of helps. Seeing what characters are alive and active on screen and what things are like the backdrop. Been trying to pay a lot of attention to like readability in games. Huh? Oh, a Capri Sun? Sure, I'll have one. Julian was offering me a drink. He had a little Capri Sun pouch. Oh my god! Don't throw it. You used to throw things so much. Do you remember how much you used to throw things? You used to throw things all the time. wonton games. There's not enough wontons. That was my favorite plot arc. Then there was too many wontons. That's 1 ton of wontons, she didn't say. Easy joke. How did you not go with it? I don't know. Maybe in the extended cut where there's like 100 hours of footage of them having to reshoot the same scene, she said it at one point. And then Paul Feig goes, nah, that wasn't funny. Can you like cross your eyes? Why would I do that? It's funny. We're trying to make funny movie magic here. Cross your eyes. It's like the episode of Futurama with Zoidberg's relative trying to direct the movie that he's telling everyone to start running around in the background and doing zany comical things that don't fit the scene. I remember Julian throwing a phone across the room. That's not what happened. What happened was he was tossing it kind of like underhand to be caught, and it bounced off of the couch cushion and then completely went onto the floor, I remember. I guess to be fair, we were around a lot of people who threw things, weren't we? I still remember, what was it? Was it Monster Energy? No one got to see this. They only got to hear it. You could only imagine what happened. It got directly spiked into the ground, and it opened only a little bit off to the side, and it started spraying and spinning in circles while standing up. And no one could, like, get near it while it was spraying. You had to let it just kind of, like, run out, and then it... Oh. You know, it said on the box, proudly made in America, those Pop-Tarts. Sorry, baked in America. Proudly. I hope you enjoy your Pop-Tarts. Thank you for the Capri Sun, it's tasty. I'm a big boy. Someone said apparently it was the opposite. He just let them go nuts and was too nice to tell them to stop. What I would say is apparently it's going to probably keep changing as a narrative because the whole thing around that movie is really awkward and weird. And everyone has said so many different things about its development that there's never going to be a consistent story, I imagine. They seem to think they had it in the bag with marketing, and it didn't work. So then they tried to do it again. Because really all the focus was how do we just make Ghostbusters work? So first attempt was, I don't know, very performatively act like a big budget Hollywood movie is making some difference, I guess. It kind of got money, not really. Then they did the second one with the ghost of Harold Ramis being in it, which I didn't see. But I don't hear about it anymore, and aren't they doing a third attempt now? Or did they already do a third attempt? They really want to do Ghostbusters again. They're really desperate to make it into a franchise, but it's like... I mean, Ghostbusters 2 wasn't really enough to keep it going. It's kind of hard to make a franchise out of it where... I kind of get it. It had a cartoon show and a toy line. People like the ghost aesthetic and everything, I guess. But at the same time, too... You know, Extreme Ghostbusters came out and people were losing interest. They were trying to keep it going, and people were losing interest pretty fast with it. I like the original movie. Not so much Ghostbusters 2, I guess, but it's weird to me. It really is. Because Ghostbusters, to me, it's not about necessarily the ghosts. It was about the magic between the specific cast that they had. And a magic that could never be recreated because all of them had their own bizarre ideas for where they wanted to go with it anyways, like Dan Aykroyd, who was really focused on the supernatural stuff, and everyone had to keep telling him, like, okay, relax a little bit with that here. I could see why people could see it being a franchise that could keep going. But at its core, what made the original really land was just, it was a fun movie. not the idea of we need to make this a franchise. I mean, that was already weird within itself. They went with the name Ghostbusters. Sorry, Filmation had that. They had their series with Ghostbusters, and then they had to like license out the rights for it, but then they got really angry about it, and then they tried to make their own cartoon version of Ghostbusters because Filmation thought they were onto something there. So then the animated version of Ghostbusters has to be called the real Ghostbusters, which to be fair is really funny to stab back at them with that. That you go, I know we got this name from you, but actually we're the real ones? Fuck off. Weird franchise. Very strange franchise. Someone says, it's weird that I like the idea more than any of the actual films. I guess a little bit to me, only because it's such a basic concept. There's people who hunt ghosts. Okay. That's why I feel like it's never fully been able to stick as a franchise for people. I feel like it needs more than that. That's why I like the original movie. The ghosts are fun in it. I love the effects and everything. Like, yeah, oh no, it's executed well. But I can see infinite alternate universes. Gozer opened a portal I can see inside all of the alternate Ghostbuster films that could have ended up being made, and I could see so many of them not actually landing with people, and that kind of just being the end of it there. It was very lucky and fortunate how it turned out. The cartoon I know a lot of people appreciate. I kind of up and down with it. We've rewatched some of it, and it feels like it kind of needed to be the right age when it was airing to be really amped up for it. Because it's a little dry. It's at least fun visually. Some of the art in it's like really fun, and the designer of some of the ghosts, isn't it? Or am I thinking of Extreme Ghostbusters? Or did he do designs for both? I think he did designs for both, right? Duckman's artist, I think, was involved with some of that from what I remember when it came to the cartoons. But then they did like the real Ghostbusters and Slimer, and then they kept prioritizing Slimer, and that they were saying this is going to be the franchise, man. This Slimer character, that's the secret. I feel like that's when everyone just kind of got fed up. They kept it going. Ecto Cooler was a thing for quite a while. In fact, that was kind of all it was. And when Ghostbusters 2016 came out, boy, oh boy, were they trying to market hard with that nostalgia rush. BuzzFeed doing all the articles about how you're supposed to respond to the movie, how you can go buy Ecto Cooler. They really were hoping that they were going to like hit people with, like I said, nostalgia rush on that one, but not really. And that's the thing. Even if you got the original cast together, it wouldn't really be doing it either, I don't think. It's kind of a hard one to work with. I feel like you really would need to just figure out some new form of magic, and it just happens to now be a Ghostbusters movie. You figure out a core concept, a cast, people who gel well together, get all that going kind of like first and foremost, and then maybe the ghost element is what you attach. Rather than really going big on the ghost element and not really knowing to do with anybody else. But knowing that it's Ghostbusters, so you got to have like the Ghostbusters logo, and there's got to be like you got to have like the car, and there's got to be like the smart one with the glasses, and like I don't think there's a science to it because it hasn't worked out so many times now. I think it really was just once again just the magic of the first one and how it all came together and the time that it came out and all of that. I don't know if it would land the same way. If it had just like come out now, if the first Ghostbusters come out like it just came out like this week or something, I think people would like it, but I don't know if it would be the success that it necessarily was back at the time. It probably would, I guess. There's a little bit of a dry spell with entertainment at the moment. Maybe it would, but yeah, I don't know. It's a weird franchise, very odd one. Someone said, or you just make one good movie and let it be. Oh, that'd be nice, wouldn't it? We're in the reboot era, though. We're in the franchise era. It's all about those franchises. It's all about that staying power. How's the Ghostbusters video game? Which one? Are you talking about the one that the original cast is kind of in it and people see it as like a spiritual successor? Because I never played it. And I'm not sure how it actually plays. It's probably interesting as a Ghostbusters fan, at least. There was that one that came out that went with 2016, except it didn't go with 2016. It was kind of its own thing. Because, I mean, they wanted to do a whole Ghostbusters extended universe. Like, they want to have a cinematic universe for it. They were planning all this stuff around it. The Ghostverse or whatever. They wanted to have a whole thing going. Which is obviously, like, you saw Disney is doing this with Marvel. You're hoping you're going to make a bunch of money off of an old franchise. That really seemed to be the focus. But that game, I know it didn't really sell, and didn't it tank the company that made it immediately that they closed down? There's older games, and a lot of them are not very good, but I'm trying to remember, the one on Genesis isn't the worst or anything. It's very average. It's kind of fun. You get weird little caricature versions of the cast. Isn't there an arcade one that actually plays somewhat decent? There's a lot of things based off of Ghostbusters. I'm trying to remember what it was. Julian got to play it a few years back. I hadn't seen it ever since I was a kid. I saw it at a Disney arcade. Was it called, like, just Ghost Gun or something? It was a Sega game. I don't remember the name of it. The opening is that there's a little girl eating ice cream, and then a demon picks her up, and then there's a ragtag group of basically Ghostbusters who are not Ghostbusters that need to go save the day. A lot of people are getting very heavily inspired by it, too. Remember the... Oh, yeah, The Mummy! I forgot about that. That was a thing, too. Everyone wanted to have an extended cinematic universe. Everyone thought they found, like, the secret to just making infinite money. And even for Disney right now, it's not quite working out the same way anymore. People are not super into Star Wars the way they were because they milked it too hard. Marvel, I wasn't really following a lot of that, to be fair, but I don't hear about it quite the same way ever since, like, Endgame came out and everything. It felt like the interest was starting to, like, weaken as time went on. There's probably still a ton of money going into it, obviously, but that was when everything was building up to the major moment, and the major moment happened, so after the major moment, what are you kind of, like, doing with this now? It's a big business plan they had going, but now it doesn't seem like it has much direction. I know that Marvel game everyone's playing, because class-based shooter, but it's actually a Marvel game. I mean, naturally, I guess that's going to do well. Oh yeah, there was Deadpool and Wolverine. I forgot about that. To be fair, I haven't, like I said, I'm not keeping tabs on a lot of Marvel stuff, but that is true. That came out. People probably like that. I'm in a weird position because I wasn't interested in a lot of this to begin with, though. When Marvel movies were starting to get really popular, I wasn't really going to see them. I liked Iron Man when that came out, but I liked it because nothing was really like that at the time, and now a lot of the movies are trying to recreate kind of like the nature of that one. And what kind of worked about it was the beginning half of that movie is not a superhero movie. Yes, you could say it's an origin story and everything, but it's kind of playing itself a little more straight as like kind of a drama story and everything. Kind of turns into a superhero movie by the end, and that's when it ends. I never actually saw the sequels. I heard with Iron Man 2 it becomes much more of a superhero movie and there's a lot more action and stuff, and for me I was kind of like, I don't know. I feel like that might be the stuff that's not going to interest me as much, so I never ended up seeing it. Specifically, I remember I had a friend who was showing me like the final scene from Endgame, saying like, listen, I know you don't care about Marvel stuff and everything, but I want to show you this because, like, man, when this scene came on, this was like the most amazing thing. Like, everybody was like cheering. It was like awesome. And he played the scene that all these people are showing up out of portals, and I remember just kind of being like, okay, listen, you don't get it. You weren't there. No, you're right. I don't get it, and that's okay. You can like this. I don't have any issue with you liking this. It's just for me personally, this didn't really do anything. And because I don't have the context of a lot of these characters or this universe or this world, seeing a bunch of characters that I don't know who that's really supposed to be. I know who the actor is. Coming out of portals, it's not really getting me feeling anything at the moment. But if you've been capitalizing on this and you've been watching every single one of these movies as kind of like prerequisites building up to this point, oh no, I bet it's really exciting. It's like it's cashing out on you now. You finally get to see what it was all, supposed to be paying off with. But it doesn't feel like a scene that's going to necessarily land if you don't have a little bit of that context in there. But yeah, that was kind of the last time I was really hearing a ton about Marvel stuff. Kind of like Games of Thrones, everybody was always talking about all the time, and then that finale happened, and I was kind of like it didn't happen. Feels like that can also just happen with a lot of franchises. People are hooked until one thing happens, and now suddenly they're not hooked. And whenever I witness that happen, that also makes me feel a little more hesitant about approaching it, although in a way of I want to give it time. I will probably approach it now because I'm a little bit curious as to why conversations on some of these things really fizzled out and died when people used to swear up and down it was like the most important thing. That's at least a curiosity within itself. I'd want to revisit for that. But it was weird to me. That one was really weird to me, the Game of Thrones one. That suddenly it was everyone in love and then immediately getting to hear a major, like, they ruined everything. They just messed everything up. It was all a waste of time. Really weird to see that kind of response. Because it's like, I don't know, you still had the story leading up to that point, right? Or is that now, like, disregarded? Was the ending that bad? Yeah, exactly. Someone just said, Game of Thrones Season 1 through 4 is still incredible television. That's why it was so weird to me. It's weird to me when something like that comes in and then you hear someone say it ruined absolutely everything, where it's like, but you were saying this was like the most important thing and you loved this. That's really weird to me if you're never going to mention it again now because of one little thing like that. Oh, sure, that sucks if like the ending was bad, I guess, but at the same time, I feel like all those experiences really stuck with you. Was it just about leading up to that point? That was what you were getting excited about? And I would imagine there's probably some value there for sure. I don't think it was all purely hype. I think it was part of it, but I don't think it was all of it. But I don't know, it's always weird to me when that happens. And it gets me a little more interested to check something out than the initial starting point. I wasn't really interested in Game of Thrones until I heard about all that, and I was kind of like, well, now I'm a little bit curious. I want to see what was actually here. I kind of want to know what was here, what did have value, what were people kind of appreciating about it, and why was it that something like this was an undo button for so many people? It's kind of a curiosity to me. So it's like with Lost finale disappointing people. With Lost, I at least understand it. Because Lost was just pulling things out of its rear end the entire time since the beginning. And it was a lot of sticking around hoping it was eventually going to mean something and kind of getting to understand, no, it really was just a lot of ass pulling. That one makes a little more sense to me. But I don't know, Lost is another one of those things where it's interesting when a show is just everywhere and everybody is talking about it and it's extremely commonplace to like be referenced. Everyone is like really anticipating whatever's done with it, and once it finally hits that ending point, a switch just being flipped, and then you kind of don't hear about it again. That it was like major cornerstone of culture until it stopped running, and then it's almost like it didn't even happen. Maybe people still reference Lost, but I sure as heck like never hear about it now. You bringing it up is actually the first time I've heard someone bring it up in a long time. Lost was everywhere when I was younger. Everybody was really into Lost. It was super, super popular. And I don't really hear about it anymore because of that ending. I mean, Vince Somnia, Steven Universe is just kind of a weird one entirely. It didn't have a lot of direction at the beginning, and it was kind of bumbling around with just citizens in a town, and then it started introducing a more major plot element, and did actually a really strong job. I remember that's when everyone started watching it. They weren't really into it when it first started airing. The art was kind of iffy. They didn't really understand like how to even make the characters quite look yet, because it was a last-second thing that they had to really go in and redo the art style compared to the pilot. The pilot actually looks pretty like okay. It's a pretty like decent art style. It's detailed enough. Some of the character designs are a little more striking there. And then when the show initially came out, they had to reduce it all down really hard. basic shapes, basic color schemes. So season 1 is incredibly weird to look at compared against where it ended, that people got a better feel for it. But yeah, that was when I remember everyone was jumping in on it. They didn't care about, oh, this kid is trying to hang out with the cool kids. Okay, sure, I guess that's something, but for what this premise is and everything, that's a little bit disconnected too. It's when they finally get to that point of, hey, there's a major thing coming to Earth, and everyone is treating it like they're going to die in just a couple of days, and there's a really strong sense of hopelessness being felt between multiple episodes. That was actually pretty well done. That was actually not bad at all. That was pretty cool what they were going for, and that was what got me interested briefly. That was like, I'm down for that. That's a really good way of handling that. Holy cow. I didn't think you would actually allow the mood to flip in that kind of way, and that you're actually treating this very seriously. I wonder where it's going to go. And then they had to do a big point with it, and then the thing that was supposed to be a threat becomes a joke character. The other thing is just completely kind of forgotten about. They fart around for a while. We're back to focusing on the popular kids or random things around the town. Then another plot element comes up and is immediately like resolved in like 3 episodes or something, just like that. Talking to the problem became very common when, at the beginning, they weren't fully establishing that that was the answer. There's more of a horror element even going back at the beginning. There's a little more variety. There was a little more of an interesting thing going, and by the end, you could tell that there was too many things kind of happening. A lot of people throwing in their different perspectives, and it just getting a little bit muddy by that. There's not really much of a plan for where to be taking this, even if they're saying there is. You can kind of tell that some things were just scattered around to come back to later when they kind of came up with more of a purpose behind it. And it didn't help either that things were going so horribly with their connection to Cartoon Network that it's not a surprise that it kind of ended the way that it did. I'm not going to fault the ending completely. I didn't like where it went after a certain point, and I just kind of stopped paying attention to it. Because there's already a lot that I wasn't really into with it, and the few things that I was interested in had already left. But I can say that. I do also know with the ending, it wasn't supposed to be as rushed out as that. Cartoon Network was pushing back really, really, really hard. And it became a big fight between the team and the network. Until eventually, yeah, it just kind of got the plug pulled on it. Ed, Edd and Eddy's pretty fun. Ed, Edd and Eddy's a really weird one to me because Ed, Edd and Eddy, I didn't think that was going to be the popular cartoon. When it first aired and everything and everybody was watching, I should say everybody was watching, it wasn't that popular when it first started. The first couple of years on Ed, Edd and sorry, I can't even speak now. The first few years of Ed, Edd and Eddy, I guess because it's a name like that, people watched it, it was there. And keep in mind, it also premiered around the exact same time as Powerpuff Girls. Got a little bit overshadowed by that. But, no, it kept running. And even with most of the programming on Cartoon Network getting canceled, Ed, Edd and Eddy kept a run going. And it didn't necessarily, like, degrade in quality when it came to, like, how it looked or anything. I don't care for the school episodes very much. I guess they figured they needed to mix it up a little bit. But, no, they even got a proper movie and, like, a closeout and everything. They kind of got what, you know, you would hope for with a show. Steven Universe got similar, even if they had to get, like, rug pulled a little bit to get there. It did at least have a closing out point. It had a movie. It was able to do a few things. TV movie, but still, it was able to do quite a bit. Steven Universe is really weird to me right now, though, because people are familiar with it and it's there. But at the same time, I don't know, do they still rerun it? Or did they try to kind of, like, act like it's done and over and kind of pushed it off to the side? For example, I know Steven is in Multiverses, but out of any of the characters, it felt like the one that they were, like, giving the least attention to. Like, when they initially were putting him in, it made a little more sense at the time, but now it's kind of like, I don't think a lot of people are going to even remember who this is in, like, a few more years. It's been kind of feeling that way, and I hope that's not the truth of the matter. I wouldn't want it to disappear. Although, if I had to make a trade of, like, let a show disappear, like, you have to let Steven Universe disappear, but you could let another show live, Infinity Train. That was just criminal. That really was just criminal. This is coming from somebody who wasn't that into Steven Universe or, like, OKKO or some of the stuff that was coming out at the time. I figured it's because I'm not the right age demographic anymore. I'm not going to be really interested in a lot of this. They have to make a lot of compromises, too, with the visual end because of what Cartoon Network was doing, but man, that one is so sad to me because it's actually a really great premise. And they were telling some really interesting stories with it. Maybe it wasn't being able to push very hard with the visual end of it because of the fact that it was through Cartoon Network. They had to reduce it down, but I would kill for that. I would love to have more animated stories that are just character-driven like that and really focused towards character. They were doing some pretty cool stuff with it. I was very pleasantly surprised by it after watching it. And they did everything they could to just fucking stomp it out hard. They did not want people watching that. And it was really obvious. And there's things I could probably go into that I am not going to, because I'll respect, like, privacy of people, but the most I'll at least say is there is an intentional thing that was kind of happening there with it, as well as some other shows. And no, it's not a good thing. It was very much a thing of these messages are not a thing we necessarily want to be getting through to people. And that just sucks too, because I feel like it's a show that probably would have helped some kids growing up. It probably would be a thing to be able to be nice to see, especially having a character-driven show. You can have something like that. It was cool. It was not a bad idea at all. I didn't think I was going to like it, and then I watched it and I was very pleasantly surprised and enjoyed it. Adventure Time, I've been very tuned out of for... I was never really that into it. I like the original pilot, where it's supposed to be childlike wonder and fantasy whimsy. And I remember the first episode that they premiered on Cartoon Network. They did it out of order. I remember it was just one that there were a bunch of vampires outside, and it was just Finn and Jake going, dude, that sucks. They're being, like, annoying. Hey, you guys gotta go. Oh, man, this sucks. Oh, no, Jake, this is, like, lame. It took away a lot of that energy. It didn't feel as bombastic. It didn't feel as whimsical. It felt a little more boring. It felt like I could fall asleep kind of having it on. And that wasn't bad or anything. I know a lot of people were into it. It just wasn't really for my own end. I don't fault anybody for being into it. Although, I guess if there's something I can say about it, I think it's been running a little too long right now. It is weird to me that they keep doing more and more extensions of it, because it feels like it's falling into that territory of, like, the franchising thing again. It was what brought Cartoon Network back. It's what started bringing ratings back in. They went hard marketing, too. Really hard marketing it when it was coming out. And it was a big success. It worked out really well. It brought in an older demographic and everything, too. But I was never that into it. I know Julian was a lot more into it. But... yeah, I've always kind of been in the middle with it, where it's like, I could watch it. I'm not, like, offended by it or anything, but I'm never that engaged by it. I'm usually not that interested. And a lot of plot lines kind of, like, maybe you have an interesting starting point, and then kind of nothing happens for a little while, and then there's an ending point. It could be fun. It could be charming. But, yeah, there's, like, what? There was, like, a spin-off series, and then another spin-off series, and then, like... or is there only one spin-off series? I thought there were two spin-off series. It's kind of weird how they've been extending it so much. And doing something like a movie is only kind of weird to me now, because it's like, it's run for so long. It's, you know, it was weird to me when I was younger. Shrek came out, and Shrek 2, it took a few years before that came out. But I remember when Shrek 2 came out, I felt kind of odd about it, because I was like, well, I was a kid when the first one came out, and I'm getting a little bit too old for this now, and that's a little bit weird that if you wait for too long, your audience is going to get older, and it might not be able to target them quite the same way. At least that wasn't an issue with Shrek 2 after actually seeing it, but that's the thing with Adventure Time. If you were a kid when Adventure Time was airing, you're probably not a kid anymore. And that might make a movie feel a little bit weirder. I know they're at least opening up to more mature themes with it and everything, which to me that never makes or breaks anything. It's just like, I guess depending on how you go about it, but it is weird to me how long it's been running for. It is a little bit odd as a franchise to me. I was much more interested in, I can't blank on the name of it. It was really good. It was really, really good. What was it? That was it. Yeah, I didn't want to blank on the name of that one. Midnight Gospel was fantastic when we watched it. Man, I want more like that. I want more like that. Pendleton should be making lots of things. It should not just be Adventure Time. I want to see more like that. I want to see more variety. Remember Bravest Warriors was going through, like, Frederator briefly, and then they kind of pulled the plug on that, and even during that, it's unfortunate it was starting to fall into some of the same things that Adventure Time was already doing, but it didn't fully start out that way, and at least then, it was still something. there's a difference. I want to see more. With these creators, I want to see more. Someone just brought up Rebecca Sugar's on the Adventure Time movie. But I want to see more. I want to see more than just, you gotta go back to Adventure Time because that's where you started. I want to see more ideas. I want to see more out of these artists. I don't like when that happens. Craig McCracken, I didn't want it to just be Powerpuff Girls, and if Cartoon Network had their way, that is all it would have ever been. I'm glad that there was a Wander Over Yonder. Even if it's not a show that I'm that interested in with, like, its writing, I can always at least appreciate the visual aspect of it, the designs and everything. And I'm glad that he was at least getting to explore that idea. Kid Cosmic, I'm sure, got really screwed with by Netflix. I can kind of tell. But at least it was something different, and at least it was, like, an attempt towards something. I want to see these creators doing more. I don't just want it to be one thing. No, we don't need to get into Clone High. It's okay. Clone High, the original, is actually, like, legitimately one of my favorite cartoons. It is such a solid first season. It is so consistently funny. It is so rapid fire. It is so on point. It's able to make commentary like crazy. It's able to kind of poop on the fact that, hey, yeah, whatever, teen dramas and soap operas are really popular on television right now, after school specials and everything. But also just the mentality that you were seeing in, like, stupid teen movies that were coming out, like American Pie and everything. It was doing a really good job taking the piss out of absolutely everybody, and being on probably the most appropriate network to be doing that with MTV. I really, really, really like the original Clone High. It is so good, and it was weird, because part of the reason that the new one seems to have gone so astray is the internet. Clone High was starting to trend with people again, in a way that didn't make any sense. A lot of younger people not understanding what it's about, and then people getting into discussions about, JFK's a cutie, why is Abe so mean? Because Abe is supposed to be an absent-minded character because it's not legitimate to begin with anyways. The show is not taking itself serious with its tone at any point. And the final episode establishes Abe is a jackass. He's been ignoring an obvious thing everyone has been aware of this entire time. He's not smart, and no, he's not supposed to really be likable. Most of these characters are not really supposed to be likable. It's also supposed to be a farce. It's supposed to be making fun of all sorts of media that exists like this right now, and are also trying to be, like, perpetuating really negative characteristics within people, acting like that's something, like, desirable. It's why when you have moments with characters actually being a little bit more than that, like with JFK, I guess it surprises people, where it's like, well, no, that's kind of the joke, too. You wouldn't expect it out of a character like that. But that was the thing. It didn't really take itself serious, because it really shouldn't have been. It was just such a solid comedy show, and it was doing a good job taking the piss out of a lot of things. And people were going to say something, too, about, like, oh, it was just because it was full-on edgy, and it didn't have any of that stupid, preachy social commentary crap. One of the first times I can even think of in a piece of media where there was a joke about the idea of exactly just that. Where Gandhi's talking about how Ponce died, and he has to get into the thing about, like, oh, yeah, my friend died, you know, he was rich and popular. And then he's in jail talking to a bunch of prisoners about it, and they go, oh, man, I bet he was, like, you know, like... Let me find the quote. I don't want to ruin it. I wish I could just find the scene. Am I even going to be able to find it? I get the impression I won't. No, it looks like it's just completely buried now with the new one, so I'm not going to even find that. Let me see. Man, I don't want Clone Wars. I want Clone High. What are you doing? Jeez. No, stop talking about the new one. I told you what I was looking for. You ignored everything I put in quotes. I just wanted that one scene. I just wanted that one scene. Oh, whatever. But no, it proves that since the very beginning, no, it always had that in its DNA. You'd have to be, like, trying to ignore that really hard to not see that it was in there, and that's what I was commenting on sometimes. It's taking the piss out of a lot of different things. The new one, I assume it was partially the response to the internet. It's why the first episode even has to open with them being like, oh, drama, and then they were dating this person, where it's like, no one was invested in any of that. That was the joke. The original season 1 ending was going to be that Joan of Arc was going to be the queen of, like, the dance, but also the king of the dance, because in an earlier episode she pretended to be a man to get onto the sports team, because they weren't going to let girls play. So it's supposed to be that she's both, and that they give her 2 crowns. That was going to be the original ending, and very clearly, no, it's not trying to take this drama stuff serious. It's why it even ends the way that it does. The last thing that the opening of the episode is Abe making a sound that sounds like he's either saying Joan or Cleo, which both don't sound the same as a name, so he has to go... It doesn't make any sense, and it also ends on that. It's supposed to be ridiculous. You're not supposed to take any of it serious. It's a joke. It's not a real drama. It's not real suspense. But that's already the first mistake of the reboot. It thinks people were invested in that because they were paying attention to the internet. They're paying attention to a new wave of people who were like 13 to 15 that didn't know what the original show was even like making fun of or what it was a parody of. Which, by the way, it doesn't really exist in the same kind of way anymore. What, like Riverdale, I guess? But yeah, it was making fun of a lot of things that don't exactly like exist in the same kind of way anymore. So it's probably not going to make sense to a younger demographic, and that's what they started getting into was, yeah, why is Abe so mean? JFK is a sweetums. And that's what they started doing. JFK is getting included a lot now, and he's a very positive character, even though that's absolutely 100% not who he was prior. And now Abe is kind of here, but not really, as if like Abe did something hideously wrong and we need to kind of push him off to the side as much as we can. It's really bizarre. And even if you get past any of that, if you're going to be, you know, surface level where it's like, oh, I don't like the messaging, I don't like some of this, fine, whatever with any of that. But what I would get more so into is, man, just where's the jokes? And where's the clones? Where's the historical comedy? We had so much of that before. Where did that all go? Why is there only like 5 characters on screen and everything else is just repeats as background stand-ins and you guys don't really want to come up with new stuff? Having violence for the sake of having it. I don't know, make them bleed on occasion and scream. There you go, there's your comedy. Well, no, it wasn't just as simple as bleeding and screaming. There were setups. There were jokes before. Abe chewing on a piece of glass is not just, oh, look, he's bleeding. It's how they did everything with it. It's very slow. It's the audio design. It's every component. But yeah, I don't know. It's like a complete misunderstanding of what the original show is. Kind of like intentionally. That they were trying to really make a hit with like a newer audience that they didn't even understand. Even what they think high schoolers were behaving like, they're not acting that way. Maybe if you want to rewind 6 more years or something, sure, but no, that's not where high school is at right now either. Just a very confused product, those 2 new seasons. I mean, Joris, that might be one of the best episodes. Raising the Stakes is such a such a good episode. From like beginning to end, it's got some of the most jokes out of any of them. And also you can tell everybody who's involved with the show is really paying attention when it comes to music. They knew how to do something like that. They knew how to write a rock opera. And, I mean, their musical parodies are always really on point in that show. I like the parody of the, like, I will remember you. I don't know the name of the song. They used to play it in ads where it was like the shelters with dogs looking sad. But they had their own version of that they wrote for Clode High. And you don't even necessarily notice it initially until they start talking about your dead face and that they're getting into the idea of it being someone dead and how they're never coming back. No, it's a parody song. And their parody song sounded almost exactly like the original song that they were riffing on. They were really good when it came to that, too. Or you can have the new one where they talk about, like, safe sex or whatever, and they do it, like, 5 times, and it's not really funny. Comedy's subjective, though. I'm sure it landed for somebody. The writers were probably laughing. No, that's the thing, is... The thing with Clone High is, I think you could kind of maybe make it work in a modern setting, but we got asked this before they even announced the reboot. I feel like 2016, 2017, over and over again we get asked about, because we really loved Clone High, of people saying, like, would you want to see it come back? And that I always would have to say, not really. Too much time has passed by, no one's going to have the same mentalities anymore, and the stuff that they're parodying doesn't really exist anymore. If you got it really accurate and it felt like a proper season 2, it's just going to confuse anybody new. It's not going to feel like it really like belongs, and it's probably not going to do well for that, even if it was really funny and was a great follow-up. But that's what they kind of tried to do, was awkwardly adhere to modern times, and weren't really able to do that either because they don't understand a lot of this too well. But the idea of like, oh, shocking comedy, it probably wouldn't be a good idea to bring out right about now. Okay, the thing is, shocking comedy never went anywhere. I don't know why people still have to keep like saying it went away or something. It absolutely didn't. For God's sake, they're even about to just have Dave Chappelle on like SNL is coming up. Remember when he said that his career ended and then they paid him millions of dollars and his career actually didn't end, but it got him a lot of attention? No one is actually getting shut down for comedy right now. In fact, there was a political event that just happened a little while back where the jokes there weren't even necessarily jokes, but what I'm getting at is this never went anywhere. People are still doing this kind of thing, and there's always going to be an area for it. South Park is still airing. Family Guy is still going. And I know it's been normalized, so people don't think about it too hard. But Peter Griffin is like ripping people's skin off in episodes. There's an American Dad episode where the fish is pranking everybody by like poisoning them, or like ripping their scalp. There's a lobotomy that happens in one episode. There's violence everywhere. There's sex everywhere. There's swearing like all the time. Shock comedy never left. It's more so people who are really into shock comedy don't want anything but it. Because for some of those people, it's not comedy. They just want to be in that position, which is really weird. Because if it's not responding to anything, then what's the point? You're basically just trying to normalize bad times eventually, I guess. The behavior itself. Where it's supposed to be laughing at the absurdity of the behavior rather than embracing it. And that's the thing. Clone High was definitely that. It was constantly laughing at the things that it was, poking fun at. It wasn't saying do these things. I don't think that would necessarily be the issue. I think the issue is just, it just wouldn't even make sense. 90210, like, are people familiar with that in, like, the 2020s here? Were people still, like, familiar with, like, Degrassi, stuff like that? Like, I don't even remember the name of all of them. There were a lot of them at the time. That's why they keep going to the little boardwalk to go stare out at the sun while the sun is setting, to think. They're very directly, like, referencing specific shows and everything with that kind of thing. It wouldn't make a lot of sense in a modern setting. Doing a reboot of it is kind of weird. So I never really wanted it. It's why when it got announced, I kind of immediately already felt like, it's not going to go over well, is it? Then the episode leaked, and they got really defensive about it when it leaked, saying, like, okay, you haven't seen the finished episode yet. Okay, but that writing is not going to change, and I know that. Yeah, maybe the voice actors didn't actually read all their lines yet. Which is also going to be a little bit weird because a lot of them are getting older and you're going to hear it in their voices, like Abe, for example. Honestly, if anything, the final version of the episode isn't as funny as the working episode. The working episode at least had the, like, Shutterstock watermarks on all the images because they hadn't licensed all of them yet. At least that was funny. If anything, I kind of knew that's why it happened. Sure, it's just because it's in development right now. They found images. They didn't license any of it yet. They will soon. But I was kind of hoping they'd actually keep that. It's a lot funnier to just have those on it. To make it really clear that this was, like, lazily put together, that it's just a bunch of images that they just found off of a stock website. But, yeah, the idea of it, a lot of the ideas that they're even having, maybe they could lead to a joke, but they don't really go too far. We didn't start the fire, remember? I remember. Maybe you could do something funny with it, because if this was like season 1 of Clone High, I would actually have a lot of faith in you guys to do an accurate, like, recreation of that, and also be poking some fun at, the initial, like, conception of that as a song. But that's not what happened. Something was definitely lost. It's a very, very weird thing. And it happened, and didn't get a lot of attention, and then it kind of went. I was surprised it had 2 seasons, but to be honest, it's because it's probably that thing again that all these streaming services do, that actually you produce 1 season and they forcibly cut it in half, because then they don't have to pay you as much, and they only had to agree to a season with you. They don't have to give you another season, and then they can just kind of do that where publicly it feels like it ran a little bit longer. We didn't just cancel it right away. No, we don't do that. We got 2 seasons, you saw. When in truth, no, the plan was to get rid of it right away. Happened to Cuphead. Cuphead got cut in half. That was supposed to be 1 season. It became 2. They were doing it a lot. Ollie-tune, I think people would make it into an issue with Mother 3, but no, I always figured it was like some of the references that they're making, like songs that they're referencing, was probably part of it. Although, to be fair, Earthbound is out now, so I don't think that's fully the thing. What I imagine it mostly was starting to come down to was, it's just so much effort to have to go in and translate all of that. And no, Nintendo is not a company that is going to go and take a fan translation. They would want to have control over that themselves. And with the viability of Mother 3 as a product, they probably just saw that, no, it's not going to work out. America hated Earthbound when it came out over here. There were so many reviews just complaining about it because it's cartoony and it's not violent enough. It didn't do very well. It was marketed really poorly over here is the thing. But, that's a shame. I loved it as a kid. The reason that I picked it up was actually because it had a gigantic box, because it came with a guide that made it feel like, whoa, this is the premium Super Nintendo game. Look at that. If they kept marketing that way, maybe more people would have played it. But I just figured it's a lot of different things added up together over time here, and just that it's been long enough now. Okay, where are you going to go put it? What you would do with it is you put it on Nintendo Online under a Game Boy Advance section, I guess, but even that with it then, you still got to do a translation, and I know they're not going to buy it. They pride themselves too much on that kind of thing that they would not want to go buy that. Nintendo has to be responsible, because then they also have tabs on everybody, and they're not going to have some kind of outlier situation or anything. They know everything that they're getting into with it. They got full control over it as a product. It's probably a lot of things. Business end not really wanting to do it. Not wanting to take the risk with it. And I also know the truth of that, too. I know people wouldn't buy it that much. And if it was just on Nintendo Online through a Game Boy Advance section, that's not going to make them money, though, to go through the effort of doing something like that. That's not going to get them a ton of new Nintendo Online people. People are already paying for Nintendo Online. That would suddenly, like, change minds or something about something to play that way. And the reason people like Mother 3 so much is because they already did play the fan translation. I was in high school when it came out. It was a big day when it came out, too. I remember everyone I knew was going and playing it. Like, even in school, I was shocked. I didn't think people I knew in high school were going to care about it, but there were actually a few people keeping tabs on it that were going to also play it when it came out. So, it's just a whole thing of, I get why it's just not going to happen. And what I would also say is the messaging in it, if you really want me to get directly into it, why I feel like it would also kind of resonate weird for people, the beauty of that game and what it does so well, you can start imagining already all the video essayists who never had touched it once in their life or even knew about it, finally getting their hands on it to be ready to say why it did so much wrong and how it's actually bad and everybody was wrong about it all along. I would see people hopping in to do something like that, and I would see people hopping in to say, actually, the messaging is, like, really, like, full of itself. Like, it's saying technology is, like, bad and stuff, and, like, ooh, look at you. You think you're, like, better than me? I could easily see that happening, too. I could easily see people going, man, this feels like anti, like, corporate? This feels like anti-technology. Like, what? Why is it about this? Talk about being up your own ass. I could easily see that happening with it, too. People being really reductive and kind of pushing it aside if you finally got it. No, you got it. Cogface said it insists on itself. No, exactly. I could so easily see that happening. And I don't think anyone thought about that. I don't know. Did any of you guys, thinking about Mother 3 and re-releasing it, did anyone ever think about that theme specifically probably rubbing people the wrong way? Because when I think of Mother as a series is very inspired by a lot when it comes to like American culture. At the same time, it didn't resonate with American culture when Earthbound came out over here. So, considering the fact that it didn't already have a great reputation over here, it was kind of hard to get people interested in it. Is having a message like that, where technology could be a problem and exploitation can be a problem, all these different factors, do you think all that's going to resonate well with an American audience? Because you better believe a lot of people would just immediately turn on it when they understood, wait, that's what's in this game? I never heard that. I just kept hearing people say that it was like really sad and stuff. That's what it's about? Oh, fuck this. I so easily could see that. I don't know, Cola. I wouldn't really say that because that kind of sounds like, I don't know, maybe we've seen different Zoomers or something. But the Gen Z people I've been seeing are all about monetization right now and all about corporate. All about technology and being, utilized in these ways. I would not see that. I would see it being the kinds of... We just talked about it earlier. The guy who did the video holds the microphone up to the guy and tries to ask him the question. The guy keeps messing with him. That kind of thing. Those kinds of people... No, I don't think those would be people that would be like, yeah, man, this Mother 3 game is actually onto something here. I don't think so at all. I think it would be the total opposite. That it would be a thing of like, look at this, this is like really smart. It's like not. Oh, look at this. Like, yeah, it's so evil that there's like a city. People at least have a home here. They're being provided for. At least like there's a like society. No, I so easily could see that. I don't know. Maybe I'm not getting exposed to some kind of area that exists right now, but I sure as hell have not been seeing people like opening themselves up more and more to that, especially after things have just gone the past couple of years here in the United States. It seems like it's the total opposite right now, that people are 100% not going to be receptive to that. I feel like they'd want to wage a war against it. They'd be mad about it. People who never knew. And then it would turn into a discussion of everyone who said they liked Mother 3 before was actually lying. You would see, like, the most ridiculous conversations come out of all of it. Like, I can already imagine it. But when I'm saying Gen Z, I'm not talking about kind of like mid-20s. I'm talking about people who, because keep that in mind, like there was a recent thing about, did you know that Gen Z doesn't drink as much as the previous generations? Yeah, it might be because part of the fact of, not all of them are actually in the age demographic to be able to drink legally yet. Maybe there's a reason partially those numbers are that way. Some of them are not that old yet. Some of them are adults. Some of them are still kind of growing up. And when you're young and that's kind of where you're at, you do have a little bit of a different mentality. When you're a teenager, there's kind of a weird thing about feeling like, I don't know what it is, but you feel like you're starting to understand the world, and it kind of races ahead, kind of like a Dunning-Kruger effect, that now all of a sudden through overconfidence within yourself, you think you understand the world when you haven't even really seen any of it yet. And you're ready to be very dismissive and push things down. I feel like if you're within that area, that age demographic, through any of that, and kind of growing up in this environment right now, that's where you wouldn't be very open to it. If you're, like, in your mid-20s, no, I think you would be, probably. But younger people, I don't tend to see be as open-minded to that, but maybe they are, I don't know. But I easily, like I said, I could see all the pushback happening, and for some people who even say they like Mother 3, well, if you were watching one of your favorite content creators and they did a big video that's like 3 hours long about why it's bad, and the thumbnail is like Lucas crying, and there's giant red text that says, "Bad?" with a question mark, would that make you disregard it or kind of think differently of the creator? Or would that potentially resonate maybe where you're like, well, I like it though, but I guess let me hear this out? Because that's the thing, if you get swamped in that and overwhelmed by that, it's been proven it can have an impact. It can influence people, and if you had enough of those popping up that people want to get in on that and get some money out of it, oh, Mother 3 has had infinite discussions about how positive it is, because it is a fantastic game. It's great. It's probably one of the better stories I've seen in a video game. It's really wonderful. It actually, like, is one of the few games that I had a really, like, strong emotional response to. I loved it. But at the same time, too, I wasn't also in an environment where I was surrounded by a bunch of videos saying how actually it's overrated and it's bad and there's something, like, bad if you like it and it's cringe, actually. So now introduce that as an environment. Introduce people who are ready to kind of attack it because they've heard so much about it, and now is their opportunity to get the most attention towards doing something with that. Because it's happened for years, too. Mother 3 is a beloved game, but there's a lot of people who just hate it out of principle. I knew a couple of people when I was younger where it was starting to catch on, and they had this thing of, like, nobody actually likes these games. It's like, what are you talking about? Yes, they do. No, they just like to say they do, but they never even played them. And I'll give them credit. I did speak to a friend recently who said he loved Earthbound when I was growing up. I grew up alongside him and everything, too. I was like 14 or something, and he told me how much he loved Earthbound. Only recently he actually did reveal to me he never played it. Where it was like, whoa, okay. That's one that I'm going to have to, like, think about here. That's a little bit odd. Because they said it inspired, like, work that they were doing and everything, just to find out they actually never had touched it. That was a weird one to hear. But, no, a lot of people absolutely have played it, and they do love it. And on my own end, I love Mother 3. It's, like, up there as one of my favorites. I really, really, really like it. They even improved on it with the fan translation. But considering that people will monetize anything and kind of make a problem out of anything, you better believe people would be doing that. And you better believe that could also, like, impact the sales of it. That could impact the reputation around it. We haven't hit that period yet because it didn't come out over here. There's not enough eyes on it right now to get a conversation like that going. There's not enough room at the moment to really make a whole thing about how maybe this game is bad all along? Question mark. But I would see it happening. I really would. And I would see people acting like that gentle theme that it has. I shouldn't say gentle, I guess, but something that never was an issue in the past. Oh no, it's critical of technology and, like, certain things that could be coming through within society. Okay, well, it wasn't an issue back at the time. People could take it. But I think a lot of you guys have probably been seeing, people respond so strongly to, like, anything at this point and try to make it into some major problem. I could so easily see it. I hate it. I can actually see the whole video in my mind right now. I can already imagine what they would be doing. How they zoom in slowly on, like, the Lucas sprite in-game while complaining about something. How they're going to have, like, chapter names, and they're going to be, you know, trying to get into how, oh, we can't even take itself serious. What's with the tone in this game? Why is it being silly and now it's not? I could so easily see someone trying to misread it intentionally just to get some good bait out of that. I so easily could see it. And I know that's not what Nintendo is thinking about. Nintendo just probably thinks it's not going to sell. But I feel like that would be the second component. I think it's that it probably wouldn't actually reach that many people because so many people have played it already. And also, it wasn't that appealing to a lot of Americans when it was just Earthbound. And Earthbound kind of came out at the right point that people probably should have been more into it. I feel like it would just be a thing of that. It would come out, a lot of people would be thrilled that it finally came out, but then that's when everyone would be diving in to finally go, now that you're all looking at it, I can be the one to stand out. It was bad! Bad, I say, bad! And it wouldn't be a response of people just going, okay, cool. I've seen people do that sometimes, the image where it's like the thumbs up and people going back to the thing, but that's why that image exists, because you had to draw that. People weren't feeling that. You kind of had to make an image that you could post to make people feel like that's what's happening, even if it isn't. No, I know way too many people who would be so ready to do that, to just tear it apart and try to convince people you need to hate this game. I could see it so easily. I really could. But that said, if you haven't played Mother 3, it is genuinely a fantastic game. And if you were going to play it, probably want to play it on the actual, like, Game Boy if you could. There's really easy ways of doing that. There's even translation cartridges that exist that people have made. It's great to play it that way because there's a rhythm system for the combat. You have to time your button presses. Really hard to do that in an emulator. Not so hard to do that on actual hardware, obviously. That was what it was designed for. So if anyone ever had difficulty with that combo system, that might be part of it. Probably a little bit better to play the real deal then, if you're going to be doing that. But it's it's great. It's got a really good storyline, good characterization. Earthbound doesn't have a lot of characterization. It's kind of things happening. There's an overall narrative, but it's a lot of things happening, and you don't get a strong sense of character out of some of your party members. Kind of all comes together at the end, at least. Very powerful ending, which is nice. But it's a little bit all over the place. It's not too entirely focused. Mother 3 is a lot more focused, and it just tells a really good story. It has really strong characters. So many good moments in it. And, yeah, the really sad ending. And an ending that I wasn't expecting it to even go, like, where it did, to some extent. Some of it, obviously, I expected, with, like, Masked Man and everything, but, one of the final visuals in the game, I remember being really surprised by it when I was younger. That's like, wow, they weren't kidding about this. Holy cow. I guess that's how this whole situation is being dealt with. It's one hell of a game. And I feel like out of anything that Nintendo had that little logo on, it's probably the closest thing that I could get to that I would just say is like art. It is just really well made. It is really well done. There's a really great story being told. It is a game that I feel like most people should play, even if it is a thing that it might not resonate with you. Maybe you did just want to play Call of Duty or something. Maybe you just want to play like a shooter. You don't care about this kind of thing. Why does it look like a cartoon? But if you can get past all of that, if you can really just stuff that down for a little bit to go, okay, fine. I'll get past the fact that everything that I play needs to have blood and knives in it. What do you have to show me here? If you can actually get past some of that and just listen to what it's doing, I think it could still reach people. It is a really good game. It's really, really, really good. Sergius, it's probably the closest I've ever come to that with a game. I felt really sad at the end. Enough so that it had been a long time since that ever happened again. Although it did happen recently. We've talked about it on stream. We watched Princess Kaguya, and holy cow. It was like 3 different points in that movie that I could tell like I was ready to start like bawling. It was when we got to the ending. Julian was really sad, and I kind of looked over, and I was already feeling sad, so it was both of us being really sad at the same time together. It was a really powerful ending. Because it's like the ultimate gut punch. God, what a movie. It's amazing. It's a great movie. That movie, too. Fantastic. I'd say that's probably one of the best animated movies. But I also... That's a tough way to recommend stuff to people. I remember it happened that we were showing a friend Rocky Horror Picture Show. Because we were showing it to them because they'd never seen it and they heard about it. And mostly what people talk about is how it's really fun and everything. But if you actually know what the storyline is about and what the characters are going through and, you know, how it ends, especially the ending song that they had to cut for the American release because they thought it was getting in the way, it's a sad story. It's not really a positive story. It's fun and over the top, but the second half of the movie is tragedy. It's everyone having things taken away from them or just being destroyed by their inhibitions. Everyone being left with confusion by the end, too. It's a sad story, but when we were about to watch it, that was the thing that both Julian and I had brought up was, oh, there's some moments that get kind of sad around the end. And when we finished the movie, the first thing that he said was, that wasn't sad. That wasn't sad at all. Where it was like, okay, when we said that, that wasn't supposed to be a challenge. That wasn't supposed to be all you will think about throughout the entire movie is, where is the sad part? That's not what that means when somebody says that. That means that it was sad. There's like themes in there that could be sad, and personally we had felt sad by it. It wasn't supposed to be, I'm only going to be thinking about the fact you said that the whole time I watch it now, just so I can throw that back at the end to say, I wasn't crying, I wasn't sad. And I've witnessed that in a lot of people. If I was to tell people Mother 3 was a game that almost made me cry, I think it would be a thing where they would go, I played it, I didn't cry. Okay, it wasn't a challenge, but alright. And I don't know. Has anyone ever experienced that kind of thing? Because, I don't know, there's not a lot of pieces of media that ever did that get, like, that strong of an emotional response out of me. Mother 3 was one of the few. But, I've seen people do that. I've seen people hear that kind of thing, and they don't think about it like, oh, someone else told me their experience with it. They think of it as if, like, yeah, their thought process is being challenged, and now they're like begrudgingly holding on to that to throw it back later on. To go, I wasn't weakened by it. It wasn't about being weakened. It's a movie, it's a story. But I feel like I've witnessed that around Mother 3, because I've had people tell me that it made them cry. And I've also, specifically, I had a friend who brought up the fact that it made them cry in front of other friends, and then a bunch of people shitting on them for it, where it's like, what the... I at least stood by their side on that one that I said, I mean, did you guys even play it? And then I went, no, but I mean, like, who, like, cries at, like, a video game? Well, you didn't even play it, so... But then I know that would be the thing of, now it's a challenge. Now they would play it to go, I played it and I didn't cry. Okay. Now, someone did a good one there. You had fun? Well, I had no fun. It's a weird way to respond to things, but people do it. Instead, it's more like an expectation they had. An expectation that apparently they couldn't get past the entire time, and it was immediately what had to come up right away when it ended in like an angry tone. I don't think that's an expectation, like I said. Why would it be making you upset? Why would it have to be the first thing coming up? Why is that the first thing you thought when it ended? When Rocky Horror Picture Show ends, I think actually what a lot of people would be thinking once it ends is, I don't know, thinking about the music in it, thinking about like, oh, what was like the most fun song, or like which one was like catchy, or like, oh, you know, interesting like character dynamics. I think any of that would be the first thing I would think of. It wouldn't specifically be a thing I got very like briefly told within 3 words before watching it. I kept that in my brain the entire time with my arms crossed watching it, waiting for the end so I could immediately say it wasn't sad. And I've seen that a lot. I've seen that a lot with people, how they shut down media. God damn. Man, when I was younger, specifically around like video games, I remember people do that kind of thing all the time. You needed everyone to, you know, posture about how hardcore and awesome they are. Yes, that's an intentional reference. Because I do think of that. I imagine people having to like print out a shirt that says, I am the hardcore and awesome, in situations like that, where it's like, no one is debating any of that right now. It was just about taking in the storyline that was in front of you. It doesn't have to be more complex than that. But some people do see it in that kind of way. And like I said, it does feel like a challenge to me, at least. It feels like they thought they were being challenged. Like, okay, if I don't cry, you're in for it. I didn't cry. Well, because that's all you were thinking about. You set it up in your brain in a weird way. You just weren't taking it in. And even then, if it's not sad to you, okay. But no, that was all that we got to hear about it. And I've seen that with a lot of stuff. Someone will say something like, oh yeah, this movie really scared me. And you get to the end of the movie and go, that wasn't scary at all, I wasn't scared. Okay. It doesn't have to be that way. We can express a difference in opinion, but it shouldn't be like the thing you held on to the whole time and that you're like waiting. Like it's going to explode out of your mouth at any moment. I'm not scared, I'm not scared, I'm not scared. Movie's over? Wait, is that the credits? That's the credits! I'm not scared! It's like the drive-by argument in Family Guy going, I disagree! And having to drive away really fast. It's like, okay. You know, if it really wasn't a weird thing, that I don't feel like it would have to come out in such an unnatural way. But that's the thing. I know people have differences in opinion. There's nothing wrong with that, obviously. Everything's like subjective when it comes down to, you know, perspective like that. But it does feel like when people are presented with somebody else's perspective, some people just have like a certain kind of personality type where it does just feel like some kind of threat or challenge. They're not familiar with it, and it bothers them that they're not familiar with it. As if like new information being presented to them, a thing that they don't agree with, is now really getting in the way of what they were already kind of thinking. And that's not maybe the best example of it, but we were talking about it actually earlier when I was like playing some stuff. it's just kind of a thing that I assume is just a natural instinct for some people. That maybe it's just like a person thing. It's not really like a societal thing. It's not like it got taken in, like it was learned through media or something, or like peers. I just feel like naturally that's embedded into certain people. Someone will post about how they found a glitch in a game, and immediately a bunch of people go, "That didn't happen to me." Okay, that's not what the discussion was about, though. Well, it didn't happen to me, so it didn't happen. Well, that's not how that works. Just because something didn't happen to you doesn't mean it doesn't exist. But some people do see it that way. And that's why it's a weird thing to me altogether. It's really strange when it starts getting into territory like that. Someone shares an experience where something was emotional for them, and they go, "That was emotional for me." Okay. And I guess that could be an addition to the conversation. But when it becomes a priority, it starts becoming a question of, are we trying to work kind of both between both of us here in understanding that you thought of it one way and I thought of it one way? Or is it that you're trying to overpower one end that it has to be one way here? But that one I think is the most common I've seen. Someone will point out a thing that came up, or like I said, it could be a bug in a game, could be an experience that somebody somebody has, and then someone comes in immediately to go, "That didn't happen to me though." Okay, but that's not what was being discussed. It's weird when that kind of thing happens, when it goes as far as that. But I don't know, crying with media, I've seen that a lot. I saw that a lot with like extended family growing up. I saw that with a lot of the people I knew when I was like back in high school. I saw that generally being a thing that if one person would mention that something made them sad, it immediately would like flare up like it was a signal being sent that people have to go, "I need to prove that I'm not vulnerable and that I don't ever feel sad right now. Something is making me feel like I need to prove that right now," where it's like, you don't need to. Not everything needs to be put into a position like that. You don't have to feel threatened all the time. Someone says like a more pretentious nuh-uh. I wouldn't say it's pretentious, although to be fair, I hear people use words like pretentious a lot, where it never feels like it really applies, or like smug in some cases where it doesn't feel like it applies. To me, it's not pretentious. If anything, it feels very lowbrow to me. It feels very like, I don't know, like basic raw instinct. You really couldn't contain that, and it was a discomfort that you had, and it had to come exploding out like that. It's a shutdown, that's for sure. And it doesn't help in some cases. It can. The thing about not being sad at least could lend to a conversation. It didn't at the time, but it could. It could lead into a conversation. It could go somewhere. But another example is the one that I just brought up. I imagine some of you guys have probably seen that one, right? Like I said, someone bringing up there was a bug in a game, they capture a video, they show it and everything, and then immediately some people come in to go, "That didn't happen to me." Okay, I believe it. That's why I said it was a bug. I said it was a glitch. I don't think it happens to everybody. That's why I videotaped it. But then it's supposed to be transformed now into, "But it didn't happen to me. I don't think this is happening." Well, no, there's a video. "But it didn't happen to me." I get that. But it happened to me. It does seem like it happens a lot with certain people. It seems like it can be a conflict point that comes up where it is really odd to me. But like I said, it feels like it's a natural instinct when that does happen. Someone said, "I saw that a lot with Pokemon Scarlet and Violet." No, yeah, that's a good example. Especially that a lot of people wanted to really be there for the Pokemon franchise as well, so if you can point out something like that, they feel like you're attacking them. They like Pokemon, you found a problem in Pokemon, so therefore you're just coming in here because you want to hurt Pokemon. No, that's not what they're doing. They're bringing up that they had an experience while playing Pokemon. And maybe they really like Pokemon, and maybe that was actually kind of a troubling thing to them, that they just lost their save file, for example. We can go back even further. I remember Julian was making jokes about Kingdom Hearts while playing it, and people were assuming that he hated it, where it was like, no, he's making jokes about it because he understands it. He understands it and he appreciates it a lot, and that's why he can also poke fun at it, because there's things in it that he can understand why people aren't into it and they don't like it. He can see some of the ridiculousness, but overall, the lump sum product is the thing that he really enjoys overall. He really liked what it was, and he had fun with it. And even if there is that goofiness, he can still appreciate it. But I think to a lot of people, they don't see it that way. It's got to be 100% something is solid or something is not solid. Something is either good or bad. I mean, those were popular YouTube videos for quite a while, weren't they? Thing is bad. Where it's subjective. Thing is not just bad. That kind of shuts down any discussion about the idea of thing is bad. No, it'll be different between everybody. This might actually really work for someone. But I said it was bad. Yeah, you felt like it was bad. No, but I thought it was bad. I know, your experience was that you felt it was bad. Not everybody has the same experiences, and not everybody has the same perspective. It is a weird thing, like I said. Very, very strange. But it's very commonplace. It's not a new concept. People can just kind of fall into it, and I assume emotion is a big part of it too. And when emotion comes into play, it doesn't have to be logical. It can just be something kind of strange. Someone said mid-peak, mid-peak. Yeah, let's get into that. It's funny that mid became the way to say bad when mid is supposed to mean middle. It's because people started going, oh, but don't you hate it when something is kind of just like forgettable because it's like in the middle? Well, then why don't you say bad again? Why are we resorting now to mid? Because bad, maybe someone would want to look into it then, so now you have to just say like it's bland. No, that one's weird too. The whole thing is weird. But it gets clicks, so I guess that's always something to keep in mind. Some of those discussions are not very genuine. Sometimes it's just coming from a weird response, like I said. People get weirdly insecure when they feel like there's a moment of vulnerability being exposed. Even if it's not for their own end. Someone else is being vulnerable, and now for whatever reason they feel vulnerable in response to that vulnerability, and they don't like it, so they have to, like, puff up. It's weird. Someone said mid equals C equals 5 out of 10. 5 out of 10 isn't a C. That's an F. 6 out of 10 would be a D. 7 out of 10 would be a C. 8 out of 10 would be a B. 9 out of 10 would be an A. I guess if we're going by, like, grading systems in, like, a school or something, though. I guess, Taycat, I'm not going to disagree with you on that one. It kind of feels that way. Taycat said, you call it mid because calling it bad means you reacted to it. You have to not react to anything. Don't be sad. Don't be happy. Don't be anything. No, that feels pretty correct to me. Man. No, I think you hit it, like, on the head completely with that. Because, no, there's a lot of that. In recent years especially, there are some people who have really been holding a mentality that you're not supposed to care about literally anything, and if you care about anything, that's weakness and that's bad, and you're supposed to go through life literally being numb to everything around you. No, that feels very in line with that. Because it's true, if you say bad, maybe someone who enjoys bad media will go look into it. That's a reaction of some sort. It might have made you angry. It might have made you uncomfortable. You need to say it did nothing to you. No, you might be right on that. That feels kind of correct. You have to prove how above something you are by not even reacting to it. Arms crossed. Oh, deep in the reeds, it's absolutely a high school mentality, but people will carry it for, like, their whole life. Some people don't get beyond it, and depending on where you're, like, I'll even say this, depending on, like, what kind of household you grew up in, or what your environment was, it might be cemented into you, depending on where you're at. You might have a bunch of people around you who are constantly miserable, so you have to develop in this kind of way where you're not allowed to, like, have anything beyond that. You need to feel like everything is constantly, like, a test for you. that you need to hide anything that you enjoy. You have to hide all forms of vulnerability, because apparently even just liking something is vulnerability. Some people do go through life feeling that way. When, I don't know, I've been saying it a lot, and I'm sure it's not a common feeling maybe at this point, but I'm much more interested in hearing from people about things that they enjoy and what they like, because I feel like that's what shapes them as a person, their opinions and their thoughts and their feelings. Not the opinions that they had to get out of a video essay that they ended up watching, and now they're just gonna, you know, take that and that's their stance, which, to be fair, some creators are making those videos with that in mind. Influencers. They want to influence the discussion, and they're hoping that you are gonna go with their thought process on it. Some people even saying in videos, link this around to people, where it's like, well, why would I do that when I could explain my own thoughts on it? Are you saying I should just be adopting your mentality, I guess? But, oh. Sorry, something just popped on the computer here. Oh, thank God. I thought it was gonna crash, actually. But, yeah, I'm much more interested in hearing what people care about. I don't get anything out of hearing someone make a long list of everything they dislike. It seems like most people dislike more than they enjoy. You could probably make a list of 1 million entries of things you don't like. Mosquito bites, stepping on, like, little dust particles that are a little too hard or something, tripping and falling down, slippery floors, cold weather, hot weather. There's so much. You could make an infinite list of things that you dislike. And there's probably, for some people, if they're miserable enough, it might only be a handful of things that they actually enjoy. But man, those things they enjoy, that's them. That's at least the definition of who they are. That's what they care about, what they value. It resonated with them. And I guess that's why it's important to block those things out to some people. Why they need to drown that out. Because they feel like that's vulnerability being exposed and you're getting a read on their character. But I would much rather understand somebody in those kinds of ways than to just sit around someone who constantly hates everything, every last thing that exists. And always has some kind of complaint that's always going to feel very surface level because you're used to hearing it. I don't know, hopefully, I probably came off that way myself, I imagine, back at the beginning. We had to play a lot of modern games I wasn't interested in. There was a lot of stuff that we were doing that I wasn't really interested in. And at least with streams here, we're getting to play a lot more stuff, and we're going to focus on games that we are interested in, things that we do care about. And I probably got to show a little bit better here. We really, really like games. And on my own end specifically, I'm like obsessed with video games. Way too obsessed. But it's a thing that matters a lot to me. It's a thing that means a lot to me. And there are certain games that really resonate with me, like, very strongly. And I don't know, since the beginning people understood, for example, like the Dreamcast was something I really enjoyed. I never had that. There's a lot of stuff that I was pretty open about, that even if some people probably don't like those games, I certainly was around a lot of people that I was kind of surprised to hear it in some cases. I brought it up on a previous stream, but I thought Jet Set Radio was a game that a lot of people enjoyed. And I remember way back in like 2016, 2017, I was actually really shocked to kind of be hit with, this is stupid looking, this is ugly, where it's like, what, really? Whoa, wait, really? I mean, you can feel that way, but I had never really heard that before. And getting to see, oh god, I guess it's actually pretty commonplace as a feeling in some areas. No, some people still really like it, and I'm not going to ever give that up. I love Jet Set Radio, but no, it was kind of surprising to hear that. But it wasn't going to change my opinion. It wasn't going to make me feel like, oh, I can't like this anymore now. I mean, I don't want to be, like, singled out or something. No, it was just like, okay, well, you can just dislike it, but I'm going to keep liking it. I enjoy it. It can be interesting to hear different perspectives and everything, but yeah, I feel like that's what really, like, shapes somebody, is all the things that they enjoy. I guess, once again, I get it. If you're going to refuse to let any of that through to anybody, you don't want to ever reveal any of that, you never want to actually tell anyone what you care about, I guess maybe someone will feel like they're invincible or something with that. When anything, it's going to look like you're really weak to a lot of people because you can't even be open or upfront about things. You always have to be ready to pout about something where it's like, oh, come on, though. There's got to be things that you enjoy. There's got to be, like, things that you can, like, have fun with. That's why, going back to the discussion we even just had earlier on stream, when I hear cringe coming out of somebody's mouth, I don't really get anything about that. It just means that somebody doesn't like something, and they're telling you you're not supposed to like it either. this made me feel uncomfortable or bad or mad or angry, and you're supposed to feel that way too right now. Otherwise, it's a bad thing. It's a weird way of looking at things. Feels like the total opposite of like how people should be socializing. Bomb Rush was really fun. I had a good time with it. Someone said Fur Fighters on the Dreamcast is my favorite game. It was kind of fun going back and playing it again. It's a little maze-like, I remember. But it was fun to be able to play again. It's charming. Julian got to try it out like a year back. I showed it to him, and he had fun with it. Kind of an interesting control scheme, just because Dreamcast controller and everything, but it works. It's a fun game. They remade it for PS2. It had cell shading in that one, and I think they added voice acting, didn't they? Skona says, I miss genuine cringe videos from the early 2010s. I kind of don't. I liked when they were just videos. I didn't like them being labeled as cringe videos because it created an entire culture around people who were really awkward trying to act like they're above other people who are about just as awkward as they are. It was really weird for that. And it kept blossoming into more and more weird insecurity. And people just kind of lashing out and trying to demand for things to now be lumped in with all of this. Where at its core, it's like, I'm endeared and charmed by these things. I'm not cringing. I'm not wincing. Tanik the Hedgehog doesn't make me go, ooh, ah, ooh. No, it just makes me go, this is funny. A kid made this, and hey, I mean, he put effort into it and everything, and he had fun with it. It's funny. It's charming to me. That's what I kind of, I don't know, that's what I was getting a kick out of, like, old internet. There's lots of weird stuff you're going to be running into, but it's kind of charming, too. People are putting themselves on display, and people are just having fun and just doing the things that they want to be doing. Amateurism was a thing that could be accepted a lot more readily when it came to, like, videos being posted, too, back in the day. Now there's an expectation that you have to have a big team and, like, production and everything. There's not a lot of room for amateur anything to be posted online. You're basically going to have everyone try to set you up to be some kind of problem now. But, I don't know. Yeah, I like that stuff can exist in some cases, but I don't want it to be shut down, and that's what the cringe label was kind of there to do. It was supposed to be about shutting it down. And it's done a very effective job. That's why you don't see as many charming things. You don't see as many endearing characters these days. I mean, Loogie, when it was all catching on, it was during that point. People were just picking on kids with a lot of it. There was no shame for a lot of it either. And some of the content creators who were starting to get popular around like 2014, 2015, 2016 were people who really focused on that stuff, like picking on like 11-year-olds, where it's like, okay, I get it, you're like 19, you're very young yourself, but what the hell? Like, seriously? Are you gonna go like drive up to the grade school and start yelling at everybody one day? What is that? That's how you're supposed to be flexing your muscles right now? It's a kid. Of course they're gonna do awkward and embarrassing things. They're young. They're little. That's just what you do when you're younger. You're figuring everything out. Oh. Someone said it's like I was putting out dumb animations in RPG Maker games when I was younger, and now I see myself in those videos. But that's the thing with those videos, and I think it's why some people were initially saying it was making them feel embarrassed. For some people, it was that they were feeling embarrassed with themselves, and that's why they were cringing. They're cringing because they're thinking about the relatability with it, and that they put themselves in the perspective of that person because they might have been there before. And I guess that's why some people might have been attracted to it so much. But it's also why some people turned it into this weird thing of needing to elevate themselves above it and really go hard on these people. Because it's as if like they were trying to defeat their prior self or something. Like, I need to forget that I did these things when I'm younger, so I'm gonna go after someone who's younger than me doing these things, as if I'm defeating my child self. Where it's like, what on earth is that? That's not healthy. That's a really weird way of looking at things. But it sure came off that way with a lot of people when that was becoming like more and more of a thing. But I don't know. Maybe it's also speaking as someone who's just been getting older and older with, time going by here. But I look back to a lot of those things kind of with some fondness. No, a lot of that stuff is really embarrassing. There's a lot of goofy things out there, but at the same time, that goofiness is what can also make life interesting. It's what can make it fun. Just getting to experiment, try things out, do, goofy things, silly stuff. Especially when you're a kid. You want to have fun with life when you're a kid. You want to make the most of things. You want to try things. Someone being 8 years old playing with, like, I don't know, because those were videos I remember people would go after. It was just like someone playing with, like, Mario plushes. It's just like, let them play with their plushes. They're a kid. Are they not supposed to be playing with toys anymore? Sorry, are you going to come in and start taking all that away and say, hey, you're 8 years old. You don't play with toys anymore. Now here, do you know who this is? You don't? That's Taylor Swift. Get mad at her right now. Where it's just like, what the? No. Let them be adults to worry about things that are really dumb that adults are yelling about. Let kids be kids and let them have fun with that stuff. Don't take that away from them. The thing is, Bella, because I've heard that a lot, I always hear people say 2016 was a really different time. 2016 is what kind of led into where we're at right now, is the thing. It wasn't that different of a time. People were very openly nasty and hostile, and some people thought they were at least being jokey about it, and as a couple of years went on, they got to eventually start realizing within the circles that they were in, or watching a lot of other content through other people, or just observing spaces online, it wasn't a joke. Sometimes it was, but very rarely was it. Some people were completely serious about this stuff, and were really getting into just messed up, like, mentalities about how they treat other people and how they look at the world around them. And it led into a weird thing with that. Some people either distancing or trying to grow beyond that or trying to figure out what they wanted to be doing then if that wasn't feeling right to them anymore. Some people feeling the need to have to double down because if they ever say or do anything, they're going to be turned against completely because you're supposed to be loyal to those mentalities forever for whatever reason within some of these communities. Or something like what kind of happened, like, I would say in the modern setting. Some of these people weren't very popular back then because they were so outspoken and visible about being, like, so miserable and just hating everybody around them. And then with enough time going by, kind of opening back up to that again because they were able to grow an audience and now it doesn't really matter anymore. There's been a lot of people going mask off in, like, the last 2 years, I would say, kind of revealing that, hey, if you watched them back at the beginning, you would have known this about them, but actually they didn't really change, and they've been holding on to that this whole time. It's why sometimes you'll hear people say the thing like trolls remorse, for example, where isn't that a weird one to say? Imagine approaching somebody who you knew when they were 16 and they did something, and now they're like 40, and you go, wow, man, trolls remorse, huh? You used to, like, TP the teacher's house. Yeah, in high school? People can't even pick up on that as a concept. Some people are so, like, subscribed to this that you're not allowed to budge, that you need to permanently go through this forever and never say or do anything about it. They get put into a spot where they're like, okay, well, anything would be a betrayal, and I don't want to be seen as a betrayal. I don't want people to think that, I'm like, being performative, but it's only going to feel performative because you're talking to a bunch of people who are acting performatively, and that's why they see it that way. Trolls remorse partially caught on as an expression because it was trolls specifically being the ones slinging that. It was supposed to be, you don't leave, you're here forever, the Mr. Burns image. It's supposed to be, you're not allowed to walk away from this, no. You dipped your toe in the water, and we pulled you in, and you can't leave now. People treat it that way. It's really fucking weird. Because on that one specifically, it's just like, I don't know, that's where it's starting to feel like cult-like or something. It's really, really weird how people can act about that kind of thing. And that's why in some cases people have kept around bad company. It's why in some cases people are really nervous about how they navigate about things. They can't be too open, because maybe they actually feel discomfort with all this and they want to say something, but they can't because if they do, people are going to say it's not genuine. Or it can be other situations where maybe deep down inside, they're actually a lot nastier than what they've been leading on. And they're trying to feel out ways that they can kind of safely hint at that to the right people, while not fully showing it because it could be something monumentally, like, horrible for them if they did. It can become a really weird thing with all of that. No, exactly. So it's a commit to your insanity. No, that's what it feels like. Very directly, that's what it feels like. It's like someone pleading with you, please. I know all of us are in really unhealthy positions, but you should be too. And if you don't, you're a liar and you're betraying everybody. And man, I watched that happen too many times. Growing up online and like witnessing so many other friends going through processes like this growing up online too, I knew it happening over and over again. Where somebody would be interacting with people where it could go as far back as them being a kid, it could be them being like 18, 19, and eventually like drifting. But I remember specifically, I had a friend who was doing animations and stuff, and eventually they kind of drifted away from their old animator circle, but their old friend circle would not let them do that. They didn't like the fact that these guys would constantly start fights all the time, and then what did they come back to do? Start fights again. They tried to just focus on the things they want to be making and doing, and a bunch of these guys come back to go, you cannot do that, you don't get to leave, what about us? You can't abandon that, where it's like, what the hell is this? What are you even doing? Why don't you guys just figure yourselves out? Is it really seriously just as simple as crabs in a bucket? Is that really all there is to it? Someone that you knew for a brief period of time is now doing other things, and that's upsetting? But it's a thing. It's very much a thing, a very real thing, and I don't get it. Maybe it's because people feel like they've lost too much or something, and there's like no turning back. I don't know, but it does get treated that way by certain people. You're not supposed to ever grow. You're not supposed to ever change. You're not ever supposed to have a moment where maybe you expose the truth of, actually, when everybody was miserable 24/7, I put up with it, but I didn't actually like it. You're not supposed to be able to get into positions like that. You're not supposed to be able to do any of that. And it's weird when that happens. It really is. And even going back to certain communities that existed online, I watched how it happened. Something Awful, I knew a lot of people who used to be on Something Awful, and eventually left Something Awful because deep down, as time went on, they were really growing to hate it. Because it's like, I get it, we argue with everybody constantly, we throw judgment constantly, even though anytime that a member here is like quote-unquote exposed, meaning you found that they had like a DeviantArt page and they drew a cartoon, or like somebody like used to make fake magic cards when they were a teenager, or just, I don't know, someone looks a little bit like a nerd, as if nerds aren't using Something Awful, eventually drifting out of it, eventually getting into a position of, I just don't want to be here. I don't trust a lot of these guys, and I know they don't trust each other, they don't trust me, and that everyone's just going to turn on each other. And that's where partially it felt like that term was coming from as well. The idea of, you're not going to blow this whole operation for us, are you? We're all supposed to be in this together, man. We're all supposed to go down in flames together. You're not supposed to, like, abandon ship. That's what it kind of feels like whenever I hear somebody use that as a phrase. It feels like, no, you know that the ship is sinking. You know it's on fire and it's pure chaos, but you don't like the fact that someone got out of that chaos. You figured everyone is destroying themselves and at least are committing to that together. And now it's uncomfortable that not everyone is going to be self-destructive in the same way. It is really weird. But it's very common. Like, extremely common. And when it came out of older stuff like that, that was very commonplace as well. That's why some people are making a demand for, hey, YouTube should be like it was back in 2016, when the truth of the matter is, it's not that different. If anything, it's become a lot more shameless in some regards with it. At least there used to be a little more pushback in some cases. The platform is also actually hovering around a lot of this and pushing it a lot harder than it used to. YouTube, I remember there were theories in the past about, oh, I think they're intentionally trying to drown out these channels. They're not doing it anymore. They know it gets clicks. They know it gets, like, attention. That's why 2016, it doesn't feel like this long, far-off time period or anything. No, it just feels like we're living in an extension of it. Maybe it's been put on delay here and there so people didn't notice it, or maybe someone, like, kept their mouth shut for a little bit, but it never felt like it went away. It just felt like people kind of navigated it a little bit differently while still holding on to a lot of that. No, it's true. Misery loves company. It's completely true. And when it loses that company, it's going to become confused and angry. I mean, Alex, what I'd say is, it's not necessarily being around too many people makes you crazy. It can. Because to be fair, I don't think people were supposed to be exposed to, you know, millions of people at once. I don't think that was supposed to be how things would go. I don't think naturally. I just get the impression people were supposed to be in, smaller communities to survive and everything. People have been very naturally had it programmed into them to be handling life in a certain way that life is not actually going. For example, do you think everyone was ready with their brains to handle AI technology? I don't think so. I think that's why it's being prioritized a bit. It's good at screwing with people. But that's the kind of thing. What are all the people you're being exposed to, and what areas are you being exposed to things? And with the internet, it can be completely chaotic. It can get really insane. And that's why it's not just the number of people. It can also be what were the people you were surrounded by. And if you're surrounded by misery, are you going to be miserable? Well, there's probably a good chance of it. If you start seeking out some positivity, it doesn't have to be that way. But if you're within misery, so now you're very familiar and you recognize misery, and you recognize that you maybe don't like it or you don't want to be a part of it, misery is not going to let you go because you sampled it briefly, even though you didn't really know what you were getting into. And that's the story of a lot of people online, I would say, especially if you were growing up online. A lot of people being kind of like in those age demographics of like 16, 17, 18, thinking you're joking around with a bunch of people. And then you kind of realize as time goes on, I don't think they were joking. And then having to see, no, that's where it kind of ends up going. It's happened in a lot of these communities. I've had it happen with a lot of friends that I've known over the years. It's partially why I have discussions like this on stream sometimes. I don't want to see more people fall into it. I already watched a lot of people fall into it in the past. And on my own end, I felt like I was very close to falling into some of it when I was younger. But I at least already knew that back at the time when I was younger this is making me uncomfortable, though. I don't like any of this. And eventually trying to find, the way to walk and just kind of get back to the things I wanted to prioritize. I wouldn't want to be in a space, for example, where I'd have to be told over and over again, I'm not supposed to like games. I'm gonna like games, and I'm not gonna abandon that because I'm surrounded by people telling me I have to. But it can feel like a strong pressure, especially if you're growing up within that and you don't even know what adult life is fully like. People, when they're younger, they're very susceptible to that. And with internet environments, it really could do some damage if you can't get your way out of that. That's why, of course, there needs to be terminology to keep you implanted into it. Firmly, too. Like, hermetically sealed within it. No, you can't get out of this because that's a betrayal to... You guys betray each other all the time. Who cares when someone's going to say it's a betrayal when it's coming from someone who lies to literally everybody and just starts fights 24/7? It's not going to be a genuine statement you're hearing anyways. And maybe that's the first step that's important to hear out, too. To, understand when you're in those situations. If you already recognize it's someone who's been incredibly dishonest to you, why would you not think they're doing it again? And, yeah, it's why it never felt like 2016 left. Some people are still kind of trapped within that. And recently I'm actually proud, some YouTubers were actually starting to push against that a little bit. And then, of course, their own circles try to jump down on them for it. I'm not a fan, for example, of... I never really watched any of his stuff, to be fair. I didn't know much about him. He did the Quap video way back. And he did a lot of gaming videos early on, Critical. Then it kind of became a drama channel, and that's when I really lost interest. But I'll at least give credit. There was a little more of a pushback that he was starting to give against, listen, these mentalities are a little bit rotten. And then, big surprise, some of the people around him had to hop on him for it. As if, no. You can't. You can't do that. We have a pact. You're not allowed to say positive things. We're all supposed to be in this together, man. I've watched that happen with YouTubers. I've seen that happen in these communities. I've seen that happen a lot in the past 2 years, especially creators cannibalizing each other. And it comes from a lot of positions like that, which were very much mentalities developed through just interacting online, growing up online, or primarily socializing online. Because a lot of these areas online are great at creating that as a mentality. But I'll just lend it to anybody here. You don't. You really don't. If you're uncomfortable with the environment around you, you don't have to just lay down to it and just kind of become integrated within it. You should be there for yourself, and you should try to understand yourself better and kind of know where you want to be. Maybe that is the right place for you. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's always been uncomfortable to some degree and you can kind of feel it and you know that about it. but you're only sticking through because you know there's going to be like steep consequences with those people if you eventually walk away. It can happen. It's happened a lot. And it can get pretty overblown. It can get pretty ridiculous, but that doesn't mean that you should abandon yourself in favor of that. Don't let a bunch of crabs pull you back down into a bucket. Don't let that kind of insecurity and like just hopelessness and despair like overtake you. And I know there's a lot of environments online that you can get like really pulled into that, but like I said, try to figure out what it is that you care about. What are the things you like? Even the vulnerability discussion we just had earlier. I know a lot of people want to do this thing about, you know, acting like they don't care about anything, but they do. They just don't want you to know what it is they care about because you might make fun of them for it or something. There's a lot of insecurity right now, a ton of it. A lot of people don't know what they're doing with themselves. A lot of people feel really insecure when they see others kind of getting an understanding of themselves, but they don't quite understand themselves yet, so now it kind of feels like a problem. There's a lot of strangeness going on. There's a lot of insanity on the internet at this point. Try to at least understand where you personally do want to be. That's a really important thing to have to pick up on. The thing is, no, I did hear, I don't keep up with him or anything, but with Critical on that, I had respect for it. I was happy that he was actually pushing back against some of that, rather than just completely, like, falling into it. And it felt unnatural when those videos were being done anyways, all the drama videos. It felt like the only way to, like, kind of keep up and stay relevant. Because, no, I didn't care for them in any way whatsoever. I don't really like it when people have to fall into doing that. But, I was surprised by it, and I was happy that at least there was a little bit of pushback there, even if, yes, it had to have a consequence. Of course it does. If you're going to be being critical, if you have to be, if you have to give a little bit of a pushback to where a lot of the people around you are kind of acting and behaving, you better expect that they're going to try to destroy you for that just because you did that now. And it was pretty unwarranted from what I had seen. But, I don't know, maybe there's more to it. Like I said, I haven't kept up with the guy much, but I did get to see that, and at least it was like, no, there you go. I can tell, probably deep down, there was a person there who was recognizing some of this stuff is an issue, and they're not sure how to approach it, because they might get jumped all over if they do. I remember when he made the video about, like, Twitter was starting to go off the rails. That was literally when it just got acquired, had a ton of dislikes, and then that had to be hands off as a subject from that point forward. Some people feel really driven by that, too, when they're creators. They have to follow what their audience is doing, even if they don't agree with where their audience is at. There's a big dislike meter now. Uh-oh. I mean, I don't like this situation, and I'm trying to report on this, but it seems like my audience doesn't like when I do that. So maybe in the future I don't do that, and I just avoid it as a subject. Or maybe even though I don't agree with it, I just start saying the things that they would want to hear. People start doing that too, and I don't think human brains are smart enough to pick up on the idea of playing a character for very long. Eventually it just becomes you. You can't do 4D chess like that. You're not going to be able to play a role forever. Eventually it'll just become the norm. You'll become adjusted to it, you'll adapt. And that's why, once again, it's pretty important to recognize those things when you can. It's very important to recognize when you're feeling like something is kind of off or you're not in the right place for it. And just kind of acting on that and getting to where you need to be. Because if you don't pick up on that and you don't catch on to that soon enough, you might get more, like, pulled into it than you would expect, or it might get to a point of you can't come back from it. Your mentality has been so lost at this point that even if it made you uncomfortable at the beginning, you ignored every last bit of it, and now you're really miserable, and it doesn't feel like there's anything left, and you don't know where to go. And that's why misery will always get you more misery. It's not going to be a thing that's going to let you be stronger than everybody else, even if you feel like maybe it's putting on some kind of, like, disguise of that. People can see through it in a lot of cases. And like I said, a lot of people also just don't want to really put up with it. If you're going to be shutting down literally every last thing that everyone around you is doing, and you hate everything, you don't have a single positive thing to say, you won't emote, you won't do anything, yeah, it's going to be harder for you to relate to people, and that's where that loneliness thing that we were talking about comes in. Sometimes that loneliness is happening because people are pushing people away without realizing it, and they're not going to think about the other end, they're just going to think about how they're lonely. But sometimes it's worth looking at the behavior and starting to recognize why would somebody maybe respond this way? Why would somebody maybe react this way? There's more to the world than just your own end, too. There's a big world out there, and a lot of different perspectives. So it said, Elon Musk has proof money can't buy happiness. That's a weird one, isn't it? I mean, it definitely worked in his favor. He was still able to get a bunch of people to go into, like, weird things that he didn't even really care about. But, no, it's true. He's fucking miserable. He's arguing with everybody every single day of his life. He's so goddamn insecure, and he paid all that money to do that. It's what it turns into. It's just this constant game of, like, keeping up at that point. Trying to bury anything and trying really hard to just get everyone forcibly to go the way that you want them to, and you're not going to be able to. And that's what it's like for a lot of creators. That's what it's like for some of these higher roles at, like, companies and jobs and everything, too. I'm not saying pity these people or feel bad for them. No, for somebody like Elon Musk, completely deserved. But at the same time, it's how people can also double down on this stuff further and further. If somebody maybe points out to them the idea of, I think you're doing something here that's kind of self-destructive, they might react to it really strongly, and now they're just going to do a thing in their mind that they never listen to you again, and now they double down even harder on it. It can be hard to pull people out of that kind of thing. People take revenge stances all the time. And we've talked about it on stream before. I don't know what to really call it. Maybe there's a term for it. But I noticed it as early as, like, 2013, 2014 on Twitter. That, something will pop up in people's timelines for like a week because it's a major issue. Something really bad happened. There was like abuse at a company or something, or like there was a CEO that was actually robbing like his employees, things like that. And that for the first week you hear about it and everyone's on board that it's like, this sucks. We need to talk about this. This needs exposure. But then a week passes and it turns into, I'm so tired of hearing about it that actually maybe it was a good thing that it happened, where it's, okay, now we're out of logical territory. Now we're in weird emotional territory. You're annoyed because you've been seeing it for too long, so even though emotionally, initially, you were attached to it because you got behind it, and logically it made sense to, now you're just annoyed because you keep seeing it, so therefore you're going to do something as ridiculous as taking the total opposite stance just because you're tired of it. And that's never going to go well, because that's not logic. That just doesn't make sense to do. But people do it all the time. And that's why in these situations it can apply. That's also why in some situations I was witnessing when like the alt-right was getting formed back at the beginning of the 2010s. I was seeing it with some friends that they were very open-minded and then kind of shifting into it because either the environments they were around were starting to get like filled with that, or more so it was they had a bad experience with one friend and now they're in revenge mode. They had one bad time with one other person who is maybe a little more open-minded, and now they've decided everybody is the enemy. I am going to completely 100% turn myself into opposite mode, and that will teach them, and that will make them learn. There's a lot of people who live their lives that way, where it's just weird revenge stuff that makes sense to literally nobody. Elon is kind of in a revenge arc right now. Hey, remember where he was at kind of like, you know, a little over a decade ago? Oh, that was a hard flip, wasn't it? After a breakup, suddenly flipping that hard, huh? People do it. It's weird. It's unusual, but it certainly happens. And I don't know, that feels like the strongest reason I tend to see that with negativity. It doesn't come from a lot of research in cases. I've just witnessed it too many times where it is just that. You flip the other way because one interaction you had didn't go well, and now you've decided to reduce it down into everybody being the same thing and everything being the problem, and now you have to strike back at everybody by being the opposite. I've witnessed that way too many times, and I think when you're younger, it's also easy to develop that too, because you don't have enough of an understanding about the world around you, so you might even think that maybe you were just wrong and that's the way that you do need to go. That's where it can become so complicated. That's where it can become so much of a mess. But hey, if you like something that other people might find embarrassing, just, if it's not hurting anybody, who cares? Appreciate those things, because that's what's supposed to be meaningful in life to you specifically as an individual. Keep focusing on those things. Keep remembering the things that you do care about. You're going to be on this planet with other people, whether you like it or not. And a lot of people absolutely don't like it and wish they could do more and more to make that a problem for everybody else around them. But then their problems don't seem to go away, because why would they? That has nothing to do with it. But if you're hoping to get your own problems kind of resolved a little bit better, or at least have a little peace of mind or more of an understanding, that's going to be your best way of doing it. Figure out what matters to you. Figure out what you care about. Prioritize that. Don't be so concerned about what everybody else is at, or, you know, people throwing expectations towards you. No, you were actually supposed to dislike this. I know you like this, but you're supposed to dislike this. The only area I would say that there's going to be room for that to kind of go the other way is kind of when you double it up with, like, paradoxical things that you go, well, so if I want to go give a bad time to people, then why can't I do that? Because that's me focusing on what I want to do, because it's you focusing on other people. No, I already said that. No, that's intentionally trying to find a way to weasel your way out of it, but that's not what I'm saying. Very directly, what it's just supposed to be is understand yourself first and foremost. Try to get an understanding of yourself. And then from there, try to figure out where you want to go in life with that. What do you want to prioritize? What do you want to do? What do you want to make? What do you like? What do you enjoy? Don't get so concerned about everything that you dislike. Only if it's threatening you or other people around you, and not perceived threats. I mean, like, directly. I've been in so many environments where there's people around me that, no, I, like, 100% don't align with the people around me, but I can still put up with it and accept the idea of they exist too. No, I don't agree with all of it. And in fact, with some of these people, they probably want to get me hurt for who I even am at my core. But at the same time, too, that's just how life is going to be, and you're going to run into that. And there's a lot of people out there. People can be really, like, unstable. People can be just really confused. It can come from so many different positions. And that's why it's always going to be really important to remember on your own end what you, once again, care about. And don't give up on it. Don't feel discouraged. If you're trying to, for example, make something and you present it to the people around you and everyone's just like, cringe, give up. Whatever. Keep going. Forget that. Things that matter to you for, like, a reason. Don't surrender, you know, your feelings for things that you actually enjoy. Because that happiness is going to be the thing you need to get by. Giving that up as an emotional state is just a huge mistake, and you're not going to ever see happiness again if you go for that. And it's not like you don't need it. You absolutely do need it. It's going to be a sense of purpose. It's a thing that's going to make life at least feel like it's got something going for it. Try to figure out what things do that for you. I think everybody's got something. Someone said, some people unfortunately don't get that you can be friends with someone that doesn't agree with everything you do. No, it's true. A lot of people, especially at this point, don't seem to have picked up on that. Although, I kind of get it in one select case. If it's literally the person next to you kind of wishes you were dead based on who you are, yeah, that's a little bit different. That's why it's really easy to do that with words sometimes. You can kind of minimize a situation by not being too specific. I'll bring up a good example that you've probably seen all the time now. Someone makes a post going, man, it was so unfair. I got banned from this place and I didn't even do anything. And you go, wow, you didn't? What happened? Well, I came in and I started insulting everybody and telling them how horrible everything here was, and I wish that a bunch of the, like, administrators on this website ended up, like, dropping dead, but then they banned me. Can you believe that? Yes. That wasn't your initial statement. People are really, really rely on that right now. Minimize and try to reduce a situation. Just say, oh, it was a misunderstanding, or, oh, I was just joking, or, man, can you believe this guy got mad at me, even though I'm not going to give you details about why he got mad at me, and for some reason I'm asking you, can you believe this, even though I didn't give you any information? Yeah, I didn't even do anything. Followed by, here's what I did. Not that I did anything. People do that a lot. People try to find ways out of these things by kind of doing that, and that's why, once again, no, you can be friends with someone. Someone can, like, dislike Kingdom Hearts while you like Kingdom Hearts, and that's fine. You can live that way. That's not that major of an issue. But if it's something like, I hate specifically you for you. I hate, because I found out what your last name is, and I hate you now because I didn't know that you're from there. Something like that. Or something like, yeah, you know, but, it's not like I have a problem with, like, gay people or anything, but, you know, the world would probably be better off without them. Am I right? Where it's like, Okay, if you're specifically the one that was just targeted by that statement, that's a little bit worth raising an eyebrow at. You can put up with it, you're gonna probably have to in a lot of cases, but at the same time, that's not necessarily a thing where you have to give it as much. That's not a mutual level of respect being felt anymore. That's not, I respect you and you respect me, we may not agree on everything, but we can at least have that mutual level of respect. No, that's turning into the territory of, no, I disrespect you, I don't have respect for you. But, you know, I'm putting up with you. People will do that a lot too, and it's like, that doesn't really necessarily deserve room. There's a limit. There's absolutely a limit. That's how you can get pulled into this misery. But, yeah, so we were just, what about free speech, man? The free speech thing is really weird to me that started getting swung around and utilized again, because I remember back when I was growing up, it was that, what's that comic called? I'm going to abbreviate it wrong. The name is an abbreviation. It was like XCKD, XKCD? I don't remember what the comic was, but it was the stick figure comic. And that they had the thing about freedom of speech, where it means it's not freedom of consequence. People can still disagree with you. You can say something ridiculous and asinine, but people can go, that was ridiculous and asinine. Doesn't mean freedom of consequence. But it certainly kind of came around again as a discussion, again, hoping to get rid of that part. And there's been a lot of prioritization lately for there shouldn't be consequences for anything. But no, people are allowed to disagree. And if you're going to believe in the idea of that, obviously that doesn't make any sense anymore. Elon's idea, for example, of free speech is a very confusing one, isn't it? I wonder why he needs to now drown out negativity when I thought he was okay with that, and he said this was the comedy platform and freedom of speech is allowed now. Why is he adding so many things that he has to remove now? Because it's not about that. If someone is going to be saying freedom of speech, you kind of know that they're blurting that out as like a weird defensive mechanism to let you know that's what they're thinking about. They're kind of thinking about, how can I say something like this, but I have kind of a backup plan? How do I, like, make my escape route after I say it? It's a thing, people can utilize it, and there's not, like, an issue with that, but it's that people don't have to agree with you, and that comes with it. That's not some weird exception case to it. And people treat it that way all the time. They'll blurt it out, they'll say freedom of speech, but then, obviously, they don't mean it. Because if you did, you wouldn't have an issue with somebody disagreeing. But I don't know. It seems like people have been picking up on that one a little bit more and more. I would just assume it's a generational thing. My generation already kind of understood that and went through it already and had a whole thing with that and picked up on it. I would imagine it's kind of Gen Z rolling through and starting to pick up on that themselves a little bit. And it's probably going to keep repeating. I don't think that's ever going to stop. A lot of this stuff that we've been talking about here today, I don't think any of this stuff is going to stop. It'll be generation to generation. It's just going to keep happening, but once again, it's probably why it's important to kind of talk about these things. At least there's room there. There can be an understanding kind of made. People can figure it out a little bit better. I am regretting trying to make myself burp earlier. My stomach feels really horrible from trying to do that. Thank you, Taco Goon, for $10. They said, can we have a media night? We can submit YouTube videos, obviously screened and no refunds, to raise funds. It can be like a once a month or bi-monthly. I mean, there doesn't even need to be money that comes with any of that. Something like that would be really fun to do. The only reason we haven't been doing stuff like that is because all these platforms hate that now. Twitch doesn't like a lot of that, even though they were more open to it in the past. We could probably still swing it over there. I've never had them go after me for anything. Like when I was watching old videotapes. I mean, the craziest one I've still done, I watched the Amazon union busting video. We watched that over on Twitch, and I was making a lot of really spiteful comments about Amazon, and that didn't even get taken down, so maybe they would still be cool with it. Maybe they're still open to the idea of it. They wouldn't be against it or anything. Twitch staff has been really friendly to me. Even if they can only do so much because Amazon is kind of a problem, They never went after me, at least, for anything that I had been streaming. We used to watch old VHSs, but that was why we wanted to set up a personal page, so we could just watch stuff and not have to worry about rules or anything, and just do a stream and just leave it at that. Not for the idea of, ooh, this should be a replacement, but more so just, here's a place to go do things where you don't have to worry about all this other stuff. You don't have to worry about a bunch of random people from the platform coming over and just kind of, like, having issue, maybe, because it's not the thing that they wanted to come and find, and they got recommended for whatever reason. It doesn't have to be a thing of, there's too many rules and guidelines that you have to follow, and now something got automatically muted for no reason. It doesn't have to be any of that. It doesn't even have to be like what happened with our Halloween stream. That we were streaming something that we even looked into it and everything. It should have been completely fine, and they took the stream down anyways just to get back to me later to say there was no problem with it. I would love to do media streams like that. Oh my god. Maybe more than video game streams, if you want me to be honest, because that's a side of myself you guys don't get to see a lot of, only because of how these platforms function. Video collecting and trading was a big thing for me when I was younger. I love, like, VHSs. I was a super big fan of, like, TV Carnage, Everything is Terrible. I love old video stuff. I would be, like, thrilled to go and do stuff like that, but like I said, that's the issue. It's the platforms. They're not going to be cool about it. They're going to make that into an issue. But, once this puzzle game is up, and once we've got more kind of figured out with Trick or Treat, we can start rolling into that, getting that up. Because it wasn't the most of a priority over the winter break, because we started just realizing, like, you know, ultimately, we're going to be working on a big game project this year and everything, too. Well, it's great to have as a side website. At the same time, too, it would be a thing that would still take a little more work. We still need to design a page for it. I've actually shown it to a few friends, and we've done some tests with it. We do have it working. It's just I needed to come up with a proper layout for it, and I needed to ensure stream stability, because I've had some weird issues with it based on what browser is watching it. But, yeah, it's something I'd love to do. If anyone could figure out a good way of doing that, we would love to do videotape streams or something. Just go through our collection and put a bunch of stuff on and just kind of go through anything that we found. It was something that we used to do on Twitch. We would watch a lot of old videos that we had, or we'd just watch old videos in general. But someone said we could submit YouTube videos. That I don't know if I would be as interested in. Old videotapes are really fascinating because you have no idea what you're going to run into and just how insane they can get. YouTube videos, it's going to kind of just be a thing of like, that would just be basic kind of reactions, and it's probably not going to be as engaging. I'm not a big fan of where a lot of YouTube content is at these days. I have a really hard time finding things I want to put on. So, yeah, maybe not with that, but we would love to watch old videos. If there's a way to go about doing that, that would be something really fun to do. I thought you was making a streaming service just for yourself. No, that was what I did. I was setting up a website for it. I could go, maybe I post a screenshot at least of it over to like Blue Sky later. Like I said, it's all set up. It was about still finishing up the layout for it because it has accounts. You can register an account. It has a chat that's built into it. I was trying to get it working so it could be functional on mobile, too, because a lot of people just use mobile at this point, and that was kind of the issue. We still need to finish up some art assets for it, but it's also, it needs to be able to run on, like, any browser just fine, and that's been a little bit of a problem. Because I don't know what the hell the deal is, but the Google Chrome app that exists on phones is, like, dog shit. I'm really, like, honest to God, shocked. Because it's reminding me of being younger doing web design where it's like, are you fucking kidding me again? Are we really doing this? Are we doing the thing where it's like working with Internet Explorer that you basically have to come up with your own style sheet just for that browser? But it is getting into that territory. All the other mobile browsers I tested the website with, it worked just fine. But when I tested it on the Chrome browser, the text was way too big, it was ignoring certain tags that I had in the CSS, and I don't know what the hell is the deal with it. I know it's based off Safari, I think, from what I read into, but yeah, something weird is going on there. So that's why it wasn't me trying to prioritize it as hard over the winter. I ended up figuring, you know, it's probably a little bit better that we get to that when we don't have so much in front of us. Trick or Treat is going to be a big thing that we're going to really be prioritizing this year. And these streams are already goof-around streams anyways. If we're going to be streaming over there, we'd probably want to open up on a big like VHS stream or something. It's probably going to be still coming within the next few months, I would say. But it's not something I'm going to be sitting down with actively at the moment just because we have kind of enough that we're balancing in and juggling. This puzzle game is a thing I'm going to be posting kind of soon, and I feel like that's a little better than just getting that page going. At least that's something that everyone can have some fun with for a little bit, and then I could work on the page, because then people have, you know, kind of a fun thing while I'm working on the page. But, yeah, that was the thing with it, is trying to get that going. And I don't know, I don't work with mobile a lot. My phone is ancient at this point, that's part of the issue as well. I guess I could just talk to somebody on that one, but I don't really know anybody who does web design stuff. That's always kind of been an issue with the things that we make and do. I don't really have anywhere I can talk to people about these things. When I'm doing game stuff, I don't really have anyone that I talk to about doing game stuff. If there's like coding related stuff that I'm kind of struggling with, I just have to kind of sit there and figure it out in a lot of cases. So that's why this mobile browser thing, I've been having a hard time figuring out what on earth is wrong with that Google Chrome browser on Android phones. I'm going to have to see what's up with it, because that seems to be a common browser a lot of people use too. So that's not going to be excusable that it doesn't work right in some browsers. Yeah, no, I agree on that. Someone said Chrome is basically just the new age Internet Explorer. No, it totally is. It's becoming more and more of a hassle to use. Google's trying to get more and more control over it. And CSS happens to break on it more than it used to compared to other browsers. When I was doing the Summer Resort game, there were certain things I had to do with it because only Google Chrome would have issues because HTML5 has some inconsistencies between browsers, which that really sucks. At least with Flash, you didn't have to worry about that so much. That is an issue with HTML5. It's not consistent between browsers, and that is awful. How do you do that? Imagine buying an N64 game, but on your N64, actually half of the script in the game doesn't work. So you can't long jump in Mario 64, and you only have a double jump now. That's what it's kind of like. And then your friend actually has access to everything, but then your other friend, because he bought a really old N64, he got it when it first came out, his game doesn't even let you run in it, and Mario can only walk. It feels like that. It's like a total headache to have to deal with. Would you accept German submissions? We have a bunch of VHS recordings of TV commercials at home I'd like to digitize. That sounds interesting. I'd be into that. We have some tapes that have, like, footage of old Japanese television broadcasts and, like, commercials and stuff. No, that would be great. I'd be really interested in that. It'd be fun to watch. Commercials across the world would be cool. It'd be really interesting, especially if you did like a supercut that you hop between a whole bunch of different regions and kind of see the differences between like how marketing is handled. Could be something pretty fascinating. Japan's got some pretty good old ads, I remember. There's some really good stuff. I mean, deep in the reeds, if we're gonna do something like that, that's especially, like, even harder to keep up. On Twitch, we did used to watch videos on there, but that was the catch. I never saved any VODs because I knew that would be a problem if I did. It seemed like it had to be momentary for something like that because of what the content is. If it was at least on our own website, though, that was already kind of the plan, is just hosting a lot of stuff over there. Speaking of which, I need to do that. After the puzzle game is out, remind me before the end of the month that I should probably go upload Teddy Bear to our website. I've been meaning to post that. I was gonna make specifically a page of just lots of video stuff of like things that we couldn't host over here on YouTube or Twitch, but yeah, at least for now, I probably should just go upload the file so people can at least go grab it and watch it. We wanted to have some of that available. The Cum Scoundrel, because a lot of other channels are very large with big communities and probably have connections with the platforms themselves, so they have a lot more safety given. For example, I played Space Channel 5 on stream here, and immediately after finishing my stream, I got demonetized completely by YouTube. Not that I was running ads on my stuff anyways. The only reason I cared about that was that I was hoping I could disable ads so nobody had to see them, but then they forced it as a feature anyhow. But yeah, I'm not in a position like that. I don't have, like, anyone I know on the inside with any of these websites, and I'm not connected in any of these communities either. So if anything did go wrong, I'm not going to have anyone who would necessarily, like, be there to try to say somebody to, like, a higher-up position. We'd probably just be completely fucked at that point. So that's why it's not a surprise that larger people can do a lot of this stuff. If anything did go wrong, there's a lot of backup they would have, and there would be a lot of people working on these platforms that also would probably just be there for them. Of a Japanese show that Rodney Greenblatt did art for. I wonder what that would be. Rodney did a lot of stuff, though. I brought it up on a previous stream. You can go see it through Flashpoint. Nickelodeon used to have little Shockwave games up. I wonder what's going on upstairs. There used to be old Shockwave games that Nickelodeon hosted that were called Clickamajigs, that were just little toys. They didn't really have much to them, just some animations and sounds you could trigger. But Rodney did all of them, and they're funny. Some of them are really entertaining. Some of them don't have much to them, but some of them are really fun. Man, I'd love to see more from Rodney. Someone remember, they just said, I'm a little road stinker. Yeah, road skunk doesn't have a lot to it. I like the little skunk song, though. And it also doesn't run right on modern operating systems. When you hold left or right in that one, it's supposed to scroll at a much slower rate. When you play that one on a new computer, the game is like running 5,000 times faster than it should. Sorry, there's a very long, extended answer to what you had suggested. Yeah, we would love to do video streams. And, well, I've had a page kind of sitting here this whole time. That's been the issue, is formatting the CSS to be sure that I can run on mobile devices just fine. The other issue is, this is a Google Chrome only problem, I don't know why it happens. When I did a test stream, the player kept skipping back and forth and messing up like crazy. I'm not sure why, because when I tried the video player in Firefox, I didn't have any issues. When I tried in other browsers, no issues at all. But in Chrome, for whatever reason, the video player, the basic-ass just HTML5 video player, was acting really weird with the stream. So that's another thing I'd have to fix. There's little tiny bugs that I'd have to see what's going on here and why it's happening, and it's only this stupid browser doing it. It's a thing we'd like to do. It's a thing that would still take some time to do. And it's a thing that we're going to schedule in when we can really schedule it in, just because we are juggling quite a bit right now. But I'll at least give you guys a promise on that one. When that page goes live, that's what we'd love to do immediately. First stream over there, it would be fantastic to just hook up the VCR and watch some old videotapes. Thank you, Vigard Jensen, $20. I said, I recently rewatched Evangelion and Aviva after Not seeing it in almost 9 years. I have such a deep appreciation of the movie now that I'm 25, saw for the first time at the age of 14. It was a very formative experience. Yeah, I wonder what it would be like if you were a lot younger taking in Evangelion, because that was the thing. I had seen Evangelion since I was younger. I think the first time I watched it, I was like, oh man. Was I like 9 or 10 or something? Man, when did those tapes come out? Let me see. Evangelion. When were the VHS releases? $1996. Okay, so yeah, I was probably like 7 or 8 watching that, actually. And yeah, I didn't understand a lot of it because I was a tiny little kid. Then Toonami, I remember, re-aired it briefly, and it made a little more sense, but some of it was still a little bit confusing. And then eventually, you know, I've watched it so many times. I really like Evangelion, but, you know, the older I got, eventually I was like, okay, no, this all makes total sense now. You kind of have to be at a certain point. A lot of it isn't going to make so much sense to you if you're obviously just a little kid. You're just going to be thinking about robots and there's violence, and you're going to be shocked by some visuals because you don't really know what anyone's talking about, and you're probably tuning it out because you're a little kid anyways. The dialogue isn't going to mean a lot. I remember it being such a common discussion, like anime communities too, because they're all looking for stuff like Violence Jack or something. They want intensity and violence, but then, man, why is this main character so whiny when it's like, that's the point? It's a whole thing about depression. That's kind of the point. I haven't seen those new dubs, though. I don't know what they did with it. But man, it was weird. Anime was really weird back at that time. It was just starting to catch on over here, and the reason it was just starting to catch on was there were some shows getting success, like Dragon Ball Z was becoming popular over here, and like Sailor Moon was getting big, but people started doing this weird thing, and I blame manga entertainment for it, how they used to like package a lot of their stuff. They would have like KMFDM playing and everything, and show like a supercut of like hardcore visuals of people getting like maimed in different anime. They're trying to sell, like, oh, it's alternative animation. That's all like Akira. Japanese animation is all about hardcore violence and sex. There's sex. It's cartoons with sex. Where it's like, that's not what it all is, though. Yes, that exists, sure, but no, that's not literally all of anime. And I would imagine that's why something, sorry, like Evangelion, with a character like Shinji, why you probably had a lot of anime fans who we're old enough to understand it, getting into a position of, why is he so annoying? Why is he so whiny? I just want to see fights. Kind of reminds me of The Party, the guy in the corner going, I wish I was at home right now. Where it's just like, man, take in the thing that you're looking at. Stop it. But it happened to a lot of stuff. People were coming in with an expectation and kind of just ignored what they were being presented with if it wasn't hitting what they wanted. And that's why you got weirder discussions coming off that too. You have everyone doing the whole thing about who's the best girl in Evangelion, where it's like, I don't know, the one who's been like cloned repeatedly and is being used to, you know, die over and over again? Or are you talking about the one that completely ends up shutting down and just wants to die by the end of all of it? Which girl? Which tortured girl do you prefer? Yeah, that's kind of a weird thing to think about it with, but all right, I guess that's what you were thinking about. Which one of these vulnerable, broken girls could I date? Oh, baby. Okay. I love that they even have that at the end of it in the original final episode, that he imagines like an alternate timeline where it's just playing like a generic slice of life anime, kind of like it's just punching at anyone who would think of it that way. Fine, here, we'll present it to you and how fake this is and how this doesn't match like the reality of the story. But yeah, it happened with Fooly Cooly. When Fooly Cooly was first airing, I think that was like 2003 or something, that was airing on Adult Swim. People loved it, but didn't understand a single goddamn thing about it. You could talk to so many people about it, and they would just be like, it's funny, man. Like, it's like moving a lot, and it's like loud, and it's like funny. But if you tried to get into like, oh, what's it about? They'd be like, it doesn't mean anything, man. It's just like, it's random. Like, you know, it's really funny. Yeah, like Fully Cooley is like funny and all, but no, there's a story there. There's the reason for the dialogue. It's kind of weird that I figured it would be a story that would have resonated with a lot of people over here, especially with people going through like teenage angst and like growing up and everything. But it didn't really resonate. People didn't pick up on what it was about initially. It took some time, and people did. And people were like, oh, hey, wait, it's actually a really cool like coming-of-age story. Oh, no, Fully Cooley is fantastic, but that was kind of the issue. And it doesn't help that Adult Swim wanting a sequel for ages and then finally getting it, and it just kind of being forgettable and kind of missing the point because it didn't really need a sequel. Kind of like how when they came back for Big O, they just wanted, like, immediately to throw out what the original plotline was about and said focus on more robot fights. It seemed like they didn't really care or understand any of it either. They were just trying to prioritize what they figured like a kind of a generic anime crowd of the time would have wanted over here in the West. But, yeah, I don't know. Evangelion was kind of subject to that, people whining about Shinji, and happened with Fully Cooley where it wasn't complaining about Naota or something. Some people didn't even know that was his name. They kept hearing the nickname and just thinking that was actually his name, when no, that's supposed to be in reference to his brother, which is why he was being nicknamed that. But and wordplay that is very literally translated out of Japanese that might not make sense to people in some cases too. There's a lot of references in there that probably weren't going to make sense to an American audience back at the time. That's what's weird about it as a dub. It's actually very accurate with a lot of stuff in it. Even some of the jokes and like wordplay that doesn't really carry over. But that's kind of cool about it as a dub. They tried to get voices actually pretty close for most of the cast. Not everybody, but some of them are pretty on point. It's not a bad dub. It's one of the better ones I can think of. I don't tend to enjoy dubs. I usually want to see the original like artist intention, not someone kind of coming in and trying to change it around to make it work for a different region. But yeah, it's not a bad one, Fully Cooley. It's very good. It's one that I come back to pretty often. Someone said, I'm glad someone understands that not all stories need sequels and they can just be one-offs. I mean, that's not a popular opinion to hold if you're trying to work within, like, these areas is the thing. Especially if you're doing television, the expectation for television is, can you figure out how to run something forever? Oh, you concluded a storyline? Come up with another one. You got another season going. People are thinking about the viability of a franchise, and I would assume, once again, that's why Adult Swim was thinking of it that way. They were just thinking to themselves, hey man, that Fully Cooley thing did really well, so like, give us more of it? Oh, no, it was... Actually, that wasn't the point. I don't care. Give us more of it? No, you're not hearing me. That wasn't the point. What I'm hearing is people really like it, and it had robots, so if you made another one, like, it would do well. We could get, like, the Pillows to have a concert for it and everything to promote it. And we could, like, get, like, more toys and models and stuff going. That's why it took them so long to finally get that sequel. Because, no, they said no over and over again. They did not want to do that sequel. I forget who it was from the original team that they eventually got in there that said yes to it. When it was, like, somebody who was on a position that wasn't completely at the top. And it was just because of how things kind of fell back and what hands it fell into and just how that all ended up, like, going about. That's also why they didn't go through the same studios when making those sequels either, which, by the way, that was a big part of it. You had so many different animators. You had so much talent on there. Fully Cooley is in so many different art styles. It really works great as an OVA. It didn't need more. And you know what is kind of goofy about it, too? The full ending didn't air on Adult Swim. The final episode has a final shot during the credits where it shows Haruko going back into space. They took that out when they aired it over here. I noticed it, and it bothered me, because it's like, are you doing that just because either you guys are lazy and you have one credits roll that you just keep using, but more likely, did you do this because you don't want it to feel like it's over? You need to give room as if like there could be a follow-up for whatever reason? Space Dandy was really big, and when they were coming in on that, the dub is really goofy, enough so that animators that worked on Space Dandy were kind of upset about how they changed the script when the first episode aired, which I agree with them on. I wasn't very big on the Space Dandy dub. They were working memes into it. They kind of misunderstood some of the characters a little bit. But really, my big thing with the Space Dandy dub, why I just couldn't get behind it was, man, what was that intro? What did they do? the original opening for Space Dandy is fantastic. So is the ending. I love the ending. They just picked random songs off of the soundtrack and just did a super cut of footage, and it's like, what is this? Are we in 1999 again? It was really weird to me that they did all of that. But that just seems to be how they treat anime. They don't seem to really value it that much in a lot of cases, and they're kind of just looking at it as a product. Space Dandy was a lot of fun, by the way. I really liked it. But that whole, like, simultaneous broadcast thing was really weird to me, because I would watch it in English and then watch it in Japanese, and almost every single time it was just like, man, I kind of just want to watch it in Japanese. Maybe I don't need the English side of this. I'm getting a lot more out of this just watching it the way it was originally produced and having, you know, like I said, having that ending, too. Having the opening and ending. Why would you want to lose that? I don't think anyone could legitimately make an argument why that would be a good thing to get rid of. It's just you got used to the other opening and ending, and because it's familiar, I guess that's more comfortable when overwhelmingly more effort went into the other two. And that they're great songs. They're really fun. But, yeah, with Space Dandy, if no one ever watched it in Japanese, I would highly recommend it. If you like Space Dandy, you might end up enjoying it more. Maybe you don't like reading subtitles, I guess, could be the problem, but it's got a lot more personality going for it. It's got a lot more zazz. It's got a lot more, really working for it. And it's true. I forget, I think it was literally the first episode that one of the animators that they had made that post complaining about the dub. It was, I know the specific scene. It's that Dandy goes to a place that's supposed to be like Hooters, and he's talking to one of the waitresses there, and he's trying to gloat to her about what his job is, and that he says it starts with a certain letter. And in the Japanese version, she's thinking of words to throw it back at him in an insulting manner intentionally, just to prove that while she may look ditzy or like an airhead, she's not, and that she actually looks down on him. And from what I remember in the English dub, they kind of ruined that as a joke, and actually just more genuinely made her look like she was an airhead. And already that's like, yeah, you're kind of missing the point of this a little bit if you're going to start doing stuff like that. But I remember in a later episode at one point he goes, oh man, the feels! And it's like, I don't need that, that's okay. I get it. I'm sure that'll resonate with somebody, but I just want to hear what the original writers had in mind. That's okay. So I'm not going to hold it against people if they prefer that version of it, but at the same time, it's like, you might be interested to see it in Japanese. You might have some fun with that. Someone said, I forget how many Americans only watch dubs. It's weird to me. It is very weird to me, because I figure baseline logic here. If you want to see what the original intended storyline was, and the original production that they had in mind, and everything that the original team was doing, very obviously you would just watch it subtitled, because you get the voice actors that they decided to choose. You get the line deliveries that they went with. You get the soundtrack that sometimes gets cut out of US releases, so you know what kind of mood they were trying to establish. You're ultimately just going to get what the original experience was supposed to be if you're going to be watching it subtitled. The only thing that could be different is the subtitles maybe are not very accurately translated, which, I mean, people used to do that a lot. You would include the word shit over and over again. Oh, shit, you fucking bastard, you do that kind of thing, where it's like, they're not even swearing, but you added that in for, like, to spice it up, I guess. Sometimes people do things like that, but, yeah, I don't know. Dubs are really weird to me. I would imagine it's because a lot of people would say, I want to have it on the back, but some of these stories are not really stories that are there to be in the background. I could never imagine myself, for example, watching Paranoia Agent in a way where it's in the background and I'm tuning out almost everything that's happening, and then I look over, oh, I guess there's a giant monster now or something. Yeah, there was a whole storyline, there was symbolism. Some of this stuff is going to be a little bit hard to kind of just binge watch and do it in this way where you're not really paying attention to it. But I know that that's the argument partially for dubs. At least you can hear it, you don't have to read it, so you don't have to fully concentrate on it. But then if that's the case, you're not fully getting what it is either. And for some of these, there's stories being told, and there's like an emotional core. Aw, man, Diggly, don't even remind me of that. Metarot in Japanese legitimately is so fun. It is so good. The characters are really entertaining. The animation is fantastic in some episodes. Like, god damn, it was such a pleasant surprise going and watching it when we did. I don't know if it's all on YouTube anymore. I'm going to imagine it got taken down now. But yeah, we were watching all of it, and I loved it from like beginning to end. It was so much fun. And it understood even what it was trying to be a little bit. They had an episode where it was making fun of parents responding to it, as if like they had seen how Pokemon was getting a response, and were already kind of preemptively throwing in a little thing with that. They had so much fun with it. But, oh my god, meta bots? When they brought it over here, they didn't even try. They gutted it. Half the episodes don't even exist. They just did away with them. They would remove scenes, and you could tell. They would have a visual where it would just show like a static card on screen, and that was what you do to fill up time. You cut a bunch of scenes out, so now you have to throw something like that on screen, so it makes up for any of the time that you chopped out. In a lot of cases, dubs were just, you're watching a weird, neutered version of the thing. You're watching something that took out a lot of the story, a lot of the characters, and tried to just work in like puns and jokes, so at least it's like more of a comedy thing, I guess. And then also the theme song had to be replaced with like a generic rock song, so that way you think it's like hardcore and cool and you'll want to buy a toy line. That happened to a lot of series when it came to dubbing. And it's improved over the years, kinda. Shaky. Some places absolutely did not improve. Some places did. But like I said, I would never go for dubs over subtitles. Especially how these things get treated as a business and how it is as an industry. You just get some really weird results out of that. Someone said, on the other hand, people try to throw their hat into the ring despite knowing zilch about Japanese, and they end up spreading misinformation about the writer's original intent. Oh, I would say that's what dubs are typically doing. Dubs mislead people into thinking that that script that you just watched, having a line like in Dragon Ball Z where they go, "Whoa, Mondo cool." Yes, Mondo cool. That wasn't, believe it or not, that wasn't in the Japanese script. They don't say Mondo cool. But no, people get that interpretation. People, like, actually get that as an impression. They grew up with it, they're familiar with it, and now they're kind of confused by it. Digimon can do that for people. Digimon's very jokey in the US version. A lot of music that's just kind of, like, not as interesting as I would say as the Japanese music. There's a lot of variety. There's a really memorable soundtrack in the Japanese one. It's kind of just more generic, like, orchestrated stuff in the US version, but yeah, it's mostly about puns and jokes, and a lot of the actual, like, heart of the series is kind of thrown off to the side. It's still there, but it's absolutely not as prevalent. And that's the thing is, if you're going to get into people changing around what they think these people are intending on, that's not really coming through the subtitles. That seems to be more so like community discussions where you'd be seeing that. Unless it's like those subtitles, like notes that they put in, where they have to explain like a joke or a reference to something. Sometimes that could maybe come through. But often when I see subtitles, they might not even put those notes in, and when they do, it tends to be around like a pun being made, or a reference to like a celebrity. I don't tend to see notes that say, actually what the creator was intending on with this scene was a commentary on this instance, because in the past they had made comments about this, and this is actually something that had deeply like frustrated them. I don't tend to see that kind of thing with subtitles. Maybe there's different subtitles that I haven't been like, I don't know, using or something where they get into that, but like I said, that's like a community thing. That's not really a subtitle thing. Oh, Timmy the Turtle, like I said, yeah, if that's where it's kind of coming from. No, people do that all the time. Oh my god, the anime scene right now. Like, video games are really hard to have a discussion within, but oh my god, with anime, like, good luck. Anime is a scene where it's gonna get, like, really weird, really intense, and you're gonna be, like, bumping against some people that have really warped perspectives about the world around them. Where they're gonna be basically fictionalizing every last thing that they can about the things that they took in because they want it to be the thing they want it to be. No, I've been seeing a lot of that where it comes to, like, community side of things. I've been seeing people say why it would be a good thing to have AI take everything over. I've been seeing a lot of weird stuff that comes out of all of that. And then people making things up about the developers on, like, games, trying to speak for Japanese developers, or trying to speak for, like, the creators of, like, certain series, like mangas and everything, speaking for them, and it's not actually accurate. No, I've seen plenty of that. I saw it happening with One Piece a while back. But that's not the subtitles doing that. That's just a community acting within bad faith. And by the way, half of that community is probably watching it with dubs anyways, and still hopping into all of that. There could be some interesting cases, though. I didn't really like Ultimate Muscle, but Ultimate Muscle actually ended up doing better over here than it did in Japan. It actually kind of flopped over in Japan, which is weird, because Kineku Man's so popular. But yeah, it didn't do well over there. Some of it got produced actually for over here because it ended up working out better. So that's kind of an odd one. I imagine it's just because it was also one of the first things within the Foxbox lineup, though. So that probably helped it a little bit. Had some game tie-ins, too, but yeah, that can happen. Sometimes the stuff over here can just work out better, like it goes over better here. That's a fun one to me, is that Big O, when they made it, they actually didn't expect people in Japan were going to like it at all, and their hope was just that Americans were going to really like it, and that's actually kind of what happened. Wasn't a major success over in Japan, but yeah, it worked out great when it was on Toonami, and that's what I can at least say with Big O. Yeah, the stuff that they ordered later isn't so hot, but man, when it first started, going back to it again, because Julian didn't really get to see a lot of it, and we rewatched some of it like a couple years back, I think. It was super fun, beginning to end. I loved watching it again. I really, really, really enjoyed it. Rare example, too, in an anime where you get to see more mouth flaps than usual, where it's not just open and closed or like a middle state. No, there's actual like proper mouth movement. That was pretty cool to see. I always appreciate when that kind of thing is done. Satoshi Kon would do it all the time, because that was all about like making people expressive. Man, I miss him. Someone said, I don't think new Kineku Man is doing so hot either. I know it exists. I haven't looked into it. Maybe I should. Someone said, Roger Smith is better than Batman. Roger Smith isn't really Batman anyways. And Roger Smith is also a very flawed character, which is something I like about him. He acts very hot-headed, and he acts like he's above situations, where actually he's kind of the bottom of a lot of situations. There's still a lot that's confusing to him, and sometimes he acts very arrogant or overly confident. I like that he's not just the perfect cool guy. This is Toshikon's fantastic. Like, one of the best, I would say. I was really sad when he ended up dying. Well, anyways, I think we've been doing a pretty lengthy talk stream here, and I would say this was more than enough to make up for the fact that the PlayStation broke today, hopefully. So, I'll finish reading these and we'll wrap up, because I get too lost in these conversations a lot anyhow. That's not new to anybody, obviously, because if people don't even remember at this point, we talked about all this because Vigard Jensen actually had donated to talk about Evangelion. But yeah, no, that was at least an interesting discussion, and it kind of reminded me, I should look into that new Kineku Man. I kind of forgot about it. I'm very familiar with the original Kineku Man, which is really weird to me as a series, too. Started as like an Ultraman parody, and then transforms into a wrestling series out of nowhere, and then the comedy beats start leaving as time goes on, and becomes a little more dramatic, too. Really weird that it was kind of finding its footing, and it wasn't really sure what it wanted to be initially, and then kind of fell into it as time went on. But I had a lot of fun with Kineku Man. I really liked it. I was entertained by it. But yeah, like I said, Ultimate Muscle, when that came out over here, I wasn't really into that, because obviously it's a 4Kids dub. That's all right. But I kind of imagine in Japanese it wouldn't quite be as interesting either, because just how it looked visually, I don't know, it's not as charming to me. There's something about older anime that I really like about what kind of expressions they draw, how messy sometimes the line art can be, but in like a fun way. There's kind of a certain look to it, depending on what time period it came out within. That's something that I really like about the original Kineku Man. There's also plenty with the original Kineku Man why it's a franchise that's always going to be a little bit hard to maintain its viability, considering what characters are in there and what kind of things that they went for. Brocken is going to be a little bit hard to sell to people as an idea. Well, maybe not to a lot of Americans at this point, but still. I get why it's also kind of a tricky one for people to approach. But I'd be interested. I'd be curious to see what they did with like a new Kaneko Man thing. Although someone said it's Netflix only, and that's already a roadblock for me. I don't have Netflix. I don't plan on getting it. Stone Ocean I had to watch with other people, because at least they had it. Which I hope Steel Ball Run is not going to be a Netflix thing. I really hope not. Steel Ball Run is the one I've been waiting a long time for. Ever since JoJo got turned into an anime, I was like, I can't wait for Steel Ball. I'm really excited to see when they get to that point. I would want to hope it's the one that would be given like the biggest budget or something, but I kind of feel like it's not going to, especially the state of the world right now and where so much is going. It would be so lame if they had to like have cutbacks happen to it or something. But thank you, Kyber132, for $3. They said, "Hey, I hope you and Julian are well. I remember you talked about people who acted like Cartman. I just remembered I knew people back in high school. I was in year 8, so this was 2007, who acted like Stewie Griffin and Peter Griffin. That doesn't surprise me. Family Guy, I remember, was really, really, really popular at that point, too. No, I knew a lot of people who were, like, watching it in between classes on, like, the school computers, Family Guy. And it's true. No, I knew some people trying to imitate that as well. Not Peter. I didn't know anyone who was trying to be like Peter Griffin necessarily, but I knew people who were trying to act like Stewie, to some degree. Because yeah, that was a talk from a previous stream. If people weren't here for that one. We talked about it because there was a recent discussion I had seen with a bunch of people getting into how they knew people when they were younger who watched South Park and said that they wanted to be like Cartman, or they thought of themselves like a Cartman. And that was supposed to be a positive statement. But the discussion that we got into was, I can see where that's coming from, though, because Cartman might have started out as a whiny little brat, and he was really easily unlikable. He was incompetent. He was annoying. Everyone made fun of him. As the show went on, they tried to do this thing of him being twisted and badass, and it's like, once you hit that territory, you're not doing the same thing anymore. Making him eat some kid's parents is where you've now crossed the line into, okay, whoa man, Cartman's like tough. And we talked about it too, Cartoon Wars as an episode. You wouldn't have that scene with Bart Simpson, where Cartman has to say how he's so much cooler than Bart Simpson. You wouldn't do stuff like that if obviously, like, people who are making this show don't really feel like Cartman is the butt of things anymore. It wasn't a surprise to me that so many people were starting to act like, hey, I want to be like Cartman. Cartman makes people laugh, and I want to be funny, so I'm going to be like Cartman. But it was alarming hearing just how many people knew people like that. And I was surprised by it. I knew a few people who did do that. Specifically, there was one person I could really think of who was doing that when I was in school. He would bring it up all the time, the Cartman thing. Like, constantly. And people were annoyed with him. They didn't like him. They were very irritated with him and found him to be annoying. But he didn't care because he thought that was a sign of power that he was annoying everybody, because that's what Cartman does. So it was weird hearing from so many people that was apparently common. That a lot of people knew people who said that they were like Cartman or wanted to be like Cartman. And I imagine still to this day, Matt and Trey would say Cartman is not good or cool and you're not supposed to like him. But once again, why even do things like that then? Why do the thing about killing the parents and cooking them in the chili and even having a final scene in the episode where Stan and Kyle have to go, whoa, don't mess with Cartman. He's a badass. Having a thing later on with Bart Simpson. All these instances. He's so successful in so many episodes. He's able to get his way in a lot of episodes. He completely, like, kind of drifted off the rails of where he had started. He's not the pathetic character that he once was. They have to force it in some cases. And the biggest sign that has kind of gone astray was having the recent episode where they get into the future and Cartman has, like, a positive future, but everyone else has a miserable future. And it's because of a thing that happened that they're able to undo so they can create a positive timeline again. And the only person who doesn't have a positive outcome is Cartman, because ultimately Cartman had been so rotten within his life, why would he be rewarded? Which made fans really angry, going, how dare you do that? Why did you punish Cartman? Where it's, once again, you just had to say, why did you punish Cartman? It's Cartman. if you're starting to side with him, what does that say about the character and where he's at this point? He's not the little, like, brat anymore. He's not the unlikable, annoying, like, whiny kid who's playing with dolls in his backyard. But, somebody even just said in the chat, bad people were outraged by that. No, I mean, it was weird. It really was weird to see that. People going like, I don't get it. Why is Cartman getting punished? It's Cartman. What on earth? Isn't the whole joke that no matter how messed up the stuff he does is, he's still 8? Where is that the joke? Yes, he's a kid, I guess. You can say that, but I don't think the point was ever supposed to be, despite all the messed up stuff he does, he's still a kid. He doesn't act like a kid. He doesn't do things that kids do. In some episodes, he's now, like, running a football team, or he's opening a complete, like, gigantic enterprise and business, and he's working with adults and being integrated as if he is an adult. More so, it's supposed to be Cartman, I guess, is very competent, and he's very, like, business-minded, and while he's an evil, horrible person, he's able to make things happen a lot. And they even had to have the one episode where they had to get into the idea of, like, oh, Cartman's right, but for the wrong reasons, and we're wrong for the right reasons. I think you'd probably bring in the guy from Futurama who would say that, okay, so Cartman is technically correct, which is the best kind of correct. Because it's like, yeah, what are we getting into with this? What are we doing? This was so straightforward before, why it's, if you're going to say that he's supposed to be like the Archie Bunker of the show and everything, and that you're not supposed to be, like, siding up with him, he's supposed to be an example of don't do this is bad behavior, why are you rewarding him as time goes on? Why are you starting to treat him like he is a badass? Once again, the chili eating thing, why did you have to focus on that so hard and go, whoa, what a twisted little badass he is? Why does it have to keep coming up? Why did it have to come up in response to Bart Simpson? You're right, Bart Simpson didn't try to murder somebody's parents and turn them into chili, South Park. What are you getting at with that? Is that like a good thing about your show, I guess? You seem to see it as one. No, it's really weird, but Flanderization happens. When a show runs for too long, things like that go on anyways, and I get the impression that the writing staff knows Cartman is a character that they're resonating more and more with as time goes on, without really wanting to admit that because of what you would be admitting to if you said that. Always kind of came off that way. Yeah, someone even just said, they sacrificed the character integrity because they thought the absurdity was funnier. It sure felt that way. And even then, the absurdity of it isn't always Cartman is being completely absurd. Sometimes it's Cartman understands the absurdity of a situation so well that he's able to exploit it, and ultimately that's why Cartman can be successful, in which case, where have we gone with this once again? If he's supposed to be Archie Bunker, and it's supposed to be, oh, he says, like, conspiracy theories, and he, like, says, like, he hurls, like, slurs out of people, and he's really, like, cruel, and he's mean to everybody, but he's also a whiny brat, and also he can't get his way, and he throws tantrums a lot, and gets punished a lot, and everyone looks down on him, and nobody actually likes him, and everybody makes fun of him all the time. There was a bit of a balance at the beginning, but like I said, those characteristics, all that stuff I just mentioned, isn't really there anymore. That left pretty long ago. He's not the same kind of character, and that's why with an episode like that, I don't agree with it. People going, why did Cartman get punished? That's wrong. No, he should be getting punished, but that's why that response happened. You've drifted so far away now that, no, there were a lot of people that felt like Cartman wasn't a character you were supposed to look down on. A lot of people were idolizing him and wanted to be him. So when you do something like that, they're siding with the bad guy, and it could be because they're just bad people and they're not picking up on that, but part of it can also be you might have done a bad job also convincing people he was a bad guy because they're laughing, they're enjoying his antics. So now do they dislike him? They're laughing and smiling along with him. It's kind of a weird thing that happened with all of that. Some of it's definitely unintentional, but some of it feels like a little bit intentional. They did see Cartman as, like, their answer to everybody else. Cartman is badass and cool, and South Park is the coolest show, and we're better than all of you. There was a brief mentality of that they were definitely holding on to. Hi. Oh my god. That is a big wad of dust. Don't breathe that in. Be careful. He was holding a gigantic ball of dust. Thank you, Zeztini, for $5.55. They said, what operating system do you prefer to use for game development and art? If Linux, what distros do you use? I don't use Linux because I also have to typically be accounting for operating systems and just PCs and makes and builds that I wouldn't be using, but I want to be sure that I can run on there. I hate how I am set up at the moment. I'm on Windows 11 and I fucking hate it. It is the worst operating system I have ever used in my life, hands down. I don't even have to make that a contest. Julian's only been using it briefly and I feel like he would agree. Julian.
Yes.
Do you feel like Windows 11 is the worst operating system you've ever used?
Yes.
Okay, well.
I like Windows. I'm nostalgic for Windows Vista.
And even that was notorious for how much people disliked it.
My point is that people said it was awful.
Yes.
And it was better.
Windows 11 is just fucking garbage. It is so goddamn terrible. It's Windows 10, except they broke a bunch of things in it and added all this new security shit and all this weird stuff for tracking and all these things to prevent you from trying to turn things off or mess with it in any way. And every time that they update it, it typically breaks something. They still haven't fixed it. If you go into a standby screen, it breaks all of your applications until you reboot. And sometimes it doesn't do much. It could be just something like, oh, the audio's kind of acting up, or oh, the color correction got weird, or oh, that's kind of odd. Little things like that. Sometimes it's, oh, it outright is choking and hiccuping unless I reboot, because it's doing something to fuck with the process. There's a lot of stuff wrong with Windows 11. It's never going to be fixed. It's never going to get to a point of being kind of usable. It's really fucking bad. And some of their updates have been bricking people's computers. Their recovery system fucking sucks. God damn. I could go on for hours how much I hate Windows 11. It is so fucking bad. The switch to Windows 10, everyone was dreading it. Myself included. I actually was kind of surprised by Windows 7. I wasn't thrilled about it using it when I had to. I was using XP as long as I could. But when I was on Windows 7, it's you know what? I was really nervous about this, but it's not as bad as I thought it was going to be. It definitely took some getting used to, but there's still a lot of openness and there's still a lot of control you get over it. Windows 10 was where it was starting to drift away a little bit, but it wasn't anywhere near as bad as what happened with Windows 11. Holy fucking shit. And with all the AI garbage, your start menu has fucking ads in it. Are you kidding me? What the hell? This is your built-in operating system? This is what it's doing to you? It's dog shit. It is garbage. I can't make any excuse for Windows 11. It is so fucking bad. But I'm using it because a lot of people are using it now. And if I'm going to be developing a game, I have to ensure that it's running on it. And I have to be sure it's not breaking, because some of my older game projects, I've run them on Windows 11, and it acts up on Windows 11 when it didn't on anything else. So, unfortunately, that's where that's kind of at, and it sucks. But yeah, hey, if we could get some great community projects going of maybe just revitalizing the use of older Windows operating systems, and nobody ever has to upgrade again because Microsoft has become as greedy as possible, and they're hoping to eventually get more and more control over your operating system and just looking in on what you're doing. Oh, that'd be great. All the Copilot shit is horrible. It's one of the worst things they could ever do. And they were trying to really make light of it, the fact that, hey, now you're connected, and you're sending information to them constantly about every last thing that you're doing. It sucks. It really does. But, at least I have that with it, I guess. At least I have a perspective of how things I make are going to run on other systems. But when I was younger, I remember I was using Ubuntu at the end of high school on one of my PCs for anything that I was trying to be, stable about running. And I had XP on my other machine when it came to playing games and everything. I wonder what that sound is. I'm hearing something vibrating. Oh, I'll go check on that. There's been a lot of noise. Isn't there something built into Windows 11 that would try to stop you from torrenting? Not sure about that one, because I don't even remember the last time I used a torrent. I hated how that got treated. Torrents are a really efficient way of downloading files because it breaks them into little tiny pieces, and that makes it so easy to download something quickly thanks to that. But that was what internet service providers were looking out for, was, are you taking advantage of your connection more than usual? If so, I bet you're doing something bad. And then you would have to have a call with your internet service provider and go, okay, what's going on? You were You were doing something. Yeah, what? You're downloading something you're not supposed to, and now you're going to need to install our software. No, there's no regulation on that. I never agreed to that. I'm not going to install tracking software on my computer. 2, the thing that I was downloading, by the way, was a completely legal file. There shouldn't have to be any issue here. I remember having to have that phone call like multiple times when I was younger, and eventually getting fed up. That's why whenever I'm using like Internet Archive, as nice as those torrent downloads could be sometimes, now I just don't want to take the risk, because it's like, am I going to get my internet service provider mad at me, even though I didn't do anything? Which I figured that was the whole point. Kind of bully people away from doing it more and more. But, I wouldn't be surprised that Windows 11 is doing stupid shit like that. All the Copilot stuff, they're trying to present you with surface-level positive, like, perks of it, but they don't exist. In truth, what it is your data collection now. You are here to contribute to their AI. DALL-E 3, that was coming through Bing and Microsoft. Do you want to keep adding on to that? Do you want your files potentially to be susceptible to that? Because, by the way, the built-in photo viewer in Windows 11, guess what? It has Copilot built into it. Oops. Some of that stuff might be, being sent over to their server, and now that's being collected for whatever they're doing with AI. What a horrible thing. What a terrible, awful, goddamn terrible, horrible, horrible, awful thing that they are doing. I can't stress it enough. Just fucking abysmal. So fucking bad. All these tech bros and companies right now are rushing ahead to be as inconvenient as possible and fuck with everybody as hard as they can and just say, fuck the consumer. We hate them. But goddamn, Microsoft with Windows 11 feels like one of the strongest attempts of that I've seen. Where they're just going, we fucking hate all of you and we don't care. Oh, you were getting so mad at us calling us a monopoly in the past? Well, Steve Jobs is gone now. We're here and we can do whatever the fuck we want to because you're on Windows, baby. It sucks. God, I hate it. It's why Julian has actually thought about switching potentially to Linux within the future. If we're doing game stuff, unfortunately, we need to be able to run on these like operating systems just so we can test stuff. It was actually why I bought the phone that I had like over a decade ago. I briefly did some stuff for iPhone, and you're only allowed to mess with that stuff if you also can run on a Mac to like even upload any of that or like do test runs through their like emulator on there, which that sucks. But yeah, I really hate this operating system. I really hate it, like with a burning passion. If there is something I absolutely fucking loathe at the moment, it is Windows 11. And by the way, a lot of software is being developed right now still are not thinking about Windows 11 because it is that bad that they're going, fuck it. Just keep developing for Windows 10. It'll be up to Windows 11 to fix its shit. We're not going to go and break our software for everything else just because they can't get their shit together. Someone said, I think I deleted Copilot before. You might not have. You might have thought you did. There's a lot that you have to do by going into registry, and even then, they try to make it a really big nightmare, because if you don't hit every last component of it, it tries to turn itself back on. They've been doing this for a while. Windows with their updates. You can disable it. Just kidding. No, you can't. You click disable, and that's a dummy button. It doesn't do shit. You turn off updates. Actually, updates are going to happen more frequently now, because you're trying to turn them off. God damn it, don't you do that. You have to go into registry, you have to fuck with your startup sequence, you have to go into every last fucking thing just to prevent it from doing that. I hate it so much. And it's all being done intentionally. This is not an accident. This is not, oops, we didn't mean to do that. No, this is all very intentional. This is, we really want to fuck over the consumer. Don't you dare do shit. We made your operating system and we control your machine. Don't you dare try to customize your experience and do what you want with it. The most anti-consumer approach I have ever witnessed with an operating system. Fuck Microsoft. Someone said I'm using a debloater. I don't care how much it screws up. No, it's a good move. As soon as we got Julian's new computer set up, I did a debloat with him. And not just a debloat. We did like 5 different debloats. We tried to really ensure we got every last bit of that gutted and stripped out, so it doesn't have to interfere and fuck with him while he's working. Sorry, I didn't want to go on a whole tangent there. Like I said, I could probably go for 2 hours on that one. And believe me, you guys have heard me on these streams. I could go for 2 hours. I could go on and on and on. As somebody who grew up with so many Windows operating systems, I could go on and on and on about just how fucking bad this is and how horrible of like a precedent that this sets for everybody else, how goddamn terrible this is about what they think about you as a consumer, what they think as you as someone who takes in their products, what they hope to do, how they hope to exploit people. I could go into all that, but I think I said enough at this point. We'll save that for a different time. I'll stick a pin in that one. If something bad happens to me with Windows 11, I'll probably get into it more. But fuck, I would never recommend it to anybody. If you have a choice to not go on Windows 11 right now, just don't. Don't fucking do it. There is no benefit for you. There is not a single one. And if it's the video card stuff that maybe it's not going to be able to run on older machines and there's like stuff that you have to take advantage of with that one, that's okay. You're going to be fine in a lot of cases. If you just have a really strong card that doesn't have to take advantage of anything in relation to this, don't worry about it. You should be fine in a lot of cases. Games don't tend to be pushing as hard as they used to with that kind of thing anyways, that you have to keep upgrading your PC the way that you used to. It's just not worth it. Windows 11 is just that fucking bad. It is not worth it. And I'm not kidding when I say it breaks things. It breaks like half of the things that it does. Basic functionality doesn't work. They have an option for setting your color correction. Just fucking kidding. No, it doesn't work. You boot up your computer and it doesn't even fucking run the thing. You have to go into menus to get it to activate arbitrarily, and then it turns itself off anyways, and it goes up and down with that. And it can also be the reason that your computer can crash. So just don't even use it. Don't use any of the built-in features. They could all break. They could all do something to you. There's weird incompatibilities. When Julian was trying to set up his Adobe suite again, because he actually was loyal with that. He hates Adobe, but he was still trying to at least properly get these softwares and everything and keep that going, and that's why he enjoyed what he had, because at least it's a full bundle there, and it was supposed to be, you can keep using this, it's not subscription-based. This is the last time that it wasn't subscription-based, and guess what? On Windows 11, doesn't fucking work. If you install it on Windows 11, it tries to install a specific driver that the system recognizes, gets really fucking angry about, and breaks itself and won't let you boot up anymore, so you basically have to get rid of everything. But good luck with that because of what the recovery process is, and also you need to have a key now. You want to recover your computer? You better have a connection to the internet, and you better have a key, otherwise some of these options are going to be closed off to you. You have to have a fucking Microsoft account now when you're starting up. It's so fucking bad. Anyways, we'll move on now. Thank you, thank you, Leia D. For $2, they said, I want to become a teacher so I could painfully kill memes and make them embarrassing to kids. That is a strong and noble goal, and I hope you can push forward on that one. More power to you. They said, today we're reading Catcher in the Rye. Holden was the first Sigma with no Riz. Yeah, that would probably do it. You need to keep doing it, not just once, though. Once you're going to have kids probably kind of giggle about it, go, oh, teachers cringe. And if they say it, if you could even hear under their breath that they say cringe, start going with that. Start going, ooh, cringe. I know a thing or two about cringe. Hey, remember, Ermagerd. Remember Ermagerd, everybody? Ermagerd. Do stuff like that. It'll just, like, really fucking make everyone feel embarrassed to be sitting there. Enough so where they go, I don't want to do this anymore. It's a thing that's kind of been lost at the moment, and it's probably a good idea to bring that back in, kind of swing it around and let people realize just how awkward and embarrassing sometimes these things are when it leaves their own mouths. I think that's why there's a value to, like, the dad joke approach. I do think there's something good that comes out of that. That and it's fun, and it's usually lighthearted anyways. But it makes people think a little bit more about the things that they're doing. Thank you, Ask for $10. They said, what are your thoughts on game soundtracks? What? What are your thoughts... Oh, sorry. What are your thoughts on games soundtrack? Will it be hard to obtain someday? I noticed some songs can only be accessed through Internet Archive. Also, what's the soundtrack you're playing on the background? Background music right now is the X-Band soundtrack, which was a little modem for Super Nintendo and Sega Genesis. And then eventually it was hard integrated into the Sega Saturn with a Netlink adapter that you could just play games online through your modem. And on the Saturn, you could just directly dial to an opponent, so it still works today if you got a phone line. But the original was so much cooler, and it's kind of what paved the way for Xbox Live. The original service was that you would come up with an account name, you would choose an avatar, and you could come up with like little messages that would appear, and you could go online and do matchmaking. You could play Super Nintendo games with matchmaking and play against players online. They had ranking systems, leaderboards. They had news that you could read. So they had like a virtual like game magazine that you could access. It was very basic, but still cool that they had all of that. So yeah, really fucking cool idea, but way too ambitious and ahead of the time. And just a lot of people weren't aware of it, and they didn't roll it out in a lot of places, so it didn't stick around for too long. It was really cool, though. And recently people have been getting it running again, which is really neat, but that's what the soundtrack is from. But in terms of soundtracks being harder and harder to find, at least if you have the games, there's always a way that you could be able to just dump it through there. Some really obscure soundtrack releases for certain games would be arcade games that never got home console ports, and they never had soundtracks or anything either anyways. So sometimes people would just have to run like an emulated version, which that's not going to work out correctly. Every arcade board that exists out there, there's a lot of different arcade hardware. A lot of people made their own custom hardware for their things that they were setting up. So audio emulation can always be really, really iffy when it comes to arcade games. For example, we've talked about that on stream. House of the Dead 1. All the arcade rip soundtracks that exist out there are not accurate. They sound really broken and weird because it's the Model 2 emulator. Only more recently did someone finally upload just rips from the actual arcade board. So if you ever want to listen to House of the Dead 1 soundtrack, you want to look up House of the Dead arcade hardware, and you'll probably get the results for it. But, no, that is a thing. And Nintendo starting that music app, I was only upset about that. I know people were getting excited because, like, oh, they finally made this stuff, like, available somewhere. Them rolling that out just tells me, expect them to start going after literally anything, even using a little bit of their music in the future. I'm going to assume by the time that the Switch 2 comes out, they're going to start doing that here and there. I mean, they went after Silva Gunner. And then people couldn't accept the fact that they went after Silva Gunner. Sorry, was it Gilvasunner? I said Silva Gunner. Silva Gunner sounds like the correct name to me, not Gilvasunner. Gilvasunner was the account they went after. That's the original. Silva Gunner's the parody account. But they went after Gilvasunner and took down almost everything. And people tried to say it was like a conspiracy and it wasn't actually Nintendo, but then YouTube responded themselves with a very direct response getting into it was from Nintendo. And the only thing that anyone was going off of was the copyright screen looked different than normally the copyright screens you see. Well, all that tells me is that's why it's a lot more legitimate then. No, why would Nintendo not do that? If you know anything about Nintendo, of course that would have been them behind it. They did the social media post where they said, what are your favorite Zelda songs? Everybody posted a bunch of them, and then all of them got taken down. And I don't even think, it's been too long now. Do you guys even remember the Nintendo Creator Program? They wanted to prevent you from doing Let's Plays of their games. They wanted to take full ownership of any footage from their games, and that you would have to basically contact them and make a deal with them to even be allowed to do any of that. And then it was so wildly unpopular that they went out on it, and they just backed out of it. Silently, too. They didn't want people to really make a big deal of it or notice it. But yeah, Nintendo's got a horrible history with that. So them starting a music app, get ready. Yeah, there's a lot of Nintendo soundtracks you enjoyed that you've still been hearing online. Eventually it's going to be forced over on there, and a lot of videos are going to get taken down. And not only that, it's going to probably start with raw uploads getting taken down. It's already been happening. Get ready for when it's just random, like, videos that have a snippet of the song, and now a bunch of old gaming content on YouTube just disappears with it. It's gonna start happening. I'm not looking forward to any of that. But I also get the impression people will make excuses for it when it happens, because they tend to with anything Nintendo does. So, I guess we'll see how that goes. I hope they don't go really hard with it, but I know that's why they got the music app going. It's gonna head there. So, just a matter of time. Someone said they would take your video down if you streamed the results screen from Splatoon. That music would get you a strike. No, probably. They used to be really stingy about that stuff. People were starting to protest back at the time when they did the creator program, saying, I'm just not going to ever play a Nintendo game again then. I can't show footage of it, I can't recommend these games, so why should I even play it? It started getting into that, and that's why they kind of backed down. But when a company backs down from a decision like that, keep that in mind. They're not doing that because it's like, oh man, I learned my lesson. I really shouldn't have done that. Companies only apologize or do stuff like that when they kind of knew they made a mistake, but their mistake was, oh man, people noticed. Well, we'll learn from this. We'll stop for now, but we'll figure out a better approach of doing this again in the future, and hopefully people won't notice. That's what it kind of means. So with that creator program backfiring, I figured in the back of Nintendo's mind this whole time, it's kind of been, well, how do we get control of all these other areas then? Maybe we can go after the music instead. And that's so Nintendo to me. Them trying to file lawsuits against Blockbuster back in the day, and it not really working out, and then having to, like, change it, that their lawsuit is now about the fact that there's instruction booklets. Oh, no, it's not about the games anymore, it's about the booklets. Oh, that didn't work either? No, it's not about the people who are showing gameplay footage, it's about, the music. That's just how they operate, so, yeah, get ready. And considering how much companies are getting, like, a stranglehold over... Sorry, I can't speak anymore, I guess because I've been going for so long here. But considering how much people have been getting, like, a stranglehold here, these companies are really fucking choking everybody out. Every service has become so goddamn inconvenient. Everything is just getting attacked. Everything's getting pounced on. How the internet is becoming harder and harder to find things. I am not surprised it's going to be happening. And man, even with Nintendo, there's some really sick and, like, evil history with them, even just the past decade here. Remember Mario Royale and what happened with that? That was pretty horrible, wasn't it? They were relentless. They wouldn't leave that guy alone. And then they went and stole his idea anyways. You have to take down one of the most, like, the biggest, most dedicated, like, effort of fans making a Metroid project, which, by the way, Nintendo, you're not really doing Metroid games anymore. And then you have to go shut that down, and then quickly get your own Metroid 2 remake out right after. Nintendo is fine to just be fucking ruthless and vicious and just show how much they don't care about their audience if they're not giving them money. Nintendo's also one of the few companies I can think of where they would be mad at you for not playing the game that they made the way that they wanted. It seems to find its way into a lot of their games more recently. Animal Crossing, hey... Are you hoping to, like, make a backup of your town or something? I mean, we talked about cloud saves. Well, actually, we won't give you that. We need to know that something horrible happened to your system if we are to give you the cloud data. We have it. We do have your save data for Animal Crossing, but I don't know if we could trust you with it. Shut the fuck up. It's a video game. Shut up, Nintendo. Knock it off. But, yeah, once again... They've gotten away with all of this stuff. People don't push back. They never get hurt when it comes to, like, sales or anything. And that's the only way to typically get a company to listen. You got to impact their profits for them to make a decision. At least with the creator program, it did. That did impact them. But lately, nothing has really been impacting them. They're just constantly being rewarded, so don't expect anything to change. But do expect that more music will be taken down, and probably expect that some videos are going to start disappearing alongside it. Hey, they went back on that because someone said, want to play Salmon Run? Well, you don't get to right now. They went back on that with Splatoon 3 because I imagine that was so overwhelmingly unpopular as a decision that they realized they kind of had to do that. And that's what I said. If you give them a reason to have to respond, then they will. And with companies, that's typically all they're looking at is profits. And it can send horrible messages because of things like that. For example, Other M didn't sell very well. And to be fair, if you're a core Metroid fan, maybe there's a reason why you didn't like Other M. A lot of people didn't. I wasn't very into it. But I also didn't think that if I don't play Other M, this franchise is now dead. And that's exactly what happened. Other M didn't do very well, so Nintendo decided, I guess just nobody likes Metroid. Well, no, if you're listening to what they said, I don't do that. I don't listen to what people say. I just look at the money. And the money wasn't there, so no more Metroid. Okay, fine, but it has to be a spin-off, and it has to be like a weird, like, volleyball game. Okay, you know what? Now I'm mad. They made a fan project, and it's like, really good. Let's take that down. Look, now we have Metroid 2. See, we're paying attention now. And then finally Metroid Dread. And hey, cool, Metroid Dread. We got a good Metroid game. It happened. And what a messy road to get there. It's very frustrating. But once again, it's Nintendo. And lately, consumers are really bad at pushing back against anything. They really fail to understand the idea of if you don't give them money, then they don't get power. If you don't want them to do something bad, then don't support it. That's still a really tricky one with people. Even going back to the discussion we just had earlier, people reducing people down to websites. It happened in a previous stream. Somebody asked about the idea of, is it wrong if I see people as cowards for leaving Twitter? When on my own end, I had to bring it up to say, it's just weird to me anyone would do that with any kind of service. I don't remember anyone calling people cowards for leaving Skype to switch to Discord. I don't remember anyone calling people cowards for switching from Internet Explorer to Firefox. It's a thing people used to do, and they would do it when the service was inconvenient and it wasn't worth it anymore, and at least there was something else to go switch to. The strength that a lot of companies and businesses have at the moment is there is no alternative. Or if there is, it's about just as corrupt anyways and just as like dysfunctional, so you don't really have a good plan of action there. Thing is, people exaggerate a lot about Blue Sky lately because, funnily enough, I sure didn't hear all of these things coming out until only the end of last year when media outlets were starting to blast it on stories. I was on Blue Sky as of like January last year. And I could say this too, it hasn't changed very much outside of now you can post videos and you can do animated GIFs and there's more features, and I still don't see things I don't want to see on my timeline. I can just use it for what I need it for, and I don't need it to be more than that. I'm completely okay with it as a service. But that's the thing. People don't look at products the same way. People don't look at the stuff the same way. And just like how you can easily get people to turn on each other by like arbitrarily forming teams for them, acting like the things that they like is actually a part of a team, so they have to be on that team now. That seems to have happened with products too. No, you're supposed to be Team Nintendo or Team Sega. You're supposed to be Team Twitter or Team Blue Sky, where it's like, how about you just use the service that works? Can we go back to that again? Can we actually have a competitive atmosphere again? You know, when net neutrality was being repealed, I remember everybody getting into that, saying like, oh no, it's a good thing to get rid of it because it'll create competition. And then it didn't. Can we actually get that going? Can we get competition? That would be nice. I remember people trying to say that with the Epic Games Store, which, by the way, where did that go? I know it's still around, obviously, but like, what was the process with that? Did we see some, like, stunning answer to Steam? Not really. It was at least an encouragement to have competition, but it was no competition to what Valve already offers, because Valve is the competition. That's why you're not prioritizing Uplay. That's why a lot of people don't want to be switching to those dumb services when they start it up, or Bethesda's launcher, just so they can get around having to give out refunds. Steam is still one of the best choices, so it makes sense. But right now, there's been a severe need of having alternate options to the things that are out there, and that's why these things are getting so bad. No one is switching, nobody's doing anything, and people are being very complacent to when bad stuff comes down on them. But it's a tough one, too. Especially if everyone else can't afford to do things, and now only a handful of companies can do things. It creates even like, bigger problem now. How do you switch? How does somebody even get a new startup going? If there's no room for anyone to do startups and only these companies have the money at the moment, then how do you even respond to it? And yeah, that's kind of the issue. And that's why I'm not surprised socially people are kind of adapting to that, but it shouldn't be that way. If you're dissatisfied with a product or a company or a service, you should be able to then cut your support on that. It shouldn't have to be a thing that you feel loyal to it perpetually. But I don't know, console wars have always existed, for example, so... And back in the day, I mean, think about that. Sega does what Nintendo... I can't even speak. God damn, let me try again. Take a deep breath. I know it's a tricky one. It's a really hard ad. Genesis does what Nintendo don't. There we go, I said it. But that ad, you were getting sold on the idea of that as a little kid. You're being told you don't actually like Nintendo. You think you do, but you don't. Let me tell you why you don't like it. It was the businesses very directly telling you, you need to hate our competition. And both sides kept slinging mud around like that. It's very effective for Sega. It was a very Western approach to marketing their game console, which is why I had a lot of success over here. But it's also why Nintendo had their own awkward form of trying to respond back to it for a brief period. The Play It Loud campaign that they were doing and everything. You were being told that you, for whatever reason, need to hate the competitor of a company. This company wants you to be sold on the idea that you hate any of their competition because they are their competition. Just that alone. Not a great thing to plant the seeds for. And I guess that's why I'm not too surprised in some cases now that it's a little bit hard for people to get past that. But it's something to keep in mind. With, like, services in some cases. Honestly, I'm wondering where the point is going to come for, like, Adobe specifically, that everyone is going to get completely fed up and just not even bother with it anymore, and then they're going to have to be forced into a position to, like, panic. Although, something tells me they would just double down harder. They'd still probably have a handful of subscribers and go, okay, we're jacking up your rates by 5,000%. YouTube just did it recently. They did a price hike out of nowhere. Disney was doing it with their streaming services, that they just hiked the price up out of nowhere. We're losing money. What do we do? I don't know. Inconvenience all the users more, because at least they're staying with us. It's a very, like, messy approach to business that everyone is handling right now. Thank you, Jim, for $4.86. This says, as I get older, I often gravitate to a lot of the retro things I enjoyed in simpler times, such as the ZX Spectrum, Saturn, N64, and GameCube. What are some of the games or devices you use when seeking comfortable, nostalgic distractions, if you do? I wouldn't necessarily call them distractions, because they actually go towards the things that we're making and doing in a lot of cases. Kind of brings me back into moods that I need to be holding on to when making things, remembering all the stuff that really matters to me or what I care about. But we were doing it earlier on stream until it broke. Playing PlayStation 1 again has been something really nice. It's too bad that the system broke. I was having a lot of fun with it. Similar, playing N64 again. I was playing Super Nintendo a while back because now we have a little tiny CRT, the one that we used to use. We got it hooked up and working again. So now we have the Super Nintendo hooked up in the one room. So usually when I'm wrapping up in the night with, like, working on game stuff, before I head to bed, I have a little TV there so I can play some stuff on it now while watching TV with Julian and everything. So that's been really nice. Too many systems, though. I don't know. I don't really have a specific favorite gaming console. I think people would assume it's the Dreamcast, but honestly, I also really love the Saturn. And in some cases, there's actually more on the Saturn that I might prefer over the Dreamcast. But then, at the same time, I don't know. It's really tough on that one. And then, even then, how about we go to the PS1? God damn, the PS1 had a gigantic library, and there's some really amazing stuff on there, too. Oh man, but then the Super Nintendo also had a really big library, and there were so many good games there. Oh, but then the Sega Genesis, if you were somebody who really cared about gameplay and, like, games like being able to, you know, run fast and really creative programmers coming up with great solutions to things, oh man, the Genesis is good too. I can't really pick a favorite. Neo Geo? I don't know, there's too many. But all good times for sure. Lots of good game consoles out there, lots of good games. And the thing that I also got to learn growing up with a lot of that stuff is, if you make something really, really, really good, in the business world, that may be the thing that, like, sinks you. That might be the thing that ruins you. SNK was doing a phenomenal job with, like, actually appealing to people who cared about video games and giving, like, the best experience they could and some of the best games they could. And then they had to file for bankruptcy around 2000. So they're still around now. It's really messy how that happened. A lot of the core staff is not even there anymore, obviously, at this point. But, yeah, sometimes making something good doesn't mean you're going to make money. Sometimes a little bit of evil has to be involved to allow yourself to be, like, sustainable financially, and that's always a problem that can kind of come in. That's why modern gaming doesn't really do it for me in a lot of cases. Too much focus on monetization, not as much focus on the games. But, yeah, like I said, too many game consoles. I love way too many of them. There's just so much good stuff out there. But they all feel very comfortable to go back to. They're all very nice to go back to. Thank you, Hand of Jokers, for $5. It said, Cheese Guy here. Speaking of expensive fast food, I remember when we read about that like 4 hours ago. They said, I applied to a corporate role at Burger King a while back. There's cost cutting everywhere in that company. Everyone I met was overworked, doing maybe 10-hour days. Bags under the eyes, dejected, wacky. I'm not surprised. Honestly, I could share a story. It's not about Burger King, but we went to, what was it? Was it Denny's, I think? We went to Denny's, like a couple of years back. We went there one night. We walked up, just because it was open. Most places were closed. And it was pretty empty in there. There's only one woman working there. But she came over and talked to us and just said, like, man, it's been a rough one. And we just said, like, oh, like, what's been up? I hope things are all right. And then she said, oh, no, I've been working here for actually almost 24 hours here today. I'm supposed to have, like, a 12-hour shift, and they keep doubling my shifts and making me come in. So at least I get maybe a day of downtime. But then they expect me to be here for, like, the full 24-hour window, and I'm just exhausted. And you guys are, like, the only people who even came in today anyways. And we gave her, like, a big tip and everything. I felt really bad. That's why I remember she even apologized for complaining, but we told her, like, no, don't worry about it. You don't have to apologize for that. No, it sounds horrible that they're making you have to, like, do that. I would assume it's why the quality in a lot of places has been dropping. People are being overworked. People are not getting any increases in minimum wage or anything either. People can't survive right now. Inflation has been happening, so even if minimum wage isn't going up, technically everything else is going up, so you're kind of being paid less. People can barely get by right now. People are exhausted. They're fed up. And a lot of times now, they just don't even really want to commit to it, and then they get expected to do way too much. It's become overwhelming, and that's why after 2020, I remember a lot of people feeling like, man, I don't want to go back into a lot of this. My boss doesn't care about me. My boss doesn't value us in any way. This whole time, they've been actually getting angry with us for even trying to be protected through any of this. It's really rough. Elon making his statement about how long-distance work shouldn't be allowed anymore and everyone has to come in, even though it's like, you're fucking in your plane every goddamn day. You're never in one fucking location. Don't you dare. No, you're just saying that because you've got the money to swing around. You don't fucking care what you do to your employees. You want to make them fall in line. You can only drain out of people by so much. You can only do so much to fuck with them until eventually they just don't even have, like, a strong sense of feeling anymore. You're not going to get them to a point of being completely numb. You're just going to get them fed up is what you're going to do. And it seems like a lot of people are very fed up at this point, and I don't blame them. Especially for some of these jobs being so goddamn thankless. Customer service is insanely frustrating to have to do. And in a climate right now where most people are barely getting by, so you have to deal with even more angry and stressed out people, yeah, it's not a surprise to me, but it's horrible having to hear that. I'm really sorry. I hope it's going okay for your own end, personally. And by the way, because you did give a donation on that one, if it's a hard job or anything, let me know if you want a refund or something, because everyone really kind of needs to be there for each other right now, and at least we're getting by. I would want to be sure all of you guys can get by, too. I want to be sure everyone else can kind of manage in such a chaotic environment that we're existing in right now. So, I always put the offer out, but I'll do it here, too. If anyone wants a refund, just let me know. DM me. Send me an email. contact.dingdongvg@gmail.com. Just give me the email address you used, the amount you gave. I can get it back to you. Because, yeah, if that's what's been kind of going on, I'm willing to talk to people without having to read donations. I do too much of it. That's part of the reason these streams go for so long. If it hasn't been clear to people yet, it's just kind of interesting getting to engage in that sort of way, and the chats here don't really function like stream chats tend to. Because we have a slow mode, and because we've done enough here to kind of, like, get more of a feel for what we're doing here and where we're kind of at, yeah, we actually have, like, conversations. People actually get into interesting subjects. People actually talk about a lot of stuff here. And it's just, I don't know, it's infinitely fascinating, and it's fun to be able to just engage and get to be a part of that. You don't have to donate money to be a part of that. I do read the messages that come from donations, obviously, but I never want anyone to feel obligated by that kind of thing, and it's also partially why I put the offer out there. I know people could regret that kind of thing, too. Maybe someone donates one night, and then later on they're like, man, but just to get a message read, was that really worth it? Well, that's why you don't have to pay money to do that. And if anyone felt that way, I always, once again, will have the offer open on the refund, if you want that. I know I give them out too much. I know I'm weird about that kind of thing, but it's why I always want to put it out there as like some kind of option. And in an environment where you have like Hype Train and all this stupid shit with all these platforms trying to go harder and harder with monetization, I would at least like to give that as an alternative. The idea of if there's something that was kind of like done on the moment and you didn't think it through too much and maybe you want that money back, or it was like a month or two back, somebody was really drunk donating that I gave it back just because it's like, I want you to be able to enjoy that you're feeling that way right now, but I don't want to feel like I'm also kind of exploiting that a bit here, that because you're drunk, you're donating. What I told them was go get a pizza with it, and it's what I used to say when I gave a lot of refunds back in the past. Does anyone remember that? If it was anything beyond like $10, I would usually give a refund because I would always bring up how you get a pizza for $20, which, it depends now. You can still get a pizza. In fact, hey, going to 7-Eleven, you can get like 4 pizzas for that kind of money. Thank God on that one. $4.99 for a large pizza. Pretty cool. Not bad, 7-Eleven. Not bad. I'll also bring that up, too, because I remember when I said that on a previous stream, somebody said, you can get frozen pizzas for that much money. No, I looked it up, because we haven't gotten frozen pizzas in a long time, to be fair, but I remember they're not that cheap, and they weren't. All the ones that I looked at least where I'm at, it's going to be different depending on where you are. Location's going to matter to some degree, what stores you have access to, what local prices might even be. But no, all the frozen pizzas that I saw were like $8 or more. That's why, yeah, not bad at all. That's a pretty cool option. By the way, they haven't gone back on that, I've noticed. It was supposed to be on sale that it was for like $5. It's been on sale perpetually. I think they're just doing cheap pizzas, and I'm completely down for that because they're such a successful business. I imagine that's why they have room to do something like that. 7-Eleven food improved, by the way. It was doing so well over in Japan with the new ownership and everything that some of that's now carried its way over here into the States, and very welcomed. Pretty cool that they've been improving like that. Their food's getting a little bit better. Their prices are pretty fair. So it's there as like a backup plan if you ever need something cheap. Or you can be weirdos like us and just buy a bunch of canned food, I guess. Thank you, Buff Weeaboo, for $1.88. They said, try cherry jack cheese if you ever find it. That sounds like that could be good. I'll keep that in mind. Thank you, Buff Weeaboo. Thank you, Stinkomini, for $1. They said, would you want the internet to continue being open to many, such as today, or an internet that was smaller and more niche, higher barrier to entry like back then? It wasn't necessarily higher up with entry back then. It's that people didn't have money for it. A lot of people didn't have computers yet. It was very focused that only some people could really get on there, and you had to be aware of it. And it was a lot of things, like, man, you can find a lot of old media, people trying to really be dismissive about the internet and treat it like it was never going to catch on and nobody's going to like it and you're stupid for even using it. It's because people also somewhat rejected it because it was smaller scale. And if something's small and it's not popular, that must mean it's bad or dumb. Boy, that turnaround. But, it's an inevitability with most things. Radio eventually got messed up as time went on. More business finding its way through, more regulations, and just a lot more emphasis towards product pushing, monetization, all that. Happened to press with like newspapers and everything. Television. Happens to every new area that kind of gets innovated within. Wherever there's a place that you can message people or kind of spread something around, you can expect that eventually businesses will catch wind of it and then adopt it when they know it's viable for them and kind of run it into the ground, which is where we're at with the internet right now. The internet's broad enough and wide enough, though, that there can still be pockets that can be fun. There's still things you can do with it. That's why I'd like people to start up websites again. Instead of everyone just staying closed off on only a couple of websites and not budging because they feel like they're going to miss out on something if they don't. But, Yeah, that's the thing. I don't know how you would really replace something like the internet or how you, like, go beyond that. All I would really hope for is, honestly, ProtoWeb as a starting point. Not bad as an idea. But, I would just like to see, like I said, more communities, more startups. Let's get more websites going. Ultimately, the thing I want to keep seeing is more startups. I don't want people just succumbing to the few things that are there. I want people to understand they can keep making things and doing things too, and if they don't like where this stuff is at, there's room to do something. No, you're not going to be able to start the new, like, next YouTube or something. You're probably not going to have the money to do that, but if you want to host videos, you can run your own website. I was talking to a friend about it, actually, like, recently that they brought up, like, hey, remember when the Cinemassacre website was actually, like, one of the top 100 websites briefly? Yeah, no, I remember when a lot of people were running their own personal websites, and they were actually putting a lot of effort into it, or paying a lot of attention to it, or uploading, like, exclusive content and everything, too. I remember. And, to be fair, it's not that hard to do. It's actually, in some cases, easier. You could either type in, like, twitter.com/ and then you have to type in someone's account name, or youtube.com/c/ a channel name that you had to come up with, but then sometimes it doesn't work, so then you have to type in a really long, complicated sequence of characters and letters, or you have to use the search to find the channel, but then it's buried in the search, so you can't actually find the channel, and then sometimes impersonation accounts pop up instead, or re-uploads pop up, so you really can't find what you're looking for. It doesn't always happen. There's plenty of stuff that's easy to find, but I've had it happen, and on our own end, this channel was buried as of like a year and a half ago. You couldn't find it for a bit. YouTube was really burying it hard. It at least comes up now, but yeah, like I said, like a year and a half back, it didn't. It was only re-uploads and like other channels kind of like doing imposter stuff. It took a while for YouTube to finally remember again, like, oh yeah, these are the original accounts. All that can be a difficult thing, or, for example, if I wanted to tell you guys to go play the Summer Resort game right now, I would just say go to dingdongvg.net. That's it. I don't have to list off a long URL. You just go to the page and it's right there. And that was kind of the nice thing about websites like that. That may not seem like a lot, because to be fair, it's not that much, but at the same time, it's kind of nice for that. And you don't have a bunch of other things like stringing themselves to it, where someone wants to show you like a video thing that they made, but now here's a bunch of recommended videos off to the side, and here's all this other stuff trying to kind of yank you away from it. Or you can just post the things that you want to post, and you have the control over that, and you don't have to worry about any kind of pollution like that. There's a benefit to running your own kind of website for like things that you're making or doing personally. Even if it's just like a portfolio, or just a basic blog or something. It's fun to get to do. It's fun getting to make a website. People used to be really excited for that kind of thing, customizing a page and getting to do whatever they wanted with it. And when social media was really kicking off, and when I say social media, that's a broad term. It could mean like messenger services, but think about like MySpace. You know what people liked about MySpace? Making really disgusting looking page designs, but at least those were personalized. That's how people wanted their pages to look. You got a sense of personality out of that. People really liked customizing and making websites in the past. I think people are just really unfamiliar with it right now and are kind of scared to do so, but it's not that bad. Things have come very far along. You can do a lot now that used to be a lot harder to do in the past. I hope more people set up their own pages. I'd be happy for that. I think that could improve a little bit with where the internet's kind of at the moment. But a big problem is still going to be mentalities. People are going to have to drift out of some of that. Thank you, Cowboy, for $10. They said, good morning to you. Oh, wait, I read that one. Okay. Thank you. Oh, my God. Thank you, Jenno Nen. $100. Whoa. Whoa. That's a big one. There's a double PP next to it. That means PayPal. Thank you. $100. Holy cow. Seriously, thank you. They said, thanks for all your hard work. Excited for what you work on in the future. I mean, hopefully, like I said, the next week here, I posted some clips over on Blue Sky. I brought it up earlier on the stream, but I mean, we've been going long enough now. But yeah, I've been working on a little puzzle game. It's going to be free. I'm going to be posting it. It's nothing too major. It's a very small little thing, but I don't know. It's something. It's another game. So having a couple of free games out for people, it was something I always wanted to be able to do here. Like I said, my goal, I would love to have a website where I can just have a bunch of HTML5 games up for people, but I would probably do an HTML5 version of it later, but that's at least going to be coming pretty soon here. So hopefully that could be something fun for you. And seriously, thank you again, because no, that goes a long way. It helps towards what we're working on, and it means that the people that we have on board too, we can also kind of get more going there, rather than it having to be a process of kind of getting some stuff going, then having to hit the brakes a little bit, then getting some stuff going. How it's kind of been with like budget in the past. It does go a long way, so seriously, thank you. Thank you, Janonen, but I'll offer it again too. That's a lot of money. If you want a refund, I wouldn't be upset if you did. That's a lot of money. Feel free to contact me if you do want that back at any point, or like an emergency comes up, any of that. But we do appreciate it, seriously. It means a lot. And I'll give a heads up about this. I brought it up last year, because we're starting to get into the territory for it. Since we're hoping that Trick or Treat, we're going to be able to get that all really moving this year, and get that out around Halloween time. Over on Patreon, at some point this year, we're probably going to be doing it then. We will be sending messages out to anyone who's backing it, what name they would like to have listed in the credits for the game. Stay tuned on that one. I figured it'll be around summertime that we're going to be sending that out. But that is a thing that we're going to be doing, because we intend to have a very, very large section at the end of the game dedicated to a lot of the support that we got over the years. People have helped us out immensely. We've gone through some really horrible situations that I don't think we were intended to be able to get through, to be honest. But because people were able to stand by and help, we were able to get through some really massive hurdles and, like, things that could have just killed off, like, things altogether. We had so many scary points coming up in our lives. I'm really thankful that we're able to get past so much of that. I'm glad we're finally getting you guys games that you can play and everything. I'm glad that so much has been working out with that, even if, yes, the world is in, like, a really nightmarish state at the moment. At least with where things are here, with the people who come by, the community that we have here, even if it's not a very big community, it's feeling a lot cozier. It's feeling a lot better. It's really been improving, and I hope we can keep doing more and more, and I hope that you guys can come by for more of it. I hope we can give you guys more fun things to do, hopefully. The stream, I'm sure, wasn't very fun. It's just been talking. I am sorry that the PlayStation broke. I'm very sorry that the PlayStation broke. God damn. If people weren't here for it at the beginning of the stream, I played Dragon Ball GT Final Bout, which is kind of a notoriously bad game on the PlayStation, and then the audio started breaking and distorting hideously, so all the characters sounded like they had demon voices, and then the PlayStation just completely crapped out. It just doesn't work now when I start it up. It's not noticing discs, and also, yeah, it's making horrible crackling noises even when I boot it up regularly and I don't have a game going. So it seems like it's kind of on its way out. That's why this was kind of what we ended up doing for this stream, was mostly just reading chat and talking here. I was hoping to do a big PlayStation stream today, and I kind of can't do that now. We'll figure out something for next time, though. Like I said, probably Super Nintendo I'll try some stuff with. But that'll be next week. Been trying to do at least like a stream a week here. So sorry this is here on Monday too. Maybe this was weird timing to do a stream. But I kind of want to make up for the fact that over the weekend I didn't like get a stream going. And it ran long enough, I guess. So hopefully it kind of made up for that. Although I would have liked to have been playing, obviously, like PlayStation games. I was looking forward to it. I really wanted to play Ape Escape. Thank you, Tane, for $25, and they said, "You are loved!" Okay. Okay, thank you, Tane. Was that the Tim and Eric bit? By the way, you really don't hear about Tim and Eric as much these days. Obviously, because they're not as much in public consciousness. Last time I saw, like, Eric Wareheim, for example, I mostly just see him in ads. But, yeah, I don't know. Tim and Eric was, like, core identity of Adult Swim for like a good decade. A lot of that stuff is funny, and a lot of it still holds up even, and it's really weird to me now that I don't really hear as much about it. A lot of YouTubers were even trying to imitate it without quite getting it. People thinking like there was a humor to just making videos like intentionally bad, where it's like, well, the thing with Tim and Eric is they're doing this because they're thinking of like public access shows. They're thinking of like a lot of older television being so awkward. It's not necessarily the joke is just it's made poorly. There's a little bit more to it, but the reason I bring it all up, wasn't that the character? Wasn't that Tane? Wasn't that when he was on his computer? He does the hat wobble. He wants to generate nude images. Although it was spelled different. Man, that was so long ago. It's weird to think about. That's a really weird thing to think about. Just how old Tim and Eric Awesome Show is. That dates back that far. Do they still rerun it or anything? Do you guys still ever see it like it's cycled through television? Because I don't have like cable. I don't really know. That's right. Now Tane I can get into. Oh, I remember the turd. You can just throw turd away and forget all about him. Kenny said, I literally have not watched TV since 2009. I don't blame you. I think that's almost around the time that I stopped watching. I think I stopped watching TV 2011? I think 2011 was kind of the last time that I watched it. When did Teen Titans Go get picked up? No, I'm not saying that like that stopped me from watching it. I'm saying that was one of the last things that I remember kind of airing when I just wasn't watching anymore. So I hadn't been watching for a bit, and I tried watching again, and that was on, and I couldn't really find anything I wanted to watch, so I just kind of turned it off, and I haven't really ever gone back to like cable TV. So I don't know what's on. I don't know what's like big these days. Everyone's saying 2013. That sounds about right to me. So I guess a little bit after, but I remember around, like I said, 2011 is when I wasn't really watching any of it anymore. It's too bad. I was actually really thrilled to, at one point, I wouldn't say it was like an ideal setup or anything, but I was in the attic when I was a teenager, just because there was a lot of space. The downside to the attic in the house that I was living in was very cold during the winter. There was no heating up there, so freezing. You'd have to have like a bunch of layers on. That, and also the walls were really thin, so wasps would get in, and it was terrifying when they did. Specifically, I think I told the story of this one, but there was a night that I was just working on my computer, and I heard a loud buzzing noise, and I saw it. There's a wasp. It was flying at me. And I kind of freaked out a little bit that I backed up. That's like, okay, fuck. That's not good. I don't like that this is in here. But then I looked behind me, and I looked at the lamp, and I saw there were like 6 of them on there. And they were all hovering around, and they were all kind of buzzing towards where I was. And I remember so many times having to leave that room for a little while because it was just infested. And hoping that either they would just kind of die or go away, but usually what it meant was having to go in there with, like, hairspray to, like, freeze one of them, and then try to get them out of there. But those were the downsides of being in there. What was nice was, because people would, I don't know, this is probably a thing in other areas too, right? Growing up in Chicago, there was specifically a thing about, like, junking day. That around springtime, everybody would throw just things they weren't using anymore out onto the street for other people to go pick up and take if they wanted it. And because of that, I had a few little CRT TVs. And that was how I had it set up, was that I had my computer monitor, I had a CRT on one side and a CRT on the other. So the one CRT, I could hook game consoles up to it, and the other CRT, I could be watching like whatever was on while I was working, which is kind of cool. It was a neat setup to have. But I remember watching a lot of Adult Swim, and they were getting so much programming coming through at the time that it just felt like great. I really I have a lot of fond memories of that. Moral Oral being on. Watching Metalocalypse when that had first like started and everything too. I remember like really being excited for a while. It's just that eventually the stuff that I was interested in, there was less and less of it, and then I didn't really feel like there was a need that I needed to have like cable after a certain point. We've never paid for cable. The only times that we've seen, like, TV, and when I say we've never paid for cable, I mean Julian and I. When I was younger and I was living with family, oh no, we had that, obviously, but, then after, like, 2011, it just turned into watching it at other people's places, kind of casually, and not much. And yeah, by that point, like I said, I guess it was 2013, I wasn't really watching it at all. I saw that on somebody else's TV, and I was kind of hopping through channels trying to find anything, and I couldn't. Most exposure I've had to cable television at this point was staying at hotels whenever we were, like, visiting people. And it's been a long time. Last time that we were in LA was, like, 3 years ago or something, I think. We're never in a position that we could really take trips. We'd be completely out of money if we tried to go take a trip or anything. That's why that one was possible for that video. It's why the credits are so long at the end. A lot of people helped us at least be able to go take that trip to film a whole bunch of that. But, yeah, we would just watch TV in the hotels sometimes, and watching hotel television kind of indicated to me I'm not really missing out on much. Man, specifically, there was the one morning that, before we were going to head out, Julian had the TV on, but I remember he was kind of sitting disappointed because he turned on Cartoon Network, and it was literally one show scheduled for the entire day. Just over and over again. And there weren't, like, fun creative bumpers. There wasn't, like, a whole bunch of fun stuff to really tune in for. There were only, like, 2 advertisers. It was the same commercials every time, too. It was just really flat and just felt like dead. And then Nickelodeon was literally only SpongeBob. And it was always new episodes that didn't really seem to, like, I don't know, capture the same, like, mood or spirit. The artists, I guess, seemed to have a lot of fun drawing crazy faces, but not quite the same thing. Didn't get a lot out of that. So, you know, on cartoon side of things, okay, nothing too interesting, but whatever. Flip over to Comedy Central, nothing really there. It was kind of hard to find anything really worth watching. At least Adult Swim, there's a little more that was within there, but even then, not a lot. It was like Bob's Burgers, and it was like... Family Guy before they took it off, and now I think they have it again recently? I'm not really sure. I haven't kept up with Adult Swim, like, at all. I don't know what any of their new programming is, and it seems like all the experimentation that it used to have is just kind of gone. 24 hours of Baby Looney Tunes. Please, no. No, that was like 2004. Oh my god. That they picked up Baby Looney Tunes and that they wouldn't fucking stop it. They were airing it more and more often where it's like, no. What happened to Tickle You? What happened to you guys trying to do Nick Jr. and you limited it to that? Don't keep airing it throughout the day. By the way, Baby Looney Tunes is really weird because before it was a proper cartoon, there was a cassette tape for it, and I knew that because Extended Family, one of them had it. They had it on tape, and it was like 1999 or something, or 1998. They got it like Sam Goody or something, from what I remember. But that was so weird to me when it finally became a show, because I was like, I remember this. Wait, is this new? And I had to see, like, it is. This is a new cartoon, so... What, were they planning on doing Baby Looney Tunes for a while? What's, like, the story behind that? I need to go look into it at some point, maybe. I never understood. It was weird. I'm sorry, I'm so old. Listen, I'm in the same position. We're probably not that far off in terms of age, I imagine. Someone said my ass watched Aeon Flux when it aired. Hey, I mean, good on you. Liquid Television was, like, really good. And specifically, what was it even called? I'm trying to remember now. Because Peter Chung, fucking amazing work. Really fantastic work. Really, 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 really talented artist. But what was the one? It was it aired on Adult Swim, I remember later on. Oh, okay, now that I looked it up, I guess that's interesting. Peter Chung did the designs for it, so I guess that's the thing with it. Reign the Conqueror. I barely remember that. But it was a thing. It briefly was like there, I remember watching it. But I don't remember enough about it. I probably have to go revisit that. But I loved Aeon Flux, and I really loved a lot that was coming out of like MTV during that period with like Liquid Television and everything. Like the Max. Max was really, really good. Super fucking stylish, too. Probably one of the better attempts I've seen at trying to, like, bring over a comic book into a cartoon. Still maintaining a lot of that comic book identity and sometimes just having sequences that are basically playing out like an animated comic book, but also still having plenty of animation. Just really nice artwork. Great story, too. Great characterization. Pretty interesting subject material that they're going over, and just where things were kind of going between, like, different generations and people growing up within that. Someone said, fun fact, Peter Chung was the director of the Rugrats pilot. And yeah, you could tell the way it's drawn and animated. I was really disappointed when the show was picked up. I shouldn't say that, as if like I saw the pilot ahead of time. I saw the pilot later, but that was what kind of disappointed me was, man, make it look like that. No, the babies are like creepy in this, and I like that. I like that they're moving in like a creepy baby-like way, the way the original pilot is animated. It's a lot more charming visually. But it's true, yeah. Peter Chung was working on the pilot for it. Man, don't remind me of Symbiotic Titan. That was a heartbreak. That was a massive heartbreak. And honestly, maybe that was what did it. I think that might have been the moment that was making me want to bail on television. That got picked up, and it was a moment where like my heart lit up and everything. That was like, oh my god, wow! Cartoon Network is actually really starting to get some cool stuff going again. Holy shit, this is great. I love this. This is so cool. And look at the way that it looks and everything, too. Wow, they actually are letting them do this. This is good. Oh. Oh, no, they moved the time slot. Oh. Oh, no. They're not going to try to kill it. Oh, they killed it. Oh. It was so disappointing. That was, like, heartbreaking. And people said the thing about, like, oh, it's about toys. That's not exactly what Gendy meant by it. Yes, that was a thing that he had mentioned, but it was more so the idea of the channel literally was just finding any excuse that they could make to just not see viability in it, and kept moving it around and basically killed it, because during that time period, they were killing all of their action block. It didn't matter how loved some of that stuff was, and at least with, like, Young Justice later on, it kind of came back in, like, different forms, but yeah, that was heartbreaking to me. That fucking killed me. And at the same time, Robotomy was also like a thing that got picked up, and some of that's been uploaded now, and going back to it, it's actually pretty fun. I wasn't expecting it. I thought I remembered it being kind of just bleak and unfunny, but no shit, there's like commentary in there and everything too. I wasn't expecting that. I was very pleasantly surprised revisiting it. And it's probably one of the most mean-spirited shows I've seen aimed at a younger demographic. Maybe that's part of the reason why Cartoon Network was trying to just kind of yank it and not let people even see it. But, I mean, that was one of the coldest killings I ever had seen of a show. They ran all of it and immediately took it off and never reran any of it. And the website had a listing for it for like a week. They tried to purge like every last bit of it. They did not want you to remember that that was even a show, which was really odd to me. What a waste of money. But hey, Warner Brothers wasting money and killing properties off for no reason? That's, y'all might be familiar with it right now, but boy, is it a staple of them as a company. They've always operated that way. They've always made really stupid decisions. Kenny, I would figure the animation was probably part of it that was expensive, but it was already produced. They could have still just given it a little bit of a run, you know, get some mileage out of the money that got spent. I figured it was the themes, too. It's basically Super Jail, but they're robots, so it's okay that they kill each other because they're robots. There's a lot of stuff that's pretty intense in there, and some of the jokes are very adult. Like, really hitting the point of, like, I'm kind of shocked that this was airing during daytime. But I figured it was a whole bunch of things that really, like, got packaged together why they didn't want to keep that one around. But it's not bad. If anyone's ever told you that it was bad or something, it's not. It's not going to be for everybody, but it was entertaining. I had fun watching it again. I was very pleasantly surprised going back to it. Because I remembered it not really being funny. And then we watched it again. No, it was actually pretty fun. Maybe it's because I only got to see a little bit of it in doses. There's some crude humor that doesn't really land for me. I don't need, like, butt and fart poop humor. But, no, it was kind of fun. Lifeguard Croc, you're thinking of the period where, yeah, they didn't want to spend money on anything anymore, so they just started importing Canadian animation for the longest time, and goddamn, that was a really bleak period. That was where it was like George of the Jungle, total drama, which that one at least worked out for them, but... And I think people could try to make an argument that at least that one, they don't mind as much. But fine, we'll ignore that one. Johnny Test, which a lot of people grew up with that, and that was enough that for some people that had to be like their childhood show, which was a shame. And I remember when they were really struggling, they just kept filling in time slots with what the fuck ever they could find. Almost Naked Animals or whatever. A Sidekick. Just lots of random, just cheap shit that they were getting to come through. And... Ooh, God. Does anyone remember, like, Gourmety? They really were getting desperate that, like, the 5 a.m. slot was just what the fuck ever. And Bakugan eventually fell in there, and very briefly, Bakugan got popular because of that time slot. Even though Bakugan was them also lifting a property again. That wasn't their original thing. That aired elsewhere and didn't do very well, but I guess because people were desperate to find anything through Cartoon Network, it had some success over there briefly. Emphasis on briefly. But it was there. But I don't know, they were struggling with their schedule for a while in the 2000s. They had a lot of stuff that didn't last very long, and they probably ended up spending too much money on. Does anyone even remember, like, Duel Masters existed, for example? And then after that, that was their period of, hey, Kids WB isn't doing well, which, by the way, that's the company we're attached to. So they started picking up a lot of failed Kids WB programming over on Cartoon Network, and they did that early on. Freakazoid and Road Rovers were airing on Cartoon Network really early on, which was very much appreciated. Not Road Rovers, I can do without that. But Freakazoid was such a good choice. I loved the shit out of Freakazoid, and I still do. Watching it again, it's still goddamn funny. Freakazoid is really good. But, yeah, then during the mid-2000s, that was when they picked up, like, Static Shock. They picked up, like... God, what else? They didn't go as far as, like, Coconut Fred or anything. I think they weren't paying attention to any of that. But, yeah, I remember Static Shock was airing. I feel like a few others were airing. They moved Pokemon over to Cartoon Network, which Pokemon was the reason people were watching Kids WB in a lot of cases. And I know that made a lot of people feel angry with that, too. Dragon Ball Z and Pokemon made a lot of people doing cartoons over in the West feel furious that they were doing so well. If you were ever wondering why are there so many spiteful parodies of both Pokemon and Dragon Ball Z back at the time, because both of them were killing everybody else. Dragon Ball Z was a massive runaway success, and it was starting to, like, just outclass everybody on the network. Enough so that if you're trying to find old Cartoon Network stuff, goddamn, it's fucking hard. It's buried in a lot of people who just kept, like, recording reruns of Dragon Ball Z, where you can find that anywhere at this point. Dragon Ball Z is plentiful. You're never going to run out of that. You'll always find uploads of it. You'll always find videotapes of it. There's always going to be something with that. But that's also why some stuff is really hard to find from actual Cartoon Network. Toonami really made a killing. So a lot of bitter cartoonists going, how dare you like that? It's just trying to sell you toys, you know. By the way, we just got a new toy line ourselves. I'll reference back to it again, the New Yorker cover, where it's Halloween and all the kids are dressed up with bags of candy, but they look over and Pikachu is walking by, and he has a bag full of just money. Pokemon is greedy. You know, over here in America, we don't like money and greed. Well, when it's a Japanese property, we don't like it. Such a fucking weird time period. Oh, Yu-Gi-Oh! Was a part of that, too. I forgot. I had to remember Hi Puffy Yumi did Stupid O. Very clever. Or Rugrats All Growed Up, which then became All Grown Up. They had to fix the grammar on it, I guess. Where it's an episode called You Gotta Go. Not Yu-Gi-Oh! You Gotta Go. Which is a really fucking weird episode, because it's them being angry about that catching on as a thing, but then the moral of the episode and the lesson is supposed to be the things that your parents like are cool and you should get into them. Chucky's dad really likes stamp collecting, and he's sad that Chucky doesn't want to collect stamps, he wants to collect cards. That's not good, because all the parents seem troubled by it. And the end of the episode, he learns his lesson that stamp collecting actually was the right choice. Listen to your parents. Those things that you like, you don't actually like, because we said you don't. That'll get them to stop liking it. Right? Fuck, the ratings are going up. Okay. It never worked. Try to take shots like that, never worked. You had to present something better. Or you get the really bad anime parody episodes. Those were really common. Billy and Mandy had a really messy one with, like, what was it, like Chicken Ball Z or whatever the fuck, where it's just like, what are you even doing? They tried to do their Pokemon Yu-Gi-Oh! One, too. That didn't really have much to do with any of it. Just hoping to kind of capitalize on that. You'd have the things where people would parody Speed Racer, where it's like, what the hell are you doing? Because that's not Dragon Ball Z, and that's not in this modern anime. They're trying to reference it. They're acting like, no, we're, like, making fun of, like, you know, all the stuff that's popular right now, like Dragon Ball Z and, like, Sailor Moon and everything. Right, but you're just doing the Speed Racer joke again. You're doing the thing where the characters go, haha, even though that's not what anyone does. And by the way, in Speed Racer, that wasn't even necessarily a thing that they would do all the time. Speed Racer was incredibly awkward in its own way. I think it needs to be examined just how special it is with how fucking weird it is. But at the same time, the dub, people will probably be very pleasantly surprised to find that out. They're actually maintaining a lot of its original storytelling through that dub. It's messy, it's all over the place, really weird line deliveries, really weird ways to just fill in mouth flaps on occasion, but in terms of some of the characterization or the things that people do and say, they're not that far off sometimes. Kind of interesting. But yeah, everyone kept doing that. You do a parody of, like, fuck, like, anything, really. Or you would get the stupid kung fu joke that you're thinking of kung fu movies that were dubbed poorly. So you do the thing with the mouth flaps and nobody says anything. How many times have you guys seen that joke? You move your mouth a whole bunch of times and then finally you say one word. Best use of that was like Kung Pao or something. Kung Pao is at least a pretty funny movie, but no, that was the thing with it. That was always the surface level joke people would go for. Oh god. I hadn't seen it until only a few years ago, but Julian put on Horton Hears a Who, and that they have the quote-unquote anime sequence for absolutely no reason, and that's a good showcase of what I'm talking about. Something like Mad doing Grey's in anime, although I'll give credit, Grey's in anime was paying more attention. It's not good, but it's at least, it kind of cycles back on itself to be funny. I guess it's no Thunder Lolcats, but god damn. You would get such fucking lame-ass parodies of anime. We dubbed the parody bad on purpose, as a joke. Poor Wimplo. Kids Next Door had a DBZ parody. It sure did, and a very awkward one. Where you're supposed to kind of recognize the thing that it's referencing, but that's kind of all there is to it. Yes, Rouster, you are correct. That is true. Mad was a really, really weird show. It was very odd. And another one that sometimes I kind of didn't understand why it was airing in the daytime where it could be appearing. I think they moved it later into the night as it aired, though. But it was also weird to me because it's a lot of stuff that kids don't even know what the hell you're talking about. Some of it they know, but some of these celebrities that you're mentioning, like, they're not going to know who the fuck any of them are. Some of the movies that you're referencing are old enough that they're not going to be familiar, or they're R-rated anyways. It was really odd to me for that. But what I will say, and I will never tire of this as a meme, keep this one going, I fucking love it. People making fake Mad parodies with recent things that have come out. I forget what the one was that I saw, but that they referenced the Willy Wonka one, and it's like, that's so fucking perfect. No, goddamn, you could trick people. This feels so fucking real. It's so good. By the way, that's why AI is never going to replace this shit. I remember when someone did the fake Among Us joke with Family Guy, and people were fucking fooled. They thought it was real. Every last bit of it. The way it was animated, the joke that he made, that he goes, oh, I picked the brown guy because poo. Every last bit of it felt so fucking real. And they strung it along by making it a cutaway in like an episode. They did a great job, because that was a human doing that. That was not a weird bot voice where you can hear it and there's weird distortion on it, or Peter suddenly goes, and just holds on a sound for a while. None of that shit. It was just really well done for that. I hope people do more of that. Those Mad parodies are fucking, like, great. That is such a good idea. It's really fucking funny. I didn't really like Mad as a show, but that's the thing. It comes around full circle. It's kind of like watching Minecraft with Gadget or something. It's not funny, but then you see it for long enough, and you see dissections and everything, and eventually it kind of, like, loops back around on itself and does end up being really funny. I hope more people do that. It's a great idea, and yeah, fuck. I wish I could find the one that I saw. It was really well done. Oh no, that was always the charm with YouTube Poop. Someone was mentioning the idea of just people getting really creative with the Zelda CDI clips. No, I love that kind of thing. There's a really good one that, it's Walrus Guy, right? He's been around for a long time. Fuck, that's probably one of my favorite YouTube Poops, even. I wish I remember the name of it. Hey, do you remember the YouTube Poop with Dino Time? What was it called?
Guano's Quest for something. For Dino Time or something like that.
It's really, really good. I don't want to spoil anything with it necessarily, but there's a sequence in it where Link arbitrarily has to bring up that his sword causes him to sing "I like big butts," and then there's just a sequence of him doing it because that's to show up sentence mixing. That's to show off, I've gotten so good at doing this that I can make these characters literally say anything. I'm that familiar with it now. I love when that kind of thing happens. I love that YouTube Poops got into that territory of, like, starting to show off with how good sentence mixes... I can't speak. Sentence mixing, goddamn. How good sentence mixing got. How good people got at recognizing these sounds and making characters say and do things. And getting creative. You know the context of the clips. You'll hear some of the sounds and you go, oh, I know what that came out of. That one's a good example. One of the lines is that he goes, there is no God, there is no Jesus, there is no Allah! Because it came out of the squad Allah. That's great. That's part of what adds to the humor. If you could just generate them to say whatever the fuck that they want to, that's not fun. No thought went into that. Oh, anyone could fucking do that. There's no magic to that. It's a lot more fun where the delivery is still being carried from where those clips came from. And so you recognizing that also paired up with, goddamn, I can also understand every last word that he's saying, and holy shit, this is so disconnected, while at the same time, wow, you really are, like, making all these clips work, and I recognize where they're coming from. That's the magic of, like, a good YouTube Poop. You're never going to replace that with AI. That's always going to be the magic. Although, to be fair, YouTube doesn't like a lot of YouTube Poops anymore. You're not supposed to have fun on YouTube. You're supposed to be thinking about money. Naughty, naughty. I think about Noe very often. Oh man, all the E jokes are really great in Feshpins. The little E slipping out of his mouth. 3 years later being used over and over again. I think that's one of the random pop-up messages that appears during these streams is 3 years later. A lot of time went by. A lot of things happened. Dead to me, Will. Thank you, Baritone Studios, for $2. They said, thanks for making my trip to... Oh. Well, yeah, I hope you had a good trip, and, hopefully this stream was alright, even though the PlayStation broke today. Hopefully this being the substitution worked out alright. It doesn't seem like it went over too horribly. We've had a lot of people here, like, all day. And, I don't know, a lot of interesting stuff has come up. We've talked about a lot of good stuff. I hope it kind of made up for the fact that the PlayStation broke. I hope. Like I said, I was really hoping we were going to play Ape Escape today. I was really looking forward to it, because playing that again with Julian, God, man, that game feels good. It still controls well. It's such a cool idea, the 2 joysticks. I really liked it. I wanted to play through it again. But we'll have to save that for a future stream when we can fix this up. Thank you, Not Doughboy, for $5. And they said, buy yourself some nuggets, darling. And they used a little mail sign next to it. Like the little Mars symbol. Thank you. Thank you, Champ BGB, for $20. They said, don't refund. Love your streams. I was thinking about it, but okay. I almost did it last time. Someone was asking over and over again not to do it, and we were going to do it, but sometimes that can be a little bit weird too. I know I've actually upset people sometimes by refunding donations. Sometimes people would feel like that's like an attack or something, where it's like, I hope people understand. I'm doing that just because I want people to be alright. That is why I offer it so much. I know it can be annoying, but it's why I always want to leave the option. Speaking of which, Hand of Jokers gave $5 and said, you're fine. I'm doing okay over here. Don't you ever refund me. Started a new remote job like a year ago, and it's amazing. Keep the money. Okay. But only if you say it like Mr. Kakashka, that you go, you keep the money. That was fun to watch again. I hadn't seen Hey Arnold in a long time. And Julian and I started watching it like last year because he hadn't really seen a lot of it. And it was fun to go back to. Really holds up. It's really fun. Although, goddamn, what a hateable character. Although that's why I guess he's named that. That episode's a great example. Wins his girlfriend back by saying, you keep the money, but he didn't actually understand why she appreciated that, so he just keeps saying it over and over again because he thinks just the phrase had, like, some magic touch to it. They learns nothing. Thank you, Hand of Jokers, for $5. Oh, that was the Burger King message. Well, thank you. And yeah, I hope things will be alright there for you. That said, though, we've read everything now. We are all caught up. And while we could keep this all going, we've gone for quite a while here, I want to go kind of work on some game stuff here. So, like I said, hopefully this kind of made up for not being able to really play games here today. I'm sorry that the PlayStation broke. If anyone was here this morning when it did break, though, hey, you got to experience a magical moment. You got to watch a game console die live on stream in a way that I'm glad that the system didn't explode or catch on fire or something. I don't know what's wrong with it, and it was sounding pretty bad at the end. In, like, the coolest way, I guess. It was funny hearing the characters of Dragon Ball GT just start having demons speak. Funny game for it to break on. But, yeah, we'll look into that in the future. We definitely gotta get the PlayStation fixed now. That thing is done. Isn't that why he gets divorced in the movie? It's not like it's a major plot point or something that he got divorced. It's just she's not there anymore, and you can pretty safely assume that they got a divorce. She's always constantly wanting to leave him, and she should have. He's horrible. She tries way too fucking hard. I always felt horrible for her as a character. That's her only weakness as a character, is that she keeps coming back, and that she enables him so much. And even then, she's desperately just trying to make it work. A lot of retro game shops do repairs if you can find one. Maybe it'd be a thing worth looking into. You should at least post the clips of the PlayStation breaking if you don't keep the stream up. I mean, it's not going to stay up, but I will say that. Maybe I will film some stuff of it. If I can at least get it, like, playing games again. Whatever with the distorted audio, that's kind of the point. Maybe I could record Dragon Ball GT just breaking with that audio so you guys can see it on its own. Because someone was saying it when it was happening earlier this morning, that they said, like, you should be recording this right now. This is really, like, out there. This is really fucking weird. It was funny when it started happening. But yeah, if you guys weren't there this morning, you missed out on so many infinite combos in Dragon Ball GT Final Bout. It's almost like that game doesn't work very well. Oh, God, what a game. Coming back to it and getting to realize, like, man, it's even worse than I remembered it being. I remembered it being bad, but goddamn. Although, I never knew that about it. That was fun trivia. I didn't know it had KOF short hopping. That's weird. That's, like, really weird. I don't know why that game has short hopping, but, I mean, it does. So, you know, if you want to keep somebody stuck blocking forever, there's a great way of doing it. Yeah, poor Cell. I'm glad I remembered it. That stayed with me. That was a memory from playing it when I was a kid. That every time you hit Cell, he bends over and goes, "Wah!" And that because he bends over, his head is leaned down, so he's really wide, so you can just keep doing it forever and he can't move ever again. That game doesn't even have corners. Stages go forever, like horizontally, and still, they figured out a way to make it so easily exploitable and broken that you just can trap people in infinites. What a game. Oh yeah, you guys can probably skip back to the beginning of the stream. We're on YouTube. You probably can track it all the way back to the beginning if you want to see when it was breaking. Didn't think about that. It's true, there was a flying limit. I remember there's giant text that said flying limit. But hey, isn't that cool? You can fly around in different directions and then all the attacks whiff, and it's just kind of confusing and awkward. Although, at least Vegeta has a move that if he's directly above you because you can't really get to him, he can just make a big explosion appear that does way too much damage. That's pretty funny. There's, like, weird mechanics around the fact that the game is so awkward to play. It's true, it has all the Gokus. It doesn't have Red Goku, though. Don't be misleading. And it didn't have Green Goku either. It had Goku, it had Super Goku, it had Little Goku, it had Super Little Goku, which does not mean that he's even smaller. It just means he's Little Goku, but he's Super Saiyan, but they just say Super. But then Super Saiyan 2 is referred to as Super Saiyan, and first form Super Saiyan is just Super, which I kind of remember that being a thing back at the time. Coming from, like, going to stores that had, like, import Dragon Ball Z toys and everything. Does anyone remember back to those, like, those days? But yeah, I do remember that that was kind of like a thing that was up in the air a little bit on how to kind of translate that. What is it? So yeah, there's Goku, Little Goku, Super Little Goku, Super Goku, Super Saiyan Goku. There's another Goku, wasn't there? Vegeto's in there. You want to count that? That's a fusion. Oh, Super Saiyan 4 Goku. How did I forget? So that's 6 Gokus. And once again, that was a fan survey of what characters to include. There's no regular Vegeta. There's only Super Saiyan Vegeta. Very weird roster, and it just goes to show that since the beginning of time, Dragon Ball fans just want to see Goku fighting Goku and nothing else. Did you get to Super Baby? Yeah, we did. Once again, you guys can track back the stream if you want to go see it. No, I got to Super Baby. And to beat Super Baby, you short hop at him and just punch over and over again, and he literally can't move because that's an infinite. That was a pretty consistent pattern with that game, actually. The punch button is just kind of an infinite combo to most characters in that game, and all the characters have different stun animations, so some characters it might not be an infinite combo, but the majority of the cast it might be. But then with some moves, no, it's just an infinite for everybody. The secret to that game is just figuring out what button comes out the fastest and just doing that. Because every special move in that game is way too slow. And because things require inputs to even do some of those like big commands that take forever, just keep spamming attacks. If the other person can't move, they can't do any of that. So that's basically all the game is. And if you push the opponent too far away from you, you jump behind them. Because there's a really awkward, lengthy animation of them having to turn around. And if you punch them during that animation, it kind of acts like a cross-up, that it vacuums them towards you. But that's the thing, a cross-up in a fighting game, it's a one-time deal. You jump in the air, and the reason a cross-up works is because it's hard to read visually. You just went past the opponent's head with like an aerial attack, and it makes them think they have to block one way when actually you're technically now on the other side of them. That's why cross-ups work. It's why you can anticipate them and actually block correctly. But that's why they're a thing. And your reward for doing a cross-up is that in some games, Arxis games got weird about it and we're trying to prevent it with like BlazBlue for whatever reason or like limit it. But in most games, the way that a cross-up works is because you're hitting them from the other side, rather than them getting like pushed backwards, they're being pushed directly into you, which is great, because that means they can be a setup for a combo now. Now that they've been vacuumed into you, there's no space between you, so you can kind of like capitalize on that fully. Well, in Dragon Ball GT Final Bout, if you hit somebody after switching sides on them, well, no, you can't really cross up. You kind of can, I guess. Not really. Blocking doesn't even work the way that you would expect. It's just a button you hold down. But if they are put in that turning animation, they can't do anything during that animation, meaning they can't even block. So it's a free hit. It acts like a cross-up that it vacuums them into you, and it never stops. Every single time that you keep hitting them, it's not like it corrects them and they start facing you and they get pushed away from you now. No, it just keeps it permanently that they're looking the wrong way and they're vacuumed into you, meaning that's an infinite. Just every time guaranteed now. That's an infinite. That's it. And because of how the game is messily coded, the victory animation, you're supposed to be talking to their body laying on the ground. And I got to find that out today. Well, because they were facing the wrong way when you beat them, the game actually doesn't know which way they were supposed to be facing. So the victory screen is you looking in the wrong direction, talking to nobody while they're laying behind you. There's so much wrong with that game. It was something else coming back to it. No, we talked about that too. We talked about the GT theme song that they did for over here. Welcome to the Grand Tour. That's what it stands for, GT's Grand Tour. But I guess a lesson was learned during that time period. Coming up with rap theme songs for anime doesn't tend to go that well. You could probably make it work, but man, that and One Piece, they sure didn't figure it out that well. One Piece is at least really charming for how stupid it is. I'll at least give it that. I can do without the Dragon Ball GT opening, and in fact the whole soundtrack they came up with, where it's just really boring, repetitive heavy metal. I could do without that. There's good results from it too. I doubt anyone remembers Woolin Warriors, but at least the theme song for that was really funny. That's what they decided to go with. I don't know, man. What a weird ass time. period. Then you have Saint Seiya coming over here, and it's now Knights of the Zodiac, and that there's a fucking cover of Flock of Seagulls done by Bowling for Soup is the theme song? What was that? That was really weird. Well, what an odd one. Or you get Real Big Fish to do the theme song of, like, Rave Master? What a weird time period for, like, anime dubs. So it said, I just mentioned Woodland Warriors. I guess I didn't see it. I'm sorry, because, yeah, Woodland Warriors, I don't remember a lot about it, but I at least remember the theme song. And that it was a project that clearly the team didn't care that much about it. They were just goofing around. You weren't going to make that work, by the way. There was no way you were ever going to make that series really catch on over here. Reminds me of how, like, 4Kids wanted to make Ultraman kind of stick over here, which Ultraman has never really had much success over here. It's really goofy with that, too. Ultraman has bizarre history. Turner ended up, like, acquiring the rights for it for a while. And then due to that and how Cartoon Network was being operated and run, and then how it kind of switched up hands more in the future, a lot of old Space Ghost stuff just has footage from Ultraman in there. And I remember even as far as Brack Presents the Brack Show starring Brack, which was a thing that only aired, like, one time. I guess technically twice. For the first one. And then the second one I feel like only aired, like, once. But, there's Ultraman monsters in the audience, even. So that was kind of the exposure a lot of people were getting to Ultraman here and there. They've tried to do it. It never really had success, and I feel like that's a property that it's just a tough sell. I don't know how you're fully going to make that one land over here. I have a lot of fondness for it. I love a lot about Ultraman. But I love a lot about it because it's also so goofy and awkward, and also that, yeah, there's like weird space politics stuff that they're doing with it. There's really bizarre concepts that they come up with. Probably a really difficult one to make work over here. So 4Kids' idea was coming up with a very 4Kids theme song for it, and making a really awkward dub for it. And, oh my god, the Ultraman theme song. People can go look that one up if you want to. Larger than life! Just doing a generic rock song. Very, very common, very 4Kids. Rock song, and be sure that you just repeat the name of the show over and over again. Ultimate Muscle, just say Ultimate Muscle. Kirby, just say Kirby, Kirby, Kirby. Just say the name of the show over and over again. Or with Sonic, just say the word faster over and over again. Oh no, I mean Apple Green, that, and I mean that was a common problem with a lot of media that was even being produced at the time, which is really a shame. Someone said Woodland Warriors dub was done by the same team that did Kappa Mikey. Man, doesn't that explain a lot? That makes a lot of sense to me. Although, someone said Evangelion, Evangelion. See, it's catchy. Could you imagine? Imagine the timeline where we actually didn't end up getting a Cruel Angel Thesis. We don't get to have that over here. They had to come up with their own theme song. Shinji's a boy and he's feeling real sad. Asuka's here to try to make him glad. Oh god, stop. Evangelion! They would say it wrong. They'd say Evangelion! Yo, the angels are here and they're making a mess. We gotta take care of them. I do confess. With Shinji, Rei, and Asuka too, you're a part of the Evangelion crew. Fuck. Thank fucking God we didn't get that. Oh my god. It
People are saying, stop, it hurts. Imagine, though, it happened to One Piece. We almost didn't have One Piece work out over here, all because of that stupid 4Kids dub. And then people who didn't grow up with that dub can at least laugh about it now and act like, was it really that bad? Yes! It almost killed One Piece over here completely. It took a long time for people to warm up to One Piece again. That's pretty crazy. That's really impressive to fuck up that badly. But, oh my god, it could have happened to so much more. It could have been so much worse. Oh, man. Thank goodness we didn't have that happen. Holographic map. I forgot about that! Someone did that! That exists, doesn't it? Someone did a parody of that where they tried to do a 4Kids theme. I forgot about that! That one was genuinely funny. They actually got creative with it. I forgot about that one. 4Kids was the butt of a lot of jokes. For good reason. And then if you know the history around the company and some of the scumminess that was also going around its operation and everything, even if you want to try to be defensive about it, just be like, I don't know, I like that it was like stupid and goofy and everything. Once again, they fucked over a lot of franchises over here in the West. They really killed the reputation for a lot of series. They were doing a really messy job just handling themselves as a company, and there's a lot of shady shit going on at the very end, especially. They weren't a good company. They weren't doing necessarily great things. But they were ridiculous, and they were wacky. Yeah, I forgot about that. Someone did do it. Go look that one up. That one is funny. They got very creative, and there's a lot of good jokes in there. They did a really good job with it, the Evangelion fake 4Kids opening. Was Metabots a good opening? They just say Metabots. Kind of like Digimon, you just say Digimon a lot. Metabots is just generic guitar and them saying it's time to battle over and over again. Although, if you want to go get the Japanese opening, oh god, it's super charming. Fuck, I love the opening to Metarot. They always have, I love those screens too. The ones telling you not to sit too close to the TV. Followed by an introduction to what they are. The idea of like Metarot and what it means and what these robots are and how you buy them. Theme song is really fun, but fuck, the animation is great. It's such a good opening. It's so goddamn charming. Just them showing off too. That they have the characters standing on these gigantic cliffs, just angled very dynamically with the camera slightly rotating and everything. They were showing off so hard with the animation in that show. It's so nice to look at. There's so many good episodes in terms of just like animation going above and beyond. And one episode specifically, holy fucking shit, whoever was the director on it, they did an amazing job. God. I want to watch it again at some point. It's too soon. We watched all of it just like a couple of years ago, but I'd love to revisit it at some point. Very, very fun if you're going to watch it in original language. Just don't even fucking bother with a dub, and I mean that. I'm not saying that in the kind of way where maybe you can make some wiggle room. Be like, oh, maybe it's silly. It's not even silly. No, the dub is just as bland as it gets. I'm kind of surprised Metabots even had a short run over here with how weak a lot of that was. I guess people at least appreciated the character designs and everything. I sure did when I was younger. I thought the robots looked good. But, oh man, yeah, the original series is great. All the characters are so much fun. Don't watch the dub on that. Don't even bother with like that theme song or anything either. Hey, I've seen people defending that recently, Rock the Dragon. I thought Rock the Dragon was always kind of embarrassing even since I was a kid. That it was like the show needs to make it feel like it's hardcore when it's like it's already Dragon Ball Z. You don't have to do anything to elevate that. What are you nervous about? That there's downtime on occasion? A lot of people are just familiar with it though. They've heard it enough, so it's probably what they want to associate. Where it's like, no. Man, I'll take like any of those openings. Oh sure, like Chala Hedchala is great and everything, but man, I would even take We Got Power. I'd take the Japanese openings just any day over Rock the Dragon. And it's the same idea. repeat the same thing over and over again. And the show title. You just say Dragon, 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 Dragon. Dragon Ball Z. Come and get me, whatever that means. Huh? Are you like taunting the opponent? Are you telling the dragon to come get you? To like pick you up? Are you late? You need Shenron to do that for you? He has to like drive you somewhere? I don't know, he's granted more ridiculous wishes. The actual Dragon Ball GT opening song is actually really fun, and I'm sad that we don't get that. We get like a generic rock song. Because, yeah, it's not bad. It's kind of a fun song. And it is exciting. If you were playing that game for the very first time and you were hearing that and everything, you'd probably be pretty amped. You'd think like, wow, I'm actually about to play something really cool here. Then you get to the game. But, man, I mean, that happened a lot. I thought the Budokai games had really good theme songs, and at least we got the instrumental versions, but man, it's not the same. And now, even at this point, oops, a lot of that music happened to be plagiarized, so now if they do re-releases, they don't even have the original game soundtracks in there anymore. So that's a whole thing within itself. GT, it's fucking